The power of their combined mutant blood phoenix was magnificent and earth-shattering. Aside from Aonyo, who was somewhat mentally prepared, the divine poison frog, the groundhog, and gluttony were all frightened by the sudden explosion. Dongfang Zhuangshi clapped his hands together with excitement. Fantastic! This is true power. As expected, they did not disappoint me. But why is that power so familiar? Terrifying red flames engulfed the entire blue passageway, and the power of frost was completely unable to combat these devastating flames without the power of Pangu to reinforce it. A crisp crack sounded. The power core began to crack and crumble. The power of extreme frost slowly began to recede as it lost its power core. The flames were still surging when a pair of eyes that seemed to contain the entire world suddenly appeared at the location where the sigil had been destroyed. The eyes had only just opened when the crimson flames disappeared, and Lin and Su Xiaolan's bodies were immediately tightly wounded upon seeing this. Those eyes were very familiar to them, as they had seen those very same eyes during the heavenly judgment phenomenon. They learned from Dongfang Zhuangshi that the oppressive stars, heavenly judgment, and almighty reversal were all powers of laws left behind by Pangu. As such, it was not an exaggeration to say that these were Pangu's eyes. The two of them experienced a sense of boundless pressure, as if they were being confronted by the entire heaven and earth, leaving them to feel extremely tiny and insignificant in comparison. The eyes turned to Enlin and Su Xiaolan, and in that instant, Enlin felt as if his heart had stopped beating as fear surged through his entire body. However, the eyes only lingered on Enlin for several more seconds before slowly disappearing. The pressure around them abruptly vanished, and Enlin and Su Xiaolan heaved a sigh of relief. Only now did they realize that both of their hands were sweating profusely as they held on tightly to one another. Haha, this is great. Pangu's frost sigil has finally disappeared, and I'm free. The middle-aged man outside the gate yelled excitedly as the Kirin horn on his head glowed with elation. He led Gluttony as well as all the other beasts toward Enlin and Su Xiaolan excitedly. Thank you both so very much. If it wasn't for you two, I would be trapped here and subjected to endless torment. Heh! I told you I'd free you from this place, and I deliver on my promises. Enlin said nonchalantly. Dongfang Zhuangshi's opinion of him elevated even further. This human male's cultivation base was not very high, but his aptitude, Tao heart, and poise all indicated that he was going to be an exceptional mighty figure who would stand at the pinnacle of this world someday. He turned toward the vast land of blood and made some hand seals as crimson energy fluctuations rippled outward to infinity and beyond, even triggering resonance with heaven and earth. What are you doing? Enlin asked with curiosity. Master is putting away the vast land of blood, Gluttony answered. Its voice had only just faded when the floating continent outside began to twist and shrink before being sucked into a peculiar space. It continued to shrink further and further until it finally completely disappeared. Enlin could see a crimson bead being held between Dongfang Zhuangshi's teeth. He could sense an extremely vast spatial power from within that bead. That bead was essentially a portable floating continent. How badass! Outside the blue gate was a vast expanse of empty space. On one end was the starry sky while on the other end was the inky black earth. But the red star had ceased to exist in this world. It looks like many of the beasts that are here are going to get lost. Enlin lamented in a soft voice. Just the yellow star alone was not enough to indicate the location of the exit. After all, the exit was not located on the yellow star. Without the blood star as a second reference point, they could only stumble upon the exit through sheer luck. However, Enlin was not some saint that would care about whether those beasts lived or died. Under the guidance of Dongfang Zhuangshi, they continued onward, within the divine Bat Emperor's territory. Above a massive crater in the ground, there was a gate of light shimmering over a crimson vortex. This was the exit of the mystic realm. A humanoid creature enshrouded in viscous black mist stood not far away from the exit. 3 returned to void stage immortal beasts stood beside it, waiting for the beasts to return from the mystic realm. The jade bone immortal bug was also among them, and its sapphire eyes were trained firmly on the exit. It knew that the moment Lin and Su Xiaolan appeared would be the moment they would have to run for their lives. The trusted subordinate of the Divine Bat Emperor, the return to Void Final Stage Nightmare Mudman was here. Hence, the next step of their operation was going to be exceedingly precarious, and they couldn't make any mistakes. Another flash of light erupted, and a black woolly mammoth riddled with wounds appeared. The Nightmare Mudman waved a hand, and 5 humanoid monsters materialized from its viscous black mist before searching the woolly mammoth's spatial storage device. Humph! Useless piece of trash. It was in a bad mood, and the woolly mammoth had clearly not obtained anything worthy of note. The first few batches of beasts would occasionally return from the mystic realm with some treasures or information regarding the vast land of blood. However, the most recent few batches of beasts had a higher survival rate, but barely any of them had any valuable information or obtained any noteworthy treasures. I wonder how the Divine Guardian Squad is progressing. It looks like I can only pin my hopes on them to unravel the biggest mystery behind the Crimson Star. The Nightmare Mudman shook its head with a forlorn sigh. The team lead by the peerless Saber Demon was quite reliable. Up to this point, there were no Divine Guardian Squad members that had returned. They were presumably all fighting to obtain the Kirin Blood Jade. Just as the Nightmare Mudman was being carried away by its train of thought, change suddenly struck. The gigantic crimson vortex suddenly began to dim. Even the power exuding from within the vortex had significantly decreased. What's going on? The Nightmare Mudman stared with incredulity at the scenes unfolding before its eyes as an ominous thought welled up in its heart. Could it be that the passageway to the mystic realm is about to close? No, I have to contact the Divine Bat Emperor. The change had struck too abruptly, and it was not something it could handle. The Nightmare Mudman was just about to contact the Divine Bat Emperor when change struck again. Whoosh! Spatial fluctuations began to ripple outward again. The Nightmare Mudman turned to the Gate of Light to discover a figure with shiny, golden fur and 2 snowy white sabers in its hands. The Nightmare Mudman was ecstatic upon seeing this. This was the leader of the Divine Guardian Squad, the peerless Saber Demon. Fantastic, it was back. Such a reliable groundhog surely had bountiful rewards to show for its efforts. Beside it was the Divine Poison Frog, which was also a member of the Divine Guardian Squad. The Nightmare Mudman was greatly elated. The Divine Poison Frog was one of the more extroverted members of the Divine Guardian Squad. It was a reliable member, and it appeared to be quite loyal too. Even though both its parents had passed away, and it no longer had a home, it was constantly talking about going home, thereby indicating that it was a frog that truly loved those around it. For some reason, the Nightmare Mudman's impression of the Divine Poison Frog improved yet again. Perhaps this was due to the fact that it had made a triumphant return. The Nightmare Mudman was going to greet them in person to show its respect, but it discovered that there were a few more figures that didn't appear to be members of the Divine Guardian Squad. There were a white cow and a monster with a goat's body and a human face. Why was the latter so familiar? Soon, the Nightmare Mudman's expression congealed on its face when it saw 3 humans. No, one of them was a humanoid creature, but it had a crimson Kirin horn. The Nightmare Mudman drew a sharp intake of breath. Who was that person? The Nightmare Mudman immediately grew quite cautious as it was unable to detect the Kirin horn man's cultivation base. One had to realize that it was a return to Void Final Stage Immortal beast. The only ways a living being could conceal that cultivation base from it would be if they had some sort of special concealment device, or their cultivation base outstripped even its own. Could this be a living being from the vast land of blood? Is it a friend or a foe? The Nightmare Mudman was a little unsure of what to make of these unfamiliar creatures. If it wasn't for the fact that the Golden Groundhog and the Divine Poison Frog were also with them, it would have most likely already attacked them. Peerless Saber Demon, Divine Poison Frog, what's the deal with the other living beings? The Nightmare Mudman didn't approach them. Instead, it remained standing on the spot with a cautious expression as it tried to gather more information. The Jade Bone Immortal Bug was also a little unsure of what to make of this situation. There were 2 people who had gone in, but why had so many of them come out together? Not only were there members of the Divine Guardian Squad within Lin and Su Xiaolan, but there were even a strange human and a peculiar beast. Wait, why was that peculiar beast so familiar? The jade bone Immortal bug's body shuddered as it came to a sudden realization. Wasn't that one of the fucking great ferocious beasts? Gluttony? The divine poison frog and the peerless saber demon didn't provide any answers to the nightmare mudman's questions. The peerless saber demon had already established a beast pet contract with Dongfang Zhuangshi and couldn't betray its master. Meanwhile, the divine poison frog was too afraid to say anything in case it said something wrong and was slaughtered by the demonic blood Kirin beside it. You're not going to say anything? The nightmare mudman was getting a little unsettled. Terrifying might erupted forth from its body as the power of the nightmare divine Tao soared into the air. Dark winds immediately roared through the skies as countless nightmarish figures appeared and obscured the entire sky as they transformed the world into a nightmarish hell. So this is the nightmare mudman's power of the divine Tao? It's nothing much. Significantly inferior to Layden's, in fact. A handsome man remarked in a cold voice. This man was none other than Enlin, who had killed Layden using his own tribulation lightning. The nightmare mudman instantly flared up upon hearing this. As he glowered at Enlin, he snarled, "How dare a mere soul formation stage cultivator run his mouth here? You're asking for an early grave." It gripped the air, and the black power of the divine Tao converged like strands of silk before forming a black spear, from which a terrifying aura erupted. Boom! Overwhelming might instantly shattered the space around it. Not only was this a physical attack, but it was also a spiritual attack. Once struck, no matter how powerful the target's life force was, they would be subjected to horrific nightmares until their soul was destroyed from eternal torment. Peerless saber demon, divine poison frog, I'll give you one last chance. If you continue to remain silent, then I'm going to view you as traitors and kill you. The nightmare mudman's patience had been completely worn away. The other beasts immediately retreated in fear of being struck by shockwaves from the potential attack. Only the three returned to void stage immortal beasts still stood firmly beside it. The divine poison frog was given a massive fright by the nightmare mudman's threat. However, it turned its eyes on Dongfang Zhuangshi, and its nerves were somewhat soothed. The nightmare mudman was very powerful, but it was not as terrifying as the demonic blood Kirin. Dongfang Zhuangshi had already revealed his current power level to everyone prior to entering the passageway between the two worlds. Even though he had been tortured by Pangu's power for countless years and no longer had a physical body, just his consciousness alone was already at the return to void pinnacle stage. After seeing the divine poison frog and the peerless saber demon's lack of reaction, the nightmare mudman could finally determine that these two divine guardian squad members had indeed become traitors. Die! The nightmare mudman waved a hand as its nightmare divine Tao spear pierced through and flew toward Enlin and the others with a boundless might. This was the signature trait of the beast tribes. All of them had explosive tempers and would attack at a moment's notice. Its thought process was clearly to kill them first and worry about everything else later. Dongfang Zhuangshi furrowed his brows slightly at the sight of the oncoming attack. How unreasonable! Why would it attack us without any provocation? It was also at this moment that a spatial rift appeared in front of Enlin, from which a black dragon emerged. Ha ha ha! Master's wife! Let's go! Xiao Zhe had taken the stage. Boom! The spear that was imbued with the terrifying power of the nightmare divine Tao struck Xiao Zhe's body, upon which an extremely sharp screeching erupted. Howl! Xiao Zhe let loose a wail of anguish, and he felt as if his consciousness were being torn apart as the force of the spear propelled him toward Enlin and the others. Dongfang Zhuangshi immediately unleashed a palm. Boom! Earth-shattering blood power erupted forth. Xiao Zhe's gigantic body was slapped aside before flying away into the distance like a kite with severed string. Little Xiao, are you all right? Enlin was given a fright upon seeing this, and he immediately yelled to ascertain if Xiao Zhe was still alive. Everything had happened far too abruptly for him to even have a chance to react. Xiao Zhe was also completely dumbstruck. He had just jumped out from his spatial rift when he was struck by a terrifying spear, which was then followed by an even more monstrous slap that had almost knocked him unconscious. In that instant, he felt like he had been ambushed. But after Lin emerged completely unscathed and inquired about his well-being, he finally understood what had just happened. He had been attacked by friend and foe alike. "I'm fine, Master. Let's get out of here." Xiao Zhe shook off his dizziness before flying toward Lin. Is that a dragon at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage? What powerful defenses! The nightmare mudman's expression faltered before it turned to Dongfang Zhuangshi and gripped the air with both hands. Boom! The space in a radius of 5 kilometers was instantly sealed. Hee hee. But it sure is a pleasant surprise to discover an even more powerful being. The nightmare mudman stared intently at Dongfang Zhuangshi, and it was so excited that the viscous black mist around its body was surging. That power, there's no mistaking it. Even though it's scarcely believable, that is most definitely the power of the demonic blood Kirin. What amazing luck! To think the demonic blood Kirin would come to me. Dongfang Zhuangshi looked at the elated nightmare mudman with an indifferent smile. So what makes you think that your luck is good? The nightmare mudman faltered upon hearing this question. All right. Dongfang Zhuangshi cracked his neck from side to side, and a series of cracks sounded. I'm a reasonable person, so let me break this down for you. I didn't provoke you, but you tried to kill me, so I'm going to have to retaliate now. Crimson energy slowly seeped out from his Taoist robe. Dongfang Zhuangshi tore at the air with his hands, and the nightmare mudman's spatial seal was instantly crushed. Crap! The nightmare mudman's expression shifted drastically, and it clapped its hands together as the countless nightmarish projections in the air tumbled like a wave before surging toward Dongfang Zhuangshi. The sea of nightmarish projections swept forth with boundless might. Horror, despair, and all types of negative emotions engulfed heaven and earth, corrupting all the living beings present. Some of the beasts nearby fell to their knees in horror, and there were even some who had gone completely insane or died on the spot from having their souls destroyed. An earth-shattering red light soared into the sky and punctured a massive hole in the boundless darkness before flashing toward the nightmare mudman at an extreme speed. The nightmare mudman's eyes widened with shock and horror. Dongfang Zhuangshi remained expressionless as a blood vortex erupted from his fist before sweeping forth for over 10 kilometers. It instantly engulfed the vast expanse of viscous darkness in the sky. The might of his one fist sent shockwaves of blood power that exploded forth in a radius of several dozen kilometers as it reduced the countless nightmarish projections into oblivion. The nightmare mudman's power of the divine Tao was shattered, and its body was flattened into a puddle of black liquid. A huge mouthful of blood gushed forth from his mouth as its body plummeted into the ground like a cannonball. Boom! A massive crater appeared in the ground. Dongfang Zhuangshi withdrew his fist and stood proudly in the air. A deathly silence ensued. Regardless of whether it was Lin and Su Xiaolan or all the onlooking beasts, everyone was completely shocked by what they saw. The nightmare mudman had been severely wounded, and Dongfang Zhuangshi had only launched one fist. Cough cough! The nightmare mudman threw up another mouthful of blood within the crater. It stood up shakily. Its flattened body was nurtured by the viscous black mist around it before slowly resuming its humanoid form. I was too naive. You're very powerful. I'm no match for you. The nightmare mudman looked up at Dongfang Zhuangshi, and it gritted its teeth. However, there's no mistaking the fact that my luck is indeed very good because... It suddenly pulled out a jade talisman as a cold smile appeared on its face. That's right. He only had to transmit this information to the Divine Bat Emperor. At the demonic blood Kirin's current power level, there was no way he would be able to escape from the Divine Bat Emperor. Bam! Space twisted, and the jade talisman was shattered. Dongfang Zhuangshi's crimson eyes flashed as he activated his Kirin Eye technique, Spatial Twist. This technique's forte was its speed, and it would often catch his opponents off guard. Thus, the nightmare mudman's nightmare was ensured. I heard you just say that there's no mistaking your good luck? Dongfang Zhuangshi said coldly. The nightmare mudman? Quick! Transmit the information regarding the demonic blood Kirin's emergence to the Divine Bat Emperor. The nightmare mudman suddenly roared as its voice traveled through the air in a radius of several dozen kilometers. The hundreds of beasts within this range all heard this ear-splitting instruction. Almost all of them looked up at the figure standing in midair with their mouths gaped open, as if they were unable to comprehend the situation. The demonic Blood Kirin? That mighty figure who looked like a human was the demonic Blood Kirin, who had once struck awe and terror into the hearts of all the inhabitants that lived within the sinister spirit beast cesspool. It made sense, though. After all, only a being as powerful as that would be able to severely wound the nightmare mudman in one strike. The flaming falcon and the dark dragon ape were the two returned to void stage immortal beast subordinates of the divine bat emperor. They reacted first as they pulled out their voice transmission talisman to get into contact with the divine bat emperor. However, 2 drops of translucent liquid suddenly flew through the air like 2 flying swords before instantly shattering the voice transmission talismans. The 2 returned to void stage immortal beasts turned with shock and horror as a fleshy, translucent body wrapped around them before secreting an extremely horrific corrosive, paralyzing liquid. "Jade Bone, are you insane?" The flaming falcon roared. The perpetrator was none other than Lin's beast pet, the Jade Bone immortal bug. "Humph! You swindled 100,000 spirit stones from me. It's time you paid some interest." The Jade Bone immortal bug replied in an extremely pleasant voice. "The flaming falcon. What the fuck? Wasn't that an agreement that we had? I was helping you. Wait." The flaming falcon suddenly came to its senses as it thought back to those 2 minotaurs. He then looked at those 2 humans at the exit, and a certain connection clicked in its mind. An expression of shock appeared on its face. "You're a traitor. Nicely done, little goo." And Lin's eyes lit up with praise. If those 2 returned to void stage mighty figures were intent on using their voice transmission talismans to contact the divine bat emperor, it would have been quite difficult to stop them under normal circumstances. However, the Jade Bone immortal bug's surprise attack had completely caught them off guard and destroyed their voice transmission talismans before they even had a chance to make the transmission. "Shut the fuck up and help me get free!" The dark dragon ape roared as the muscles on its body bulged. A dark aura soared into the sky as it tried to dislodge the Jade Bone immortal bug from around its body. At this moment, the hundreds of beasts within the area had also sprung into action. However, none of them could contact the divine bat emperor directly as they were only low-ranked beasts in the beast tribe's hierarchy, so they could only deliver the news on foot. However, they were obviously not going to get far. Xianxia instantly unleashed a spatial seal, and all the beasts were instantly immobilized. "Howl!" Xianxia roared. Lightning clouds began to surge in the sky as they sent bolts of divine lightning crashing down upon the beasts below. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, Ao Nyo, the divine poison frog, and the peerless saber demon also joined the fray with the sole intent of wiping out all the beasts here. As for gluttony, it pounced toward the 2 returned to void stage immortal beasts. Its goal was not to kill them, but only to work with the Jade Bone immortal bug to prevent them from escaping and spreading the news. Despair welled up in the nightmare mudman's heart as it looked around at all of its forces, which were being steamrolled. Could it be that encountering the demonic Blood Kirin was actually an indication of bad luck? Hee, alright. Now, I can focus on teaching you a lesson. The middle-aged man cracked his knuckles with a sinister smile. The nightmare mudman's body trembled, and it unleashed its power of the divine Tao again without any hesitation as a dark aura instantly engulfed the area within a radius of 10 kilometers around it. Summoning technique, Nightmare Ghost Realm. Countless malicious ghosts materialized in the air before flying toward the man in the air. "You really don't learn, do you?" The middle-aged man shook his head as an extremely dense burst of blood energy burst forth from his body and created a monstrous red light that threatened to part heaven and earth as it swept away all the oncoming malicious ghosts. The nightmare mudman let loose a ferocious roar as it flew directly toward the crimson light. Its body began to expand as it transformed into a black mudman over 1,000 feet tall. When it opened its cavernous black mouth, a boundless spiritual engulfing power erupted forth from within. Its gigantic mouth was like a vortex that threatened to completely engulf and shred the man before him. The middle-aged man didn't unleash any flashy spell techniques in response. All he did was unleash another fist. Not only did the demonic blood Kirin have the power of blood, which represented life, but also the power of demons, which represented slaughter. This punch was imbued with the demonic blood Kirin's power of demons. It was capable of annihilating all things and crushing heaven and earth. Bam! The Nightmare Mudman felt, for the very first time, like its power of the divine Tao was made from papier-mâché. The protective shadows around its body were broken once again, and the black mudman's cavernous mouth was also shattered by the terrifying fist before its entire 1,000-foot-tall body began to crumble. The Nightmare Mudman's body reappeared. It didn't even get a chance to catch its breath before Dongfang Zhuangshi's fists fell again. Boom! The overwhelmingly powerful punch bashed the Nightmare Mudman into the ground again, and a massive crater appeared as the earth tremored violently. Hua! The Nightmare Mudman threw up another mouthful of blood. Dongfang Zhuangshi continued to press his advantage. Your combat prowess is pretty pathetic, but you sure can take some hits. You would make a fantastic sandbag. Pathetic combat prowess? Fantastic sandbag? If another mighty figure said something like this to the Nightmare Mudman, it would make them beg for death in minutes. However, the mighty figure saying these things now was someone that was beating it into complete submission. Boom! The fist fell again. The Nightmare Mudman defended with all its might, but the fist broke through his defenses again as blood gushed from his mouth. That wasn't the end of it. Dongfang Zhuangshi unleashed a combo of punches, each of which was devastatingly powerful and could rival an attack from a mighty figure at the Return to Void pinnacle stage. The Nightmare Mudman's body was flattened countless times as it sustained one injury after another. Another fist, another fist. Dongfang Zhuangshi's fists had become the Nightmare Mudman's nightmare. It felt as if it would develop post-traumatic stress disorder if it saw fists again in the future. That was, if it had a future. All the other Soul Formation Stage and Soul Formation Stage beasts were quickly annihilated by Enlin and the others. They were then treated to the sight of Dongfang Zhuangshi putting the Nightmare Mudman on a disability pension. Gasp! Master, is that middle-aged man really the demonic blood Kirin? How did you end up with him on your side? He's so powerful! Xiao Zhe couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Due to some reasons, that middle-aged man is unable to leave my side. He belongs to me now, and Lin explained. Xiao Zhe was a little dumbstruck upon hearing this. The middle-aged man couldn't leave Master's side? He belonged to Master. He turned to look at Su Xiaolan as he fell into deep thought. Su Xiaolan was Master's wife. If that was the case, what should he refer the middle-aged man as? Xiao Zhe was very perplexed, but he also felt very reverence toward his master. Not only had he added this middle-aged man to his harem, but he could even ensure peace and harmony within his harem. The fact that the main wife, Su Xiaolan, wasn't having any reaction to this was a clear indication that all was well in the harem. There is such a large disparity between Master and myself. I'm still stressing over female dragons, but Master has already transcended beyond race and gender to claim a mythological beast for himself. I have a lot to learn, Xiao Zhe murmured in a low voice. What did you say? And Lin turned to Xiao Zhe. Nothing. Xiao Zhe instinctively shook his head. If you've got nothing to do, then go help out little Gu and Gluttony. Make sure those two immortal beasts don't get away. And Lin instructed. All right. Xiao Zhe immediately took to the skies and flew toward the battlefield between the 4 Return to Void stage immortal beasts. The Nightmare Mudman was well on its way to the other side, so there was no need to worry about it. However, extra attention had to be paid to the Flaming Falcon and the Dark Dragon Ape. In a battle between Return to Void stage mighty figures, if there wasn't a large disparity in power, it would be very difficult for one side to prevent the other from escaping. This was very much true of the current situation. The Dark Dragon Ape was a Return to Void intermediate stage immortal beast, which was slightly more powerful than the Flaming Falcon, which was at the pinnacle of the Return to Void initial stage. However, the Flaming Falcon trumped the Dark Dragon Ape in a contest of speed. Upon seeing the Nightmare Mudman being completely bashed into submission, it was not keen on staying around any longer, and it tried to escape with all its might. It spread its wings, and afterimages were left in its wake as its body transformed into a golden streak of light before flying into the distance. Gluttony unleashed an unrelenting barrage of spell techniques to try and stop it, but this was not proving to be an easy task. Hee, little shit. Come bite me. Don't you know your daddy has a pair of wings? The flaming falcon flew into the distance while hurling some insults at Gluttony. It had mastered countless flying and acceleration divine abilities, so it really didn't have much to fear against Gluttony, as the gap between them would only continue to widen. Gluttony was also aware of this. All it could do now was to try and stall the flaming falcon in order to prevent it from unleashing any spatial travel techniques. However, the flaming falcon's expression gradually shifted. It felt a mighty aura imbued with a vast dragon might approaching it. Even the air around it seemed to have grown significantly heavier. It's you! The flaming falcon's feathers stood on end as it caught sight of its assailant. A black dragon over 10,000 feet in length was hurtling toward it at an incredible speed as the gap between them quickly dwindled. Xianxia was a primordial dragon tribe mighty figure who was at the pinnacle of return to void intermediate stage, while the flaming falcon was only at the pinnacle of the return to void initial stage, thereby resulting in a large disparity in cultivation bases. On top of that, the flying speed of the primordial dragon tribe was extremely fearsome. Furthermore, he had mastered a mystic technique to ride the cloud and mist, thereby further enhancing his speed to far outstrip that of the flaming falcon. Howl! I also have a pair of wings. Don't go. Let's fight till dawn. Xianxia chuckled. His massive body flew over the lightning clouds as if he were a bolt of black lightning. The flaming falcon was struck by an extreme sense of danger, and it flapped its wings as a sea of flames erupted before sweeping toward the black dragon. The flaming falcon was hoping to halt his momentum. However, the black dragon completely relinquished all his defenses as he crashed straight into the sea of scorching flames. Was he insane? The flaming falcon was bamboozled by this development. Those flames were its most powerful attack. Could set the sky alight and engulf the earth. Even return to void final stage mighty figures wouldn't be able to ignore it like this. However, it was wrong again. Xianxia pierced through the flames before emerging on the other side completely unscathed. A peculiar metallic sheen glowed from his black scales, which created a seemingly indestructible fortress around his body. How could this be? The flaming falcon's feathers stood on end as it exclaimed with shock. That barely scratched my itch. Xianxia chuckled as formidable lightning gathered on his dragon horn. His massive body tore through the air as heaven and earth abruptly dimmed. Boom! An ear-splitting boom erupted, followed by the anguished wails of the flaming falcon as it plummeted from the sky like a shooting star before crashing into the earth and leaving a scorching trail of flames in its wake. Elsewhere, a mysterious smile appeared on the dark dragon ape's face as it fought the jade bone immortal bug. Stupid cunt falcon, do you really think I don't know how to run? I only chose to stay here and fight because I was worried about that dragon. Now that the dragon had been distracted by the falcon, it could swat aside this bug, which was only at the pinnacle of the return to void initial stage. It was no match for the dragon ape, which was a return to void intermediate stage mighty figure. A sense of superiority welled up in the dark dragon ape's heart. It felt as if it had the highest IQ among everyone here. This was the perfect opportunity to escape. Piss off! The power of the dark dragon enveloped its fists as its aura soared, and it launched a heavy punch toward the jade bone immortal bug, which had already transformed into the jade bone immortal butterfly. Bam! A ferocious shockwave erupted as it pulverized the ground in a radius of over a kilometer. Its fist flattened the space before it, and the jade bone immortal butterfly's body was knocked flying into the air. The dark dragon ape roared with laughter as it pounded its chest with a disdainful expression before turning and fleeing into the distance. Hey! You're just gonna run away after hitting my little goo? The dark dragon ape's heart jolted upon hearing this voice. There were more enemies? However, it couldn't help but roar with laughter upon seeing its assailants. Ha 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 ha! You had me worried for a second there. A soul formation intermediate stage cultivator and a soul formation final stage cultivator dare to try and stop me? Are you delivering food to me? The dark dragon ape couldn't even bother to give the two humans a second glance before abruptly charging forward. Two soul formation stage cultivators were trying to stop a return to void stage mighty figure. Were they insane? The best way to take care of cocky idiots like this was to eat them. Why did you drag me here? Can't you take care of this on your own? You have so many trump cards, Su Xiaolin grumbled with a resigned expression. And Lin silently grabbed onto Su Xiaolin's hand and shook his head stubbornly. I refuse to do this alone. I want to use our combined attack. Su Xiaolin snapped as she rolled her eyes adorably. Immature. Whoosh. The projection of a crimson phoenix combined as one in the air as the might of a mythological beast erupted forth. The dark dragon ape's pupils contracted drastically upon seeing this, and a sense of foreboding welled up in its heart. In the next instant, a monstrous explosion erupted. Boom! The flames of the mutant blood phoenix engulfed heaven and earth like a crimson sun as they incinerated everything within a radius of close to 10 kilometers. Howl! The dark dragon ape let loose a blood-curdling cry as its body became engulfed in the sudden explosion. Its body had been entirely charred black, and it retreated with all its might as waves of shock surged in his heart. Was this terrifying technique really something two soul formation stage cultivators were capable of unleashing? What a couple of fucking freaks. A high and mighty return to void intermediate stage immortal beast was injured by two soul formation stage cultivators. No one would believe that if they didn't witness it for themselves. Just as it was stumbling back in retreat, the jade bone immortal butterfly re-entered the battle. Thus, the dark dragon ape's escape scheme was foiled by two soul formation stage cultivators. The dark dragon ape was developing a headache as it saw the oncoming jade bone immortal butterfly. It had no choice but to continue fighting with the jade bone immortal butterfly and retreat at the same time. The jade bone immortal butterfly had learned her lesson and deviated away from being on the offense in preference for tactics that would make the dark dragon ape's escape as difficult as possible. Damn it! It's all because of those two soul formation stage cultivators. It shot a resentful glance toward Enlin and Su Xiaolin. The flames dissipated, and Enlin and Su Xiaolin reappeared. Phew! This technique is really powerful, but it depletes a shocking amount of vital energy. Enlin was panting a little as he spoke. Su Xiaolin shot a glance at Enlin. If you're done fooling around, then hurry up and finish all these enemies off. This place is not part of the kingdom of the 9 states, after all, and any further delays could lead to unforeseen circumstances. The dark dragon ape's hearing was extremely good, and humiliation immediately welled up in its heart upon hearing Su Xiaolin's words. Finish me off? How impudent! You won't even be able to survive, and yet you still dream of defeating me. Boom! The power of darkness, which was brimming with brutality and depravity, erupted into the air. The projection of a black ape god several kilometers tall appeared in the air, as if it were a god-fiend towering over heaven and earth. It let loose an almighty roar toward the jade bone immortal butterfly, and just the devastating sound waves alone were enough to force her into retreat. Die! The dark dragon ape turned a pair of ferocious eyes toward Enlin and Su Xiaolin as the space congealed around them before it unleashed a monstrous palm. Enlin's storage ring flashed, and 2 shiny, silver Gundams appeared. Go! Gundam 3, Gundam 4. Show that dragon ape what despair feels like. He had unleashed both of his Gundam trump cards at once. Whoosh! A white light flashed around Gundam 3's waist as it materialized a particle sword to slice apart the spatial seal before charging toward the dark dragon ape. However, Gundam 4 remained rooted to the spot, as if its program had crashed. And Lin came to a sudden realization before letting loose a loud roar. Go! Gundam 3. Yao Ji, kill that dragon ape. Bam! Yao Ji finally sprang into action as pink wings of light appeared on its back, and red energy erupted on the propellers behind it, leaving a magnificent trail of light in its wake. And Lin was a little distraught at the sight of Yao Ji. This was the first time he had given in on names, and he had given in to a machine. Gundam 3 took a massive slap from the dark dragon ape, and energy exploded as Gundam 3 was knocked flying. But the Dark Dragon Ape also took a step backward. It stared at the Gundam 3 with bewilderment. Even mechanical puppets were this crazy nowadays? However, those two mechanical puppets were really familiar. It felt as if it had seen them from somewhere. Just as the Dark Dragon Ape was caught in a bewildered daze, Yao Ji appeared before it. Dark Blade. The massive black ape god projection gripped the air to materialize a massive saber, which was imbued with the power of darkness, before slashing down toward Yao Ji. Whoosh! A black saber projection slashed through the air and destroyed everything that stood before it. Yao Ji did not take any evasive measures as it continued to fly toward the black ape god projection. "You're flying into an early grave," the Dark Dragon Ape sneered coldly as the dark blade descended at even more terrifying speed. Just as the saber projection was about to strike the silver Gundam, a pink light flashed, and the Gundam disappeared as the dark blade landed on thin air. The Dark Dragon Ape faltered slightly upon seeing this as a light flashed again, upon which Yao Ji reappeared right before the black ape god projection while striking down with the pink particle sword in its hand. Spatial skip? This silver mechanical puppet is capable of spatial skipping. The Dark Dragon Ape was completely dumbstruck. This was an advanced spatial technique that even it was unable to master. But there was a mechanical puppet capable of doing so. "Are you kidding me?" Rip. The black ape god projection was sliced open. Yao Ji flew directly into the gash that it had sliced open before reaching the Dark Dragon Ape, and its eyes flashed with countless particles of light. This was a phenomenon triggered by the calculations it was making at extreme speeds. The Dark Dragon Ape lashed out with 5 saber-like claws toward the silver Gundam. Yao Ji was as fast as a wraith. The Dark Dragon Ape had only just initiated its attack when Yao Ji used evasive measures with its agile movement techniques. The 5 claws passed by it like 5 bolts of lightning as Yao Ji extended its index finger and middle finger at the same time. Dark Matter Annihilation Cannon. Activate. The timing of its attack was perfect, and all of its actions were perfectly coordinated through countless flawlessly accurate calculations and simulations, thereby allowing it to point directly at the Dark Dragon Ape's weakest point. Black energy erupted from its fingers, as if antimatter had been blasted forth, creating a pitch-black explosion of devastating, chaotic energy. Boom! Howl! The Dark Dragon Ape let loose a wail of anguish as a huge hole instantly appeared on its chest right at the location Yao Ji had pointed to, from which blood gushed forth relentlessly. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were both dumbstruck upon seeing this. Gasp! This Gundam 4 appears to be even more powerful than Gundam 3, and Lin's mouth gaped open in shock. Yao Ji's power core was provided by Bai Ling, and she said that this was the highest level power core among all the Purple Star mechanical products. She had only told him at that time that Yao Ji was at the pinnacle of artificial intelligence and had its own sentient will, but she didn't say anything about it being so ridiculously powerful. Gundam 3 was already at the pinnacle of the return to void initial stage, but Yao Ji was clearly on a higher level. It was very likely already at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage. This was an unexpected, yet extremely pleasant surprise for Lin. The Dark Dragon Ape received another wound again, and it threw up a mouthful of blood as it flew back in retreat. At this moment, the Jade Bone Immortal Butterfly rained down lethal butterfly dust upon the Dark Dragon Ape. Gundam 3 also joined in on the attack as it unleashed its gravitational force field to restrict the Dark Dragon Ape's movements. A slight smile appeared on Yao Ji's face, and it turned its head slightly to the side to peer at Lin from its peripheral vision. This was an extremely humanized gesture, as if it was gloating while stamping its authority. And Lin was shocked by this proud glance. Was Yao Ji really just a Gundam? How were its emotions so plentiful? Yao Ji charged toward the Dark Dragon Ape again, and each and every one of its attacks was extremely fearsome, thus giving the Dark Dragon Ape a very hard time. In conjunction with the Jade Bone Immortal Butterfly and Gundam 3, fear finally welled up in the Dark Dragon Ape's heart. It only knew now that Su Xiaolan's words were not the words spoken by a cocky, ignorant soul formation stage cultivator, but instead, they were words that could very well come true. Elsewhere, there were 3 beasts spectating from afar. Who would have thought that Senior and Lin would have such a terrifying mechanical puppet? It can even abuse a return to void intermediate stage immortal beast. What a shocking trump card. Ribbit! The frog exclaimed. Moo! I cannot, for the life of me, figure out the extent of Lin's power. I've been ridden by him for such a long time, but he still never ceases to amaze me. Maybe he'll get pissed off soon and whip out another 2 of those mechanical puppets. Aonyo was also in complete shock and admiration. The peerless saber demon was unconvinced. Humph! Do you really think he would have so many of those terrifying mechanical puppets? Don't be so naive. Can't you be a bit more realistic? However, just as its voice fell, they saw Lin's storage ring flashed with a white light, and 2 shiny, silver Gundams appeared in the air. Aonyo, the divine poison frog, the golden groundhog. The golden groundhog felt that the scene before it was a bit surreal. It was far too dreamlike. Right after saying that it would be impossible for you to produce silver mechanical puppets, you produced 2 Gundams. Are you trying to spite me on purpose? If you have such kick-ass machines, why didn't you produce them earlier? Aonyo and the divine poison frog both glanced at the groundhog. The golden groundhog lowered its head in shame. It felt a searing heat on its cheeks. Moo! I was right, wasn't I? Lin's power is unfathomable for beings like us. The look in Aonyo's eyes became increasingly reverent as it gazed toward Lin. It suddenly felt that becoming Lin's mount wasn't such a bad fate after all. In fact, it could perhaps walk toward the pinnacle of its cow life. Lin had released Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 into the sky. However, his objective wasn't to have them join in the battle. Gundam 1, Gundam 2, take note of how the others battle. Learn from Gundam 3 and Gundam 4, will you? Don't be so stupid next time, okay? Lin slapped Gundam 1 and Gundam 2's shoulders as he spoke, and his eyes were full of hope. Gundam 1 and Gundam 2. The powerful beings of other beast tribes weren't overly affected. However, the Dark Dragon Ape was terrified when it saw that Lin still had another 2 Gundams. A feeling of despair welled up in its heart. What the fuck? The 2 Gundams before me are already pushing me to my limits, and now he produced another 2 Gundams? Do I still have a chance to survive? Su Xiaolan knew Lin well, and she could only hold in her laughter when she saw Lin terrorize his enemies. She silently gave him a thumbs up in her mind. Whoosh! A pink particle sword sliced through the void and hacked off one of the Dark Dragon Ape's arms. Yao Ji transformed into an unparalleled sword Immortal and continued to perform exquisite sword strikes with its particle sword. Regardless of whether it was true intent or sword might, all of Yao Ji's strikes were profound and powerful. The more the Dark Dragon Ape fought, the more despondent it became. Couldn't help but swear in its mind. What's with this fucking true sword intent? What kind of bloody mechanical puppet is this? Can even release true intent? No, there is indeed a type of mechanical puppet that can release true intent. The Dark Dragon Ape's pupils contracted in shock. This is the power of the Purple Star Civilization's Judgment Army. Who on earth are you people? Heh, I finally met someone who knows a bit. Lin grinned and said, I'll let you die in content. Have you heard of the 4-9 Immortal sect before? 4-9 Immortal sect? The Dark Dragon Ape frowned. It sounded familiar, yet it couldn't seem to recall it. Lin couldn't help but feel disappointed upon seeing its expression. Looks like our 4-9 Immortal sect isn't famous enough yet. Say, should we inscribe our sect's name onto the ground after dealing with this mess? Su Xiaolin raised her brows and scolded. Are you worried that you don't have enough enemies? As she spoke, the Dark Dragon Ape's aura surged once again. It had activated a mystic technique that burned away at its life force. Roar! The howl of a dragon reverberated through the heavens. The Dark Dragon Ape had the body of a black ape. The reason it was called Dragon Ape was because it had a pair of dragon horns. Moreover, its body possessed the powerful strength of a dragon. As its aura skyrocketed, it dodged Yao Ji's sword strike and also tore apart the Jade Bone Immortal Butterfly's deadly poisonous mist spell formation. It threw a fist and smashed the charging Gundam 3 away. Die! Crack! Lightning, which contained the power of dark death, gathered on its dragon horns. The devastating might of this power caused the void to fracture, and the earth also started to become a deathly gray. Boom! The dark death dragon lightning arced from its horns. Its target wasn't the Gundams or the jade bone immortal butterfly that was pummeling it. Rather, it was the distant Lin. This sudden counterattack was completely unexpected. It looked a lot like the dark dragon ape had acted on a sudden impulse. However, the dark dragon ape had actually given this a lot of thought already. The silver Gundam required commands from its owner to move. If its owner died, it would become an ownerless machine. At that time, the pressure on the dark dragon ape would decrease significantly. The probability of it pulling off a successful escape would also increase manyfold. As for whether it could kill Lin, this dark death dragon lightning was its most powerful strike after it activated its mystic technique. It was equal in power to the full-strength strike of a return to void intermediate stage cultivator. Even Yao Ji couldn't necessarily block this strike. How could a cultivator at the soul formation stage block it? That human male was indeed very powerful. However, he had only managed to wound it after launching an explosive surprise attack. Based on his true strength, there was no way the human male could block this devastating attack. Su Xiaolan had been extremely anxious before. However, she became completely relaxed after seeing the lightning. And Lin was also dazed upon seeing the lightning. Joy swept through the dark dragon ape's mind. Haha, this human male has been scared shitless. It's finished. In fact, Lin was mulling over which would look more impressive, reflecting the attack with his vermilion bird mirror, or manipulating the attack with his lightning manipulation technique. Then, the dark dragon ape saw the lightning attack that it was most proud of suddenly hovering to a stop before Lin. It was as though it had been frozen. Only the continual ripples of dark death energy signified that this was indeed a true arc of dragon lightning. The dark dragon ape's mouth widened in shock. Sigh, can't you just live like a normal ape? Why are you trying to live like a dragon? So be it if you live like a dragon. You're even trying to use lightning now. And Lin shook his head as he scolded the dark dragon ape. He gestured with his finger, and the dark dragon ape suddenly lost all control over its dragon lightning. The power of this lightning is decent. It's your most powerful strike. Am I right? I'll make it become even stronger. I'll let you experience what lightning beyond your power tastes like. I'm guessing that it'll feel amazing. And Lin smiled faintly and tapped in the air with his finger. Lightning amplification technique. Boom! The dark death dragon lightning became even darker and more profound. The devastating energy waves that it released instilled a feeling of terror in the dark dragon ape, which was standing in the distance. It's fake, right? How is this possible? The dark dragon ape gaped in shock. It couldn't fathom the uncanny scene that was unfolding before its eyes. What answered it was an even more devastating dark death dragon lightning. Howl! The dark dragon ape released several layers of protective shields. Boom! 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 The dark death dragon lightning was indeed worthy of being its most powerful strike. Its protective shields were shattered one after another, and they were completely unable to stop the advance of the lightning. Eventually, the dark death dragon lightning exploded through the dark dragon ape's despairing face. White smoke drifted from the dark dragon ape's mouth. Hick! An immortal beast of the return to void intermediate stage, actually lost to a cultivator of the soul formation stage. Yao Ji flashed before the dark dragon ape. Its pink superparticle sword stretched for hundreds of meters and swept toward that gigantic head. Rip! The head flew into the sky as blood spurted out from its neck. Holy fuck! Why does Gundam seem so experienced with beheadings? And Lin was a bit unhappy about his prey being stolen. Humph! It was always he who dealt the final blow before. The dark dragon ape's life force vanished, and Lin flew over. Corpse retrieved. I need this for tool refinement and pill refinement in the future. Storage ring retrieved. This is the spoil of battle. After retrieving these items, he turned his attention toward another immortal beast. The flaming falcon was currently being rubbed into the floor by Xianxia, and it was giving out strange cries. It's time to deal the killing blow. Xianxia was dominating the flaming falcon. Dragon tail slams, lightning attacks. Come on. Come at me. We've got heaps of time. The attacks of the 10,000 feet long black dragon rained down on the flaming falcon's body. The flaming falcon was forced into a corner, and it used a self-detonation technique, which damaged its Dao foundation, to blast Xianxia away. Unexpectedly, gluttony was also a big headache. Its mouth was like a large vortex that could swallow heaven and earth, and it continually sucked in the energy released by the flaming falcon's self-detonation. It even managed to decrease the power of the explosion by a few notches. Just as the flaming falcon was about to flee, Xianxia came flying over again. His glistening dragon scales were neat and orderly, and it was clear that he had suffered no damage at all. Despair. At that instant, some telepathic connection suddenly vanished. The flaming falcon saw the head of the dark dragon ape, which had failed to escape, fly into the sky. It had actually been killed by the human cultivator's strange mechanical puppets. Double despair. Could almost envisage its own future. No, I must escape. No matter how great the cost, it'll be worth it. The flaming falcon activated the mystic technique that damaged its Dao foundation again. Self-detonation. Boom! The flames enveloping the flaming falcon exploded outward. It was as if a dazzling sun had appeared in the sky. Xianxia was blasted back by the fearsome explosion once more. This time, even gluttony wasn't able to swallow the large amount of flames released. Its stomach bulged at maximum capacity, and it was also sent flying by the exploding flames. This is my chance. The flaming falcon tried to ignore the searing pain coursing through its body as it fled toward the distance. Don't run, Xianxia roared. He had evidently been angered by the explosions, and he pursued after the flaming falcon. Burp! Gluttony burped, and a ball of flames exploded out from its gigantic mouth. I'm beat. I'm too full. After exerting great effort, Xianxia finally managed to catch up to the flaming falcon. Then, the flaming falcon used its mystic technique once more, self-detonation. Boom! Xianxia was blasted back again. Detestable. Is the zodiac sign of this falcon gunpowder? A word of disagreement, and it self-detonates. Xianxia was feeling extremely agitated, yet there was nothing he could do. Before he knew it, he had followed the flaming falcon out of the heavenly basin. If this continued, and more people detected their presence, then they would truly be unable to hide their whereabouts. Is retreating my only option now? Xianxia understood what was more important. If he couldn't catch up, then he needed to retreat straight away. Otherwise, they would be finished once the Divine Bat Emperor arrived. Don't stop. Continue chasing. At this moment, a voice suddenly traveled over. Xianxia turned around and found that two silver Gundams were holding hands with each other. A bright blue spatial ring had formed between their arms. And Lin and Su Xiaolan continually performed spatial skips within the spatial ring, and their speed was even quicker than Xianxia. As expected of Master, even his mechanical puppets are this badass. Xianxia was exhilarated by this sight. After several self-detonations, the flaming falcon was already a spent force. Although it had hindered Xiaoxia's chase, the fact that Xianxia was unharmed made it want to spew blood. After a short while, it noticed that even Lin and Su Xiaolan had started chasing after it. Squawk! Don't push me. If you people continue chasing, I'll give you a big one. I'll bring you guys down with me. The flaming falcon threatened. Come one, bring us down with you. If I back down, I lose. And Lin chuckled and looked at the flaming falcon in disdain. The flaming falcon faltered. It had threatened to exchange its life for theirs, yet it was scorned by a cultivator who was at the soul formation stage. It felt that its dignity as an immortal beast had been severely insulted. Once it recalled the dark dragon ape's fate. However, it instantly backed down on its threat. That human cultivator is far too freakish. He's not someone that I can provoke. I'll just continue fleeing. Soon after, Xianxia and the others started closing in on the Flaming Falcon again. As they chased, Gundam 3 and Yao Ji continued to release various types of lightwave attacks. Xianxia summoned countless arcs of dragon lightning and had them strike at the Flaming Falcon. The most terrifying fact was that Xiaoxia's dragon lightning had become significantly more powerful. The attacks were originally at the return to void intermediate stage already. After amplification, their power was that of complete despair. That's right. This was all because of Enlin. The combination of Enlin's lightning amplification technique and Xiaoxia's lightning attacks was a match made in heaven. The Flaming Falcon had no choice but to self-detonate again. Experience the art of explosion, the Flaming Falcon screeched. Its expression was as if it was calmly looking at death in the face. Enlin didn't speak. Instead, he instantly used Make You Cry and Make You Poo on the Flaming Falcon. Plop! The Flaming Falcon's self-detonation attempt was instantly thwarted. Instead, its ass exploded. Endless amount of grief welled up in its heart, and it sobbed as it fled. Why? Why is this happening? So scary. Mommy, save me. Why? And Lin's defense-ignoring combo attack caused the Flaming Falcon to reveal more weak points. At this instant, the fearsome energy of divine lightning and light waves swallowed the Flaming Falcon. It let out an anguished shriek and crashed toward the ground. The Flaming Falcon was truly terrified. Initially, it still had a great chance of escaping from Xiaoxia's grasp. However, once Enlin started pursuing it, its situation became progressively worse. Uncanny. Profound. This was the first time that it had experienced such despair while facing a cultivator of the soul formation stage. What fucking soul formation stage cultivator? This is definitely fake. Countless attacks descended, and it wasn't even able to activate its self-detonation mystic technique. The Flaming Falcon knew that it was going to die here. Perhaps it could still save its own life if it surrendered to the human. However, it wouldn't choose such a fate. Members of the beast tribe would never become slaves. Rather than living in humiliation, why not die an explosive death? Now, I'll have you people understand the true meaning of life. The Flaming Falcon was bathed in blood as boundless rays of golden light erupted from its body. In that instant, it was even more dazzling than the sun. Explosion is an art. Let the world remember this moment of brilliance. I'll create an eternal instant. The Flaming Falcon spread its wings and used its mystic technique one final time. 100% self-detonation. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion lit up the entire continent. An infinite amount of flames swept through heaven and earth, incinerating everything that it came across. Dozens of kilometers of land was transformed into a sea of flames. A ginormous mushroom cloud appeared. The center of the cloud shone brilliantly, and the heat of destruction was boundless. Countless beasts in the sinister spirit beast cesspool turned their gazes toward the direction of the explosion. Due to the explosion, the sun that appeared there was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. This momentary image became eternal in the eyes of countless beasts. Heavenly Beast Divine Mountain, a mountain in the Divine Bat Emperor's territory. This mountain was shrouded in a heavenly beast spell formation that covered hundreds of kilometers. During close combat, it could defend against the attacks of Tao integration stage mythological beasts. During combat at a distance, it could gather energy and launch divine judgment attacks. These attacks were powerful enough to wound supreme beings of the Tao integration stage. There was a gigantic blue bat in the center of the heavenly beast spell formation. It opened its eyes, one was black and the other was white, and looked toward some location in the distance. The energy ripples are coming from near the heavenly basin. Could it be that something is happening in the vast land of blood? Never mind. I'll contact Nightmare Mudman first. The gigantic blue bat was none other than the Divine Bat Emperor, one of the 4 Tao integration stage mythological beasts. It was currently guarding the heavenly beast Divine Mountain with 3 other return to void final stage immortal beasts. They were using the spell formation there to hinder the movements of the 3 other mythological beasts. Energy ripples coming from the direction of the vast land of blood was clearly a bad sign. Took out its voice transmission talisman. It wanted to ask Nightmare Mudman about the current situation. It activated the voice transmission talisman, yet no one picked up. Strange. The blue bat squinted its eyes. Nightmare Mudman wouldn't dare ignore its calls. Either it had come across an extremely pressing matter or it had died. It then tried to contact the Flaming Falcon, the Dark Dragon Ape, and the Jadebone Immortal Butterfly. There was no reply from any of them. It was unable to contact any of the 4 returned to Void Stage immortal beasts who stood guard outside the vast land of blood. This situation was extremely worrying. There was still one more beast tribe member it could contact. That was the squad leader of the Divine Guardian Squad, the Golden Groundhog Peerless Saber Demon. The Divine Bat Emperor tried to contact its voice transmission talisman. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Basin, which was located tens of thousands of kilometers away, the Golden Groundhog was still spectating the Nightmare Mudman being pummeled by Dongfang Zhuangshi. He was with the 2 bludgers, Divine Poison Frog and Ao Nyo. Right at this moment, the Golden Groundhog's voice transmission talisman lit up. It was given a fright when it looked down. Holy fuck! It's the Divine Bat Emperor! The Divine Poison Frog and Ao Nyo shuddered upon hearing this. Their bodies started trembling uncontrollably. The Divine Bat Emperor had a fearsome reputation in the sinister spirit beast cesspool. It was a demonic being that would engulf an entire city's worth of living beings if it was provoked. It was the embodiment of terror. All members of the beast tribes were naturally fearful of it. Ribbit. Could it be that the Divine Bat Emperor has realized something? The Divine Poison Frog stammered. Its attention was probably caught by that explosion. There was a lingering fear in Ao Nyo's heart as it gazed at the slowly dying flames in the distance. They were also given a fright by that explosion. The apocalyptic flames seared an unforgettable image in their minds. So, should I answer it or not? The Golden Groundhog struggled with indecision. The fact that the voice transmission talismans connected signified that the Golden Groundhog had already left the vast land of blood. If it didn't answer the call, the Divine Bat Emperor would definitely become suspicious. If it did answer the call, its ability to lie would be seriously tested under the unavoidable torrent of question. Answer it. Ribbit. Moo. Will provide you with advice. The Golden Groundhog hesitated for a moment. Then, it gritted its teeth and answered the voice transmission talisman. Hello? Divine Bat Emperor. It's me, Peerless Saber Demon. The Divine Bat Emperor's hoarse and terror-inducing voice traveled over. Saber Demon, you're near the exit of the vast land of blood. Am I correct? What happened there? How come I can't contact the Nightmare Mudman, Jadebone Immortal Bug, Flaming Falcon, or Dark Dragon Ape? The Golden Groundhog had already prepared an excuse for this. A human cultivator of the Return to Void final stage suddenly appeared in the Heavenly Basin. He was discovered by Nightmare Mudman, and they're currently locked in battle. The Divine Bat Emperor was silent for a moment. The humans are also sticking their noses in this matter? Are you able to deal with it? Remember not to let any other beings into the vast land of blood. We have it under control, the Golden Groundhog assured. The human cultivator is about to lose. Rest assured, Divine Emperor. I'm currently guarding the entrance of the vast land of blood. I definitely won't allow any foreign being through. Boom, boom, boom. Collisions of energy and explosions started to sound in the distance. Dongfang Zhuangshi's hands transformed into Kirin claws, which were surrounded by crimson lightning. He stabbed them into Nightmare Mudman's chest and tore in opposite directions. Rip! Blood spurted into the air, and Nightmare Mudman's anguished cry reverberated through the heavens. The pitch-black and sticky substance that had been ripped into 2 soared into the sky and fused back into one body. Ha ha ha! I heard that you're called Nightmare Mudman? You may as well change your name to Nightmare Mush. Dongfang Zhuangshi laughed heartily. No matter how I punch and kick, you're just a slop of useless mush. The roars of Kirins could be heard as Dongfang Zhuangshi continued to slash his claws toward Nightmare Mudman. Nightmare Mudman roared as he retreated. Demonic blood Kirin, You dare to kill my tribe's flaming falcon and dark dragon ape? You really think that the Divine Bat Emperor will let this matter slide? The Divine Bat Emperor can do shit all. It's merely a newly ranked up mythological beast. If it comes, I'll also beat the shit out of it. Dongfang Zhuangshi wore a carefree expression as he spoke. Regardless of whether they were battling or exchanging barbs, their actions were all earth-shaking. Most importantly, the Golden Groundhog was currently talking to the Divine Bat Emperor through their voice transmission talismans. The exchange between the two battling beings was clearly heard by the Divine Bat Emperor. Golden Groundhog, Divine Bat Emperor, Aonyo and Divine Poison Frog, Peerless Saber Demon. The Divine Bat Emperor's voice sounded hellish, and it caused one to tremble uncontrollably. Care to explain yourself? I'm done for. I've been busted. The Golden Groundhog immediately cut off the call. Beep, beep, beep. The voice transmission talisman disconnected. The Divine Bat Emperor was dazed for a few seconds as it stared at the disconnected voice transmission talisman. What the hell is going on? Have I been deceived? I was almost played. No, I've already been played. How long has it been? How long has it been since a beast has dared to challenge my authority? Boom! A blue column of light soared into the skies and shook the heavens. Within the heavenly basin, Master, our existence has been discovered by the Divine Bat Emperor. We need to flee. The Golden Groundhog yelled at the middle-aged male in the sky. Dongfang Zhuangshi faltered upon hearing this. A look of delight spread over Nightmare Mudman's face. Ha 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 ha. Demonic Blood Kirin, this is the benefit of having a powerful life force. So what if I can't defeat you? As long as I can hold on until the Divine Bat Emperor arrives, you're all dead meat. The Nightmare Mudman roared with laughter. The power of the Divine Tao surged through the Nightmare Mudman's body, and countless nightmarish shadows enveloped the sky. Countless pitch-black chains materialized and snaked out from some point in the sky. They rattled down and caged an area of thousands of meters in radius. This time, none of you can escape. Outside the heavenly basin, where the flaming falcon had self-detonated, a mini heavenly basin had appeared here. It was a crater that spanned dozens of kilometers in radius. Destructive energy, spatial turbulence, all kinds of terrifying energies wreaked havoc in this area. There was a black-robed female in the white-robed male's arms, and the white-robed male was currently in the embrace of two silver Gundams. Next to them was a stretching black dragon, a crippled gluttony, and a scorched jade bone immortal butterfly. And Lin, are you okay? Su Xiaolan shook the male before her. It hurts a bit. Let me hug you for a bit longer. And Lin squinted his eyes in happiness as he hugged onto the soft and slender body. Su Xiaolan. Boom! And Lin was blasted back by a gigantic force. Hurry up and attend to proper matters. Su Xiaolan blushed, and she scolded Lin in embarrassment. And Lin started gathering his battle companions. The flaming falcon's self-detonation was indeed terrifying. If it had been a supreme being of the return to void initial stage, then they would have been blasted to death considering their close proximity at the time. However, it was a shame that Lin's team was full of tough cookies. Xiao Zhe's defense was freakish, so he didn't receive any injuries. The Jade Bone Immortal Butterfly was relatively far away at the time, so it wasn't blasted to death. Gluttony possessed a divine swallowing ability, so it was able to swallow a portion of the explosive energy and survive. As for Lin and Su Xiaolan, they were protected by Gundam 3 and Gundam 4's Ionic Deprivation Protection Formation, and they remained completely unharmed. At this moment, Lin's voice transmission talisman lit up. Lin picked it up, and Aonyo's panicked voice immediately traveled over. We're in trouble. Senior Lin, the Divine Bat Emperor has already found out what we've done. It's likely that it's already heading over. Lin, Aonyo's voice was still reverberating in Lin's voice transmission talisman. Lin, Su Xiaolan, Gluttony, and Xiao Zhe's expressions all became extremely serious. After all, this was a mighty figure of the Tao integration stage that was after them. They already found cultivators of the return to void final stage extremely hard to deal with. Now, a mythological beast of the Dao integration stage had them in its crosshairs. They would be powerless in front of such a supreme being. They could only flee. Hurry up and leave that place. We'll flee right away. Moo. We can't leave. Our escape has been blocked off by the nightmare mudman. Eonyo whimpered. And Lin? He didn't hesitate and immediately rung up Dongfang Zhuangshi's voice transmission talisman. To his surprise, his call was instantly answered. Dongfang Zhuangshi's calm voice traveled over. Hey and Lin. What's up? You're aware of the Divine Bat Emperor's actions, yeah? And Lin asked anxiously. Are you guys really trapped there? Hey, we're fine. It's merely the nightmare mudman's misconception. Give me a minute. No. I'll be done in half a minute. And Lin didn't hang up the voice transmission talisman, and he could hear the loud rumbles of different energies colliding together. Ha ha ha. Demonic blood Kirin, stop struggling and accept your fate. The nightmare mudman's voice traveled out from the voice transmission talisman. The sounds of dreamy charms and crazed screams could also be heard. Even though Lin was hearing this through the voice transmission talisman, his mind still wavered a tiny bit. Within the heavenly basin, pitch-black shadows blotted out heaven and earth. The nightmare mudman's body was torn apart by Dongfang Zhuangshi again. Whoosh! The shredded body melted back together like slush. Blood seeped from the nightmare mudman's mouth, and its aura was also weak. However, there was a victorious smile on its face. Ha 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 ha. So what if you can wound me 10,000 times? I will indeed suffer grave injuries. However, you won't be able to kill me before the Divine Bat Emperor arrives. Do you understand what life is? My life force isn't something you can imagine. For some reason, even though he had been pummeled thousands of times, the nightmare mudman still had a sense of blind superiority. It was as though being a sandbag was something to be proud of. In fact, one couldn't blame the nightmare mudman for feeling this. After all, this was its only talent. Dongfang Zhuangshi couldn't help but laugh upon hearing the nightmare mudman's words. Life? Do you think that I don't understand life? Have you forgotten how my title of demonic blood Kirin came to be? A sense of great danger suddenly enveloped the nightmare mudman. His gaze was drawn to Dongfang Zhuangshi's Kirin claws. For some reason, its heart shuddered in fear. There were still traces of its blood on the Kirin claws, and this blood slowly became black and distorted. Then, it was obliterated into particles so fine that even divine senses wouldn't be able to detect them. The nightmare mudman's pupils contracted. Such harrowing power of death. Thump! At this moment, its heart suddenly jumped violently. The nightmare mudman's expression changed drastically, and it started retreating in a frenzy. It's no use. When I ripped your body apart with my Kirin claws, that demonic blood was already injected into your body. Dongfang Zhuangshi cracked a bloodthirsty smile. Ah! A heart-wrenching pain suddenly seared through its entire body. The nightmare mudman's life force started collapsing from within. Not only did its flesh and meridians crumble, but even its sea of vital energy and divine sense also started to decompose and crumble. Dongfang Zhuangshi remained still and completely ignored the nightmare mudman's escaping figure. I don't understand life, he said as he smiled cruelly. I, a being who once created a demonic blood beast army out of fresh blood, doesn't understand life? I once poisoned an entire city to death using a single drop of demonic blood. I ended the life of an entire tribe using a rain of demonic blood. I thus received the title of demonic blood Kirin. How can I not understand life? The nightmare mudman's body continued to crumble, yet it could find no way of stopping the destructive energy in its body. This was an energy that could utterly strip one's life away from them. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The nightmare mudman howled in despair. There was a look of terror in its eyes as it stared at Dongfang Zhuangshi. Dongfang Zhuangshi's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty expression as he enjoyed the spectacle before him. A demonic laugh rang from his lips. Ahahaha! Experience the joy of death. This is the moment where you'll have the deepest perception of life. The golden groundhog, Aonyo, and the divine poison frog were all stupefied as they stared at the male in the sky. His appearance as a civilized and cultured person had been completely tossed out of the window. He was clearly an apocalyptic demon hiding in human skin. Furthermore, it was extremely likely that this was Dongfang Zhuangshi's true self. Ah! Following an anguished cry, the last inkling of life force left the nightmare mud man's body. The power of the divine Tao dissipated, and the cage that it had formed also vanished. Light beamed down on the land once more. The nightmare mudman never would have imagined that its cage would be absolutely fucking useless, because Dongfang Zhuangshi chose to kill him and then casually swagger away from this place. Dongfang Zhuangshi picked up the still-connected voice transmission talisman. Done. I'll head over to your location right away. And Lin stood next to a crater outside the heavenly basin, and he looked at the voice transmission talisman speechlessly. Although he didn't witness the battle, the sounds that he heard told him that it was a brutal one. Oh, hang on. It was brutal for the nightmare mudman. To Dongfang Zhuangshi, it was enjoyable. He could picture the male's demonic smile just by listening to his laughter. It was a beautiful image. He silently estimated the time. It was indeed under a minute. Dongfang Zhuangshi took the nightmare mudman's storage ring as the spoil of battle. Then, he stepped through space and teleported toward Lin's location with the golden groundhog, Aonyo, and the divine poison frog. And Lin and the others stayed put and awaited their arrival. And Lin continually took out spirit stones and fed them to Gundam 3 and Gundam 4. This was in order to replenish their energy. Gundam 3 and Gundam 4 were fearsome, and their appetites were even more fearsome. And Lin's heart ached as he watched them gobble up tens of thousands of spirit stones. Crack, a spatial fissure appeared, and Dongfang Zhuangshi appeared before Lin with the 3 bludger beasts. Looks like we did quite well. We wiped out all the enemies, Dongfang Zhuangshi said in satisfaction as he looked at the impressive crater. Stop wallowing in joy. Hurry up and take us away from here, and Lin urged anxiously. Dongfang Zhuangshi's current strength was no match for the divine Bat Emperor. If they were caught, they would all be done for. They had already held a discussion before leaving the mystic realm. With the nightmare mudman's power, it would definitely detect the presence of Dongfang Zhuangshi and the others. As such, it would definitely contact the divine Bat Emperor. Thus, the only thing that Lin and the others could do was flee once they left that mystic realm. Or, they could choose to kill the enemies and then flee. The first option carried the risk of being slowed down by the nightmare mudman and being pursued by the divine Bat Emperor. The second option was more difficult to execute, but success meant that their risks would be reduced. They had Dongfang Zhuangshi, so they were extremely confident and thus chose the second option. They had indeed succeeded. Unfortunately, their 3 useless teammates answered that voice transmission talisman. Dongfang Zhuangshi brought Lin and the others with him as he spatial hopped away. Right now, he could utilize the power of a return to Void Pinnacle Stage Cultivator. This was sufficient for their escape. 2 minutes later, a gigantic fissure appeared above the heavenly basin. The divine Bat Emperor stepped out of the fissure. Behind him were 3 supreme beings of the Return to Void Final Stage. The bat shook in fury as it looked at the obliterated heavenly basin and the vanishing blood-colored passageway. They've all died. The demonic blood Kirin also escaped. Boom! The sky suddenly became gloomy. It was as though it contained a boundless wrath. They won't make it far. Notify all the immortal beasts. Seal off the beast cesspool. Activate the heavenly eye spell formation. No matter the price, they must be found. The divine Bat Emperor's voice boomed like thunder. It was clearly on the verge of violent rage. Yes, the 3 immortal beasts started contacting all the other immortal beasts in the beast cesspool. Heavenly eye spell formation. Activate. Dongfang Zhuangshi used a crimson light barrier to envelop the others as he performed high-speed spatial hops. Amid a vast expanse of chaos, his hand involuntarily felt Lin's chest. And Lin stared at the male in shock. What are you doing? Su Xiaolan? Dongfang Zhuangshi grinned. You really can't summon that little golden person who's wearing my blood jade? Although I can still recover my power if I keep close to you, I can recover much quicker if you let him out. And Lin grimaced. I really can't summon him. I can't control that brat. A look of disappointment fell over Dongfang Zhuangshir's face. Also, just say what you want next time, and Lin said sternly. Don't feel my chest. Why? Dongfang Zhuangshir blinked as if he was confused, and Lin trembled in anger. What do you mean why? Don't you find such intimate contact between two males weird? But I'm not a human one. I'm a Kirin. Perhaps it's because your golden child is wearing my blood jade. I have a natural sense of attraction toward you. Just then, I even wanted to lick you. And Lin shuddered and silently distanced himself from Dongfang Zhuangshir. Stay away from me. He was almost licked by a middle-aged man. A repulsive chill welled up in his heart when he pictured this. Su Xiaolin also shifted her position and consciously placed herself between Lin and Dongfang Zhuangshir. Dongfang Zhuangshir's intimate act had frightened her as well. She had to stop that kind of behavior from the outset. Speaking of Kirin, it looked like his battle against the white vermilion bird was about to begin any second now. Kirin's confidence skyrocketed after he received the red t-shirt and red shorts. It was time for him to exact revenge and pummel the holy flame vermilion bird. He stood on the whale's head, and his aura erupted outward and swept up bursts of energy waves. The flaming vermilion bird detected this sudden commotion and looked toward Kirin. A holy might dazzled in its golden eyes, and its expression was extremely condescending. It appeared as if it didn't view Kirin as a threat. Boom! Arcs of golden void lightning burst from Kirin's body and shot toward the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird let out a crisp screech. It flapped its wings at the golden lightning, and waves of holy flames surged down toward Kirin. The golden void lightning exploded on the holy flames, yet it was unable to penetrate through the waves of fire. The cloak of white lightning behind Kirin exploded, and a fearsome sword intent suffused through the sea of vital energy. He stamped his foot, and his body shot into the sky. The white lightning, which enveloped his body, formed into a heaven-piercing lightning sword. He was the sword, and the sword was him. In this instant, Kirin reached the state of being one with the sword. The white lightning divine sword possessed a boundless sharpness as it slashed the vermilion bird's holy flames apart. It was unstoppable. The vermilion bird wasn't a pushover either, and golden ripples burst out from its eyes. Countless golden fire discs materialized behind its back, and they were arranged such that they looked like the spread tail feathers of a peacock. Afterward, the fire discs released a terrifying energy field that crushed down toward Kirin. Kirin's charging sword might faltered, and his speed became slower and slower. The body of the sword also started trembling, as if it was about to shatter any second. The vermilion bird sneered as it looked at the slowing Kirin. It raised its proud head as if to say, "Your grandpa is still your grandpa." "Hiya!" Kirin yelled, and a fearsome red glow burst forth from his t-shirt and shorts. The power of blood flowed onto his white lightning divine sword and attached itself to the sword blade. The might of the sword instantly increased, and its sharpness was even greater than before. Whoosh! The divine sword sped up once again. This time, even the crushing energy field wasn't able to stop the might of the lightning sword. The white vermilion bird's pupils contracted. It flapped its wings and tried to dodge the strike. However, that sword was far too quick. The vermilion bird was unable to dodge, and it was cut into two. The anguished cries of the vermilion bird echoed through the sea of vital energy. Its body transformed into white holy flames as it crumbled and vanished. This was the first time it had lost to Kirin. When the vermilion bird rematerialized, it was unwilling to accept its loss. Thus, it launched into another battle with Kirin. However, it lost again. The holy flames regathered, and it continued to battle. Then it lost once again. It battled and it lost. It lost and it battled. Eventually, the holy flame vermilion bird accepted its defeat, and Kirin had enjoyed himself immensely. He laughed heartily as he dragged the whale through the sea of vital energy. From time to time, he would raise his middle finger toward the vermilion bird in the sky. The vermilion bird didn't dare to accept his challenge. It was genuinely frightened of him. It was also at this moment that Enlin suddenly developed some kind of feeling. He tapped a finger at the void, and a white holy flame appeared on his fingertip. It appeared especially holy and pure. Su Xiaolan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this. Enlin, you're also able to use holy flames? Yeah? Impressive, aren't I? Enlin grinned smugly. In the past, the power of the white vermilion bird would work at times, but be unresponsive at other times. It was all down to luck whether he could draw on its power or not. However, ever since the white vermilion bird was defeated by Inkiran, he could draw on this power whenever he wanted. As expected of Inkiran, his lucky star. Massive thumbs up. Speaking of which, there were many new updates in the system following his ranking up. For example, Enlin could learn new moves and techniques now. Intermediate rank God of War Cannon Technique. God of War Heaven Blasting Cannon. Condition: have 10 Supreme Beings of the Return to Void stage or above like you, and have 10 Supreme Beings of the Return to Void stage or above abhor you. Check the name of this technique out. It's evidently a supremely powerful move. Heaven Blasting Cannon. Can even blast the heavens. What can't it blast? I, Enritian, am definitely going to learn this technique. The condition for receiving this technique was also very interesting. Not only did he need to attract fans, but he even needed to create enemies. How unique! On the bottom, there was even a mission progress bar. Have 10 Supreme Beings of the Return to Void stage or above like you, servants excluded. According to brainwaves and divine sense waves, as well as the system's deductions, current progress stands at July 10th. Yi Shi, Lin Junjun, Yan Hua, Xiao Zhe, Tina, Jadebone Immortal Butterfly, Dongfang Zhuangshi, and Lin. Holy heavens! Was something extraordinary exposed? A wave of emotions surged through Enlin's mind as he looked at the system. No, this like is most likely referring to the type of like between friends. In other words, a favorable impression and the opposite of abhor. Otherwise, this won't make sense. This must be the case. At this moment, two large and warm hands suddenly clamped down on Enlin's shoulders. Enlin turned around and found Dongfang Zhuangshi smiling at him. Ah! Enlin screamed in fright and swatted the male's hands away. Get the fuck away from me! Dongfang Zhuangshi was dumbfounded. The others also looked at Enlin in surprise. Why was Enlin's reaction so intense? He was merely being patted on the shoulders. Su Xiaolan blinked thoughtfully. Cough. I'm feeling a little unwell right now, Enlin said solemnly. I'm extremely sensitive to any sort of bodily contact. Apart from Xiaolan, none of you touch me. Or else, don't blame me for being aggressive. Dongfang Zhuangshi, Su Xiaolan, everyone else. So, apart from Xiaolan, no one else can touch you? This type of request is really hurtful. Okay? Enlin couldn't care less about them, and he turned his attention back to the system. Say, this Yanhua is a holy palace leader of the Snow Maidens. Isn't she? She actually likes me? Could it be that she has a good impression of me because I happened to rescue her a few times in the ancient Taichu realm? I definitely can't let Su Xiaolan learn of this. Enlin turned his gaze toward the have 10 Supreme Beings of the Return to Void stage or above abhor you column. So, which Supreme Beings abhorred him? Have 10 Supreme Beings of the Return to Void stage or above abhor you. According to brainwaves and divine sense waves, as well as the system's deductions, current progress stands at 6 out of 10. Lin Junjun, Yan Hua, Meng Ji, Emperor Ziwei, Lin Junjun, Zhu Shan. And Lin was absolutely stupefied upon seeing this list of people who abhorred him. There were far too many details that he could rant about. He didn't even know where to start. Take Lin Junjun and Yan Hua for example. The two of them had made it onto both the lists. They were truly doing their all to help Enlin complete his mission. Is this the fabled love-hate relationship? Lu Mingxian and Zhu Shan, the husband and wife from the Heavenly Sword sect. Thanks. Also, it was understandable that High Priestess Meng Ji hated him. After all, He was the one who had snatched the holy vermilion flame back and ruined the Snow Maiden's plans. When they were battling, he had even torn the beautiful high priestess clothes. Meng Ji's hate for him was totally understandable. However, who could tell him why did Emperor Ziwei hate him? What the hell? And Lin felt his chest tighten. So, Emperor Ziwei genuinely hates me. Ziwei still can't forget that day. Huh? And Lin felt a sense of melancholy. As expected, he had no hope of obtaining an inheritance from him. Also, this mission appeared to only take into account the supreme beings who he had come into direct contact with. Otherwise, judging by the amount of hate that Emperor Yi Deng and the Divine Bat Emperor had for him, there was no way that they wouldn't be on this list. I'm such a popular person, yet only fewer than 10 return to void stage cultivators detest me. And Lin shook his head in disappointment. Su Xiaolan grimaced upon hearing this. She placed her slender hand onto Lin's forehead. You don't have a fever. What nonsense are you spewing then? Xiaolan, I'm regretting my decision. And Lin said solemnly, I should have inscribed my name at the heavenly basin. No, I should have left a picture of myself. Su Xiaolan? She pondered for a moment before saying gently, And Lin, don't put yourself under so much pressure. If there are any difficulties, we'll face them together. If there are any problems, we'll resolve them together. Don't think about all that nonsense. It'll be bad if you think yourself silly. And Lin couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing Su Xiaolan's caring and affectionate expression. Okay, I'm fine, Su Xiaolan. It's just that I have a technique that can only be mastered if I get 10 supreme beings of the return to void stage to detest me. Su Xiaolan, why do you have to complete another bizarre mission? Isn't this mission having you seek death? Which mission doesn't have me seek death? He was a bit exasperated as he turned his gaze back toward the system. The cultivation base section had also updated. This was a breakthrough in major rank, so the requirement was a bit harsh. Return to void stage condition. Cultivate the metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, yin, and yang cultivation methods to stage 1 or above. Obtain a divine tool and a divine pill. Grasp the divine tool in your hand and swallow the divine pill. You may rank up after completing this. And Lin sighed with emotion upon seeing this mission. Others could only obtain divine materials after ranking up to a certain level. He would be damn impressive. Without divine weapons and divine pills, he wouldn't even be able to rank up. Although divine tools and divine pills were hard to obtain, at least there was still some hope of obtaining them. In fact, ranking up his cultivation methods was the hardest part of the condition. Out of the 9 different elements of cultivation methods, he had only cultivated 6 so far: Stage 2 Wind Spirit Technique, Stage 2 Thunder Essence Cultivation Method, Stage 2 Evergreen Technique, Stage 2 Wings of True Fire, Stage 1 Earth Lotus Supreme Skill, and Stage 1 Divine Liquid Creation Technique. He hadn't learned the cultivation methods of 3 elements, metal, yin, and yang. Speaking of which, the mission for the metal element cultivation method had already been issued a while ago. However, Lin still hadn't completed it. The mission was Stage 1 Divine Weapon Origin Energy Condition. Successfully nurture a weapon spirit. And Lin had initially placed his hopes in the evil-slaying sword. However, this haughty sword wouldn't develop a weapon spirit whatsoever. He was also exasperated by this. In fact, he had been given an opportunity to cultivate a Ying element cultivation method as well. When he met that beautiful zombie goddess, the system had assigned him a mission whereby he needed to kiss her to receive the cultivation method. At the time, Lin had pushed the zombie goddess down and was just about to kiss her. However, in order to keep his first kiss, Lin stopped himself halfway. This conviction was detestable, and Lin sighed in exasperation. His journey to become a return to void stage cultivator would be a long one. He couldn't rush with regards to the cultivation methods. As for the divine tool and divine pill, there was some glimmer of hope on the horizon. All he needed to do was earn more money. He probably needed to earn a few 100 million spirit stones first. Moreover, he would need a vast network of contacts. After all, divine tools couldn't be purchased with money alone. Even mighty figures of the Tao integration stage didn't necessarily own divine tools, much less cultivators of the return to void stage. And Lin put this matter regarding rank aside for the moment and shifted his gaze back toward the vast expanse of chaos before him. Dongfang Zhuangshi was still performing spatial hops with them. After a short while, his expression became extremely grave. "We're in trouble. I think we've been locked onto by some thread of power." Their expressions all changed drastically. "We can still be detected even though we've entered into a spatial passageway?" And Lin asked in surprise. "They've activated a very peculiar power that can form unique ripples over a certain range of chaotic space," Dongfang Zhuangshi said solemnly. "These ripples will be affected when we spatial hop through them. As such, they can detect our movements. It's almost as if we're leaving footprints." "Is there no way to avoid these ripples?" Su Xiaolin asked. Dongfang Zhuangshi shook his head. "That power is too profound. It's most likely the legendary heavenly eye spell formation that covers the entire sinister spirit beast cesspool. With our current abilities, it's impossible to escape its detection." Heavenly eye spell formation? This name sounded extremely impressive, and Lin also became anxious. The golden groundhog turned pale with fright upon hearing this. The heavenly eye spell formation requires an exorbitant amount of energy to activate, and it can lock onto the location of any spatial hopping supreme being in its range. Moreover, the accuracy of its detection is even higher if one doesn't perform spatial hopping. And Lin's idea of fleeing in separate directions was instantly crushed. What the fuck? This was the spying satellite of the cultivation world. Moreover, it was the super-precise type that could even lock onto cultivators who were performing spatial hops. The divine poison frog shivered in terror. "It looks like the divine bat emperor is going all out to find us." A rare expression of seriousness appeared on Dongfang Zhuangshi's face. "The divine bat emperor is most likely coming over already. If we continue forward like this, it's very likely that we'll be caught. We must escape the range of the heavenly eye as soon as possible. We're currently in the southeastern region of the sinister spirit beast cesspool. The only way to escape this range before the divine bat emperor catches us is to head directly east." Head east? The map of Taichu continent appeared in Lin's mind. To the south of the 9 states was the Holy Glacial Lands. To the west of the Holy Glacial Lands was the Opposite Shore Realm. To the west of the Opposite Shore Realm was the sinister spirit beast cesspool. In other words, they needed to head toward the Opposite Shore Realm. After realizing this, their expressions all became dark. A look of disgust appeared on Su Xiaolan's pretty face. If those at the Taichu continent held a vote on which place living beings would least want to go to, the Opposite Shore Realm would definitely place in the top 3. This wasn't to say that the Opposite Shore Realm was extremely detestable or disgusting. Rather, they just didn't want to go there. The creatures living in the Opposite Shore Realm were all extremely abnormal. They didn't appear like normal living beings at all. If one stayed there for too long, they themselves would also become abnormal. This abnormality was contagious. Moreover, there were indeed many dead things in that place. The environment there was fairly uncomfortable. If scaredy cats entered that realm, they would be even more susceptible to becoming retarded. In addition, the natural law of heaven and earth in that realm was especially peculiar. The space there was blessed by the heavens. In other words, it was one with the heavens. As such, spatial power was unusable in that realm. Sunlight couldn't penetrate through the sky there either. Thus, it was stuck in an eternal nighttime. The closer one was to death, the more powerful one would become. The more vigorous one's life force, the more their power would be suppressed by heaven and earth. Because of this, many beings of the Opposite Shore Realm practiced the Tao of Death or the Tao of Ghosts. Dressing up as ghosts or playing the devil were very common sights there, and Lin and the others didn't like the Opposite Shore Realm. However, they had no choice but to go there. Dongfang Zhuangshi drew on all his power as he continually increased his speed. After 15 minutes, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the Opposite Shore Realm. Spatial power already couldn't be used here. Dongfang Zhuangshi was completely exhausted anyway, and Xiao Zhe took over his role. He transformed into a 10,000 feet long black dragon and continued fleeing with everyone else on his back. This is the opposite shore realm? It looks so colorful and beautiful. And Lin was astonished. That's right. The first impression that this realm gave people was colorful and beautiful. The sky was already a murky gray. As they traveled deeper into the realm, the night sky became darker and darker. Eventually, the sky became ink black in color. As if to make up for the drab sky, the land of the opposite shore realm was especially colorful and vibrant. The multicolored land radiated with a soft glow. It was as though a beautiful sheet of silk had been draped over it. Various types of exquisite and bewitching plants bloomed on this vast land. Some of them glowed, and some of them danced in the wind. This was a true eye-opener for Lin. Which direction should we head to now? Xiaozhe asked. Dongfang Zhuangshi stroked his chin. The Divine Bat Emperor will definitely enter the opposite shore realm and keep chasing us. Perhaps it's already contacted the Dao integration stage beings of the opposite shore realm and asked them to help capture us. The border which leads to the 9 states is most likely under heavy guard now. Let's go look for a few materials first. I'll refine a pill that can hide our auras. Having a reliable senior in the group sure was good. He even knew how to refine pills. Massive thumbs up. There's a renowned pill city 1,000 kilometers to our southeast. We can search for materials over there. The jade bone immortal bug suddenly said at this moment. Little Goo, you've been to the opposite shore realm before? And Lin exclaimed in delight. Of course. I'm extremely familiar with this place. Within the opposite shore flower lies the opposite shore butterfly. The flower blooms, the leaves fall, and it disappears forever. This place is the optimal choice if one wants to attain enlightenment in the way of karma and death. I attained enlightenment regarding how to metamorphosis in the opposite shore realm. The jade bone immortal bug bobbled its head as it spoke smugly. This was even better. They even had a guide now. They would take to the opposite shore realm like a duck to water. As for the pursuing Dao integration stage beings, the opposite shore realm was so vast, and they didn't have the help of the heavenly eye spell formation either. Guarding the borders was the best they could do. Finding Lin and the others would be no easy task. This was a contest to see who was more patient and resourceful. It was a contest to see who would give out first. They took a mere 15 minutes to cover the 1,000-kilometer journey. When they descended on the outskirts of Pill City, Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Dongfang Zhuangshi put on clothes that were more concealing. Xiaozhe transformed into a young human male. After all, they needed to evade the pursuits of the Divine Bat Emperor, so it was best that they kept a low profile. The jade bone immortal bug transformed into a small butterfly and landed on Lin's shoulder. Aonyo, the divine poison frog, the golden groundhog, and Gluttony all transformed into their mini forms. They followed behind the others like obedient pets. Apart from Gluttony appearing a little ugly, the other beasts were all fairly adorable. Pill City hovered high up in the skies. It was hundreds of kilometers in radius, and there was a space-restricting spell formation surrounding it. Lin and the others walked up a flight of steps and quickly arrived before a grand entrance. There were 2 pitch-black 3-headed dogs standing guard at either side of the entrance. They were 100 feet in height, and there appeared to be no hints of life force radiating from them. There was a dangerous glint in their crimson eyes. They were called Cerberus, and they had extremely powerful inspection abilities. These Cerberus were responsible for guarding the gate, and any being that entered had to be inspected by them. Quite a lot of beings were already lining up to enter Pill City. A deep and heavy voice suddenly sounded. You don't have the right to enter. The snake person's expression changed drastically, and it was just about to flee. However, the Cerberus was even quicker, and it arrived before the snake person in a flash. It widened its bloody maws and bit onto the snake person. Ah! The snake person howled in pain. The other beings all looked on quietly. The snake person's body was ripped apart by the Cerberus. Then it was swallowed into the dog's belly. Lin was astounded. If one doesn't have the right to enter, then even their right to leave is deprived of them. What kind of fucking rule is this? Anyhow, he wasn't afraid of those 2 Cerberus. Their ranks were merely that of the soul formation intermediate stage, and he could kill them both with a single punch. In no time, Lin and the others arrived at the front of the queue. He took out the black entry permit card that the Jade Bone Immortal bug had given him. A red glow flashed across the Cerberus eyes, and they instantly lowered their heads in respect. "Welcome, Your Highness." And Lin acknowledged them with a deep grunt as he calmly entered the gate. Su Xiaolan and the others silently followed behind him. The queuing beings of the opposite shore realm, that were already accustomed to silence, gazed at Lin and the others enviously. They couldn't help but start conversing spiritedly. They were evidently curious about this group of important persons. And Lin sighed in his mind. By the looks of it, little Gu did indeed fare pretty well in the opposite shore realm. After entering, what lay before them was a wide path that stretched toward the main city. This path was formed from numerous strips of colorful energies. It looked like a beautiful and dreamy rainbow path that soared toward the hovering Pill City. And Lin held onto Su Xiaolan's hand as they continued forward. The rainbow path was soft underfoot, and it felt like they were treading upon a spongy surface. Gluttony's appetite was immediately stimulated by this rainbow bridge. It licked its lips in excitement. Dongfang Zhuangshi held it back just as it was about to take a bite. "Stop drawing attention," the middle-aged male scolded. "Also, stop trying to eat everything." Gluttony pouted its lips, the pout of a sheep-bodied and human-faced beast. "Sorry, but Lin couldn't bring himself to appreciate this sight. Dongfang Zhuangshi relented upon seeing this. "Okay, I'll let you take a bite when we leave." Gluttony smiled happily. They quickly crossed the rainbow path and arrived at the renowned city of the opposite shore realm, Pill City. This was an extremely extravagant city. The ground was paved with the best spirit jades, and every single street lamp had a vital stone sitting within it. Not only did it provide light, but it also provided a rich amount of vital energy. Countless jelly-like, gem-encrusted buildings dotted the vast land. In the city square, there was also a musical fountain that spurted jets of flaming lava liquid and extreme ice liquid. They formed all kinds of fanciful images in mid-air, and they brought life to the pitch-black night sky. Countless beings laughed and danced around it. The atmosphere was lively and bustling with excitement. And Lin felt that his impression of this city could be summarized with 2 words: magnificent and resplendent. They saw all kinds of weird and wonderful creatures as they strolled around Pill City. It could be said that the creatures residing in the opposite shore realm were even more exaggerated in appearance than the creatures that resided in the sinister spirit beast cesspool. They grew in all kinds of strange and bizarre ways. A round, green, jelly-like creature was shouting "Papa" as it clutched onto a black, hedgehog-like creature. And Lin was baffled as to how a black hedgehog creature could give birth to a green jelly creature. Perhaps their methods of reproduction and growth were a bit unique. Speaking of jelly, the residents of the opposite shore realm all appeared to enjoy this kind of fruit jelly style. And Lin pinched the golden house next to him. It also felt soft and slippery to the touch. There was also a peculiar fragrance coming from it. He really wanted to give it a bite. Gluttony already couldn't contain itself. Kept babbling about wanting to eat buildings. This type of foolish behavior was obviously put to a stop by Dongfang Zhuangshi. They didn't stop much as they headed toward the heart of Pill City. This was a true eye-opener for Lin. He saw all kinds of strange creatures and exotic objects as he walked through the bustling streets. If the opposite shore realm was like this everywhere, then it didn't seem to be as terrible as the rumors claimed. The food here was all very abstract, and they were in the form of various types of energy blobs. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. They came in all kinds of colors and elements. Apparently they were very easy to absorb. And Lin spent 2 spirit stones to buy a food item called the Rose of Dreams. This was a reddish-blue energy blob. The blue was like the outer layer of a bun, and the red was like the stuffing. The red was like a blooming rose within this blue exterior. And Lin swallowed the Rose of Dreams in 1 gulp. This was how everything was eaten here. A refreshing, dreamlike feeling immediately washed over his entire body. Then the blob of energy dissolved. A burst of warmth spread through his body like a blooming rose. This felt extremely pleasant, and even his divine sense felt soothed and refreshed. Such a peculiar taste. No, such a peculiar feeling. The taste of this food was able to affect one's entire body. In fact, it could even nourish one's divine sense. The energy blob was delicious, and Lin's interest was piqued, and he purchased a large number of similar delicacies. Then he placed them into his storage ring. Anyhow, money wasn't an issue for him. These were all local specialties of the opposite shore realm. It would be a good idea to bring some back for Dubai and the others to try. Su Xiaolan was also delighted as she wandered through the streets. However, her interest lay in merchandise, not food. As a place where the souls of the deceased gathered, the indigenous creatures of the opposite shore realm possessed unparalleled knowledge regarding the divine sense. Even the Void Spirit tribe of the Void Spirit realm wasn't necessarily as knowledgeable as them. After all, members of the Void Spirit tribe only knew how to eat, and eat. On the other hand, creatures residing in the opposite shore realm were more like normal people. As a renowned city of the opposite shore realm, there were naturally many interesting things in Pill City. Su Xiaolan wandered the streets with Lin, and she found one such interesting item in the Blood Jade Treasure Pagoda. This was a pair of round, white-colored crystals. Their surfaces were as smooth as a mirror. If the aura and divine sense power of two people were injected into the two crystals at the same time, then they would be able to contact each other over long distances. This was similar to voice transmission talismans. However, these white crystals could transmit more than just sounds. They could even transmit images. This was a video calling tool of the cultivation world. However, these crystals were fairly expensive. Their price tag was over 100,000 spirit stones. Buy. And Lin waved his hand and immediately purchased them. His expression remained calm, as if this amount of money meant nothing to him. His charisma as a boyfriend was overflowing. In the cultivation world, which lacked the internet, this item was far too valuable. Afterward, Lin and Su Xiaolan both injected their auras and divine sense powers into the two white crystals. Then they each took one of the crystals. There was a sweet smile on their faces. Gluttony bit angrily at a floorboard when it saw this. Humph! What are those two smiling about? Is there anything to be happy and pleased about? You only own what you swallow into your belly. Aonyo was mystified by Gluttony's rant. What's your point? Gluttony remained silent. This glutton is experiencing extreme discomfort from witnessing the scene before it, the frog answered. Aonyo still didn't understand. They continued roaming through the streets and gathering the materials required for refining the pills. After a short while, Su Xiaolan found another interesting item, the mood robe. This robe could change colors according to the wearer's mood. For example, blue stood for gloomy, black stood for depressed, red stood for angry, white stood for calm, yellow stood for happy, and pink stood for like. The mood robe appeared fashionable, and it could shift through dozens of colors. This was a very creative design, and it could give off different appearances and vibes depending on its wearer's mood. However, it was fairly expensive. It had a price tag of 100,000 spirit stones. And Lin waved his hand. As long as Xiaolin liked it, he would buy. His charisma as a boyfriend was overflowing. Then, Xiaolin told him that this robe was for him to wear. She wanted him to wear the mood robe and then stand in front of all the adorable celestial maidens. For example, Su Qianyun, Lu Qianhuan. She wanted to see what color the mood robe would become. Pink stood for like. If the color became pink, all three of Lin's legs went limp when he heard this. He instantly felt unwell. What the fuck? So this was a trap. He had made the promise to buy her anything that she wanted. He had to act on this promise even if it made him cry. Besides, Su Xiaolan had already spoken. He had to buy this robe, and Lin's hand was trembling as he paid. His charisma as a boyfriend had vanished. Thereupon, Celestial Maiden Xiaolan gave him a rare present. The remorse that Lin felt. Lin, make sure to look after this robe. I want to see you wear it in the future. Su Xiaolan patted Lin's shoulder smugly. and Lin felt like smashing the store as he accepted the mood robe. Out of everything to sell, you choose to sell this piece of garbage. Are you trying to screw people over? A smug grin appeared on Gluttony's face. Heh, see that? They all say not to celebrate too early. What's there to be happy and smug about? You only own what you swallow into your belly. Aonyo found this remark slightly repetitive. However, it also noticed that Gluttony used a different tone and expression. What do you mean now? Gluttony remained silent. His face was filled with delight. The frog, which had a high EQ, interjected, "Croak. The glutton is feeling happy after seeing the couple get into a squabble. This is a symptom unique to single people." "Bah! I'll eat you." Gluttony glowered at the frog. Aonyo blinked in confusion. Still didn't understand. "Moo, why is it happy? Shouldn't we be worried if they're squabbling? Shouldn't we try to cheer them up?" Aonyo was mystified. Gluttony and the frog both stared at Aonyo in shock. "What?" Aonyo felt like it couldn't keep up with these two beasts. "Nothing. I'm just jealous of your simplicity and innocence," Gluttony replied. "Honest cow. Tip-top excellent." The frog gave Aonyo a thumbs up. Aonyo gave an honest laugh. Hee hee. After roaming around Pill City for a while, they finally gathered most of the materials needed to refine the pills. We're still missing 2 core ingredients. We might need to go to the pill tower to find them. Dongfang Zhuangshi caressed his azure jade storage ring as he spoke. Pill tower? That tower in the city center? And Lin asked curiously. He turned his gaze toward the city center. Located there was a 7-colored pagoda, which towered into the skies. That's right. It's indeed that legendary tower. A look of reminiscence appeared in Dongfang Zhuangshi's eyes as he gazed at that magnificent tower. The Pill Tower is one of the most renowned sacred lands for pill refinement. Many great pill refiners have emerged from this place. This place has produced 8 pill refiners of the supreme stage, and Lin was filled with a deep sense of admiration and awe upon hearing this. To his knowledge, pill refinement was separated into 5 major ranks: Flame Mastery Stage, Wish Fulfillment Stage, Spirit Gathering Stage, Soul Creation Stage, and Supreme Stage. In other words, 8 unparalleled pill refiners had emerged from this pill tower. This was an astounding feat. One had to remember even Ishi's pill refinement rank was only of the supreme stage. Su Xiaolan was especially talented in pill refinement, and she had also received Xinyan's pill refinement inheritance. However, her current rank was only that of the soul creation stage. As such, one could imagine just how badass a pill refiner of the supreme stage was. At the very least, refining immortal pills was well within their capabilities. Do we really have the necessary qualifications to enter such an impressive place? And Lin asked anxiously. Ordinary people are indeed unable to enter. But you people must know, I have another identity. Dongfang Zhuangshi raised his proud head. The beasts all drew in sharp breaths, and Lin and Su Xiaolan also had looks of anticipation. An incredible identity was about to be revealed. That's right, it's just as you all think. I'm also a pill refiner. There was a smug grin on Dongfang Zhuangshi's face. Moreover, I'm a pill refiner of the spirit gathering pinnacle stage. Beasts. And Lin. Su Xiaolan. What? Have you all been shocked speechless? Dongfang Zhuangshi wore a calm and understanding expression as he looked at the speechless people before him. And Lin grimaced. Say, you're a mythological beast of the Dao integration stage, yet your pill refinement rank is merely at the spirit gathering pinnacle stage. Is this really something to be proud of? Should I tell this uncle that Xiaolan's pill refinement rank is even higher than his? She's already reached the soul creation stage. It was even more difficult for Su Xiaolan to contain herself. She still had to maintain a facade of calm even while watching a senior brag about a pill refinement rank that was lower than hers. It was truly exhausting. In the pill tower, pill refiners of the supreme stage are extremely transcendent beings. Dongfang Zhuangshi smiled. Pill refiners of the soul creation stage can assume the positions of elder or tutor. As for pill refiners of the spirit gathering pinnacle stage, We're the most outstanding students of the Pill Tower. The corners of Lin's mouth also tugged into a smile. The beasts also smiled along with him. And Lin sighed in his mind. Fucking hell. I'm afraid that he's just like me. His talent in pill refinement is non-existent, and his ranks are dragged up by his cultivation base. And Lin's flame mastery stage pill refinement rank was a result of his soul formation stage cultivation base. Dongfang Zhuangshi's spirit gathering stage pill refinement rank was also most likely a result of his Dao integration stage cultivation base as well. After all, even pigs would become slightly knowledgeable if they reached such a cultivation base. Hang on. He said that he was going to refine pills before. What kind of fucking pills can he refine with such a lowly rank? Uncle Dongfang, you said that you were going to refine aura concealing pills for us. What rank are they? Is your pill refinement rank high enough? And Lin tried to phrase his question in a tactful manner. Dongfang Zhuangshi sighed. I obtained the pill refinement recipe from an ancient text. It's a third-rank spirit pill. However, I'm unable to refine it myself. I need to seek the help of a soul creation stage pill refiner. This is fairly troublesome. After all, I'll need to reveal the pill refinement recipe. Never mind. For the sake of our safety, we need to make some necessary sacrifices. Dongfang Zhuangshi had evidently reached a decision already. His expression told them that he was ready to sacrifice his little self. That, it doesn't need to be so difficult. Xiaolan is actually a pill refiner of the soul creation stage. And Lin hesitated for a moment before deciding to say this. Uncle Dongfang's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Uncle Dongfang, it's true that I'm a pill refiner of the soul creation stage. Su Xiaolan confirmed. If it's a third-rank spirit pill, I'm fairly confident that I can refine it if I see the pill recipe. Dongfang Zhuangshi. Even though he had lived for all these years, Dongfang Zhuangshi's face still flushed red with embarrassment. There was nothing he could do about it. He was flexing before the others, yet a much younger cultivator suddenly informed him that she was more capable than him. This kind of feeling was truly painful. He had studied pill refinement for many years, yet he was even less capable than a young female. Had his entire life been a waste of time? For some reason, the image of a large-eyed, yellow-robed female suddenly appeared in his mind as he gazed at the shy yet confident female before him. Is that so? Then I'll have to trouble little friend Su Xiaolan with this matter. Dongfang Zhuangshi nodded in agreement after a moment of absent-mindedness. After confirming this, they continued to head toward the pill tower. In fact, Dongfang Zhuangshi was feeling a bit disappointed. His glory of being the strongest pill refiner of their group was stripped away from him. Su Xiaolan was feeling a bit jittery. Her pill refinement rank was higher than a Dao integration stage cultivator and a bunch of return to void stage cultivators. If news of this spread, she could definitely boast for a long time. In no time, they arrived before the pill tower. It appeared as though an event was being held on the Dao Plaza in front of the pill tower. There was a huge number of beings gathered here, and the Dao Plaza was bustling with excitement. At the Dao Plaza, which measured 10 kilometers in perimeter, there were hundreds of thousands of beings moving about. A resonant voice was currently traveling over from the center of the Dao Plaza. It's almost upon us. The pill refinement competition that occurs once every 10 years. As long as you're under 30 years of age, and your pill refinement rank has reached the flame mastery stage, you can sign up to compete in this competition. The prize pool for this competition is extremely attractive. The top 100 refiners will win the chance to enter the pill tower to cultivate. The top 5 refiners will each receive a 6th-rank Immortal pill coupon. In addition to this, the winner will also receive a treasure from the pill tower, the intermediate-rank Immortal tool, 9 Spirit Cauldron. This voice swept over the entire Dao Plaza and also traveled into Lin and the others' ears. And Lin and Su Xiaolan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. They turned to look at each other. They could both see the flames of excitement and eagerness in each other's eyes. And Lin, it just so happens that I'm short on a decent pill refinement cauldron, Su Xiaolan said crisply. Go on, Xiaolan. Let these beings understand the true art of pill refinement. And Lin encouraged. Dongfang Zhuangshi, Hang on. You guys want to enter the competition? Dongfang Zhuangshir's eyes widened in shock. And Lin blinked. What? Is there a problem? Didn't we agree to keep a low profile? What's with you guys wanting to openly participate in a competition? Dongfang Zhuangshir couldn't understand what Lin and Su Xiaolan were thinking. So be it if Lin wanted to participate. He had a strange way of thinking, and he always did bizarre things. But why did the mature and rational Su Xiaolan also want to enter the competition? Uncle Dongfang, it's like this, Su Xiaolan explained. Didn't you mention that we'd be unable to escape if the Divine Bat Emperor came over and released the full power of its divine sense to search for us? Since that's the case, what difference does it make whether we keep a low profile or not? Apart from the supreme beings of the sinister spirit beast cesspool, no one else knows who we are. Even if there are members of the sinister spirit beast cesspool here, they don't know of our identities. Since that's the case, what's there to be afraid of? Uncle, you also mentioned that the pill tower is supremely powerful. And Lin chimed. Moreover, it's a neutral power that will only act in its own interests. The pill sage even refused to help Ghost Emperor Pajun. Thus, we don't need to worry about the pill tower selling us out. Dongfang Zhuangshir had no reply. He pinched his brows and asked, So, you two want to obtain the 9-spirit cauldron? Yes. And Lin and Su Xiaolan answered in unison. There were flames of eagerness burning in Su Xiaolan's beautiful eyes. The current her clearly had an inflated ego. Fine, I'll cast a spell technique to alter your auras. Dongfang Zhuangshir started forming seals with his hands. In any case, the supreme beings of the sinister spirit beast cesspool rely on detecting auras to recognize people. None of them have seen your appearances. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were overjoyed at receiving Dongfang Zhuangshir's approval. They excitedly ran over to sign up for the competition. A pitch-black, oval-shaped creature looked at the two unfamiliar beings before it. Humans? Yes, I'm Lin. I'm here to sign up for the competition. I'm Su Xiaolan. I'm also here to sign up for the competition. Slap. They each took out 1,000 spirit stones. This was the entrance fee for this competition. And Lin knew that he had no hope of winning any prizes. He was merely here to accompany Su Xiaolan and have some fun. Anyway, 1,000 spirit stones was nothing to him. He glanced at the competitors. This Dao Plaza was extremely spacious, and there were currently tens of thousands of beings standing before their pill refinement cauldrons. With so many competitors, the entrance fees alone would earn the pill tower tens of millions of spirit stones. The surrounding spectators also numbered upward 300,000. The atmosphere was buzzing with excitement. The hovering oval-shaped creature accepted their entrance fee wordlessly. After all, the pill tower was a renowned sacred ground. All beings were treated equally here. It was only normal that beings of all tribes came to attend this competition. Took out a mirror and pointed it toward Lin and Su Xiaolan. A streak of white flashed across the mirror, and both their ages were displayed on its surface. They were both 21 years of age, and they both had pill refinement ranks at or above the flame mastery stage. The hovering creature nodded and handed them competition cards. Find an empty space to stand. The competition will begin in an hour. The two of them cheerfully left to find an empty spot. Although there were tens of thousands of competitors here, the space available was massive. They found a relatively large patch of empty space in no time. Once they settled down, they took out their pill refinement cauldrons. Su Xiaolan's pill refinement cauldron had beautiful decorations, and there was a phoenix carved onto its surface. The quality of this cauldron was actually quite high already. It was an intermediate rank spirit tool. And Lin also found a pill refinement cauldron amid his pile of spirit tools, and it was even higher in rank than Su Xiaolan's cauldron. It was a high-rank spirit tool. However, it looked much uglier than Su Xiaolan's cauldron. The air outlet of his cauldron was in the form of two pigs who were gazing at each other lovingly. Their mouths were open, and it looked as if they were about to exchange a kiss. Ha ha ha. And Lin, your pill refinement cauldron is so peculiar. Su Xiaolan pointed at the two pigs and burst into laughter. She was laughing so hard that she could barely stand up straight. And Lin's face flushed red. What do you understand? He retorted. What's important is its internal quality. Humph. What's wrong with pig heads? Are you looking down on pigs? Su Xiaolan blinked her beautiful eyes. I never said that, she teased in a pleasant voice. Why are you mentioning pig heads? And Lin pondered for a moment. Indeed, Su Xiaolan had never mentioned pig heads. He had no retort. Heh, foolish human. What the fuck do you understand? The external appearance of a pill refinement cauldron isn't important? Who gave you the courage to say this? A powerful voice suddenly sounded, and Lin looked beside him. A gigantic figure, which was almost 100 feet in height, blocked his vision. This was a western lizard dragon. Its wings were smooth, and the edges of them were razor-sharp. A dangerous glint flashed in its yellow eyes. Foolish human? And Lin shot a glance at the lizard dragon. There had always been animosity between humans and the Western Dragon tribe. If they met elsewhere, and Lin would have cast a mountain-quaking fist without hesitation. He would prove that humans weren't foolish. This dragon was merely a cultivator of the spirit-nurturing final stage. How could it block his mountain-quaking fist? That's right. You're a foolish human. You're clueless about pill refinement. The dragon started speaking with an air of unflappable authority. A pill refiner must perfect their appearance before nurturing their spirit. Only then can they develop a charm. The external appearance of a pill refinement cauldron can affect a refiner's visual sense. As such, it can further affect a pill's shape and spirit. A pill refinement cauldron is the foundation of pill refinement. Thus, it is extremely important. For example, consider if you're given a mouthful of repulsive-looking food, or if you're given a mouthful of pleasant-looking food. To the chef, the skills and state of mind required for creating them are different. As such, the resulting food is also different. Do you understand? The Western Dragon regarded Lin with contempt. And Lin was stunned. He had been scolded by a weak shit, and it appeared like he had no retort. He involuntarily turned his gaze toward the dragon's pill refinement cauldron. So, this is why you carved yourself onto your pill refinement cauldron? He grimaced. That's right, the dragon had carved his own figure onto his pill refinement cauldron. And it looked even more handsome than his true self. Heh! I instantly feel more confident when I see my mightily handsome self. The shape, spirit, and soul of my pill refinement will also receive a boost. Foolish human, do you understand now? A smug grin appeared on the dragon's face. And Lin. He looked toward the two pigs on his pill refinement cauldron. His feeling right now was indescribable. Gray, stop causing trouble. Otherwise, I'll kill you. At this moment, a slightly vixenish voice traveled over. The black dragon shuddered and nodded his head emphatically. Julia, please calm down. I promise I won't cause any more trouble. Humph. If you say one more word, I'll cut your tongue off first. The black dragon immediately shut his mouth. It didn't dare speak anymore, and Lin shifted his gaze sideways. There was another western dragon next to the black dragon. Its body was an icy blue color, and its wings appeared especially smooth and streamlined. It looked like an aloof dragon beauty. Who would have thought that her temper would be so fiery? Julia's rank wasn't low either. She was of the soul formation initial stage, and such rank could already be considered as outstanding among the competitors. Considering that she was under 30 years of age, she was indeed an exceptional talent. Not long later, a voluptuous beauty of the true demon tribe flew into the sky. She was wearing a red dress, and she started speaking in a silvery voice. Attention, competitors who have arrived from all over the continent. The pill refinement competition that occurs once every 10 years will begin now. Everyone became attentive upon hearing that the pill refinement competition had begun. My name is Mimi, and I'll be presiding over this competition. Don't try to pull any tricks in front of me. If anyone violates the rules, they'll be disqualified immediately. The female true demon's red-colored dress fluttered as she hovered in mid-air. She looked like a rose in full bloom, beautiful and bewitching. She stamped her feet, and a white, semi-transparent spell formation suddenly enveloped the entire Dao Plaza. Every single competitor felt some kind of energy envelop them. And Lin knew that this energy had the ability to monitor them. The tens of thousands of competitors all gazed toward the true demon in the sky. Their gazes were fervent, and their heartbeats also quickened. Then, looks of disappointment fell over many of their faces. Our detestable safety knickers. She was wearing a red dress and hovering in midair. Wasn't this to provide them with God's perspective? Yet she was wearing safety knickers. What the hell? Anyhow, her long and slender legs were still very attractive. There were some competitors who were satisfied with this sight. And Lin didn't look, as Su Xiaolan was standing right next to him. He was a man of integrity. The judges for this competition will consist of 10 elders from our pill tower. Mimi pointed toward the 10 bizarre-looking elders at the front of the Dao Plaza. Then, she introduced them one by one. Test 1. Refine a spirit pill within 2 hours. Then hand the pill over to the pill tower. Based on the rank and quality of the pills, the elders will select the top 100 competitors. The remaining competitors will all be eliminated. Mimi fluttered her eyelashes at the competitors below her. Please prepare your own pill refinement ingredients. The Dao Plaza instantly burst into an uproar. Fuck, that's absolute bullshit. What happened to the pill tower providing ingredients? The pill tower changes the rules every time. I didn't bring pill refinement ingredients. Aren't I fucked then? A white panther from the sinister spirit beast cesspool squatted down and burst into tears. I brought pill refinement ingredients. It's a shame that there's not enough to refine a spirit pill though. I'm done for. This is unfair. Many competitors were stupefied by this requirement. Some howled in frustration, and others criticized the organizers for being moronic and retarded. There were also some who burst into tears. Mimi paused for a moment before flicking her fingers lightly. Bursts of white light shot toward the competitors like swords. Wails of anguish echoed through the Dao Plaza. The competitors were stupefied once more. Why was she even attacking now? Exchanging pill refinement ingredients within the competition grounds is forbidden, Mimi announced coldly. Many more competitors fell into despair. Just as they had thought of purchasing ingredients from other competitors, Mimi banned this option. As an outstanding pill refiner, how can one not have sufficient amounts of pill refinement ingredients on them? What will you use to fight for the top 100 positions? You may as well scram. Mimi's voice reverberated through the Dao Plaza. One had to admit this reasoning was irrefutable. Thereupon, a strange scene played out on the Dao Plaza. The majority of competitors were eliminated before they had even started pill refinement. This was an extremely brutal start. In the end, only 2,000 or so competitors were left on the Dao Plaza. And Lin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What a crafty scheme! Su Xiaolan nodded in agreement. The entrance fee was 1,000 spirit stones each, and there were tens of thousands of competitors, which means they raked in tens of millions of spirit stones in profit. And now we still need to prepare our own materials. Moreover, we need to hand our spirit pills over to the pill tower. This means that they'll instantly receive a huge amount of spirit pills. This is another incalculable amount of profit. Xiaolan, when we get back, let's hold some competition in the name of our 4-9 Immortal sect. It seems so profitable. And Lin couldn't help but speak in excitement. Su Xiaolan, don't you think that the development of our sect is going a bit astray? And Lin waved his hand. Who cares? It's our sect anyway. We can do anything we want. Su Xiaolan pursed her lips. What a domineering sect leader. Speaking of which, what rank pill should we refine? This is only the preliminary competition, right? It'll be a waste if the rank is too high. And Lin had a look of vexation. Although he wasn't short on money, he still didn't want the organizers to make too much off him. Su Xiaolan tapped her slender chin. There was a look of hesitation in her eyes, and it was evident that she was also unsure. How about, I refine a 5th-rank spirit pill first. I feel like a 5th-rank spirit pill is enough to rank me in the top 100. And Lin nodded. Then I'll refine a 9th-rank spirit pill. Can you do it? Su Xiaolan exclaimed in astonishment. Men can't say no. And Lin puffed his chest out as he answered. He was just here for fun anyway. However, he couldn't embarrass himself too much. He was of the Flame Mastery Pinnacle stage, so refining the lowest rank spirit pill was most likely within his abilities. Duong. The competition bell rang to signify the start. Mimi started recording the time, and the 2,000 competitors started refining their pills. Sorting ingredients, lighting a fire, casting pill refinement spell techniques. A deep sense of envy welled up in Lin's heart as he looked at the competitors completing these actions fluently. He also wanted to flex through pill refinement. He wanted to see people's shocked expressions when they witnessed him refine a divine pill. It would be an amazing feeling, right? However, it was a pity that he didn't have such talents. Oi, Gray. If you can't make it into the top 100 this time, I'll fucking murder you. Understand? Julia suddenly roared at Gray again. Gray shuddered in fright. Understood, Julia. I'll definitely rank inside the top 100. I won't disappoint you. He carefully sifted through medicinal ingredients with his large dragon claws as he replied. And Lin couldn't help but snicker. Oh? Isn't this the mighty pill refiner, Sir Gray? Why are you being scolded like a little child? Rank inside the top 100? This goal is set a bit too low. Don't you think? Gray glowered back at him. You don't understand shit. It's a great honor to rank within the top 100 of this competition. Don't annoy me, you noob refiner. It's a great honor to rank within the top 100? And Lin blinked in thought. Is he misunderstanding something about the phrase, great honor? He was accustomed to being long out in one. The top 100 truly seemed like an extremely low goal to aim for. Forgive me. I'm unable to understand the aims of weaklings such as you. And Lin sighed. Gray almost spat blood upon hearing this. Shut the fuck up with your nonsense, he roared. If you keep spewing shit, I'll fucking eat you. Don't you need to refine your pill? Haha. That's right. How can a foolish human like you make it into the top 100? Better off not wasting resources. Gray continued to taunt and Lin came to a sudden realization. That's right, he also had to refine pills as well. He stopped exchanging barbs and immediately retrieved ingredients from his storage ring. Although he didn't have many spirit stones in his storage ring, he had mountains of other valuable resources. After all, he had looted the belongings of many returned to void stage cultivators. After pondering for a moment, Lin picked a 9th rank spirit pill that was relatively easy to refine. This pill was called the Qingke pill, and it could reinvigorate one after a battle. Could also unblock one's meridians. With his Flame Mastery stage rank, this pill would most likely pose no problems. Even if he lost, he had to lose with dignity. And Lin glanced at Gray. The ingredients that he had picked out were also just SOSO. Aren't you striving for the top 100? Are those ingredients really sufficient? And Lin was slightly dazed. However, he didn't give this much thought and started concentrating on his own pill refinement. Choosing what flames to use for pill refinement was also a type of skill. Right now, Lin had 6 flames to choose from: Demonic Star Flame, Great Holy Flame, Setting Moon Flame, Heavenly Void Flame, Mutant Blood Phoenix Flame, and Holy Vermilion Bird Flame. If he included the Golden Dragon Flame from the Divine Flame Bead, then he had 7 flames to choose from. The choice of flames would depend on what pill one wanted to refine. The more control one had over their flames, the lower the chance of making mistakes during pill refinement. Moreover, a high-quality flame could improve the essence of a pill, giving it more spirituality and divinity. The overall rank and quality of the pill would also be given a boost. And Lin was refining a 9th rank spirit pill. What would he care about quality? He would thank the heavens if he didn't make any mistakes. Thus, he was naturally going to pick the flame that he was most familiar with. In fact, Su Xiaolan wasn't using a holy flame either. Rather, she was using a golden-colored divine flame. Su Xiaolan's slender hands danced through the air like butterflies, and herbs flew into her pill refinement cauldron one after another. Her motions were fluid and elegant, and Lin was in a trance as he gazed at her. As expected, focused beauties are the most enchanting. After staring for a while, he finally regained his senses and reached a decision in his mind. Demonic star flame, you're the one. This was the first divine flame that Enlin had obtained. It was a flame that was fierce yet precise. Boom! A purple flame burst to life under the pill refinement cauldron. Enlin lacked the skills to be as fluid as Su Xiaolan, and he was extremely careful every time he added an ingredient. As he placed new ingredients in, he also took extreme care to control his flames. This was necessary to prevent his cauldron from exploding. Pill refinement looked fairly boring on the surface, but it was actually a very stimulating process. One tiny blunder and one's efforts might all go to waste. Enlin was unable to emulate Su Xiaolan's elegance, and he was more so unable to emulate Yixi's habit of dancing as he refined pills. All he could do was to baby his pill with extreme care. Was it boring? No. It was freaking fun. Right now, it was as though Enlin was carefully nurturing a life form. There was no room for error. Once he succeeded, he would be instilled with a deep sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. Boom! There was an explosion, and a miserable wail suddenly traveled over from nearby. A being had lost control of its flame and blown up its pill refinement cauldron. Eliminated! A ray of light suddenly descended from the spell formation and destroyed that competitor's competition card. The cat beast left the Dao Plaza dejectedly. As it walked past Enlin, it inadvertently glanced at him. His pupils contracted in shock. This flame, it's actually a divine flame. Divine flames possessed extraordinarily pure flame powers, and they also possessed a sense of divinity. Right now, Enlin was focused on refining his pill. When he heard this surprised yelp, he replied with an enigmatic smile. Then he continued to refine his pill. So it turns out that divine flames are this rare? It felt fairly satisfying that he was also able to flex with this. 1 hour later. Rumble. 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 Waves of exploding energies boomed one after another. This was the phenomenon that appeared when spirit pills were born into the world. Of course, the majority of these explosions were a result of failed pill refinement attempts. Following these explosions, numerous competitors were eliminated from the competition. Enlin didn't know how many people had been eliminated either. He was completely focused on the task before him. Master's wife, I know you can do it. Xiao Zhe watched the competition anxiously. Why aren't you cheering Master on? The jade-bone immortal butterfly asked in confusion as it landed on Xiao Zhe's shoulder. Master is there to accompany Su Xiaolan. What's the point of cheering for him? He's not going to place in the top 100 anyway. He's just there to experience the competition atmosphere. Xiao Zhe had a look of indifference as he spoke. Can't place in the top 100? That's not a foregone conclusion. I reckon that Master is fairly capable. Xiao Zhe ignored the blindly worshipping butterfly. However, Dongfang Zhuangshi also chimed in at this moment. Enlin is indeed fairly capable. His performance is not outstanding, but it's solid and steady. If we disregard the freakish talents and compare him to the other competitors, his performance is arguably very impressive. Xiao Zhe was slightly dazed. Even Dongfang Zhuangshi thought this. He finally turned his attention toward that male. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. Time flew by. Su Xiaolan finally completed her pill refinement. A sparkling and crystal clear spirit pill radiated in midair. She was extremely satisfied with her pill. This pill is enough to place me in the top 100, right? Otherwise, the competitors are way too freakish. She turned her gaze toward Enlin, who was currently manipulating his divine flame. His actions weren't elegant, yet they were very orderly. His handsome face was a picture of concentration. She fell into a trance as she stared at him. As expected, focused males are the most handsome. Enlin's pill refinement skills contained some imperfections. Usually, Su Xiaolan wouldn't be able to resist the urge to point them out and correct them. However, she wasn't able to do this right now. Once she did this, both of them would be disqualified. She could only watch him quietly. Enlin knew that Su Xiaolan was watching him, so he put in even more effort. Humans, right? When they were being watched by someone they liked, they would always want to perform better. Unexpectedly, he put in too much effort. His flames became too fierce, and he almost incinerated an ingredient. Su Xiaolan let out a startled yelp. And Lin shuddered, and he immediately stabilized his flame. Remedy. I must remedy this situation. At the very least, I need to succeed in refining this spirit pill. And Lin gave 120% effort to refine this pill. Boom! Finally, the pill left the cauldron. Success. Sweat trickled down Lin's forehead, and he gazed at the pill in his hand in delight. This was a 9th-rank spirit pill. Although it was a 9th-rank spirit pill with a crude appearance, it was still a spirit pill, no? And Lin, beautifully done. You've improved. Su Xiaolan was all smiles as she praised him. And Lin glanced at the female beside him in satisfaction. It's just so, he replied modestly. It's just a tad better than ordinary people. In all honesty, he really couldn't flex when it came to pill refinement. Even the piss-weak dragon next to him could ridicule him. With this in mind, and Lin involuntarily glanced toward Gray. Upon seeing the pill that Gray was refining, he almost wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. PFFF, you're this fucking weak. And Lin felt like some image in his mind had crumbled. The black dragon beside him had just reached the pill condensation stage. However, judging by the energy fluctuations of the pill, it was also a fucking 9th-rank spirit pill. A mighty pill refiner like you is actually refining a 9th-rank spirit pill. How are you going to enter the top 100 with a 9th-rank spirit pill? By relying on your cauldron. And Lin's eyes were wide with disbelief. Gray's face twitched. He really wanted to let loose a torrent of abuse. However, he was performing pill condensation right now, and he couldn't let his concentration slip. He suddenly opened his jaws. Puff! A burst of dragon flames washed over his spirit pill. Boom! A ripple of energy exploded outward. Pill condensation successful. Ha 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 ha! I succeeded. I finally refined a spirit pill. Gray jumped about in joy. He was giggling like a giant child. And Lin's expression darkened. You merely refined a 9th-rank spirit pill. Is there any need to be so happy? To think that he had expected something more from Gray. He was clearly full of hot air. Duong. The bell tolled, and the competition came to a sudden end. Many competitors who were yet to finish sighed. As for those who had completed their pill refinement, their competition cards and pills were all pulled toward the sky by some mysterious force. Then they all landed in Mimi's hands. A powerful divine sense swept over them. Successfully refined pills, 125. Unsuccessful pills, 35. This time, only 90 competitors have won the right to become disciples of the Pill Tower. The rank of Su Xiaolan's pill is the highest. It's a 5th-rank pinnacle stage spirit pill. After that, we have Rika, Black Sword Lord, Banyu, Julia, and Lin and Gray. Congratulations on making it through to the 2nd round. The massive crowd of spectators started cheering. Their thunderous shouts reverberated through heaven and earth. These 90 competitors were the future of the Pill Tower. They would also become the pillars that held the Pill Tower up. Thus, the cheers at this moment were understandably thunderous and unrestrained. Gray was head over heels with joy. Haha! My dream has finally become a reality. I can finally enter the Pill Tower to study. This is a supreme honor. Amid the boundless cheers, there were 2 people who were dumbfounded. They felt like they were living in a dream. And Lin was stupefied. I made it into the top 100? Su Xiaolan was also dazed. I just refined something casually, yet I came first? This ranking had come far too suddenly. In fact, and Lin and Su Xiaolan both started questioning the Pill Tower's power. This was the ability of the top 100 pill refiners. No, the top 90 pill refiners? Weak beyond belief. Su Xiaolan had aimed for the top 100, yet she came first. And Lin had aimed for nothing, yet he placed in the top 90. This was completely unreal. When the competition card flew back to Lin, the rejoicing Gray was astounded. So, you're Lin? My God. Who would have thought that you were also this capable? And Lin sighed. I also didn't expect this. I just casually refined a pill, yet I still placed higher than you. This is the supreme honor that you speak of. As expected, the overly powerful me is unable to understand the lives of weaklings such as you. Gray almost spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. However, he couldn't come up with any retort. After all, Mimi had read Enlin's name right before his. The black lizard dragon was both embarrassed and furious. It widened its bloody maw and roared, "Enlin, I'm going to kill you!" Bam! Gray's head suddenly suffered a heavy blow. "Gray, if you dare cause any more troubles, I'll kill you first." Julia's razor-sharp dragon claws clamped down on Gray's head. It was as though she was going to crush his head any second. "Wah! Cousin, I won't do it again. Please spare me." Gray shrunk his head back and begged loudly. "Enlin, could it be that Gray had learned the phrase, 'I'll kill you,' from his cousin?" The eliminated competitors started leaving the competition grounds, and the vast Dow Plaza suddenly became extremely spacious. The surrounding spectators quickly moved in closer. The gazes of the hundreds of thousands of spectators were all gathered upon the 90 pill refining prodigies. That's right, and Lin also had the chance to be viewed as a pill refining prodigy. He was also able to enjoy the spectators' envious and reverent gazes. Of course, Su Xiaolan captured the large majority of the spectators' attention. Su Xiaolan, who had only wanted to save some resources and make it into the top 100, found that she had performed too superbly. She ended up coming first, and she instantly became the center of attention. Not only were the spectators amazed, but even Mimi and the Pill Tower elders were surprised by Su Xiaolan's performance. It was evident that she had already become a legitimate contender for first place in their minds. Upon seeing the attention surrounding Su Xiaolan, Enlin smiled proudly. He really wanted to shout, "Impressive, isn't she? She's my Dao partner." Many people had expressions of envy and reverence. However, there were also some who had looks of hostility. They were none other than the remaining competitors. They were clearly unhappy about Su Xiaolan coming first. "Humph! It's only the preliminary competition. What's the point of refining such a high-ranked pill?" To grab attention, a transparent, liquid-like female stood with her hands on hips. Her entire body was blue, and there was a look of disdain on her face. "Rika, just ignore her," a true demon sneered. "Only foolish humans will do things like this. We're also able to refine 5th-rank pinnacle stage spirit pills, aren't we? She's a fool for wasting resources and gifting the Pill Tower a high-quality spirit pill. There's no need for us to do that." This true demon had a black sword strapped to their back. "Honor and glory? They're nothing but illusions. The higher one flies, the more painful their fall. In the next event, she'll most likely understand. She'll understand what true difference in ability looks like." An ethereal and distant voice sounded. This was a female whose body was composed of a mass of black-colored energy. Behind her was a green crescent. The three conversing beings were also enjoying a great amount of attention. This was because they were also strong contenders for first place. They were Rika, Black Sword Lord, and Ban Yu. Every single one of the 90 competitors had a cultivation base at or above the spirit nurturing stage. In reality, pill refinement ability was strongly correlated to one's cultivation base. After all, one's grasp over various types of skills, as well as their understanding of nature, would increase as their cultivation base increased. Thus, even if one wasn't naturally talented in pill refinement, they could still raise their pill refinement ranks through raising their cultivation base. And Lin and Dongfang Zhuangshi were the best examples to demonstrate this point. Were these 90 competitors strong? Even if one disregarded their pill refinement talents, they were still undoubtedly supreme prodigies. After all, they had reached the spirit nurturing stage before the age of 30. This fact would become even clearer if one looked at the Heavenly Courts, the United University of Cultivation. This university housed the largest number of young prodigies. However, how many of them could reach the rank of spirit nurturing stage before graduating? Thus, the competitors here weren't weak at all. Rather, Enlin and Su Xiaolan were simply too strong. It was just that they didn't recognize this fact themselves. After all, their recent skirmishes were all against beings of the Return to Void stage. The second event will decide the top 5 most outstanding competitors. Each of them will receive a 6th rank Immortal pill coupon. Next, I'll announce the event rules. In a while, I'll hand each of you a recipe for a 4th rank spirit pill, the Spirit Rejuvenation pill. Your task is to refine this Spirit Rejuvenation pill. The elders will rank you according to the quality of your refined pills. The pill tower will provide you with the ingredients, free of charge. Mimi smiled broadly as she spoke. The competitors were speechless. If the pill tower didn't provide them with ingredients, then they would all be fucked. Okay. It would be likely that over half of them would have to resign from the competition. And Lin was fairly happy about this. At least the pill tower still had some conscience. This decision was most likely made because most of these competitors were probably going to join the pill tower. It wouldn't be nice to screw their own disciples over so badly. Speaking of which, most competitors fell into despair upon hearing that they had to refine a 4th rank spirit pill. Fucking. The rank of this pill was even higher than what Su Xiaolan had achieved in the preliminary event. And she had come first. How could they refine it? They were indeed prodigies. However, they weren't that freakishly talented. Many competitors hung their heads in dejection. A large number of them hadn't even refined 5th rank spirit pills before, let alone 4th rank spirit pills. How could they suddenly jump to refining a 4th rank spirit pill? Even if Fish Liang 1 sang for them, they still wouldn't be able to muster any combative spirit. Gray also had a look of despair. He glanced at Lin and sighed. Human, we're both the weakest of the bunch. It's best if we resign and spectate from the sidelines. And Lin remained still upon hearing this. He clasped his hands behind his back and chuckled. How can a sparrow know the will of a swan one? Gray faltered upon hearing this. Foolish human, he roared. I'm going to kill you. A chill suddenly ran down his spine, and the black dragon instantly shrunk back in fright. Julia's piercing glare was currently focused on Gray. And Lin, I've decided not to leave. I'll stand right here to witness how you fail. Gray remained where he was as he sneered at Lin. And Lin ignored the black dragon. He didn't stay because he could refine a 4th rank spirit pill. The reason he remained was that he couldn't stand the thought of the pill tower making money off him. He wanted to put the pill tower's resources to good use. Bundles of ingredients were handed down to them. Duong. Following the chime of the bell, Mimi announced, "The second event begins now." The second event entered hell mode right from the outset. Most competitors were overcome with a feeling of despair. However, there were some who were excited about the challenge. There were also some who were extremely confident. For example, the 3 favorites for first place. Right now, all 3 of them wore a smile on their faces. Very well. By refining a 4th rank spirit pill, we'll be able to show off our true skills. The transparent blue female nodded in satisfaction. Then, she turned her gaze toward the nearby Su Xiaolan. Look, she said and chuckled. That human female is paralyzed to the spot. She's been scared silly, hasn't she? Did she think she could win by refining a 5th rank spirit pill? Black Sword Lord shook his head. Humans are all like this. They climb up a single mountain peak, and they think they've reached the summit. They fail to understand what a truly large mountain is like. The present her is definitely wallowing in despair. Kikik, what a delightful sight. Su Xiaolan will probably come to grips with this brutal reality soon. Let's concentrate on our own tasks first. A 4th rank spirit pill is no walk in the park for us, Banyu said in an ethereal voice, and a green flame suddenly jumped out from the green crescent behind her back. The green flame radiated with a rich aura of vitality. This flame could increase a pill's confluency and spirituality, and it could also increase a pill's quality. The 3 beings stopped looking at Su Xiaolan, and they turned their attention back to pill refinement. The spectators also launched into heated discussions when they saw the unmoving Su Xiaolan. There was doubt, there was bewilderment, and there was also disappointment. It wasn't that Su Xiaolan didn't know how to refine 4th rank spirit pills. Rather, She was pondering over which flame to use. Theoretically speaking, it would be better to use the mutant blood phoenix flame when refining the spirit rejuvenation pill. This was because flames that possessed the power of life would provide buffs to spirit pills of the life category. However, she was afraid that she didn't have enough control over that flame. After all, she had only received that flame not long ago. She was still unfamiliar with it, and it would be a shame if she stuffed up. Never mind. It's not like I have to fight for the first place. I'll just strive to make it into the top 5. Su Xiaolan started her pill refinement. She stuck with the flame that she was most familiar with, Golden Phoenix Flame. There had been thousands of competitors before, so very few people had witnessed Su Xiaolan's pill refinement. Now, however, she was at the center of widespread attention. The flame that she released flickered with divine might, and its purity was incredibly high. The crisp cries of phoenixes were also vaguely discernible. This flame was resplendent and noble. The appearance of this flame created a huge stir among the spectators. My God, what am I seeing? This purity, this intent realm. Is this a divine flame? Who would have thought? She possesses a divine flame at such a young age. Her future is limitless. Just then, so many of you were still questioning her abilities. Come on, where are you now? Is she an attention seeker, huh? Even if she fails to refine a 4th-rank spirit pill, she's already shown that she can refine a 5th-rank pinnacle stage spirit pill. Based on this, and the fact that she possesses a divine flame, she's definitely going to become a first-rate pill refiner in the future. Some of the spectators fell silent. Others felt as if they had been slapped in the face. The 10 Pill Tower elders were also surprised and delighted upon seeing Su Xiaolan release her divine flame. They entered into a heated discussion. Such a good talent. She's mine. Bullshit. Ling Yan, aren't you taking Ban Yuan as your disciple? Why are you suddenly changing your mind now? Heh, who doesn't want a good disciple? Others mightn't be able to tell, but how can we not tell? Put in the past, Su Xiaolan's pill refinement ability would be championship material. Right now, apart from that person, who else can't she beat? Just as Su Xiaolan attracted widespread attention, and Lin also attracted the attention of one being. That's right, he attracted the attention of that male dragon. Gray. Gray rested an arm on his pill refinement cauldron and stood in a relaxed pose. He picked his nose and chuckled. And Lin, why don't you hurry up and start refining? I'm waiting for you to become the champion. I'm waiting to see you walk toward the pinnacle of life. And Lin grimaced. Having a retard continually taunt him was an incredibly horrible experience. So be it if he could flex and throw a few jabs of his own. However, the point was that he couldn't right now. Most competitors who had advanced to the 2nd round were of the spirit gathering stage. There were very few pill refiners of the Flame Mastery Pinnacle stage. Moreover, they had all resigned from the competition. There was only one Flame Mastery stage pill refiner who hadn't resigned, and Lin. Forget about it. I'll go for broke. And Lin gritted his teeth and released the mutant blood phoenix flame. Boom! The blood-colored flame raged through his pill refinement cauldron. Gray, who was just about to taunt Lin again, jumped up in fright. His eyes bulged in shock. This is a divine flame. Is this anything to be surprised about? And Lin blinked as if confused. This is a divine flame. A flame that pill refiners dream of. One can only obtain such a flame if they're powerful and encounter great fortunes. How come you possess such a flame? Gray's face distorted in jealousy. Oh, so divine flames are this badass? And Lin continued sifting through the ingredients as he spoke. I seriously can't understand why weaklings like you are shocked by these kinds of things. I still have several other divine flames that I haven't released yet. Gray shuddered involuntarily. Are we really living in the same world? He spat through gritted teeth. How can you be like this? I'm going to kill you. And Lin rolled his eyes. He ignored the retarded dragon and started placing the chosen ingredients into his pill refinement cauldron. Then, he manipulated the mutant blood phoenix flame and started refining the ingredients. He knew that refining a 9th-rank spirit pill was already his limit. However, this didn't mean that he was going to give up. Facing this challenge head-on and then failing with dignity was also a decent choice. He started refining his pill. The higher ranked a pill, the harder it would be to extract and fuse the essence of the ingredients. And Lin took great care with everything that he did. His attention was extremely focused. Although he didn't release his divine sense, it stimulated every part of his body and made sure that he remained in an optimal condition. Gray watched on from the side. For some reason, he felt like Lin was becoming more and more capable. It appeared as if Lin's pill refinement skills were better than his. He's starting to extract the essence of the second-rank spirit herb, the eternal youth grass, Gray murmured. Based on his ability, he won't be able to succeed. Although he said this, the black dragon couldn't shift his gaze from Lin. For some reason, a peculiar feeling welled up in his heart when he saw Lin's tenacious expression. I need to extract the essence of the eternal youth grass now. And Lin manipulated the flames with his fingers as he focused his attention. Extracting the essence of second-rank spirit herbs was difficult even for experienced pill refiners of the spirit gathering stage, let alone a pill refiner of the flame mastery stage. Concentrate, carefully strip it off. Shit, the eternal youth grass is about to crumble. Crap, the flames are too hard to control. And Lin felt powerless for the first time in this competition. If this continued, his ingredients would be ruined. Who can help me? As though it had heard his cry for help, the soaring vermilion bird in Lin's sea of vital energy raised its head. Want me to teach you pill refinement? Don't resist. I'll help you. An amiable yet unfamiliar voice suddenly appeared in Lin's mind. And Lin was slightly dazed. Then hurry up and come help me, he replied instinctively. Boom! And Lin shuddered. When he reopened his eyes, it appeared as if there were a flaming vermilion bird soaring through his black and white eyes. He made a grabbing motion at the eternal youth grass. The blood-colored flame suddenly became gentle and obedient, and it slowly dismembered the shell of the spirit herb. Essence of the eternal youth grass, perfectly extracted. Gray stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before him as waves of shock surged through his heart. What's going on? Is my eyesight failing me? He rubbed his eyes before looking in Lin's direction again to discover his hands dancing fluently in the air. It was as if his crimson flames possessed a life of their own, and they leaped for joy as they engulfed the ingredients within the pill refinement cauldron while refining the ingredients with great speed and efficiency. Why can't I understand these techniques? Gray felt as if he were watching a magic show. The essence from all the ingredients were extracted before fusing to form a whole. The pill condensing process had already been set into motion, and the entire process was extremely smooth. Could even be said that Lin's operation throughout this process was perfect. The properties unique to his flames began to act on the spirit pill while slowly improving its quality. Boom! At this moment, a powerful vital energy fluctuation erupted from the distance. Someone had completed their pill. An exuberant, green pill hovered in the air. Rika, whose entire body was constructed from blue liquid, laughed heartily as she stroked the pill in her hand. I've finally successfully refined a 4th-grade spirit pill. This is my first one. She was extremely elated to be able to refine a 4th-grade spirit pill as a spot in the top 5 was pretty much in the bag. She turned her eyes toward her competitors, the Black Sword Lord and Banyu, to discover that they had progressed to the pill condensing stage as well. It looked like it was only a matter of time before they refined 4th-grade spirit pills. That blue ice dragon also looked like she knew what she was doing and could be a potential dark horse. Was her name Julia? A hint of caution welled up in Rika's heart. There were so many prodigies in this world that it was only normal for strong competitors to pop up. It looked like that blue dragon was a dark horse. She then turned her eyes toward another direction with a taunting sneer on her face. It was time to see how that arrogant, foolish human was going. Had she broken down? Or was she in despair? Rika turned toward Su Xiaolan, and her pupils contracted as she stood rooted to the spot upon seeing the flames Su Xiaolan had unleashed. Is that a divine flame? The divine flame she had been yearning for was being unleashed by a human she had looked down upon. Boom! Su Xiaolan's pill was complete. Rich pill aroma wafted throughout the entire space, seeping into everyone's hearts. The green spirit pill had a golden flaming phoenix revolving around it. This was the result of her divine flame's enhancement effect. Rika's body swayed slightly, and she felt as if a sword had been stabbed viciously into her heart. That spirit pill is most likely at the pinnacle of 4th grade spirit pills. The moment Su Xiaolan successfully condensed her pill was the moment when the entire audience, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, fell into a stunned silence again. All the living beings that had hurled abuse and insults shut their mouths as humiliation and shame swept through their hearts. The 10 elders of the Pill Tower were also slightly shocked upon seeing this. They knew that Su Xiaolan was a strong contender, but her skills had exceeded even their expectations. Soul Creation Stage Pill Refinement Technique, Divine Flame Level Pill Refinement Flames, combined with an extremely powerful cultivation base. Genius. She really is an exceptional pill refinement genius, a twisted crimson spider exclaimed. The Pill Sage's daughter has a strong opponent this time. The 4-armed ape stroked its beard as it spoke. This intermediate rank immortal tool, the 9-spirit cauldron, was a present the Pill Sage had planned to bestow upon her daughter, but now, a white flaming humanoid shook its head with a worrisome expression. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the Black Sword Lord and Ban Yu had also completed their pills in quick succession. They had already heard the cheers erupting from the crowd, and upon completing their pills, they turned toward the center of all the attention, upon which they faltered upon seeing the sight they were greeted by. This was a spirit pill with extremely powerful energy fluctuations with the aura of divine flames revolving around it. Su Xiaolan. It was her again. There was no need for the elders to act as referees here. Even they could clearly see that Su Xiaolan's pill was superior to their own pills. Thinking back to what they had said in the past, it felt like a slap to the face. She went full throttle from the start. A spirit pill at the pinnacle of 5th grade was the extent of her abilities? She was an attention whore? All their condescending words were thrown straight back at them. The Black Sword Lord and Ban Yu both completely fell silent and hung their heads in shame. It was true that she did like attention, but she also had the ability to crush them all the way from the start until the end of the competition. What could they do about that aside from concede? Who would have thought that the title of champion really is going to pass us by this time? A bitter expression appeared on the Black Sword Lord's face. Su Xiaolan, is it? Looks like a first-rate pill refinement master is going to appear in the human race soon. Ban Yu heaved a forlorn sigh. She's most likely going to be the champion. She really is the biggest dark horse here. We can only try to secure top 5 berths now. Rika also wore a resigned expression. She had no choice but to yield in the face of such a superior opponent. Boom! Another violent energy fluctuation erupted. Everyone turned toward that direction to discover a woman in a black robe with the corners of her golden eyes slightly crinkled, as if she was smiling. Before her was a green spirit rejuvenation pill with golden threads intertwined on its surface and rich life energy radiating from within. All the competitors' expressions shifted drastically. In particular, Rika, the Black Sword Lord, and Ban Yu's expressions were filled with shock. This was also an extremely high-quality 4th grade spirit pill. Yet another dark horse had appeared. They had been completely knocked down a notch. Who is that? I can't tell because they're wearing a black robe. Where did all these prodigies come from? This doesn't make sense. Sigh. It's way too difficult to try and become the champion. Just as the 3 of them were discussing among one another, violent tremors suddenly erupted from elsewhere. A pillar of green light soared straight into the clouds, and a rich pill aroma wafted through the air in a radius of over a kilometer. Countless people began to turn their attention toward a man who had been forgotten. There, they discovered a dumbstruck black dragon and a human male in a flowing white robe. A green spirit pill floated over the man's hand, from which overwhelming life force energy erupted forth, seemingly having broken a certain shackle and ascended to a higher level. In the air above, Mimi's red lips gaped open as her eyes widened in shock. Everyone else also had their incredulous eyes fixed firmly on that man. All the competitors had already been scared shitless. Even the shit-talking trio had been completely silenced. The woman in the black robe turned toward that direction as her smile slowly receded. Su Xiaolan's jade dress danced in the breeze as a vibrant smile blossomed on her face. "And Lin, you really are something. Are you trying to surprise me everywhere we go?" All 10 of the elders stood up, almost in unison, as incredulity appeared on their faces. One elder exclaimed in shock. "This has already transcended beyond the pinnacle of 4th grade. The extract was flawless, the fusion was flawless, and the pill condensing was flawless. All these steps come together to create a flawless 4th grade spirit pill." The white flaming humanoid shook its head. "No." The pill aroma wafted for over a kilometer, and the pillar of light indicating great ascension has already appeared. "This can no longer be referred to as a 4th grade spirit pill. This is a 3rd grade spirit pill." Gasp. All the elders heaved sharp intakes of breath. The human man's pill refinement technique had enhanced the spirit pill to such an extent that it had elevated what was meant to be a 4th grade spirit pill into a 3rd grade spirit pill. What a terrifying prodigy. The vermilion bird flames began to disappear from Lin's eyes. His body swayed slightly as he was struck by a sense of overexertion. Surreptitiously using the flaming vermilion bird to instruct him on the side was quite taxing on his consciousness and was something he should not use often. However, it did look like he had refined something pretty extraordinary, and Lin held the pill in his hand, and even though he was no expert, he could feel from the power within the pill that this was no ordinary pill. The reactions of the spectators and competitors also worked to confirm this. He had become the center of everyone's attention. In this place, where many creatures towered over him, his seemingly tiny and insignificant body had suddenly grown infinitely in stature. With the pill in his hand, and Lin turned to the black dragon, Gray. It looks like this was a decent pill refinement? However, I'm not really familiar with the skill levels of peasants like all of you. Is this pill going to get me into the top 5? Gray's body trembled as he stared blankly at the pill in Lin's hand. I thump. His knees gave out from under him as he knelt onto the ground. "I was wrong. Please stop showing off. I beg of you." And Lin, Su Xiaolan, all the competitors. It had to be said that Lin's pill had shocked all the spectators present. Most of the competitors were in complete despair. They really didn't know what they could do to win against an opponent who was able to elevate his spirit pill to a higher grade. This was like a test with 100 as full marks, only for Lin to go and get fucking 101. Soon, time was up for the second round of the competition. Among the 90 competitors, there were 7 that successfully refined 4th grade spirit pills. Wait, no. There were only 6 as Lin's was a 3rd grade spirit pill. An elder pulled out a piece of paper before making an announcement. "Next, I'll be announcing the prodigy pill refinement masters that have taken out the top 5 spots. Coming in at number 1 is Lin." Cheers erupted again throughout the entire spectator stands. This number spot was undisputed. Among all the living beings present, Uncle Dongfang simply did not know what expression he should put on to face something like this. He could accept Su Xiaolan being more badass than he was, but why was it that Lin, who looked like a pill refinement noob, was also more badass than he was? Was there something wrong with this world? Xiao Zhe was even more dumbstruck. Was Master's pill refinement skills always this badass? To think that he had never known this about Master. His mind was then carried down a different train of thought as he recalled that black dragon, which stood proudly among the stars. Could it be that Master's power is beginning to awaken? Second place, Su Xiaolan. Another burst of cheers erupted across the spectator stands. Su Xiaolan had proven herself with her ability. Her initial target was to make it into the top 5, so this was quite a good result. The shit-talking trio, consisting of Rika, the Black Sword Lord, and Banyu, was starting to get nervous. There were 3 berths left. "Third place, Fanny," the elder continued. All the spectators instantly fell silent, and the competitors' eyes widened in shock. "Fanny? Which Fanny is this?" It's quite a familiar name. Gasp. It's not the pill sage's daughter, Fanny, is it? At this moment, the black-robed woman raised her head and removed the robe. Whoosh! A flawless woman who appeared as if she had been constructed from golden crystals was revealed to everyone. She was floating slightly above the ground, and she wore a white tutu dress that revealed her long golden legs. Her hair was like a golden waterfall that spilled down her back and all the way down to her feet. Her features were flawlessly intricate, and her eyes were pure and bright. She was like the beautiful girl next door, but the aura radiating from her body seemed to elevate her above all the other living beings present. All the spectators and competitors were staring blankly at this woman. Holy fuck! It really is that Fanny. The pill sage's daughter, Fanny. Didn't she go to further her education in the Holy Palace of Life? Why is she here? Maybe she graduated? Gasp. She's only 25 this year. If she really has graduated, then wouldn't that make her the youngest ever graduate from the Holy Palace of Life? My God. Is she really such an exceptional talent? Everyone stared at the woman under the limelight with admiration and reverence etched onto their faces. The Holy Palace of Life was the top school for the younger generation within the opposite shore realm. It was similar to the United University of Cultivation in the Heavenly Court, except they required their students to reach a certain level of ability before allowing them to graduate. Some prodigies couldn't even graduate after several hundred years. However, Fanny had graduated at just 25 years of age. That was simply extraordinary. There was no hint of triumph on Fanny's face as she turned toward Enlin before speaking in an ethereal voice. Enlin, don't get too full of yourself. I haven't even displayed the full extent of my abilities yet. In this final segment, I'm going to win back the honor that belongs to me. Enlin blinked. He couldn't shake the feeling that this shiny golden woman looked a lot like the dragon princess that Xianxia had constructed from the Golden Realm essence crystals. He turned an involuntary glance toward Xianxia. Sure enough, Xianxia had his attention focused entirely on Fanny, with an expression of fanatical admiration on his face. This was probably what love at first sight was. As Xianxia's master, a certain emotion began to well up in his heart. And Lin turned to Fanny with a smile. Very good. Fanny, is that right? Since you're so confident, why don't we make a bet? Fanny responded with a cautious expression. What bet? If I become the final champion, you have to do one thing for me. Conversely, if you become the champion, I'll agree to do one thing for you. And Lin smiled. Oh? Interesting. Fanny's eyes suddenly began to glow with burning battle intent. An exceptional prodigy like her couldn't back down at a time like this. All right, I accept your bet. Fanny nodded and said. But we have to ensure that the thing one of us has to do for the other has to be within our abilities and not violate morals and ethics. And Lin nodded with a smile. Sure. Let's swear Dao heart vows first. Su Xiaolan stood off to the sidelines and was a little confused at what Enlin was doing. What was he planning now? He had to be careful not to bite off more than he could chew. After swearing the vows, Enlin turned to Xianxia and sighed with emotion. Little Xiao, Master doesn't have anything to give you, and Master feels extremely guilty as a result. How about I give you a big present this time in the form of a wife? The top 3 had been confirmed. Rika, the Black Sword Lord, and Ban Yu were becoming super nervous. 4th place, Ban Yu. 5th place, Julia. The elder continued to announce. Ban Yu finally heaved a sigh of relief before turning to the 2 people beside her with a sympathetic expression. Boom! Rika and the Black Sword Lord felt as if they had been struck by bolts of lightning as they stood rooted to the spot. How? How could this be? I was aiming to become the champion, but I didn't even make it into the top 5. Rika's eyes completely dimmed from disconsolation. This was such a massive disparity. She felt like she had sustained a lethal blow to her soul, and her blue liquid body suddenly completely dimmed, as if it had lost all of its lusters. The Black Sword Lord wailed in anguish. Ah! I don't want to live. I'm going to commit seppuku. 1 inch. He really did pull out a black longsword from behind him as he spoke, which he then abruptly stabbed toward his own stomach. Splat! Blood gushed forth. The Black Sword Lord yelled with pain and anguish. As a pill refinement master, he instinctively pulled out a few regenerative spirit pills before swallowing them to heal his injuries. And Lin, was this guy fucking retarded? Rika and the Black Sword Lord's confidence had received lethal blows from the emergence of all these dark horses. It would be alright if there were just one dark horse, as they could still secure spots in the top 5 for themselves. However, not only was Su Xiaolin a dark horse, even in Lin, Julia, and Fanny were dark horses. There were 4 dark horses who had dominated almost the entire top 5 berths. How the fuck did this make any sense? For renowned pill refinement prodigies to fall out of the top 5 were simply too much for them to bear. Rika and the Black Sword Lord stood off to the side with disconsolate expression. Gray finally recovered a bit of confidence upon seeing his cousin, Julia, secure a spot in the top 5, but he didn't dare to flex in front of Lin ever again. A blush appeared on his face upon recalling how he had flexed and boasted to such a supremely talented pill refinement prodigy. Mimi's eyes were bright with excitement. Even her voice was a bit more passionate upon seeing so many prodigies pop up. Congratulations, Lin, Su Xiaolin, Fanny, Banyu, and Julia. You will be granted entry into the final competition and will each receive a 6th grade Immortal pill coupon provided by the Pill Tower. The person who becomes the final champion will receive the intermediate rank Immortal tool, the 9-Spirit Cauldron. Now then, let the final competition begin. Her red dress fluttered, and she stepped through the air in her high heels. An intricate competition platform appeared at the center of the Dao Plaza, upon which were 5 positions for each of the 5 competitors. The 5 competitors made their way toward the competition platform, and they became the most eye-catching beings on the entire Dao platform. Rika and the Black Sword Lord looked up at the 5 dazzling competitors on the competition platform, and disappointment coupled with envy swept through their hearts. Never would they have thought that they wouldn't even have the right to stand on the final competition platform. And Lin was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of spectators in all shapes and sizes, and even though he had experienced a lot of big occasions during his cultivation career, this was still a little unsettling to him. Being scrutinized by hundreds of thousands of monsters and fiendish demons was a completely different experience from being scrutinized by hundreds of thousands of humans. Especially when all those monsters and fiendish demons were staring at him with scorching admiration in their eyes. This made him not only quite proud, but it also made him quite excited. The final competition is quite simple. Whoever refines the highest grade pill wins, and among pills of the same grade, the higher quality one wins. Furthermore, everyone has to use their own materials. Mimi winked seductively at all the competitors. All the competitors remained expressionless. They were clearly ready for this little obstacle the Pill Tower was throwing at them. After reaching this level, all pill refinement masters had a bunch of materials in their storage rings. And Lin looked at the other 3 competitors, and he could tell that they were all extremely talented just from their cultivation bases. Julia was at the Soul Formation Intermediate stage, Banyu was at the Soul Formation Initial stage, and Fanny was even more impressive. She was at the Soul Formation Final stage. One had to realize that all of them were under 30 years of age. Even in the United University of Cultivation, they would be among the most powerful students in the entire school. And Lin took a few deep breaths to calm his nerves. There was still a bit of pressure on him, mainly because he had no idea what Fanny would be capable of after unleashing her full power. At the top level of the Pill Tower, a golden figure placed its hands on the railings and looked down over the entire Pill City. All types of vibrant lights flashed, giving the city the appearance of a dazzling gemstone. The golden figure looked down at this bustling city, which appeared as if it would never sleep, with a smile on its face. And Lin of the 4-9 Immortal sect? A high and mighty sect leader is competing in a competition between the younger generation? Isn't that bullying? It would be fine if you were bullying someone else, but you're trying to bully my daughter. On the Dao Plaza, Mimi's voice sounded again. The time limit for the final competition is 4 hours. Within this time period, you may start again if you fail in your pill refinement. Let the final competition begin. The final competition commenced. Julia spat out a plume of frosty cold flames. Blue dragon flames burned in her pill cauldron. These flames were remarkably stable, thereby preventing the essence within the materials from being incinerated under excessive heat. It was quite a surprise for Enlin that a dragon with such an explosive temper would have flames like this. Gray was starting to get a little cocky again. Humph! Enlin, your divine flames may be powerful, but my cousin's dark snow flames are not inferior to your divine flames. Enlin completely ignored Gray. At this moment, Ban Yu also sprang into action. A green moon appeared from behind her while flames imbued with the power of the moon fell into her pill refinement cauldron. This was also a very special type of flames that were imbued with the perfected power of true Yin. All those that had progressed into the final competition were clearly all forces to be reckoned with. Fanny paused momentarily before turning a taunting glare in Enlin's direction as she made a peculiar hand seal. Boom! Golden crystalline flames appeared in the air while burning with scintillating light. These flames were extremely explosive, and it crackled as if it consisted of countless crystals clattering together. At the same time, the mighty power of pure yang burst forth from the flames. Upon seeing this, all the spectators faltered initially before raucous cheering erupted among them. The flames Fanny displayed before everyone was also an extremely powerful divine flame. This was a dark horse too. A dark horse strong enough to compete with Enlin and Su Xiaolan for the championship title. As expected of the Pill Sage's daughter. She's so young, but she already has all the makings of a first-rate pill refinement master. She is the lucky star of the Pill Tower and the entire Pill City. She will surely grow to become an exceptional pill refinement master in the future. Everyone discussed among themselves, and the atmosphere became extremely enthusiastic. As competitors, Julia and Ban Yu were instantly struck by a sense of mountainous pressure. Rika and the Black Sword Lord looked at each other to discover the same bitter expression mirrored on each other's faces. They had thought that they stood at the pinnacle of the younger generation of pill refinement masters, only to find that there were beings from the same generation looking down on them from a higher level. Fanny turned to Enlin and Su Xiaolan with an arrogant smirk. You're not the only ones with divine flames. My divine flame is known as the Golden Soul Crystal Flame, and it can imbue pills with greater intelligence. It is one of the divine flames most suitable for pill refinement. Enlin and Su Xiaolan looked silently at Fanny without even a hint of surprise on their faces. Instead, there was only an inexplicable tranquility in their eyes. Fanny was a little displeased. What? You're looking down on my divine flames? My divine flames are more suited to pill refinement than yours. Enlin immediately waved his hands. It's not like that, you're misunderstanding us. We're not looking down on your divine flames. Your divine flames are indeed very powerful among all the divine flames. Su Xiaolan finished his sentence. However, I have a holy flame. In that instant, everyone fell deathly silent. Fanny was dumbstruck. Ha! Su Xiaolan waved a hand, and a ball of white flames appeared in the air. This was a power imbued with the power of pure yang, and all living beings that cast their eyes upon it were struck by a sense of inferiority. Everyone's eyes, including Fanny's, were all focused intently on that ball of flames. So beautiful, so holy, was this a divine flame? No, this was a higher level of flames. Everyone suddenly realized something at this moment, and some of them were even shaking from excitement. After all, they were witnessing legendary flames. My God! Why am I seeing? Those are holy flames. Are those holy flames? To think I would be able to see a holy flame during my lifetime. I can die with no regrets now. Fanny stared with incredulity at the flames in Su Xiaolan's hand as her confidence sustained a heavy blow. How could you possess such flames? Sorry to interrupt, but I can actually use holy flames as well. A voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Fanny turned toward Enlin, the man who had made a bet with her. An extremely pure ball of flames appeared before the man, from which emanated boundless holy might. This was a holy flame too. Fanny's body shuddered as she stood rooted to the spot. She opened her mouth, but she was unable to utter a single syllable. Fake. It must be fake. It was one thing for one person to possess a holy flame, but both of them did? Wasn't this bullying? Fanny had been scared shitless, as had all the other competitors. As all of them stared at the holy flames in their hands, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The more proficient one was at pill refinement, the more they were able to appreciate the value of flames. Holy flames like these were godlike existences to them. Gray's legs almost gave out from under him, and Lin's relentless flexing was sending him slowly toward a cardiac arrest. Even all the elders stood up as they stared at the holy flames in Lin and Su Xiaolan's hands with scorching light in their eyes. Those flames are imbued with the power of pure yang. Those are holy flames. Those really are holy flames. The white flaming humanoid elder exclaimed in shock. I had always thought that they were unrefined diamonds, but they're actually the most dazzling jewels. I have nothing to teach them. The four-armed ape shook its head and lamented. Only the pill sage has the right to instruct such exceptional prodigies. The twisted, crimson spider sighed. If this were just an outstanding student, the elders would try and jostle for the position of master. However, none of them dared to take students who had infinite potential and were probably going to outstrip them all in pill refinement mastery in a very short time. They had that much self-knowledge at the very least. The emergence of the holy flames created a massive stir throughout the entire Dao Plaza. All the living beings gathered were dumbstruck. What followed was another wave of heated discussion. The competition hadn't even begun, but Su Xiaolan and Lin had already completely stolen the limelight. To all the spectators present, they were the flowers, while everyone else was just the accompanying green grass. Fanny's body trembled uncontrollably. She couldn't accept such humiliation. This pill refinement competition was her first opportunity to take the stage and announce herself to the world following her graduation. Her father had even prepared the intermediate rank Immortal tool, the 9-spirit cauldron, in advance as a present for her. This was a competition that she had in the bag. But why did these two suddenly pop up? Don't celebrate too soon. We'll see who gets the last laugh. Fanny calmed her surging emotions before focusing on her pill refinement. That's right, so what if their flames crushed everyone else's? As long as she crushed them in the pill refinement technique, there was no reason why she couldn't beat them. She did not look at the two of them any longer. Instead, she turned to look at her own pill refinement cauldron. She waved a hand through the air, and flames erupted forth as she tossed her medicinal ingredients into the cauldron. And Lin and Su Xiaolan also wasted no time and began their respective pill refinements. There was no need for more words. They knew that they would be the champion as long as they beat Fanny. As for whether Lin or Su Xiaolan became the champion, was there a difference? And Lin stroked his chin with a thoughtful expression. Fanny didn't use her divine flames in the previous round of the competition, and yet she still managed to secure third place. This time, there was a very good chance that she would refine a spirit pill at the pinnacle of 4th grade or even at the 3rd grade. If he wanted to beat Fanny, then he should refine a 1st grade spirit pill. That's right, he wanted to completely crush Fanny. He didn't want to play it safe, only to have Fanny come from behind and beat him. He was going to give her no chance at all. That would be true despair. The white vermilion bird flashed past Lin's eyes. Pill refinement techniques and skills began to fuse into his body, as if he had just installed a hack. Is it feasible? And Lin asked in his mind. The vermilion bird's consciousness replied, It is, but after the event, your energy will be completely depleted, and your consciousness will also be severely diminished, so you'll require some time to recuperate. And Lin looked at Fanny, who was busy with her own pill refinement, and he gritted his teeth in determination. He was going to give it his all for his disciples' happiness. Boom! The holy vermilion flame appeared in his pill refinement cauldron. Higher-level flames would give him more of an advantage when refining higher-grade pills. And Lin's hands flew through the air, and each and every one of his actions was extremely precise, yet graceful, thus entrancing all the onlookers present. Many of the spectators weren't actually pill refinement experts, but they could tell that he was an extraordinary pill refinement master just from his smooth, choreographed movements. All the experts present, such as Mimi and the 10 Pill Tower elders, were all completely entranced, as if they were surveying an exquisite work of art. It was too perfect. It was too beautiful. It could be said that Enlin attracted the attention of over half of the spectators, the rest of which had their eyes fixed on Su Xiaolan and Fanny. As for Julia and Banyu, are you kidding me? They can get fucked. Even Gray was staring intently at Enlin with an anxious expression. He recalled back to when he flexed to Enlin. He had felt that Enlin's response was also a flex. Something about, the strong don't understand the world of the weak. What a joke. But now, it looked like he was flexing. Enlin had been telling the truth the entire time. Atop the pill tower, the golden figure stood and stared down at the figure below as its expression shifted drastically. That's strange. Just what level pill refinement master is Enlin? He possesses many qualities that suggest he is only at the flame mastery stage, but his flame control and refinement technique are extremely advanced, and it looks like he has been restricted somehow, thereby preventing him from performing to the extent of his abilities. How unfathomable! The rumors about the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect sure aren't exaggerations. The competition on the Dao Plaza had reached a climax. 5 different flames lit up the entire night sky. Julia and Banyu were both pill refinement masters at the pinnacle of the spirit gathering stage, and both of them chose to try and refine 3rd-grade spirit pills. After all, refining a 4th-grade spirit pill was not going to make them the champion, but since there was no punishment for losing, they might as well shoot for the moon. And then both their pills exploded. Boom! Boom! Energy exploded, and the essence from their ingredients were reduced to ashes. Expressions of pain and disappointment appeared on their faces. Anyone would be disappointed after having so much of their effort go to waste. Julia and Banyu both heaved heavy sighs. They really were inferior to those 3 freaks. Perhaps this was the reality all along. When the 2 of them turned toward the other 3 competitors, they were both given a massive fright, and expressions of incredulity appeared on their faces. It's all fake. This can't be real. How could they? Banyu was completely shocked. Julia drew a sharp intake of breath. They're all refining 1st-grade spirit pills? That's right, not only was Enlin refining a 1st-grade spirit pill, even Su Xiaolan and Fanny were also refining 1st-grade spirit pills. Enlin was truly under pressure this time. Fanny was even more ambitious than he had thought she would be. Terrifying energy fluctuations erupted from Fanny's body as golden soul crystal flames engulfed her entire body, allowing her to become one with her flames to maximize her control of the flames. This was the signature mystical technique of the Pill Sage, body refinement flame technique. This technique burned away the user's energy at an alarming rate in order to combine the user and their flames for a period of time, thereby allowing the user to become one with their flames. At that moment, Fanny was the golden soul crystal flame, and the golden soul crystal flame was her. Golden flames burned around Fanny's entire body, as if they were countless golden crystals shimmering in the night in a magnificent display, making her appear as if she were a dazzling flame queen descending upon this world. And Lin, I'm not losing to you this time. No one is taking the championship title away from me. All 3 of them were refining 1st-grade spirit pills. This really was the true showdown. All the spectators began to get excited, and the atmosphere reached a climax. Divine flames and holy flames have all made an appearance. What a sight to behold! It really is. Never did I think that I would be able to witness competitors refining 1st-grade spirit pills in a competition like this. The last competitor in this competition that managed to successfully refine a 1st-grade spirit pill was Ling Mu the Enlightened, who is now one of the 8 supreme stage masters of our pill tower. But that was thousands of years ago. He was the complete standout back then, but now, there are 3 competitors battling it out. There has never been such a stimulating and thrilling matchup in the history of this competition. Go, Goddess Fanny. Beat those 2 human pill refinement masters. Some of the spectators were already shouting. Even though Pill City was a city of migrants, the majority of its inhabitants were still native to the land, and thus they were more inclined toward supporting Fanny. As such, over half the spectators were cheering Fanny on. Of course, Fanny was unable to hear them. She had already unleashed a spell technique to cut off all sound from the outside environment. It would be an absolute joke to expect someone to be able to refine pills in such a noisy environment. However, it didn't really matter to Enlin. It wasn't as if he was refining the pill. He was on AFK mode, and the real pill refinement master was the flaming vermilion bird in his sea of vital energy. The flaming vermilion bird was extremely proficient at pill refinement, and after seeing the pill refinement recipe, it began to manipulate the holy vermilion flame to extract the essence from the ingredients at flying speed. And Lin shot a glance at Fanny to find that her pill refinement was not much inferior to his. No, he had to widen the gap, or it would be far too close for comfort. And Lin's pill refinement rank was limited by the vermilion bird. His technique and flame control were close to perfection, but there was no way to elevate the intelligence in his pills, so it would be impossible for him to refine an immortal pill. What else? What else could he do to improve the spirit pill's quality? Boom! At this moment, the golden soul crystal flame suddenly exploded, and its unique flame power enhanced the spirit pill to make its energy fluctuations even more powerful. And Lin suddenly had a eureka moment. That's right, flames could enhance a spirit pill's quality. What he was using now was already the highest level flame. However, who stipulated that he could only use one flame? A mediocre flame would negatively affect the quality of the pill rather than enhance it, but his divine flames were all extremely high-level flames. If he was to inject their powers into the pill, the quality of his pill would definitely go up another level. If this were someone else, they wouldn't even dare to think about controlling two types of flames at once. Pill refinement wasn't a battle. It required extremely accurate control over the flames with no margin for error and negligence. And Lin wasn't capable of this, but the flaming vermilion bird was. Is it feasible? He asked in his mind. The vermilion bird's consciousness replied, no problem. However, you're going to be even more exhausted after the event. Exhaustion was nothing if it was for his disciples' happiness. And Lin raised his head to reveal a confident expression. Let's do it. The first-grade spirit pill he was refining was known as the 7-star meridian pill, which was refined from combining the essence of 49 different types of high-rank spirit medicines. It had the effects of clearing one's meridians, cleansing one's body, and expanding one's sea of vital energy. Now then, let's show these idiots a real display of flames. He snapped his fingers. Boom! A purple flame with specks of starlight infused within appeared in the air while radiating scorching light, thus creating an extremely glorious scene to behold. My God! Look at Enlin. Did he just pull out another divine flame? Is he going to control both of them at once? They knew that Enlin possessed one type of divine flame, so they weren't too surprised. However, when the demonic star flame began to flow into his cauldron, all of them rose to their feet. Holy fuck! Using two different types of flames to refine pills at once? Has Enlin gone insane? Pill refinement with two types of flames is something even many of the Pill Tower elders are unable to accomplish, but Enlin dares to try it? I refuse to believe that such a young man would be capable of this. Just as everyone was discussing among themselves, all of them fell silent again as their mouths gaped open in shock. Snap! And Lin snapped his fingers again. Boom! A ball of crimson flames appeared in the air, coloring the entire sky red and sending scorching heat waves radiating outward. The mutant blood phoenix flames had appeared. The flames appeared as if it would burn for all of eternity as the power of life and slaughter surged through the air. All of the spectators and elders were well and truly shocked upon seeing this. Am I seeing this right? Though those are divine flames, right? Such pure flame energy. There's no mistaking it. Those are indeed divine flames. Gasp! And Lin has another type of divine flame. My God! I'm so envious. The biggest dream of countless pill refinement masters was to own just one type of divine flame. However, Enlin had already pulled out two. Fanny was right beside Enlin, and she saw Enlin's divine flames too. Her body trembled involuntarily, and she felt for the first time that having a divine flame wasn't anything to be proud of. Gray, who was spectating from the sidelines, felt that his legs began to tremble again as he was struck by the inexplicable urge to kneel down. Was there no end to this? How much longer was Lin going to show off for? Snap! Everyone had only just come to their senses when this familiar sound erupted again. That's right, and Lin had snapped his fingers again. Boom! Flames as blue as water, seemingly both hot and cold at once, appeared in the night sky. It gave everyone a scorching yet subdued impression, but no one dared to look down on it as it was another divine flame. This was Lin's setting moon flame. Fanny's features paled as she roared in her heart. Did he stumble upon some sort of divine flame garage sale? Show me another fucking divine flame if you dare. Snap! And Lin snapped his fingers yet again. Boom! Scorching white flames lit up the night sky as if the sun had risen in this land of eternal night. It was so dazzling that all the spectators had to shield their eyes. Fanny, all the onlookers, the Pill Tower elders. Are those really all divine flames? I'm not dreaming, right? Ban Yu's expression was filled with incredulity. Julia silently disembarked from the competition platform. I'm not playing this game anymore. This is no competition. It's Lin's personal show. I'm not going to embarrass myself any further. Gray watched as his cousin, Julia, walked off the stage, and he didn't know what to say. Right at this moment, another crisp snap sounded. All the spectators turned toward the competition platform again. Their instincts told them that another divine flame was about to appear. Huh! Why is there no divine flame this time? Someone asked. A black shadow monster widened its shiny green eyes in shock. No! Look at the air. Isn't it warping slightly? This is a very peculiar type of flames. One of the Pill Tower elders' eyes narrowed. This flame has no shape or color, but it's able to incinerate and pulverize all things. What a pure flame power! Another Pill Tower elder nodded in agreement. This is undoubtedly another very special type of divine flame. More and more spectators were beginning to identify Lin's flames. They were numb from all the flames they were seeing. Right at this moment, another crisp snap sounded. The divine flame bead appeared in Lin's hand, and a golden flaming dragon soared into the sky. This was the divine flame that came with the high-rank Immortal tool. That's right, it was another new type of divine flame. The Pill Tower elders. Fanny, the hundreds of thousands of spectators, and Lin tossed out one divine flame after another, as if there were a place that was handing them out for free, and everyone at the Dow Plaza suffered emotional trauma. Reverence, admiration, envy, hatred, all types of emotions ran rampant. The holy vermilion bird flame, the flames of the mutant blood phoenix, the great holy flame, the setting moon flame, the demonic star flame, the heavenly void flame, and the golden dragon flame, all 7 types of flames that were owned by Lin appeared while blinding countless onlookers in the process. Gray's trembling legs were finally unable to hold on as he knelt down again. How? How could he be so outstanding? Gray's words echoed the sentiment of countless spectators. Lin was ridiculously outstanding, and Lin looked up at the display of flames with a faint smile on his face. That's 7 types of flames gathered at once. I can summon Shenron now. The 7 flames, consisting of 1 holy flame and 6 types of divine flames, created a shocking spectacle that assaulted everyone's eyes. However, many of the onlookers felt like Lin was only doing this to show off. Using these many types of flames to refine pills was simply impossible. It would require godlike flame control in order to coordinate all 7 types of flames at once. Not only would the Pill Tower elders be unable to accomplish something like this, but even the Pill Sage might not be up to the task. However, under the incredulous gazes of hundreds of thousands of onlookers, the 7 flames moved at once, and Lin manipulated all the high-rank spirit medicines with one hand while controlling the 7 different types of flames with the other. The 7 completely different, yet extremely powerful flames danced at his fingertips like obedient fairies. The flames coordinated perfectly to extract the essence of the medicinal ingredients. How is this possible? The flaming humanoid elder slapped the table before abruptly getting to its feet with incredulity etched on its face. A mummy elder wrapped in purple bandages rubbed its crimson eyes in complete and utter disbelief. This doesn't make sense. How is he able to do something like this? To be able to control 7 different types of high-level flames so exquisitely and precisely, just how much flame control ability is required to do something like this? The four-armed ape elder exclaimed after taking a deep breath. Among all pill refinement masters, it was already considered extremely impressive to be able to expertly control one type of divine flame. Controlling 2 types of divine flames at once was no longer just a case of double the difficulty. One had to consider whether these flames were going to come into conflict with one another, as well as how to coordinate them in order to create harmony between their attributes and temperatures. Thus, even controlling 2 types of flames was exponentially more difficult than controlling one type. Using 7 different types of flames at once. The difficulty involved was unimaginable. Even all the elders were completely shocked, let alone all the spectators in the stands. All of them were staring blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes, as if they had seen something extremely bizarre and difficult to believe. And Lin was definitely the most freakish pill refinement master they had ever seen. Gray was just about to get up when he knelt down again upon seeing this. The essence of the ice spirit herb was extracted by the setting moon flame, creating an ice crystal that shimmered within the cauldron. The outer shell of the round iron lotus was stripped away layer by the heavenly void flame, thus revealing the black lotus flower within. The white holy flame pushed the ice crystal toward the lotus flower to give rise to something new. Aside from that, all the divine flames had their own respective roles as they pounced onto one medicinal ingredient after another before extracting and fusing the essence of the ingredients. Each procedure was completed flawlessly without any mistakes. The pill sage's hands trembled as he stood at the top of the pill tower, while overlooking the extraordinary display of pill refinement process that was taking place below. He really wanted to charge down there directly, but he repressed the urge to do so in the end. A faint sigh escaped from his lips. So terrifying. My daughter can rest easy knowing she was beaten by someone like this. Despair suddenly began to well up in Fanny's heart upon seeing Lin's extraordinary display. This wasn't some fucking supreme stage pill refinement grandmaster coming here to fool around with the kids. Was it? And Lin's pill refinement skills made Fanny feel like an absolute noob. Furthermore, she was a noob that was intent on provoking the master. Fanny was extremely depressed and just wanted this competition to be over as soon as possible. And Lin's display was making her head throb. Everything appeared to be such a joke now. Her confidence had been completely crushed by the 7 types of flames that Lin summoned, as well as his expert control over all 7 flames. 1 hour later, boom! An extremely powerful energy fluctuation erupted. A golden pill appeared in the air. It was as dazzling as a star and exuded a bright sheen. Fanny had successfully refined a first-grade spirit pill. A raucous round of applause and cheers erupted from the spectator stands. And then, everyone immediately turned back to admire the Lin show. Fanny. If she had refined this first-grade spirit pill in any other edition of this competition, she would undoubtedly have become the most scintillating individual in the entire pill city. Her name would even spread throughout the entire opposite shore realm as the #1 pill refinement master among the younger generation. This was also a situation that she had envisioned many times in the past. However, her successful pill refinement had only been greeted by a smattering of polite, obligatory applause and cheering. Why was the reality so different from her expectations? Pwah! Fanny involuntarily threw up a mouthful of blood due to the aftereffect of using her mystic technique. However, even so, no one turned to look at her with concern. All of them were far too busy looking at Lin. You could throw up all the blood you wanted, but just make sure you were not interrupting the Lin show. Fanny felt extremely crushed, and she almost burst into tears. After all, she was just a young woman 25 years of age. "Are you all right, Fanny?" A voice suddenly sounded at this moment. Fanny faltered slightly upon hearing this as a dumbstruck expression appeared on her face. She turned to discover a familiar man looking at her. Fanny's lips twitched, and her eyes widened in shock as she clasped a hand over her chest. Don't you need to look when you're refining pills? That's right. The kind-hearted man who had inquired about her well-being was none other than Lin, who was still in the process of pill refinement. And Lin shrugged with a nonchalant expression. That's all right, I'm just casually refining anyway, so I don't need to pay any attention. Are you really okay? PFFF. Fanny couldn't help but throw up another large mouthful of blood. Do you have any regenerative spirit pills? And Lin asked again with a concerned expression. How about I give you some? Fanny was Xiao Zhe's future wife. As Xiao Zhe's master, he had to look out for her. I'm begging you, please stop hurting me like this. Fanny clasped her hands over her heart as tears flowed down her distraught face, and Lin blinked in confusion. How was this his fault? However, what he didn't expect was the huge stir his actions created. My God! What am I witnessing? He can refine pills without even looking. Could this be the legendary blind pill refinement technique? How terrifying! Is the human a monster? How could he be so outstanding? My outlook on life has been turned on its head countless times today, all because of the man named Lin. Gray continued to kneel on the ground. He felt like he was just going to kneel for all of eternity. Gray, why are you kneeling while watching the competition? Julia asked with a curious expression. And Lin is too outstanding. I can't bring myself to stand in front of him. Gray sobbed. Julia. In reality, it didn't make much difference whether Lin looked at his pill refinement cauldron or not. The vermilion bird was the one doing the pill refinement anyway, and it could see the pill refinement cauldron as well as control the flames using its divine sense, so that was enough. And Lin's hands continued to dance through the air for a while longer. Finally, the most critical moment arrived. Condense. The essence of the medicinal ingredients had all been extracted and imbued with different types of flame powers. It was now time for them to fuse together. This wasn't just simply molding them all into a ball. Instead, it was a process of getting the essence of the medicinal ingredients to fuse and react with one another. This process could be said to be the most difficult stage of pill refinement. Even the slightest lapse in concentration could result in failure, which would appear in the form of creating a useless pill or having the pill explode. 7 different types of flames revolved around the pill like flaming dragons. An overwhelmingly powerful energy fluctuation erupted forth. The pill had not been successfully condensed yet, but extremely rich pill aroma had already proliferated outward for 3 kilometers while entrancing all those who caught a whiff of it. My God! Is he really refining a spirit pill? A pill tower elder's eyes widened with incredulity. This might be the most badass spirit pill in history. There is a very high chance of failure when condensing such a brilliant spirit pill. The flaming humanoid elder murmured. The higher quality a pill was, the more difficult it was to condense it. A pill refined using 6 different types of divine flames and 1 holy flame would be unimaginably difficult to condense. Boom! Another extremely powerful energy fluctuation erupted forth. Su Xiaolan had successfully condensed her pill. A pure white spirit pill appeared before her. A vermilion bird materialized from the holy vermilion flames that was revolving around the pill, thus sending pure life force energy fluctuations rippling through the air. Fanny's eyes widened as she spoke in a shaking voice. The power of the holy flame has been imbued into the pill, and there are detectable pill energy ripples. This is a spirit pill at the pinnacle of the 1st grade. I've lost. I've already lost. She took a couple of steps back in disconsolation as she shook her head relentlessly. The pill that Fanny had refined was just an ordinary 1st grade spirit pill, and anyone that wasn't a complete pill refinement noob could see that it was inferior to the pill that Su Xiaolan had refined. Before Su Xiaolan and Lin had successfully condensed their pills, there was a faint trace of hope left in her heart. What if both of them failed? However, even that final trace of hope had finally been snuffed out. She was not going to be the champion. Even the 10 elders in the stands were full of amazement. Fanny is already a top-tier prodigy among pill refinement masters, but it's just a pity that she met these 2 inexplicable freaks. She's unlucky to have been born in this generation. If this was in the past, she would most likely be the best young pill refinement master in the world. Now, there are only Enlin and Su Xiaolan left fighting for the first place. I wonder who will win. All the spectators were discussing among themselves. Everyone was arguing with one another about who would emerge as the eventual champion. I put my money on Su Xiaolan. She has already refined a spirit pill that's at the pinnacle of the first grade, which is already the ceiling as far as spirit pills are concerned. Even if Enlin is able to refine a spirit pill that is also at the pinnacle of the first grade, he would have taken more time, so Su Xiaolan wins. I think Enlin will win. Who told you he would refine a spirit pill at the pinnacle of first grade? Have you forgotten about how he refined a fourth-grade spirit pill and made it into a third-grade one? Maybe he'll turn this first-grade spirit pill into an immortal pill this time. Are you serious? Spirit pills and immortal pills are completely different things. You're dreaming if you think he can break through that barrier this easily. Humph. I don't care. This is a godlike man who possesses one holy flame and 6 types of divine flames and can control them for pill refinement all at once. If this man is not the champion, then who is worthy to become the champion? The 9-spirit cauldron is a prize only Enlin is worthy of winning here. The results speak for themselves. Su Xiaolan has successfully condensed a spirit pill that is at the pinnacle of the first grade, and she managed to do so before Enlin. This is already the ceiling for spirit pills, so her victory is guaranteed, and she deserves the 9-spirit cauldron. All the spectators were arguing, as well as all the pill tower elders. Right at this moment, a thunderous boom suddenly erupted between heaven and earth. Howl! A dragon's roar erupted. 7 different types of flames converged to form a flaming dragon that soared into the sky, as if it were an ascending divine dragon that was lighting up the entire pill city. Above Enlin's pill refinement cauldron, a spirit pill shimmering with 7 different colors of light had appeared. The light was exuding from the 7 stars unleashed by the pill. Crimson as blood, purple as a demonic star, bright blue as the moon, white as the sun, clear as the air, golden as a dragon, and holy as a vermilion bird. All 7 types of light and energy were extremely alluring, and the pill aroma spread forth for 5 whole kilometers. All the onlookers swallowed involuntarily when they laid their eyes on the pill. A powerful sense of desire welled up in their hearts. All of them suddenly yearned for that pill. The 7-star meridian pill was refined from combining the essence of 49 different types of high-rank spirit medicines. It had the effects of clearing one's meridians, cleansing one's body, and expanding one's sea of vital energy. However, everyone who saw Enlin refine the pill earlier knew that it was different. Its effects were definitely not limited to this. Does this pill even count as a spirit pill? A spirit pill that ascended to an immortal pill level was completely unheard of in history, but it was quite clear that Enlin's pill was a little different from all other spirit pills. As such, the pill tower elders were a little unsure about what to make of it. The flaming humanoid elder heaved a light sigh. Even though Su Xiaolan's pill is at the pinnacle of all spirit pills, I can't help but feel that Enlin's spirit pill is on a higher level. The pill tower elders couldn't decide who to award the championship title to, and all the spectators were also arguing among themselves. There were supporters for both Su Xiaolan and Enlin. The 2 of them had both refined spirit pills that were at the pinnacle of first grade. Even though Su Xiaolan had a time advantage, Enlin's badassery surely deserved some extra credit. Furthermore, his pill appeared to be on a higher level too. Could be said that there was ample reason to support either of them. However, it was quite clear that the majority of people were supporting Enlin. Just as the commotion erupting from the Dao Plaza was about to raise the figurative roof, a golden slip of paper fell from the sky. The golden slip had fallen from the top of the pill tower. The commotion on the Dao Plaza began to slowly die down as if all the spectators had realized something and their breathing began to accelerate. It didn't take a genius to figure out that the golden slip was the final judgment delivered by the pill sage. One of the pill tower elders' expression faltered slightly as it caught the golden slip of paper. There were only 3 words inscribed upon it. Enlin wins. An enchantingly beautiful smile appeared on Mimi's face, as she slowly descended upon the competition platform. She made her way forward elegantly before standing in front of Enlin, upon which she announced in a pleasant voice, "I hereby announce that the champion of this pill refinement competition is Enlin." Raucous cheers erupted straight into the heavens. Hundreds of thousands of living beings clapped and cheered as they called Enlin's name with the utmost enthusiasm and reverence. Enlin listened to the tsunami of cheers and looked around at all those scorching pairs of eyes, and he was momentarily caught in a daze. Had he really just successfully flexed his way to the championship title? At this moment, he was undoubtedly the most eye-catching existence on this entire Dao Plaza. He had used his ability to win over every member of the audience. Not just the audience, but even the competitors and elders were filled with awe and veneration. Mimi's eyes rippled like water, and she licked her sexy red lips as she spoke in a seductive voice. "Congratulations, Enlin, this is your prize." Her lips parted slightly as she slowly approached Enlin. The tip of her tongue peeked out minutely from her lips, and an alluring aroma wafted from her body, striking the onlooker with the urge to commit a crime. Just when Enlin was about to slap her across the face, Mimi retreated before giving Enlin a seductive wink. Boom! An extremely intricately crafted pill refinement cauldron appeared on the competition platform. Countless people stared at the cauldron with scorching expressions. This was the prize for the champion, the 9-spirit cauldron. It was extremely rare for an immortal tool to be the prize of a competition like this. This was undoubtedly the utmost glory and encouragement. Clap, clap, clap. The elders began clapping first. "Congratulations, Enlin, on receiving the 9-spirit cauldron." Clap, clap, clap. Raucous applause rang out across the entire Dao Plaza. Even Gray had stood up from his kneeling position as he applauded with a reverent expression. Enlin lifted up the pill refinement cauldron in front of him before making his way over to the woman in the jade barley ink garment. Under the scorching eyes of countless onlookers, the two of them exchanged a smile. "Xiaolan, I'm giving this 9-spirit cauldron to you. I hope you like it," Enlin said with a smile. A vibrant, enchanting smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. "It looks like you have a conscience after all. I really like this gift, so I'm keeping it." She put the 9-spirit cauldron away into her storage ring as she spoke. All the spectators fell silent as their eyes widened again. The elders were also in shock. All the contestants' breathing accelerated, and they felt like they were about to collapse. During the competition, Enlin and Su Xiaolan didn't really communicate with one another. So even though they were both humans, no one made the connection. However, everyone realized something upon seeing this. There was no difference whether it was Enlin who became the champion or Su Xiaolan. After all, the prize was going to be Su Xiaolan's prize anyway. Why didn't they fucking say anything earlier? Everyone felt like a stupid cunt for arguing so vehemently about who the eventual champion would be, even though there was no point in doing so. Gray had only just stood up, but his legs gave out from under him as he knelt heavily to the ground again. He sobbed in a loud voice, "Enlin, you're showing off again. How can you be so outstanding even when you're receiving a prize?" It had to be said that the series of miracles Enlin had created earlier had almost sent all the onlookers into cardiac arrest. They could accept him elevating the grade of a spirit pill. They could even accept the fact that he had a holy flame as well as many divine flames and could control them all at once. But what the hell was he doing giving out a present like this and abusing all the single people present? And the person he was giving the gift to was one of his main competitors, Su Xiaolan? The very sight of it made everyone's flesh crawl. Many of them had almost gotten into physical altercations while arguing over who should be the eventual champion and who deserved the 9-spirit cauldron. But in the end, it didn't even fucking matter. There was no difference whatsoever. Everyone was shocked by this, including the high and mighty pill sage. Mimi was thinking about seducing Enlin, but she too was abused along with all of the other single people present. Even though she was a vastly experienced host, she was momentarily dazed by this sudden turn of events. However, she soon came to her senses and assumed a dainty smile in order to liven up the mood. "Now then, let Mimi interview our champion and listen to what he has to say," Mimi made her way toward Enlin with a hint of a smile on her face. Enlin, shouldn't you introduce the woman beside you to me? Enlin cleared his throat. Su Xiaolan and I are very good friends. That's right. We are the type of friends you're all thinking of. I entered this competition with her for no reason other than for her to win the 9-spirit cauldron. Even though she could have won it through her own ability, I felt like it would be more meaningful if I gave it to her as a present, so I decided to win instead. It's as simple as that. A light blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's delicate features. Mimi's lips twitched upon hearing this. The hundreds of thousands of single spectators present were all given another healthy dose of abuse. Gray continued to kneel on the ground. He flexed when he was receiving the prize, and he was even flexing in the interview now. All the other competitors felt as if they were about to throw up mouthfuls of blood, and there were even some whose Dao hearts were shaking. So this couple was here with the sole purpose of abusing everyone else? And they took out both the first and second place, crushing all the pill refinement prodigies of the world in the process. This was simply unimaginably infuriating. Mimi felt like her role as the host was becoming more and more difficult, and there were already spectators that were leaving in anger. Hehe, you sure have a good relationship with Su Xiaolan. What are your plans from here onward? Are you two going to further your study in the pill tower? We'll think about that later. At the moment, we have something that we need to do. And Lin refused in an euphemistic way. Mimi faltered slightly, clearly not expecting an answer like this. However, she knew that she couldn't ask any other questions, or everyone was going to leave. Hence, she announced in an impassioned voice, "All right, let us give another round of applause to this prodigious pill refinement master." And Lin, raucous applause and cheers erupted again. Thankfully, the atmosphere was forcefully livened up. The Pill Tower elders also made their way toward the competitors in order to invite them to join the Pill Tower. And Lin and Su Xiaolan both received a 6th-grade Immortal pill coupon each, which could be used to refine a 6th-grade Immortal pill in the Pill Tower. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, are you sure you don't want to join the Pill Tower? An elder asked with more than a hint of disappointment in its face. The Pill Tower was the holy land for all pill refinement masters throughout the continent, and they wouldn't force anyone to join as most pill refinement masters were already begging to join them. However, Enlin and Su Xiaolan were two of the most talented pill refinement masters they had ever seen, so they couldn't help but inquire again in the hope that they had changed their minds. If there is a chance in the future, Xiaolan and I will definitely return to the Pill Tower. Hopefully you won't reject us when the time comes. Enlin replied humbly. He had flexed enough anyway, and sometimes it was good to be humble for a bit of balance in life. Of course not. The Pill Tower will forever be open to the two of you. The Pill Tower elder stroked its beard with a warm smile, and Lin silently swallowed a 2nd-grade spirit pill to replenish his energy. He felt like his entire body had been completely depleted, and his consciousness was also extremely diminished. Perhaps this was the price for flexing. Even after swallowing a high-rank spirit pill, it would take some time for him to recover from this. At this moment, Dongfang Zhuangshi and the others also arrived. Dongfang Zhuangshi looked at Enlin with a complex expression. Enlin, I didn't think you would be such a prodigious pill refinement master. Didn't you say we would run alongside each other? What are you doing racing ahead and taking the first place? You lied to me. Enlin scratched his head with a hint of embarrassment. This was all an accident. I knew it. My master is the most outstanding in all aspects. Xiao Zhe raised his thumbs with an expression of awe and veneration. A thought suddenly occurred to Enlin upon seeing Xiao Zhe, and a smile appeared on his face. Seeing as you delivered such timely praise, Master will reward you with a big present. What big present? Xiao Zhe was a little confused, and Lin turned to the golden figure who was still lamenting and waved his hand. Hey, Fanny, over here. Come on over. Fanny's body trembled lightly upon hearing this voice, and she finally came to her senses. She tapped her foot onto the ground and floated to Enlin's side. She was quite clearly feeling extremely distraught, and her eyes were downcast with not a single shred of the arrogance and sprightliness they once possessed. Xiao Zhe immediately averted his gaze as his heart rate accelerated. And Lin's eyes lit up upon seeing this. He knew that Xiao Zhe would like this present. "Why did you call me here?" Fanny asked in a hollow voice. "Did you forget that we made a bet?" And Lin asked with a smile. "A bet?" Fanny blinked her golden eyes before coming to a realization, upon which her body trembled again. Her expression became even more distraught as she asked, "All right, I lost and I'm willing to pay the price. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" And Lin nodded with approval. Her acceptance showed that she had a trustworthy personality and wouldn't use her status as the Pill Sage's daughter to go back on her word. She would make a good wife for his disciple. All the onlookers faltered upon hearing this. The Pill Tower elders and all the contestants turned to them in unison. There was a bet between Lin and Fanny? That sounded interesting. Gray rubbed his aching knees as he walked toward Lin, but his footsteps faltered upon hearing this. Even Xiao Zhe had turned back to look at Lin with curiosity on his face. And Lin pointed to the young boy next to him. "Let me introduce him to you. This is my disciple. His name is Xiao Zhe, and he is a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the Return to Void intermediate stage. He is from the primordial dragon tribe, and he has power, looks, and money." Xiao Zhe hung his head in embarrassment upon being praised like this. He wasn't like this in the past, but now, in front of this woman, he was particularly nervous and shy. However, he was quite elated that his master would compliment him like this in front of this woman. Fanny blinked with incomprehension. "So?" And Lin then pointed at Fanny before turning to Xiao Zhe. "Fanny, soul formation final stage, Ghost Tribe. She is a pill refinement prodigy at the soul creation stage, and she's quite beautiful, as is her personality." Xiao Zhe was still not sure what Lin was getting at. He knew all this already. Fanny was also quite confused. Why was he suddenly talking about her? Even though she was feeling a little happy to be praised like this, but what were his intentions? Was he trying to get her to compliment him back? And Lin turned his eyes back to Fanny again. "All right, that's it for introductions. What I'm asking you to do is something that does not go against morals and ethics, and is something within your power as well. Fanny, please enter into a relationship with my disciple, Xiao Zhe. I hope you two can become Dao partners in the future." And Lin's voice reverberated throughout the entire Dao Plaza. The lively atmosphere instantly gave way to a deathly silence. Even a pin drop could be audibly heard. Fanny's intricate mouth gaped open in shock. All the spectators and Pill Tower elders were feeling completely dumbstruck. Boom! Gray knelt heavily to the ground yet again as tears flowed from his eyes. "And Lin, why are you still flexing even now? How am I supposed to ever stand up if this continues?" Xiao Zhe was the most shocked among everyone here. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning as he stood rooted to the spot while recollecting Lin's words over and over again. "Give you a big present. Introductions. Enter into a relationship with my disciple, Xiao Zhe." The big present Master was talking about was the woman of his dreams. Master had already seen the admiration in his heart, and that was why he had gone out of his way to make this bet before fighting for the championship title with all his strength. This was all for his sake. Tears welled up in Xiao Zhe's eyes. "Master, thank you." Xiao Zhe was extremely touched. He could feel the love and attention in Lin's actions. He had silently worked hard in the background, all for a chance to present him with this massive surprise. Xiao Zhe was touched beyond belief, but all the onlookers present were in a different situation. At the top level of the Pill Tower, crack, bam! The hands of the golden figure crushed the railing between them. "Calm down. Don't be ruled by your impulses. Dominic, let's calm down first and see how things progress. If Fanny really does, I'll go kill them all then." The golden figure mumbled in a monologue to try and remain calm. At this moment, on the competition platform of the Dao Plaza, deathly silence ensued. And Lin's condition for Fanny was simply far too astonishing. This was the first time they had seen a bet made in order to find a Dao partner for one's disciple. A master like this, they really wanted one as well. Su Xiaolan involuntarily massaged her brows. And Lin's actions had once again turned her impression of him upside down. Seriously though, wasn't Lin really not afraid of being killed by the pill sage? You? Fanny pointed a trembling finger at him with an extremely aggrieved expression on her face. How could you do this? How could you bully me like this? And Lin was immediately displeased upon hearing this. How is this bullying? Where are you going to find an outstanding Dao partner like Xiaoze? Aside from myself, who is more outstanding than he is? Fanny? All the onlookers. But Fanny bit down on her lower lip. He's just a child. Fanny's voice had only just faded when a light flashed from Xiaoze's body. A handsome man with fair skin, black eyes, and an intricate dragon horn on his head appeared before Fanny. The man wore a shy expression on his face. Miss Fanny, I'm actually at an age where I can mate. I only adopted a younger form so that I can match my master better. Fanny? And Lin? What the fuck was this about mating? Could you be any more blunt? Xiaoze took a deep breath, and it was as if he had mustered up all his courage as he stared at Fanny with a heartfelt expression. I'm not very good at expressing myself, but ever since I first laid my eyes on you, I felt like you were the right person. The two of them continued to look at each other. In the end, it was Fanny who caved in first as she lowered her head and interlaced the fingers on her hands together. This was the first time a member of the opposite sex had confessed to her. She couldn't elaborate on just what type of feeling this was, but she could feel her heart rate accelerating. I am a dragon who has secluded himself for tens of thousands of years. I don't know how to talk or what to say. I once used Golden Realm essence crystals to create a dragon princess, which was the manifestation of the Tao partner of my dreams, and the dragon princess stayed with me throughout what seemed like an eternity. But today, I feel like I've seen the dragon princess come to life. Fanny, aside from the fact that you don't have a dragon horn, you are exactly the same as the dragon princess of my dreams. You're proud and confident, you're beautiful and strong, and looking at you makes me feel like I'm looking at the most glorious thing in this world. I think this might be what fate is supposed to be. After dreaming for an eternity, God finally placed you before me. Will you give me a chance? Xiaoze stared at Fanny with an extremely genuine expression. Fanny's breathing was a little unstable, and her fingers twisted from side to side unconsciously. She cast a fleeting glance at Xiaoze before immediately averting her gaze. She was like a shy young woman who didn't know what to do with herself. All the onlookers, including Lin and Su Xiaolan, were all dumbstruck. Didn't he say that he didn't know what the fuck to say? This was the confession of a fucking relationship expert. And Lin was extremely proud. He had helped his disciple all he could, and his disciple was not letting him down. One had created the opportunity while the other grabbed at it with both hands. What a godlike combination! Fanny finally spoke. This time, all hints of unwillingness and distress had disappeared from her voice and replaced by an inexplicable sense of worry and curiosity. What you said, is that all true? Your feelings toward me and all those other things, is that all true? Xiaoze immediately pointed two fingers into the sky. I can swear an oath to the heavens. Fanny pursed her lips before harumphing with a proud expression. I lost the bet, so I guess I have no choice but to give you a chance. Boom! All the onlookers felt as if they had been struck by lightning upon hearing her response. All the Pill Tower elders finally exploded. You can't. Fanny! A Pill Tower elder let loose a cry of surprise. Fanny, please reconsider. The flaming humanoid elder dissuaded. Impudent demonic dragon. How dare you lust for the daughter of the Pill Sage? The Crimson Spider elder charged toward Xiaoze, but Dongfang Zhuangshi only had to glare at it before it faltered in fear. The Pill Sage's daughter is a precious holy maiden that is not to be soiled by the likes of you. Another elder had erupted in rage. If something like this was allowed to go on, they would not be able to handle the consequences. And Lin immediately stood up for his disciple as he pointed a finger at all the Pill Tower elders. They're a match made in heaven, and they've mutually consented to each other. Who are you monsters to object to their relationship? All the elders flared up in rage. Oh? Then what if I object? A golden figure suddenly appeared between Fanny and Xiao Zhe, standing tall and proud with poise and elegance. And Lin shot a glance at this unwelcome guest. And who the hell are you? I am Fanny's father, the golden figure replied. And Lin? Father. Fanny pursed her lips as tears welled up in her eyes again. I'm sorry. I couldn't live up to your expectations and become the champion. And I made a bet without telling you. The golden figure flicked Fanny on the forehead. Silly girl, you're going to lose yourself too. And Lin turned to the golden figure to find that he was also a humanoid creature. On top of that, he was also quite handsome, except that his skin was golden in color. Fanny's father was the very same Dominic who held the esteemed title of Pill Sage. This was one of the top dogs of the opposite shore realm. Furthermore, it was said that his mind was quite open, and he treated all races on this continent equally, which was why he had many friends across the entire continent as well as a very good reputation. And Lin thought to himself for a moment before deciding that it was necessary for him to fight for his disciples' happiness. To his surprise, Xiao Zhe spoke before he could even open his mouth. Father, please give me and Fanny a chance. I'll do everything I can to satisfy your expectations. Xiao Zhe spoke with a sincere expression. And Lin? All the other onlookers. Dominic glanced at Xiao Zhe before turning to Fanny. You're willing to accept such a shameless dragon? A light blush appeared over Fanny's intricate features. I think he's quite brave. And Lin? All the other onlookers. Dominic. Everyone present drew a sharp intake of breath. All of them conceded to Xiao Zhe's skills. I am the daughter of the Pill Sage, and no one has ever been brave enough to say things like that to me. He knows who I am, but he still came forward to express his feelings. As such, I can see that his heart is true. Besides, I lost a bet, so why can't I give him an opportunity? I don't regret anything. This was the first time Fanny had ever said so much to her father in one go. Father, I want to give him a chance. Dominic's body trembled as he stared at his daughter in shock. Countless onlookers were also staring at her with incredulity. Dominic could see a hint of determination and anticipation in her eyes. So, she wasn't doing this against her will? From her eyes, it looked like she was serious. Dominic turned toward Xiao Zhe, and he could also see just how serious he was from his expression. Even though the events that led up to this point had been rather comical, it looked like the main characters involved really were quite serious about one another. Was this really fate? Dominic patted his own head. How had things progressed to a situation like this? He couldn't help but turn his eyes toward the handsome sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect, and Lin. He was looking at his beloved disciple with benevolence and encouragement in his eyes, alongside the tranquility and confidence of a man who had everything under his control. What a terrifying man! Dominic was an open-minded person, but that didn't mean that he was a willful person. His daughter's future happiness was concerned here, so he had to think long and hard about this. Dominic fell into a dilemma. This was a very difficult problem. This was one of the rare situations where he was at a loss for what to do. However, he still nodded his head with difficulty as he wanted to respect his daughter's decision. Fanny, I won't interfere with your decision. However, make sure to end the relationship if it becomes unhealthy for you. Also, if you get bullied, tell me. Boom! A monstrously frightening aura soared into the heavens, and Lin and the others were all struck by a powerful sense of asphyxiation. This was the power of the Tao integration stage. Tell me, and I'll make them regret being born. Dominic spoke in a calm voice, but the determination in his eyes was undebatable. Perhaps this was the only thing he could do for his daughter as a father. The Celestial the Arch had boasted to him not long ago about the small war god of the heavenly court, and Lin. This was a man with whom one always had to expect the unexpected. Even though he kept many secrets, he was a good person at heart and was a man with a very strong set of morals and ethics. Furthermore, his disciple appeared to be quite good-natured as well. This was the reason why Dominic didn't immediately kill them on the spot. His daughter was going to have to enter a relationship sooner or later, so he might as well just let her go. Fanny and Xiaozhe were both dumbstruck upon hearing this. Dominic had agreed, and Lin and Su Xiaolan were also quite shocked. Things were much easier than they had expected. They had thought that they would have to do a lot more convincing. However, what Lin and the others didn't know was how much of an internal conflict Dominic had gone through during this period of time. Aside from that, the Celestial the Arch had also unintentionally given him an assist. However, at the very core of this matter, it was Lin and his team's good reputation that made things go smooth sailing for them. Fanny, this is great. A blissful smile appeared on Xiaozhe's face. He couldn't repress his emotions any longer, and he charged toward Fanny to try and envelop her in a tight hug. Splat! Dominic immediately slapped Xiaozhe into the ground. And Lin? Humph! You better settle down or I'll kill you right now. Dominic warned with a menacing expression. Xiaozhe got up with an apologetic smile. All right, father. I don't have any relatives left, so we're a family from now on. Dominic's lips twitched. Fanny chuckled lightly as she covered her mouth. Xiaozhe's shameless tactics did not evoke a single shred of displeasure in her heart. Instead, she was overcome by an indescribable sense of happiness. The Pill Sage has agreed for her daughter to enter into a relationship with a dragon? An elder's mouth gaped open in shock as he viciously pinched one of the four-armed ape's arms. Ow! Why are you pinching me? The four-armed ape elder jumped up. I wanted to see if I were dreaming, the elder replied. The four-armed ape immediately flared up. Then pinch yourself, the elder replied. But that would hurt. The four-armed ape. Thus, Xiaozhe and Fanny officially established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. All the onlookers felt as if they were in an illusionary realm. This bizarre sequence of events was outside of even their wildest imagination. They could accept how Lin had flexed all over them during this pill refinement competition. But now, he had even managed to convert the Pill Sage's daughter from foe to friend. Furthermore, this was a conversion from foe to his disciple's girlfriend. This was something unimaginable to them, but Lin managed to do it. And Lin's legendary feats would most likely spread through the Pill City and even the entire opposite shore realm very soon. There were no ghosts that would dare to look down on this mysterious and powerful pill refinement master. Thus, the competition drew to a conclusion following a grand firework display. The kneeling gray had to be picked up from the ground by Julia. Julia felt like her cousin might have developed mental problems as he was constantly repeating things like, Boss and Lin's flex is unmatched. Please take me to flex with you, and other things along those lines. Sigh. This kid keeps saying stuff that doesn't make sense. He should be good as new after a beating though. Julia sighed with a dejected expression and took one last look at that legendary man before taking her cousin elsewhere for treatment. The treatment was not suitable for younger audiences, so she had to take him somewhere secluded first. Xiaozhe stood a little shyly beside Fanny as they talked about some interesting cultivation stories. He had encountered many interesting things ever since he met Lin, so his anecdotes were able to send Fanny into frequent fits of laughter. Dongfang Zhuangshir's impression of Lin had completely elevated from appreciation to admiration, and he couldn't help but sigh while praising Lin. Lin, you are a brilliant man. Su Xiaolan stood beside Lin and asked in a low voice, How did you figure out Xiaozhe had feelings for Fanny? I immediately thought of that Golden Realm Essence crystal statue upon seeing Fanny, so I naturally turned to look at Xiaozhe to discover that he looked like he had lost his soul. That was clearly love at first sight. Not only that, I flexed so much during my pill refinement, but Xiaozhe was still looking at Fanny the whole time. I couldn't take it anymore. I'm so handsome and so talented. Why was Xiaozhe so intent on looking at her? And Lin spoke with displeasure. Su Xiaolan, this is indeed the power of love. Among the 90 or so competitors, 80 of them were planning to join the Pill Tower. Unfortunately, the two most eye-catching pill refinement masters didn't join the Pill Tower. This was quite disappointing, and on top of that, they had even abducted the third-place Fanny. That's right, they had abducted her heart. After a short period together, Dominic discovered with crushing sadness that his daughter really did seem to have developed a fondness for Xiaozhe. Fuck, he wanted to kill himself. Xiaozhe, You're a member of the 4-9 Immortal sect? Ah, so that Lin is the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect. Hehe. Sorry for not making the connection. Our naming conventions here are very different from yours. So I thought this was another Lin. Go to the 4-9 Immortal sect? Sure. That sounds great. I've always wanted to go to the Kingdom of the 9 States. Dominic. It seemed like his daughter was being abducted a little too quickly. Dominic looked up at the sky while feeling extremely depressed. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the opposite shore realm, a blue bat flew over the sky. It had one black eye and one white eye, which assessed the entire landscape in a radius of a few hundred kilometers below it, down to the very last detail. There was no disguise or concealment that could fool its eyes. Beside it was a red turtle that was holding a silver divinatory diagram that it used for divination purposes. Your Majesty, the 3 immortal beasts at the Return to Void Pinnacle stage have used the Infernal Realm Lock to lock up the borders of the opposite shore realm. However, it is extremely taxing to maintain, and they've given us less than 5 days, the red turtle said. The bat beside the red turtle was none other than the Divine Bat Emperor. 5 days is enough. Where is our next stop? The Divine Bat Emperor asked in an indifferent voice. Air. The divinatory diagram indicates that there is a very big chance that they are competing in a pill refinement competition at Pill City. A hesitant expression appeared on the red turtle's face. The Divine Bat Emperor turned toward it with a skeptical expression. Did you not sleep well last night? The red turtle. Even though it's scarcely believable, that is what the divinatory diagram is showing me. They're not running for their lives, but instead participating in a pill refinement competition? Are they scared that we won't be able to find them? Even an idiot won't do something like that. A disgruntled expression appeared on the Divine Bat Emperor's face. We don't have time to waste on useless places. A hesitant expression appeared on the red turtle's face. Then our next stop? The Divine Bat Emperor paused momentarily before connecting a voice transmission. A voice soon sounded from the other side. Divine Bat Emperor? What do you need from me? Pill Sage, I need your help. I'll transmit a few presences for you. Can you detect with your divine sense to see if they're in Pill City? No problem. Moments later, the Pill Sage looked at Lin and the others, and he fell into deep thought upon receiving the presences. What a coincidence! He was just racking his brains for how to get rid of these people who were trying to abduct his daughter. But he didn't think that an opportunity would arise so soon. Was God helping him? Dominic looked at the people before him, and a joyful smile appeared on his face as he sensed the presences on his voice transmission talisman. Divine Bat Emperor, you really are my lucky star. Dominic was just about to sell Lin and the others out when he heard a peal of joyful laughter erupting from his daughter's mouth, and he involuntarily turned to look at her. Fanny was laughing extremely happily, as if she had already forgotten about the disappointment and sadness from losing the pill refinement competition. She had lost the glory of being crowned champion, but she had received something more important. Humph! How dare they try and swindle my daughter? Prepare to receive retribution. Dominic gritted his teeth with resentment, but he was still looking at the vibrant smile on her daughter's face. His heart throbbed with pain, but he was also a little elated. This was a very strange feeling. Hey, Pill Sage, are they in Pill City or not? Pill Sage? Hurry up and tell me. Dominic could only vent his rage on the Divine Bat Emperor. They're not here. Fuck off. The Divine Bat Emperor. The Pill Sage was renowned among all the super mighty figures for his peculiar personality. Hence, the Divine Bat Emperor didn't think much of his unprovoked outburst. As for what the Pill Sage had said, there was no reason for it not to believe him. After all, why would the high and mighty Pill Sage lie for the sake of a bunch of unrelated people? Let's go to the next place. The Divine Bat Emperor spread its huge blue wings and turned toward another direction. Its massive body soared through the air as it continued to pursue Lin and the others. Thus, a crisis was averted due to Fanny's smile. Dominic looked at the vibrant smile on Fanny's face, and he too smiled. It had to be said that Fanny looked really beautiful when she smiled, and Lin appraised Fanny from a purely platonic point of view. and even he had to admit that her beauty was flawless. Fanny was a ghost, but she had the appearance of a human. She was a little golden and shiny, but that only seemed to give her a peculiar sense of beauty. Xiao Zhe was certainly into it, so they were a very good match. In the eyes of mighty figures, interspecies relationships really weren't much of a problem. For example, Su Xiaolan's mother was a human mighty figure, while her father was a dragon, thereby giving her her true dragon and divine phoenix bloodlines. Of course, she now also had a vermilion bird bloodline. And Lin was thinking when he had children with Su Xiaolan in the future, wouldn't his kids have a quarter dragon bloodline? Dragon babies, what a stimulating thought. Just as Lin was fantasizing about his future, the pill sage came over to extend a greeting. Sect leader Lin, I've heard many things about you. Dominic spoke with a graceful smile, and Lin swallowed nervously. He didn't know whether this Dao integration stage super mighty figure was resentful toward him for making a bet with his daughter in order to create a chance for his disciple. Pill sage, we're in-laws from now on, so there's no need to be so polite. You can just refer to me by my name, and Lin replied. Dominic's face convulsed slightly. Xiao Zhe's shamelessness appeared to be something that he had learned from Lin. Don't try to get all chummy with me. My daughter might dump your disciple tomorrow. Dominic spoke with a thunderous expression, and Lin wore a buoyant grin throughout. He had achieved everything he had come here to achieve, so there was nothing for him to be unhappy about. Dominic's chest constricted upon seeing his joyful expression, and he was tempted to send a voice transmission talisman to the Divine Bat Emperor and sell Lin out. Be honest with me? What happened between you and the Divine Bat Emperor? Those beasts have concealed their auras, but they can't escape from the detection of my divine sense, Dominic asked. And Lin paused momentarily before replying, It's nothing much. We just had a minor battle with some of his subordinates. Dominic chuckled coldly. Would the Divine Bat Emperor personally chase you all the way to the opposite shore realm just over a minor battle? The Divine Bat Emperor just contacted me and inquired about your whereabouts. And Lin? Thank you, in-law. And Lin immediately expressed his gratitude. He knew that the pill sage had lied for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be bringing up something like this. As such, he really was feeling quite grateful toward him. Dominic continued to chuckle coldly. You say we're in-laws, but you're keeping something like this from me? I have to take responsibility for my daughter's safety. So you better be more transparent with me. And Lin's eyes lit up. So you admit that we're in-laws? Dominic drew a sharp intake of breath. Was that the point? But it did appear as if he had slipped up. Damn it. Maybe he should just kill them all right here, right now. In-law, I won't keep anything from you then. This is what happened. We entered the vast land of Blood Mystic Realm, then came out and battled the Nightmare Mudman and its subordinates. And Lin explained. You're still calling me in-law? Dominic resisted the urge to flare up. What happened then? I know of the Nightmare Mudman. That's a powerful return to Void Final Stage mighty figure. We then killed the Nightmare Mudman, and we accidentally killed the Flaming Falcon and the Dark Dragon Ape as well. And then it looked like that Divine Bat Emperor was very angry and decided to chase us down. And Lin continued. Dominic drew another sharp intake of breath. You sure are bold. From what he had just described, he had slain 3 Return to Void Stage mighty figures, one of which was at the Return to Void Final Stage. This was a big event, even in the context of the entire continent. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. But the main reason the Divine Bat Emperor is pursuing you is probably because of that middle-aged man and gluttony, am I right? He turned to look at Dongfang Zhuangshi as he spoke. Dongfang Zhuangshi didn't avert his gaze. Instead, he met it with a tranquil gaze of his own. I'll fess up, in-law. This does indeed have a lot to do with that middle-aged man. Which is why we desperately need to refine a few pills before escaping from the opposite shore realm. And Lin heaved a resigned sigh. Dominic nodded. For some reason, he was not as averse to hearing the words in-law after hearing it a few times. Had he gotten used to it? This Lin was a very tricky man. Dominic immediately granted Lin and the others entry into the pill tower to source all the ingredients they needed. However, he had a condition. They had to dissuade Fanny from going back with them. He would consider sending his daughter there at another time after they returned to the 4-9 Immortal sect and everything died down. Xianxia was also against the idea of having Fanny embark on such a dangerous trip, so he agreed to Dominic's condition. They soon gathered all the required ingredients. With the protection of Pill Sage, they decided to refine the pill inside the pill tower. Dongfang Zhuangshir's secret recipe created a third-grade spirit pill, but the concealment abilities it imparted on the consumer were extremely shocking and could last for an entire day. The divine poison frog volunteered as the first experimental subject, and everyone discovered that after the divine poison frog had traveled over 15 kilometers away, Dongfang Zhuangshir was unable to detect its location. Not only that, even the pill sage was unable to detect its presence. This was simply extraordinary. Even the pill sage was shocked by this. And then, something even more surprising to Enlin and the others happened. The divine poison frog really did disappear. That's right. The divine poison frog took advantage of the pill's powerful concealment effect to disappear and never return again. And Lin stared into the night sky and lamented all those times he had spent with the frog. However, he could understand its decision. It was not a good idea to continue following Enlin's party. After all, the Divine Bat Emperor's target was Enlin and the others, so the Divine Poison Frog's departure was the best thing it could do for itself, as this would allow it to completely escape from the Divine Bat Emperor's pursuit. Unless the Divine Bat Emperor suddenly became retarded, it wouldn't bother chasing down a frog. The traveling frog has finally embarked on its journey. And Lin shook his head as he farewelled this fleeting friend in his heart. The simple-minded Ao Nyo lamented the divine poison frog's unannounced departure for a long while. Moo! He was such a good frog. Why did he have to go? Ao Nyo lamented with disappointment and sorrow. And Lin's expression darkened. Don't make it sound like the frog died. Tears welled up in Ao Nyo's eyes. I saw it as a friend. It was so wise and so street-smart. Why would it do something like this? It's quite simple to understand. Staying with me is quite dangerous. And Lin shrugged nonchalantly. Ao Nyo, I'll give you a choice as well. You can choose to leave us, and I won't say anything. Ao Nyo shook his head without any hesitation. No, I'll stay. The sinister spirit beast cesspool is no longer a place I can go back to. As for going somewhere else, I might as well stay with you instead. You're so awesome. I feel like I'll have a bright future following you. And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this before a smile appeared on his face. You've got a good eye. Ao Nyo was quite a simple-minded cow, which made it quite determined toward certain things. Could be a surprisingly strong trait at times. Everyone stayed for a day at the Pill Tower. And Lin, Su Xiaolin, Xiaoxia, the Jade Bone Immortal Bug, Dongfang Zhuangshir, Gluttony, and Ao Nyo each took 3 of Dongfang Zhuangshir's concealment spirit pills. And Lin and Su Xiaolin also used their immortal pill coupons to exchange for immortal pills. And Lin exchanged for a heavenly spirit pill, which was a 6th-grade immortal pill that could elevate his consciousness to its maximum possible extent or even beyond for a short period of time. The pill refinement masters of the opposite shore realm had done a lot of research on the consciousness of living beings, and they had many types of immortal pills to enhance one's consciousness. And Lin had chosen this particular immortal pill from all the different types of immortal pills on offer as he wanted to see just how powerful his consciousness would be once it was elevated to the maximum or even beyond that. Of course, this immortal pill had to be kept for critical moments. I'm going now, Fanny. I'll contact you once I get back to the 4-9 Immortal sect. Xiaoxia placed an inky black dragon scale in Fanny's hand with an earnest expression before waving in farewell. I'll be awaiting further news from you. Fanny's smile was as beautiful as a flower, and she made an elegant twirl as she waved her hand through the air, upon which countless specks of golden light fell like rain into the night sky below. This was a farewell ceremony unique to her tribe, and it was a very beautiful sight to behold. And Lin and the others each swallowed a concealment spirit pill before setting off for the Kingdom of the 9 States. The Kingdom of the 9 States was located in the southeastern direction from the opposite shore realm, while Pill City was located in the western region of the opposite shore realm. As such, there was quite a distance to travel, and they had to be on their guard against the Divine Bat Emperor's forces. The Pill Sage was quite concerned about the safety of Enlin and the others, but there was nothing he could do. Dao integration stage mighty figures were naturally quite sensitive toward one another's presence. If the Pill Sage accompanied them, it would be more likely to attract the Divine Bat Emperor's attention. If the Divine Bat Emperor decided to pay the Pill Sage a visit and extend a greeting, their cover would be blown. That wasn't to say that the Pill Sage was afraid of the Divine Bat Emperor. It would only be very troublesome if they did encounter one another and the Pill Sage's lies were uncovered. If worse came to worst, a battle could erupt, which would lay waste to Pill City. And Lin was also too embarrassed to ask the Pill Sage to accompany them. After all, they had swindled his daughter. Were they really going to pull him down with them as well? Thus, they decided to travel to the Kingdom of the Nine States on their own. A black dragon over 10,000 feet in length soared through the skies, sweeping up gale-force winds in his wake. And Lin and the others sat on the dragon's head, while looking down as the peculiar continent below them flashed past their eyes. As they approached the central region of the opposite shore realm, a certain type of law restriction began to appear. Everyone sensed the power of decay in the air, alongside a sense of death and darkness. And Lin, Xiaozhe, and the others all felt as if their powers were being repressed in this place. The more vitality one possessed, the more debilitated they would feel here. However, Dongfang Zhuangshi and Gluttony were thoroughly enjoying themselves. The closer one was to death, the more powerful they would feel here. Ahahaha, I like this flavor. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes with pleasure. Su Xiaolan wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words in the end. However, and Lin couldn't repress the urge to speak up. Uncle Dongfang, are you really okay? You look like you're about to die. I've died many times before, so this is nothing to me. Dongfang Zhuangshi replied with a smile. Gluttony also chimed in. Strictly speaking, Master is currently not a true life form, but instead, he's somewhere between life and death. And Lin was speechless. This place was heaven for the dead. Unlike creatures like Fanny, who was able to absorb the power of death from this place naturally, many of the living beings here did not have this ability. In that case, they had to cultivate in N-type cultivation methods in order to thrive here. Hey, look down below. There are so many zombie waves. Su Xiaolan let loose a cry of surprise. And Lin looked down to find two waves of lifeless zombie monsters clashing with one another. Both sides comprised of armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The zombie monsters tore at the bodies of their enemies and fought in extremely crazy ways. There was one monster that had its head bitten off, but it was still able to continue moving and shredding its enemies with its sharp claws. It looked like this was a clash between two massive armies, but there were actually only two participants in this battle. These were two soul formation stage necromancers standing behind their respective armies as they cast spell techniques while controlling their respective zombie armies. Where did they find so many bodies? And Lin furrowed his brows. He was a little disgruntled by the sight of living beings using dead beings as weapons. The jade bone immortal butterfly fluttered her wings while resting on Lin's shoulders. The opposite shore realm is a renowned paradise for the dead. Many living beings close to death would come here as their powers would be enhanced in the opposite shore realm, thereby allowing them to live longer. Because of this, the opposite shore realm has become an ideal graveyard that has attracted many dying beings. And Lin, so this was a natural graveyard? Someone on the brink of death could come here and prance around for a bit longer. It had to be said, this was quite alluring. At least it would be to living beings that were close to death. This was one of the most repugnant places on the entire continent. But this was not the case for dying creatures. They were extremely fond of the opposite shore realm. And Lin and the others looked down at the battle below before setting their sights on the direction of the Kingdom of the Nine States. Xiaozhe and the others had concealed their auras, so the two necromancers didn't even detect that such a gargantuan creature was flying over them. The sudden burst of raging winds gave them quite a fright, leading them to believe that their opponent had unleashed a wind-type spell technique. However, it was actually just the winds Xiaozhe swept up while passing through. Everyone flew peacefully for a while, and they had already reached the southeastern border of the opposite shore realm after a day, where the temperatures were slowly dropping. To the east was the holy glacial lands, and they could travel directly into the kingdom of the 9 states if they continued in the southeastern direction. And Lin and the others were starting to get nervous, and they focused more on their surroundings. It didn't take a genius to guess that the Divine Bat Emperor would have definitely set up an obstacle at the border of the opposite shore realm. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful energy fluctuations suddenly erupted in the east. Dongfang Zhuangshi's brows furrowed slightly. There appears to be a battle raging there. That doesn't concern us. Let's hurry up and get out of here. And Lin didn't want to stir up any trouble. Boom! A frosty blue sword projection sliced through the earth like a celestial sword, slicing apart the ground below for several dozen kilometers and freezing an entire city in the process. Gasp! Everyone's pupils contracted. The battling forces were extremely powerful. Quick! Let's get out of here. Go south. And Lin urged. They could not afford to have something go wrong in their escape at a time like this. Xiao Zhe was also aware of this, and he began to fly toward the south. The battle was taking place in the east, so they would be able to avoid it if they flew toward the south, right? Boom, boom, boom. 2 extremely terrifying bursts of energies erupted in the south before clashing violently with one another, causing heaven and earth to cave in from the overwhelming aura of the divine Tao. And Lin, let's go toward the west. However, just when they were about to go west, a powerful spatial seal completed locked up the space in a radius of several hundred kilometers. Rumble, the boundless power of the divine Tao engulfed heaven and earth. Countless evil spirits appeared in the air before pouncing toward all living beings around them. Kukuku, Mengji, you're not getting away. I'll be sure to kill you today. A twisted, black body with the appearance of a flesh ball opened its crimson, bloodthirsty eyes as a series of black feelers imbued with the power of the engulfment divine Tao pierced through space before converging at an extremely fearsome speed toward a white figure. The white figure continued to flash through the air, and the black feelers had only just made contact with the white figure before it shattered into snowflakes and appeared elsewhere in the next instant. Humph! No matter how much you run and hide, you won't be able to escape from me. I'll wear you down and crush you. A victorious smile appeared on the black, fleshy creature's face, revealing rows of malicious fangs. The power of the divine Tao surged from its body before sweeping toward the white figure. Xiao Zhe and the others silently crept to the outer edge of the spatial seal. How did we get caught in the crossfire? We aren't even interested in being spectators. So how did we end up in this situation? Gluttony fumed. Su Xiaolan turned to Enlin with a slight smile. It might be because of a certain somebody's powerful enemy-attracting constitution? Thankfully, neither of them seemed to have noticed us. It's all thanks to the spirit pills. And Lin was quite distraught at the fact that he couldn't even find an argument against this. Both of them are at the return to Void Pinnacle stage, but the Ghost Tribe mighty figure has a spatial sealing divine tool. This is something quite unexpected. Dongfang Zhuangshi spoke with a surprised expression. Everyone's expression shifted upon hearing this. A divine tool. There were even some Tao integration stage mighty figures who did not own any divine tools, but this mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage had one. Divine tools were indescribably powerful objects. If a mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage was to use one, they could even possess the power to oppose some of the weaker Tao integration stage super mighty figures for a short period of time. It was exactly because of this that the High Priestess of the Snow Maidens, Mengji, would be in such a miserable state. Who would have thought that there was someone else capable of tycoon attacks aside from myself? And Lin said with a solemn expression. Uncle Dongfang, can you break this spatial seal? Su Xiaolan asked with a worried expression. A grave expression appeared on Dongfang Zhuangshi's face. I'm not sure, but if I try, I will definitely be noticed by those two. Then, how about we camp here until the end of the battle? And Lin suggested. Dongfang Zhuangshi, are you sure you want to be such a coward? And Lin thought to himself for a moment before replying. Plan A will involve breaking open this spatial seal, upon which we will be faced with 2 possible scenarios, the first of which will be a successful escape, and the second of which would be getting attacked by both these mighty figures at once. Plan B will involve camping here, and we will be faced with two possible scenarios, one of which will be to remain in hiding until the battle ends, and the second of which will be getting caught. However, even if we do get discovered, we can still fall back on Plan A and try to make a break for it. Hence, do we know what the right decision is now? Everyone saw the reason behind his words and silently camped in the corner. Dongfang Zhuangshi unleashed another concealment spell technique in order to escape the detection of all evil spirits in the air, and everyone hid behind a huge rock to survey the battle from afar. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying clashes of energies transformed the space within a radius of several dozen kilometers around the two combatants into an infernal hell. Meng Ji wielded her golden staff and continued to evade her opponent's attacks, but she found that it was difficult to counterattack, and it looked like she would not be able to hold on much longer. Outside of this spatial seal, approximately 1,000 kilometers to the east, there was an even more terrifying battle taking place, which appeared to be a battle between Dao integration stage super mighty figures. The Snow Maidens appeared to only have the Great Empress as their sole Dao integration stage super mighty figure, which meant that the Snow Maidens had deployed all of their most powerful cultivators here. And Lin couldn't help but recall the battle in the Vermilion Bird sect from a while ago. Why can't the Snow Maidens just settle down? It has only been a short time since the Vermilion Bird sect battle, and they're picking fights again. It looks like all of their most powerful cultivators have been deployed as well. Are they really that fond of battle? Aren't they afraid of making too many enemies? And Lin muttered to himself, "Humph, let them make all the enemies they want. I hope they go extinct." A frosty expression appeared on Su Xiaolin's face. She was clearly quite resentful toward the Snow Maidens, and Lin stroked his chin as a thought occurred to him. I heard the Snow Maiden's homeland exploded. Could this have something to do with that? Master, you're saying that the Snow Maidens are moving, and now they're battling? Xiao Zhe was shocked, and Lin corrected him. No, this is an invasion. He had always been quite resentful toward the Snow Maidens as well. Even though there were many beauties among them, they were always stirring up trouble and picking fights wherever they went, so it was really quite difficult to develop a fondness for them. I wonder if Sister Shangguan is here. If only we can take her back with us. Su Xiaolan suddenly sighed, and Lin took a glance at the entire battlefield. It appeared that the two places from which the most violent energy fluctuations erupted were this place and the Great Empress battle. There was also a place where faint energy fluctuations were erupting, but it was almost impossible to detect, perhaps because it was too far away. Ha ha ha, little beauty. Why don't you just give in? I'll be good to you, and I'll make you experience spiritual intercourse the likes of which you've never experienced before. The ghost mighty figure chortled with glee. Gasp! And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. What is this spiritual intercourse it's referring to? I feel like I'm misunderstanding things. A blush appeared on Su Xiaolin's face. Dongfang Zhuangshi shook his head. You haven't misunderstood. Spiritual intercourse is exactly what it sounds like. The ghost tribe has a spiritual intercourse technique which is very stimulating, but also very dangerous as any mishaps could inflict severe damage upon both parties' consciousness. Su Xiaolan. And Lin's eyes widened. Have you tried it, Uncle Dongfang Zhuangshi? Dongfang Zhuangshi chuckled lightly. I have. It really is extremely satisfying in a peculiar way. Do you want to have a go? I can teach this technique to you and Xiaolin. And Lin? Su Xiaolin. I refuse. And Lin was a little disappointed upon hearing this, but he immediately adopted a serious expression. I refuse as well. This is a type of dark sorcery, the likes of which a man of justice like me refuses to come into contact with. Meng Ji's white dress fluttered around her, and she wore a cold expression on her face, seemingly completely unaffected by the ghost mighty figure's insults and provocation as she continued to evade its attacks. On one side was an earth-shattering battle. Elsewhere, there were a bunch of spectators having an animated conversation. Dongfang Zhuangshi seemed to be quite experienced in this subject, and an excited expression appeared on his face. That's all right. You know I'm a blood Kirin, so I know of an even more stimulating method of intercourse. What is it? And Lin's eyes widened with curiosity. Blood intercourse. Wanna hear about it? Dongfang Zhuangshi's eyes glowed with excitement. And Lin? Su Xiaolan. I feel like you should consider the feelings of us females when discussing topics like this. The jade bone immortal butterfly. I agree. Following strong objections from the female listeners, Dongfang Zhuangshi could only switch to another topic of conversation. Divine technique, immortal death god. The ghost mighty figure roared as boundless black light erupted from the black bone divine tool it held in its hand. Heaven and earth began to tremor, and the power of the divine Tao was enhanced by the divine tool to materialize a black skeletal projection of over 10,000 feet tall. The black skeletal projection was holding a crimson scythe. The skeleton wore a robe that was constructed by inky black evil spirits, and it recited an infernal mantra before slashing its scythe toward the elusive white figure. Crack! It was as if heaven and earth had been sliced in half as a disjointed crack appeared in the air. Mengji's body was also sliced in half and disjointed as a result. Bam! Her body exploded into a mass of white snowflakes. She then materialized again elsewhere in the air. Mengji's expression was still as cold and indifferent as ever, but blue blood was flowing from the corners of her lips. Kukuku, stop struggling. The immortal death god is able to lock onto your consciousness before initiating its attack. No matter how you evade or resist, each of its attacks will still directly inflict damage on your consciousness. The ghost mighty figure seemed to be quite pleased with itself as the divine tool in its hand glowed once again. The scythe in the black skeleton's hand fell again. Mengji gritted her teeth as her body transformed into a streak of white light before flying directly toward the ghost mighty figure. She was clearly planning to put her life on the line. It looks like the battle is going to be over soon. Let's make preparations to run away as soon as the spatial seal is withdrawn. Dongfang Zhuangshi instructed in a low voice. Blue divine light burst forth from Mengji's golden staff before fusing with her body, creating a sharp blade, which was capable of slicing apart heaven and earth, that swept toward the ghost tribe mighty figure behind the black skeleton projection. The black skeleton's scythe fell, and Mengji's power of the divine Tao, as well as her body, were sliced apart at the same time. Bam! The familiar scene of Mengji's body exploding recurred. In the next instant, Mengji's body appeared right before the black skeleton projection. She threw up another mouthful of blood, indicating that she had been severely wounded, but her pure golden eyes became extremely sharp. She continued onward with unstoppable force, and the blue blade of divine Tao pierced through the black skeleton projection before flying toward the ghost tribe mighty figure. A hint of panic appeared on the ghost tribe mighty figure's face as a wave of white, deathly energy erupted from its mouth before creating a dense wall in front of its body. Boom! The blue divine Tao blade struck the white wall of deathly energy, and an extremely terrifying shockwave exploded outward as the power of extreme frost instantly froze the space within a radius of several dozen kilometers from it. Even though Lin and the others were at the very edge of the spatial seal, they still experienced a biting chill running through their bodies. At the center of the collision, the temperatures were so low that the shield of deathly energy had been frozen solid. Break! A cold voice sounded. The shield of deathly energy cracked open, and the blue divine Tao blade pierced into the ghost tribe mighty figure's body, and Lin's eyes widened upon seeing this. Mengji managed to kill a mighty figure with a divine tool? Dongfang Zhuangshi shook his head. That's not the case. Mengji is about to go down. Sure enough, the ghost tribe mighty figure's body trembled uncontrollably, but a sinister smile appeared on its face. The power of the extreme frost divine Tao spread outward from the ghost tribe mighty figure's wound, but its progress continued to slow down before completely stopping. Is that it? The ghost tribe mighty figure's eyes flashed as it grabbed onto the blue divine Tao blade with a pair of dark, decaying hands before gripping down onto the blade viciously. Bam! The seemingly unstoppable blade was crushed by the ghost tribe mighty figure's bare hands, and Mengji flew back in retreat as blood gushed from her mouth. At the same time, the black skeleton projection's scythe fell again. The crimson scythe slashed a crimson line into the air, which seemed to have sliced apart heaven and earth. A red light lit up the world, seemingly existing within this world, but also seemingly having already transcended into a higher realm. Crack! Meng Zhi's body was sliced in half again. Bam! Her body exploded once again. And Lin stared at the scenes unfolding before his eyes with a speechless expression. Is there no end to this? Just how many lives does she have? Dongfang Zhuangshi was a vast reserve of knowledge on such matters. This is the Snow Maiden's Snow Lotus transformation technique. They can transfer all the damage their physical body sustains onto the Snow Lotus while they escape. As long as there is enough energy to unleash the spell technique, the user can theoretically revive countless times without sustaining any injuries. It's just a pity that the death god summoned by the ghost tribe mighty figure's divine tool possesses the partial powers of laws. Each slash from its scythe is able to destroy its opponent's consciousness. That high priestess is unable to completely transfer the power of the death god, so she will only be able to take 3 more of those attacks at most. 3 more? Everyone looked up at Meng Zhi with a nervous expression. Regardless of their personal impression of her, it was always a pity when a mighty figure at the Return to Void pinnacle stage met their doom. And Lin and the others had their eyes trained firmly on Meng Zhi while lamenting her imminent death in their hearts. Meng Zhi continued to retreat as the golden staff floated in front of her. She made a series of hand seals at high speed, and her hands left a series of afterimages in their wake as blue divine Tao veined patterns appeared under her feet like a formation. Boom! Terrifying frost power soared into the sky before shaking the heavens. Meng Zhi's aura soared explosively, thereby allowing her to transcend beyond the Return to Void stage for a short time. Ice Goddess Burial! A faint voice sounded from between her lips as the mighty projection of a blue goddess appeared in the air as it gathered a divine Tao energy ball that was blue and white in color between its hands. Meng Zhi knew that she had been backed into a corner, so she unleashed a trump card. Ha ha ha! You're at the end of your energy reserves. There's no use in struggling. The ghost tribe mighty figure's round body expanded to countless times its original size as it too unleashed a mystic technique to drastically enhance its own power. Divine technique, Stare of the Death God. It raised its black bone divine tool high into the air. Boundless dark divine Tao light burst forth from the bone before engulfing heaven and earth. The black skeleton projection expanded drastically in size as its body became more substantial. Its crimson eyes were like a pair of crimson vortexes as they sucked in everything between heaven and earth. My Stare of the Death God technique can engulf all spell techniques. It will automatically turn toward the enemy with the most powerful consciousness and drag the enemy's consciousness into a boundless abyss. You won't be able to escape. Let me use this attack to completely end your life. The ghost tribe mighty figure cackled maliciously as it pointed its divine tool toward Meng Zhi and unleashed its final attack. Meng Zhi also pointed her golden staff at the ghost tribe mighty figure. Go! Freeze its life force. The ice goddess she had summoned waved her hands through the air, and the blue and white divine Tao energy ball flew toward the ghost tribe mighty figure at lightning speed. Death God! Engulf this spell technique. The ghost tribe mighty figure was brimming with confidence as a mysterious might emanated from its divine tool again. The black skeleton projection faced the terrifying energy ball, but its head suddenly turned toward another direction as its crimson vortex eyes began to revolve at high speed. The ghost tribe mighty figure? Meng Zhi! Boom! Just as the ghost tribe mighty figure was looking on with a dumbstruck expression, the black skeleton projection suddenly unleashed its most powerful technique toward the empty air in a certain direction. Everything within a radius of several dozen kilometers in the direction it was looking at, regardless of whether they were plants or mountains, perished in an instant. The ghost tribe mighty figure's eyes widened in befuddlement. The stare of the death god would attack the enemy with the most powerful consciousness. But why was it staring into empty air? This was impossible. However, the truth was revealed in the next instant. A middle-aged man suddenly appeared as he struggled frantically while his body was sucked toward the death god's crimson vortex eyes. The ghost tribe mighty figure. No! It let loose a cry of despair. Boom! Meng Zhi's attack exploded upon making contact with the ghost tribe mighty figure's body. The terrifying power of the ice divine Tao froze the death god and engulfed the ghost tribe mighty figure's body. Boom! Frosty blue energy exploded, transforming heaven and earth into a frozen hell. Everything was engulfed by Meng Zhi's power of the divine Tao. And Lin and the others hid behind the chaotic alloy brick to keep the ensuing shockwaves at bay. They stared up at the explosion in the distance and fell into a peculiar silence. Does this mean our cover has been blown? And Lin asked. Didn't the ghost tribe mighty figure say that its technique would target the living being with the most powerful consciousness present at the scene? Senior Dongfang sure is impressive to be so outstanding even among so many mighty figures. The jade bone immortal butterfly exclaimed in amazement. And Lin's expression darkened. Is that the point? Is that really something to be happy about? Don't forget what we're trying to do. What? Why isn't this the point? Are you looking down on my master? Gluttony bared its fangs. And Lin. Was this gluttony fucking retarded? Su Xiaolan. I want to observe a minute of silence for Uncle Dongfang. Aonyo also heaved a forlorn sigh. Moo, I had thought we could always fall back on Plan A if Plan B didn't work out. But who would have thought that the strongest one among us would be dragged onto the battlefield? Looks like both Plans A and B have been foiled. And Lin massaged his brows. Uncle Dongfang unintentionally assisted Meng Zhi. First, he had to contend with the stare of the death god. Then, he was caught in the explosion from Meng Zhi's attack. I wonder if he's okay. Gluttony bared its teeth again. What? You're still looking down on my master? And Lin's chest constricted as he glared at Gluttony. This is called expressing concern? Do you understand? Gluttony pursed its lips. You're worrying about whether a wolf would be bullied by two sheep. Isn't that looking down on the wolf? And Lin was speechless. Su Xiaolan chuckled lightly. If your master is the big wolf and those two are the pleasant goats one, then we really do need to be concerned for him. Gluttony? And Lin raised his thumb. Genius. Well said, Xiaolan. Gluttony was still dumbstruck. Just as all of them were still spectating and talking crap, Meng Zhi's extreme frost energy slowly dissipated to reveal a world of ice and snow several dozen kilometers in radius. And Lin and the others fell silent as they focused their attention on the battle. This was a battle between mighty figures at the return to Void Pinnacle stage, and it would not be wise for them to butt in. As such, they could only continue to be spectators and act as the situation required. At the very least, they all had the self-awareness to not become useless baggage. Theoretically, Dongfang Zhuangshi was quite far away from the ice god burial and the stare of the death god, so the damage he sustained would have been significantly buffered. In contrast, the ghost tribe mighty figure had taken the ice god burial attack head-on and would have suffered much more damage. Cough cough. Meng Zhi slowly descended from the sky before landing on the ground. She couldn't help but throw up another mouthful of blood as the injuries she had sustained combined with the after-effect of unleashing the mystic technique struck her all at once. Thousands of meters away, a massive black body with a pair of malicious crimson eyes had been frozen solid. That was the ghost tribe mighty figure's body. Following a rather comical sequence of events, its final attack had missed Meng Zhi, thereby allowing her to survive. Meng Zhi turned her eyes away from the ghost tribe mighty figure toward her savior. A huge block of ice exploded with a resounding boom. Dongfang Zhuangshi walked out from the block of ice in a slightly disheveled state. He glanced at the frozen ghost tribe mighty figure before turning to Meng Zhi with an awkward, yet polite smile. Feel free to continue. I'm just passing by. He waved a hand before turning to leave. Meng Zhi opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she decided not to say anything. She felt like it wouldn't be a bad thing to let the man leave like this. This bizarre sequence of events had saved her life. However, seeing as the man did not want to meddle in this battle, then she should just let him go and treat this as a minor miracle. Dongfang Zhuangshi walked a couple of steps. When he caught sight of the black bone in the ghost tribe mighty figure's hand, he faltered. This was a divine tool. He had been exposed anyway, so he might as well grab the divine tool while he was here. However, before he had a chance to do anything, the block of ice began to tremor and crack before exploding. Boom! The ghost tribe mighty figure roared with rage as it emerged from the block of ice. The dark power of its divine Tao exploded forth, reducing everything around it to dust. Dongfang Zhuangshi narrowed his eyes. Looks like things won't be so easy to take care of here. The ghost tribe are extremely proficient at using the laws of heaven and earth here to their advantage. The closer a being is to death, the more their power will be enhanced. Based on this, one could cultivate special cultivation methods in order to maximize one's strength. For example, this severely wounded ghost tribe mighty figure would be even more powerful than it had been at full health. The ghost tribe mighty figure glared at Dongfang Zhuangshi with a pair of resentful, crimson eyes. It was you. You diverted my stare of the death god. Who the hell are you? Dongfang Zhuangshi adopted a harmless expression. I was just passing through and accidentally stumbled upon your battle. If you let me go, I promise I won't interfere with your battle. The ghost tribe mighty figure's expression shifted minutely. The middle-aged man before it looked quite powerful. If possible, it did not want to make too many enemies. All right, then you... It was just about to let him go when a sense of familiarity suddenly welled up in its heart. Wait! This presence. The ghost tribe mighty figure stared at Dongfang Zhuangshi in shock. You're the person the divine Bat Emperor is looking for. Its eyes widened in astonishment. Dongfang Zhuangshi. Never would the ghost tribe mighty figure have thought that the attack it had unleashed toward its enemy would inexplicably strike the mighty figure the divine Bat Emperor was looking for. It immediately pulled out its voice transmission talisman without hesitation. Right at this moment, a crimson light flashed past Dongfang Zhuangshi's eyes and space suddenly twisted. Boom! The ghost tribe mighty figure was caught off guard, and its voice transmission talisman shattered. Dongfang Zhuangshi massaged his brows with vexation. I knew it. I knew that divine bat bastard would recruit the help of the opposite shore realm mighty figures to try and hunt me down. My cover has been blown again. Sigh. Demonic blood Kirin, it is you. The ghost tribe mighty figure pulled out a plate-like transmission device as the power of the divine Tao around its body created a protective barrier. Crimson light flashed through Dongfang Zhuangshi's crimson eyes again, and the twisted space was even able to tear apart its divine Tao barrier before shattering the plate-like device in its hand. Boom! The ghost tribe mighty figure's plate-like device exploded. Sigh, why can't you recognize the disparity between our power levels? Congratulations! You've made another powerful enemy. Dongfang Zhuangshi shook his head with a resigned expression. The ghost tribe mighty figure. Dongfang Zhuangshi turned to Meng Ji with a warm smile. Greetings, beautiful woman. May I have the honor of fighting with you? Get rid of that ghost tribe mighty figure? Meng Ji nodded as a vibrant smile appeared on her face. The honor is all mine. An enemy of the enemy was a friend. Thus, under some rather inexplicable circumstances, Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Ji became allies in battle. The ghost tribe mighty figure felt like fate had played a massive prank on it. It had firmly held the upper hand just a few moments ago, but why did it suddenly have to fight for its survival? It was unwilling to accept this. It was so close to killing this snow maiden. A soul at the return to Void Pinnacle stage would be extremely delicious. How could it pass up this opportunity? The ghost tribe mighty figure turned to the middle-aged man. Even though his spell techniques were quite peculiar and had taken it off guard, it was lacking in offensive power. From his aura, it could tell that his energy seemed to be in an unstable state and he didn't seem all that powerful. To put it in simpler terms, it could win this. All right, since you're so keen on falling into an early grave, then I'll do the divine bat a favor and wipe you from this world. The ghost tribe mighty figure roared as it threw the black bone in the air, upon which dark energy erupted forth. Oh? It didn't run away. Dongfang Zhuangshi glanced at the ghost tribe mighty figure with a hint of surprise. Several dozen kilometers away, and Lin and Su Xiaolan were silently observing the battle through the use of telescopic spell techniques. Sigh! How had things become like this? and Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. How could Uncle Dongfang forge an alliance with a snow maiden? Snow maidens are all scum. Su Xiaolan was quite displeased to see that Meng Ji had survived. Aside from Sister Shangguan, that is. And Lin blinked. Xiaolan, are you really that resentful toward the snow maidens? Hey! The snow maidens invaded the Vermilion Bird sect, and they almost killed you. I would kill them all if I could. Speaking of which, you almost died at their hands. How could you be so calm? I feel like you should be angrier than I am. Su Xiaolan glowered at Lin. Lin had no response to that, but he was a little happy about what Su Xiaolan had said. Whoosh! Meng Ji initiated the first attack. She was not going to give the ghost tribe mighty figure time to prepare a spell technique. Dazzling divine light erupted forth from her golden staff and created a series of sharp blades that pierced through the air before striking the ghost tribe mighty figure's defensive barrier. The ghost tribe mighty figure unleashed a mystic technique that allowed it to draw on the power of the laws of heaven and earth, and its aura began to explosively soar. Meng Ji's attack fell upon its defensive barrier, but it was unable to break through it. With the bone as the heart and my blood as the body, I summoned the true death god. It abruptly sliced open its own body, and inky black blood flowed into the air to merge with the bone. The blood submerged the bone, and an extremely fearsome aura began to build. Blood energy exploded forth from Dongfang Zhuangshir's body, transforming the area in a radius of 5 kilometers into a turbulent sea of blood, which crashed toward the ghost tribe mighty figure. You want to create a fake life in front of me? A disdainful sneer appeared on his face, and he stomped down onto the sea of blood, upon which an extremely complex crimson spell formation appeared. The center of the spell formation was directly under the ghost tribe mighty figure's feet. At the same time, red clouds surged in the sky above, and the spell formation created a faint resonance with the earth. Dongfang Zhuangshir made a series of hand seals as his aura soared into the sky. Crimson slaughter of heaven and earth. Boom! The formation on the ground began to revolve violently as crimson energy enshrouded heaven and earth. The ghost tribe mighty figure looked up to discover an imaginably gigantic crimson kirin looking down upon it. Its breathing faltered as it sensed the crimson kirin's vastly terrifying aura. The crimson kirin extended a massive claw, which was imbued with suffocating killing intent, that tore through the ghost tribe mighty figure's defensive barrier before striking the blood and bone, which were giving rise to the death god. No! The ghost tribe mighty figure frantically unleashed its power to keep the crimson kirin at bay. It was also at this moment that a bright blue blade pierced through space before puncturing its body. The ghost tribe mighty figure had allocated most of its power to defend the death god, thus rendering it unable to defend itself from Meng Ji's attack. Meng Ji's silver hair danced in the breeze, and her wrist abruptly twisted as peerless frost power erupted from the blade in her hand and eroded the ghost tribe mighty figure's body. The earth-shattering might of the crimson kirin crashed down with suffocating force as it stabbed its sharp claw into the blood of the death god before injecting monstrous energy within. Rip! The crimson kirin tore the black blood apart and quickly sucked away the life force energy within. The blood was completely devoid of vitality as it fell in a rain of blood from the sky, amid the enraged roar of the ghost tribe mighty figure. How could this be? My spell technique was broken again. The ghost tribe mighty figure stared with incredulity at the black bone in the sky. The kirin extended its claws toward the black bone. However, dark divine light suddenly erupted from the black bone and materialized into a skeletal hand that swatted the kirin aside. Oh? The instinctive self-preservation reaction of the divine tool seems to be even more powerful than that ghost tribe bastard's attacks. Dongfang Zhuangshir was a little shocked. The ghost tribe mighty figure, did he have to word it like that? Was this middle-aged man sent here by God as some sort of divine punishment? At this moment, a blue blade of ice pierced through the air before slicing the ghost tribe mighty figure's body in half. Boundless blade projections erupted forth before slicing apart several dozen kilometers of the ground below along with the ghost tribe mighty figure. The kirin also disappeared from the sky. Dongfang Zhuangshir's spell technique receded, and his features were clearly a little pale. The power he had just unleashed was quite taxing in his current state. It looked like he would have to hug and Lin some more in order to replenish his depleted energy. He looked up at the divine tool in the sky while thinking about how he was going to capture it. Right at this moment, a sobbing voice suddenly sounded. Wah, wah, wah. Why would you force my hand like this? Why would you force me to take you all down with me? This was the ghost tribe mighty figure's voice. Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Zhi's expressions shifted in unison as they turned their eyes toward the two halves of the ghost tribe mighty figure's body. The body had been sliced in half and sealed by Meng Zhi's ice, but the pair of crimson eyes on it suddenly began to glow with a peculiar light. Countless crimson fists instantly descended from the sky, all of which were imbued with the power of annihilation as they crashed down upon that block of ice. Boom, boom, boom. A bottomless crater with a radius of over a kilometer was punched into the ground. Dongfang Zhuangshi was trying to land the killing blow. You think you can kill me like this? A voice that sounded from the bottomless crater appeared as if it had originated from the depths of hell. Black energy erupted from the bottom of the crater while creating a malicious monster over 10,000 feet tall. The terrifying power of the divine Tao erupted from its body as it continued to expand in size. The ghost tribe mighty figure flew into the sky before grabbing onto the divine tool with a crazed expression on its face. Come on! Let's all die together. Energy fluctuations powerful enough to strike a hint of fear into the hearts of Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Zhi erupted from the massive black monster, and it let loose an almighty roar before charging toward the two of them. Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Zhi's expressions shifted drastically. Was this its dying attack? Each and every mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage would be extremely terrifying if they decided to attack without any regard for self-preservation. Thus, the two of them immediately unleashed powerful spell techniques to try and keep the gigantic black monster at bay. However, when their spell techniques landed on the monster, it exploded like a balloon. A murky black mist enshrouded the space in a radius of several dozen kilometers, obscuring their vision as well as their divine senses. Meng Zhi faltered slightly upon seeing this. Dongfang Zhuangshi immediately realized what it was up to. It's trying to run away. That's right, all mighty figures at the return to Void Pinnacle stage greatly valued their lives and would always try to escape if they could. A black shadow emerged from within the murky black mist before fleeing into the distance. Kukuku, I've already made marks on your bodies, and I'm going to kill you all once I escape. Ghost Emperor Pajun and the Divine Bat Emperor aren't that far away. I'll contact them both, and the two Dao integration stage super mighty figures can crush you all at once. The ghost tribe mighty figure chortled with glee as it withdrew its spatial seal. However, right at this moment it suddenly caught sight of something that appeared to be a dragon in the distance. Boom! Bolts of black lightning instantly fell toward it. The ghost tribe mighty figure was caught off guard by the surprise attack and could only use its arms to protect itself as the lightning fell. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosion of energy forced the ghost tribe mighty figure into retreat, and destructive lightning flashed through its body while relentlessly breaking down its cells. There are more enemies? A black dragon at the pinnacle of the return to Void intermediate stage. It scanned its assailant with its divine sense as its expression shifted again. How is that possible? How could a black dragon at this cultivation base be capable of unleashing such fearsome lightning techniques? Before it had a chance to recover from its shock, Xiao Zhe unleashed over 100 more bolts of lightning, which crashed down toward it. The lightning in the sky was quite powerful, but it was not enough to cause any substantial concern. However, as they fell from the sky, the bolts of lightning grew more powerful for some reason. Damn it! The ghost tribe mighty figure had no choice but to evade the bolts of lightning. The members of the ghost tribe were extremely fearful of the power of Yang. Unfortunately, lightning was imbued with the power of pure Yang, so it was not an exaggeration to say that lightning spell techniques were among the most effective spell techniques against the ghost tribe. Hence, it was unable to ignore these attacks. Just as it was frantically dodging the black dragon's attacks, Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Zhi had also rejoined the battle as they both unleashed spatial seals at once. Meng Zhi's cold expression gave way to shock and bewilderment upon seeing the man standing atop the dragon's head. Why was he here? What was he doing in a place like this? And Lin. Meng Zhi was getting nervous for some reason. She couldn't forget this man. After countless simulations, every one of them gave her the same verdict, and that was that Enlin had foiled their efforts in securing the Holy Vermilion Flame. Furthermore, the Holy Palace leaders had most likely fallen because of Enlin. There was no other mighty figure involved. It really was Enlin who had slain them. This was a terrifying notion. One had to realize that Qingli, who was a return to void final stage mighty figure, was among the Holy Palace leaders he had slain. Just how powerful would he have to have slain her without even giving her a chance to escape? Enlin was currently standing atop the head of an extremely powerful dragon, and he was facing a mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage with no hint of fear on his face. This only worked to further vindicate her thoughts. Enlin was definitely concealing his true strength. Long time no see, High Priestess. Enlin greeted her with a calm smile. The last time they had met, he was just a noob who had almost been killed by Meng Zhi in one attack. However, he now had the courage to directly face the High Priestess. Upon seeing the calm and collected expression on his face, Meng Zhi became more even grounded in her belief that Enlin was concealing his true strength. Otherwise, how would a soul formation final stage cultivator dare to stand before her and talk to her like this? The ghost tribe mighty figure was trapped by dual spatial seals, and it immediately unleashed countless evil spirits that swept toward Enlin and the others. Everyone's expression shifted as they bombarded the evil spirits with one spell technique after another. Fortify the spatial seal. Don't let it get away, Dongfang Zhuangshi yelled. Meng Zhi gritted her teeth as she unleashed the power of the extreme frost divine Dao, which instantly engulfed the space within a radius of several dozen kilometers from her. Any living being within this space would be quickly frozen solid, or even frozen to death. Dongfang Zhuangshi also completely unleashed his blood power to create a cage of blood. Just when the two of them thought that the ghost tribe mighty figure would struggle for its life, it suddenly transformed into a streak of black light before flying toward Enlin and the others at a terrifying speed. Crap! Dongfang Zhuangshi immediately realized what it was doing as he gave chase. The ghost tribe mighty figure wasn't trying to break free. It was trying to capture Enlin and the others as its hostages. This was indeed the best way to proceed. After all, if it tried to fight fire with fire, it would most likely be slain by him and Meng Zhi. However, it could try and turn the tables immediately by taking Enlin and the others as its hostage. Kukuku, to think that even a return to void intermediate stage dragon and a few pieces of soul formation stage trash would dare to stand against me. I'll kill you all. The ghost tribe mighty figure let loose a sinister cackle before flashing forward at an extreme speed, giving Enlin and the others almost no time to react. However, it suddenly felt a searing pain in its stomach. PFFF. It had no ass, but its back suddenly erupted like a waterfall. Ah! The ghost tribe mighty figure felt something erupting from its back, and at the same time, boundless sorrow suddenly welled up in its heart. Wah! What did you do to me? Wah! The ghost tribe mighty figure sobbed like a disconsolate poltergeist. Its questions were answered by two bolts of monstrous lightning. The lightning struck its body, and it was blasted flying again. Meng Zhi's expression shifted upon seeing this. This Enlin was indeed no ordinary cultivator. Enlin, on the other hand, was very disappointed. He had planned to unleash the Make You Cry and Make You Poo spell techniques on Meng Zhi. After all, it was thrilling just to think about a goddess like her sob her eyes out as she shit her dress. He was extremely eager to make this a reality. Wah! Go! Capture them for me! The moment the ghost tribe mighty figure was blasted away, it also waved its hands before releasing countless evil spirits that swept toward Enlin and the others. Powerful evil spirits obscured the entire sky before transforming heaven and earth into a horrifying realm of ghosts that swept toward everyone like a tidal wave. This is enough to capture a return to void intermediate stage mighty figure. The divine tool in the ghost tribe mighty figure's hand suddenly glowed with a black light as the evil spirits became even more powerful. Their bodies appeared to have become more substantial, and their claws whistled viciously through the air. Howl! Devastating lightning erupted forth from Xiao Zhe's body before crashing down upon the evil spirits. Each bolt of lightning was able to kill a few evil spirits at once. However, there seemed to be no end to the evil spirits, and they continued to approach Lin and the others. The Jade Bone Immortal Butterfly, the Peerless Saber Demon, and Gluttony also entered the fray. The Immortal Butterfly unleashed poisonous mist, which melted away the oncoming evil spirits. The Peerless Saber Demon relentlessly unleashed its single strike of the ocean and second strike of the ocean. Gluttony fought in the most straightforward manner, by opening its cavernous mouth and engulfing hundreds of evil spirits at once. Its eyes then rolled over into the back of its head as it collapsed onto Xiao Zhe's body. Meanwhile, the Ghost Tribe Mighty Figure tried to keep Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Ji at bay as if its life depended on it. So close. Just a little bit more. Right at this moment, Lin and Su Xiaolan suddenly held hands. Silence abruptly descended upon heaven and earth. Boom! A terrifying explosion instantly engulfed all of the evil spirits between heaven and earth. A red sun suddenly appeared in the sky. Crimson phoenix flames imbued with the power of annihilation and slaughter erupted outward explosively, and all the evil spirits were burned to ashes as they let loose blood-curdling howls. The Ghost Tribe Mighty Figure's pupils contracted as its mouth gaped open. 2 soul formation stage cultivators could create an explosion like this by holding hands. The crimson explosion eradicated all of the evil spirits it had summoned. Even its own body was caught in the shockwaves as it stumbled back in retreat. It was also at this moment that a silver figure broke through the flames before flying toward it. The silver figure spread open its hands, and a purple circle of light enshrouded the Ghost Tribe Mighty Figure's body while exerting an extremely powerful gravitational force. You want to restrict me with such a pitiful power? What a joke! The Ghost Tribe Mighty Figure roared as it tried to break free. Blue snowflakes suddenly descended between heaven and earth as the power of the extreme frost divine Tao sealed the space around the Ghost Tribe Mighty Figure, which immobilized it for a split second. Meng Ji had finally struck again. Boom! Another silver Gundam flashed toward the Ghost Tribe Mighty Figure, and it didn't have time to dodge as a pink particle sword slashed downward. Whoosh! The particle sword was impossibly sharp, and it sliced the Ghost Tribe Mighty Figure cleanly in half. Not only that, but the residual power from the slice sliced the space behind it in half as well. The Ghost Tribe Mighty Figure wailed in anguish. Never would it have thought that it would suffer a counterattack like this. In the next instant, Lin appeared before it with a slight smile on his face. The Ghost Tribe Mighty Figure's eyes widened. A soul formation stage cultivator dared to approach it? Was he insane? The insignia of a golden eye suddenly appeared on Lin's forehead as golden ripples proliferated forth. Divine Plunder Technique. In that instant, the Ghost Tribe Mighty Figure suddenly felt as if it had lost something. Die! A sinister smile appeared on its face, and its inky black body squirmed as a feeler shot forth at a terrifying speed while aiming directly for Lin. The Ghost Tribe Mighty Figure was just looking for a hostage when Lin volunteered. How was it going to pass up on such an ideal opportunity? The black box in Lin's hands was also activated at this moment. This was the 1000 Possibility Box, which unleashed random spell techniques. A radiant light flashed as a beautiful celestial maiden in a white dress appeared again. Lin faltered slightly upon seeing this. What the fuck? Why was it her again? A slap of love wasn't going to do anything here. However, to his surprise, the celestial maiden didn't raise her hand to prepare a slap. Instead, she positioned herself in front of Lin as she put her palms together before quickly separating them. A round, blue barrier instantly enshrouded the two of them. Bam! The black feeler had only just come into contact with the blue barrier before being blasted back as if it had triggered a bomb. Boom! Blue energy exploded. Oh! Lin felt a terrifying collision force sweep toward him as the blue barrier was knocked flying, sending him hurtling into the distance along with it. The Ghost Tribe Mighty Figure faltered for a moment. It had clearly tried to grab him, so why was he swatted away like a balloon instead? It immediately came to a realization. Its efforts had been foiled by that weird spell technique. "Get back here!" The ghost tribe mighty figure roared before extending feelers toward Lin again. A crimson blade descended from the sky before severing all of its feelers. Ice and frost engulfed the ghost tribe mighty figure again as the space around it was frozen solid. Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Zhi had combined their power again. The ghost tribe mighty figure was suddenly in a dire situation, and it no longer had any opportunities to continue attacking Lin. In the distance, the celestial maiden in white vanished while the blue barrier began to crumble. And Lin heaved a long sigh of relief as he looked at the box in his hand. It looked like the 1,000 possibility box was able to react to specific situations. It knew that he wanted to escape, so it created this barrier for him. He turned to look at the surrounded ghost tribe mighty figure with a faint smile on his face. Gundam 3 and Yao Ji were also participating in the battle. They were still a long way from being able to threaten a mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage on their own, but they were able to work with Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Zhi by harassing and distracting the ghost tribe mighty figure. It was important to note that Yao Ji had sliced the ghost tribe mighty figure in half not too long ago, so it definitely had to keep an eye out for Yao Ji's attacks. One earth-shattering spell technique after another forced the ghost tribe mighty figure into retreat, and it was in an extremely sorry state. It panted heavily as inky black blood flowed from the many wounds on its massive body. Even though its wounds healed quickly, its vitality was receding without pause. "Huff! All of you must die!" A ferocious expression appeared on the ghost tribe mighty figure's face as the divine tool in its hand glowed with the power of the darkness divine Tao. Immortal Death God! Boom! A black skeleton projection with countless evil spirits flowing around it appeared again in the air. It possessed an extremely fearsome aura, and it held a massive crimson scythe in its hands. Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Zhi's expressions immediately became extremely grave upon seeing this. It was quite clear that the ghost tribe mighty figure really had relinquished all thoughts of fleeing and was going to battle to the death. Even though there were two mighty figures at the return to Void Pinnacle stage against just one, it was not going to be a sure victory. In fact, there was a good chance that the ghost tribe mighty figure would be able to take one of its assailants down with it, even if it was going to die. The ghost tribe mighty figure had been severely wounded several times and was on the brink of death, so he had grown even more terrifyingly powerful. This was exemplified by the immortal death god it had summoned with its divine tool. The energy fluctuations emanating from this immortal death god was clearly on a higher level than the previous one. Boom! Another resounding boom erupted, and the mighty death god suddenly wailed in anguish before exploding. The ghost tribe mighty figure's eyes widened in shock. Dongfang Zhuangshi, Meng Zhi, it exploded? Why did it explode? No! The ghost tribe mighty figure's body squirmed frantically, and it was clearly on the brink of emotional collapse. In the distance, clouds of black mist exuded from Lin's fingertips as a faint smile appeared on his face. Why did it explode? Stupid cunt. That's because I've taken your power to communicate with dead spirits. And Lin had activated his divine plunder technique with the sole purpose of plundering this ability from the ghost tribe mighty figure. The ghost tribe mighty figure was now unable to summon the immortal death god anymore. Dongfang Zhuangshi were clearly not going to pass up such a good opportunity, and they immediately converged on the ghost tribe mighty figure as they rained down a series of terrifying spell techniques onto its body. Why has my power to communicate with dead spirits disappeared? An expression of shock and horror appeared on the ghost tribe mighty figure's face. For some reason, Meng Zhi shot an unconscious glance at Lin. You forced me to do this. All of you have forced me to do this. I'm going to take you all down with me. The ghost tribe mighty figure roared with a crazed expression. Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Zhi's expressions immediately darkened upon hearing this familiar line, and they further elevated their offensive output. They weren't going to fall for that one again. All of the ghost tribe mighty figure's feelers had been blasted away, and its inky black body squirmed before materializing another pair of hands. It unleashed a divine Tao shield with one hand to protect itself while it held the divine tool tightly in its other hand. So what if I can't contact dead spirits? I can still sacrifice my body to the spirits. Let's all die together. A malicious smile appeared on the ghost tribe mighty figure as it abruptly plunged the divine tool into its own body. Rip. Inky black blood gushed forth before being drawn back by a mysterious power to converge around the black bone. A black light imbued with boundless power soared into the sky, creating terrifying shockwaves that caused cracks to appear on the combined spatial seal unleashed by Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Ji. Howl! A blue dragon burst forth from the inky black light, and it flexed its infinitely huge body as it soared in the sky above. Its power was vast and boundless, and just its breathing alone was able to send waves of vital energy surging within a radius of several dozen kilometers from it. Did it just summon a dragon? Dongfang Zhuangshi's eyes widened as his body jolted with shock. Shouldn't a ghost summon some sort of super powerful evil spirit as its trump card? What's the deal with this dragon? Mengji, is that the point? This dragon is extremely powerful. Even our combined power might be no match for it. Ha ha ha. The ghost tribe mighty figure's life force was blinking in and out of existence, but it was chortling with glee. You didn't expect this, did you? My divine tool is known as the evil chaotic dragon bone, which is constructed from the sternum of a chaotic evil dragon and contains extremely fearsome power of the evil dragon. It can summon all the powers of evil. However, the most powerful spell technique it is capable of unleashing is this projection of the chaotic evil dragon, which can only be summoned after sacrificing the user's life essence. Go! Kill them! The ghost tribe mighty figure issued a command as the terrifying blue dragon in the sky let loose an almighty roar before crashing toward Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Ji with an extremely terrifying force. The dragon was extremely fast, and just the force of its movement was enough to warp and compress the space around it. From Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Ji's perspectives, it felt as if the dragon had summoned an entire ocean of energy, which was infinitely vast and impossible to withstand. Dongfang Zhuangshi's Crimson Kirin and Meng Ji's Extreme Frost Seal were broken in quick succession. Both of them immediately chose to take evasive action. However, the dragon continued onward without any intention of pursuing them. Upon seeing this, both of them faltered before Dongfang Zhuangshi turned to Enlin. Be careful! The dragon's target was Enlin. Ha ha ha! It's too late. You little shit. You were the one who messed with my power, right? I'm going to send you to hell first. A merciless smile appeared on the ghost tribe mighty figure's face. That's right, thinking back to what had happened, it was finally able to ascertain that its power to communicate with dead spirits had been taken by that human cultivator. As such, Enlin had risen to the top of its hit list. Roar! The dragon surged toward Enlin like an entire ocean before letting loose an almighty roar. Its roar was imbued with a paramount dragon might, as if it were an ancient dragon god descending upon this world. Enlin was struck by an extremely potent sense of imminent death, and his entire body began to tremble. It was also at this moment that the yellow ring on his finger seemed to have been awakened as it began to tremble again. An unimaginably huge pair of yellow eyes spread open to encompass the entire sky. A vast will descended into this world from Enlin's consciousness. In that instant, the sky completely dimmed. An unimaginably huge black dragon that threatened to encompass the entire heaven and earth opened a pair of eyes, which appeared like suns. Countless stars appeared below it, almost as if it were a monarch standing atop the stars, and just its emergence in this world forced all beings into submission. That's right, at that moment, it appeared to be the monarch of heaven and earth. The blue dragon's body stopped cold, and it began to tremble involuntarily. The ocean was indeed extremely vast, but it was still extremely insignificant compared to a black dragon that stood atop the stars. Boundless vicious might engulfed heaven and earth, and it felt as if it could destroy the entire world with just a single thought. In the face of such crushing might, even Dongfang Zhuangshi and Meng Ji were trembling slightly. They were unable to muster up even a single shred of disrespect. The ghost tribe mighty figure's mouth gaped open as its face turned deathly pale upon seeing this. It's here. Master's true form has finally appeared. Xiao Zhe's teeth chattered with excitement and anxiety as he looked up at the projection in the sky. Back on that island in the ancient Tai Chu realm, he had been won over by his master's true form, and he had worshipped his master ever since that day. "So it is you that is trying to provoke me?" The projection of the black dragon spoke, and each and every syllable it uttered resonated with the Tao of heaven and earth, making everyone shudder in awe. The blue dragon trembled uncontrollably, and it shook its head as if its life depended on it. "Senior, it wasn't me. It made me do this." The blue dragon extended a claw to point at the ghost tribe mighty figure. "Enlin, Dongfeng Zhuangshi, Mengji, the ghost tribe mighty figure. Fuck off. You dare to insult me?" The black dragon's expression darkened. Boom! A gaping hole mysteriously appeared on the ghost tribe mighty figure's body. "Ah!" The ghost tribe mighty figure howled in agony. Everyone thought this scene to be quite comical. This was probably the first ever ghost tribe mighty figure to have been betrayed by its own weapon. And Lin suddenly felt like his little Xie was quite a good sword after all. It would insult him from time to time, but at least it wouldn't stab him. Just as he was being led astray by his train of thought, the yellow ring on his finger flashed faintly, upon which an insane suction force appeared like a vortex, instantly sucking away all the energy within his body. Holy fuck! He let loose a cry of surprise in his heart, and he almost fell to his knees from the sudden depletion, but he managed to hold on through sheer force of will. And Lin looked up at the black dragon and soon figured out what had happened. This black dragon had to absorb his energy in order to unleash attacks. No wonder it had been flexing the whole time but didn't attack. Come to think of it, was this guy going to jump out and bash every dragon tribe mighty figure that dared to roar at him? It had appeared before Xiao Zhe, and now it had also appeared before this blue dragon. This was quite an interesting notion. The black dragon didn't vanish immediately like last time. Instead, it turned toward the blue dragon. "Your sternum is not bad. It will suffice as part of my new body." The black dragon's voice sounded with a hint of yearning and contentment. The blue dragon's body shuddered again, and it immediately tried to flee. Even a divine tool had a strong will to live. The black dragon silently opened its gargantuan mouth. The space before it twisted as an indescribable power descended from the sky before instantly engulfing the blue dragon's body. "No, Senior, please spare me." The blue dragon begged for its life, but the black dragon's expression remained indifferent. And Lin's legs finally gave out from under him as he sat on the ground, and he too was pleading in his heart. "Holy fuck, please spare me." The terrifying suction force appeared again, and it felt as if his body was going to be sucked dry. That's right. The black dragon was drawing on his power again to unleash its attack. But the critical point was that Enlin's body had already been completely depleted. If this continued, he was going to die. He could feel his sea of vital energy completely drying up. His body of the war god had also completely deactivated, and even his powerful consciousness was quickly fading as a searing pain shot through his entire body. But the black dragon did not stop. The blue dragon's ocean-like body was sucked into a twisted space before being instantly transferred to a place everyone could not see. Not bad. The black dragon's eyes slowly closed as its body began to disappear. The powerful sense of asphyxiation that was crushing everyone's body was instantly lifted, and they suddenly felt as if this world was an extremely beautiful place. And Lin lay feebly on the ground, and his breathing was almost non-existent. He suddenly felt as if this world was an extremely cruel place. "And Lin, are you all right?" Su Xiaolan let loose a cry of surprise before rushing over to scoop and Lin up in her arms. Xiao Zhe's expression also shifted as he flew toward Lin. "Master, did you suffer a backlash from the power you just used? It's all right. Your disciple will protect you, even if means giving up my life. I will die before I let any harm come to you, Master." Xiao Zhe's imagination instantly fabricated a backstory and provided a perfect explanation for any potential question he might have had. Meng Ji turned to Lin with a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. Was this really all his doing? So he was a dragon tribe super mighty figure in disguise? If that were the case, then all those miracles he had performed made sense. Could he only summon a projection of himself due to some sort of restriction? Even so, he was powerful enough to crush any return to void stage mighty figure with ease. What a terrifying being. The holy glacial lands could not afford to have an enemy like this. Mengji immediately made a decision in her heart. Even if he couldn't let bygones be bygones, she would try her best to alleviate any animosity he might have harbored toward the Snow Maidens. Ah, my divine tool. Give it back to me. The ghost tribe mighty figure finally lost all reason, and it let loose a desperate roar as it flew toward Enlin. It had sustained many lethal wounds, and its life was about to come to an end. Now that his divine tool had been taken, he had lost his biggest trump card. There was absolutely no chance that it could break through Dongfang Zhuangshi and Mengji's combined spatial attack, and this notion plunged it into the depth of despair. In its current situation, it could only make one final, desperate roll of the dice. Humph! You still want to attack Enlin? An enraged voice sounded. Dongfang Zhuangshi flew toward the ghost tribe mighty figure before materializing a crimson Kirin paw to stomp it into the ground. Boom! The ghost tribe mighty figure was completely flattened into a pancake at the bottom of a huge crater. Ice goddess seal. Mengji stepped toward the ghost tribe mighty figure while wielding her golden staff. Snow and ice fell from the sky as the space around her began to congeal. She pointed her staff forward, and a halo imbued with the power of the extreme frost divine Tao enveloped the ghost tribe mighty figure's body before freezing everything within the halo. The ghost tribe mighty figure's crazed expression and struggling body were completely frozen in place. Mengji's features paled even further, but she forced a vibrant smile onto her face. She turned toward Enlin, and her white hair danced in the wind as her golden eyes glowed with a slight smile. Mr. Enlin, I have sealed the ghost tribe mighty figure. This is all I can do. Enlin? Why was she telling him that? And why was she being so polite? What Enlin didn't expect was that Mengji had already made up her mind that he was some mighty figure in disguise. What Mengji was basically implying was that she had already taken care of the enemy, so she didn't want to bother a mighty figure like Enlin any longer, and she would like to take her leave if he allowed it. Su Xiaolan was also looking at Mengji with a confused expression. If she didn't already know that Mengji was in love with the cross-dressing Chen Qinghang, she would be pulling out her dragon sparrow sword to interrogate Enlin about whether there was something going on between Mengji and him. Enlin felt like Mengji was probably looking for some praise, so he raised his thumb with approval. Very good. You have done well, and I appreciate you. Su Xiaolan. Mengji took a deep breath to calm herself down. She was constantly reminding herself internally not to be impulsive and to not get angry at the man standing before her. If there's nothing else for me to do, then I'll be taking my leave. Mengji forced a smile onto her face. Enlin faltered upon hearing this, and only now did he understand what Mengji's words had meant. Wow, was he so badass now that even Mengji was scared of him? Just the thought of it filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Naturally, he wasn't going to keep Mengji any longer. After all, this was a battlefield between the Snow Maidens and the opposite shore realm forces. The Great Empress and another Tao integration stage super mighty figure were still nearby, so it would be best for them to minimize conflict and play it safe. All right, and Lin nodded. Then we'll. He didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence before the entire world became black and white. A frightening chill suddenly enveloped his entire body, as if he had accidentally stumbled upon the land of the dead. And Lin and Su Xiaolan's hearts jolted in shock. This was a familiar power they had once experienced in Bai Hu city of the sinister spirit beast cesspool. The sound of ethereal singing drifted through the air while reverberating between heaven and earth. A massive green path with the appearance of a river stretched out in the sky to infinity and beyond. Countless semi-transparent beasts trudged forward like a tidal wave, at the center of which stood four humanoid goats over 10,000 feet tall and with black fur running all over their bodies. Between them, they were carrying a humongous carriage. How was the dark sorcery ghost reduced to such a pitiful state? An ethereal voice imbued with boundless might sounded. The voice was tinged with a hint of astonishment and incredulity. Ha! Where is the evil, chaotic dragon bone? The massive carriage suddenly halted, and Lin and the others felt an extremely terrifying will descend upon them. At this moment, the sky in the distance suddenly became blue and white. A crisp voice imbued with a paramount regal might said, "Ghost Emperor Pajun, run away if you're going to, but don't even think about hurting the little ones." A blue sword projection parted the heavens, leaving a world of snow and ice in its wake as it hurtled toward the carriage. A cold harumph sounded from within the carriage as a barrier that appeared to be constructed from emeralds instantly took shape. The blue sword projection struck the barrier, upon which boundless sword intent erupted, pulverizing the space in a radius of over 1,000 meters and slaying countless semi-transparent beasts at once. The black curtain fabric draped over the front of the carriage was slowly lifted, and a finger extended from within. And Lin felt as if that finger was imbued with a boundless might. It rendered him completely immobilized. A green light gathered at the tip of the finger before transforming into a 100-feet-long arrow. The arrow shot forth and pierced through space at an alarming speed. And Lin and the others didn't even have a chance to react before it struck Meng Zhi's ice goddess seal. Boom! The blue halo cracked open, and the blood-curdling cry from the ghost tribe mighty figure, the dark sorcery ghost, erupted from within. And Lin was surprised to find that the dark sorcery ghost's vitality was quickly fading away. Dark sorcery ghost, the great empress has already arrived, so I won't be able to save you. You can serve me in another state of existence. Ghost Emperor Pajun's voice sounded from within the carriage. The massive army of semi-transparent beasts continued onward. They appeared to be moving quite slowly, but they were covering several dozen kilometers per second, as if the distance on the green river path was different from the distance within the black and white world. An inky black ghost with no hint of life energy materialized beside the carriage before bowing its head in a respectful and obedient display. This was the deceased dark sorcery ghost. Great Empress, I will remember the dark sorcery ghost and evil chaotic dragon bone you have taken from me. Ghost Emperor Pajun's words were completely emotionless, but they engraved themselves into everyone's heart. The beast-tied army slowly faded into the distance before disappearing from view. Another extremely terrifying aura flew through the sky like a comet in pursuit of the beast-tied army. And Lin finally heaved a long sigh of relief upon seeing this. Thankfully, they were not the great Empress's targets. Otherwise, things were going to be very tricky. Color returned to the black and white world. Meng Zhi also looked up at the sky in the distance with fear lingering in her heart. She was only one step away from the Dao integration stage, but as long as she wasn't at Dao integration stage yet, there was a massive gulf that stood between her and any mighty figure that had actually reached the Dao integration stage. If Ghost Emperor Pajun had been determined to kill her, then she would have most likely died even with the Great Empress nearby. Su Xiaolan helped Lin up from the ground, and Lin's hands and legs were still trembling, for no reason other than the fact that the black dragon had completely depleted all of his energy, and then took some more for good measure. Meng Zhi was still here, and the threat of the Divine Bat Emperor was still very much hanging over their heads. As he was in his current condition, it would probably be difficult for him to recover even if he were given half a month. There was no way around it, and Lin's storage ring flashed, and a regenerative 6th-grade Immortal pill appeared in his hand, from which emanated astonishing energy fluctuations. A pained expression appeared on his face, but he still swallowed the pill in the end. He couldn't afford to rest now. He had to stand up. Boom! A green divine halo appeared over his head, and the second stage evergreen technique was activated to its maximum. The power within the Immortal pill was absorbed by his body at an extremely fast rate while vital energy along with life energy converged toward Lin in waves. Meng Zhi's golden eyes widened in amazement. What an astonishing regenerative ability. Only a few minutes had passed before Lin was once again fit as a fiddle. The Immortal pill contributed to this, but the monstrous regenerative and absorption abilities that the second stage evergreen technique had granted him was a more important factor. Dongfang Zhuangshi made his way toward Lin. He then said in a low voice, "We have to go. Ghost Emperor Pajun and the Divine Bat Emperor are quite close. Our cover might be blown soon." And Lin immediately stirred upon hearing this. The battle had been too intense, and he had forgotten about this. He immediately nodded. We're not exactly on friendly terms with the Snow Maidens either. Thankfully, the Great Empress ignored us, but we really do need to go now. Everyone was just about to set off when an exquisitely beautiful woman in a golden imperial robe appeared beside Meng Ji. Even though she had completely repressed her aura, everyone was still instantly rooted to the spot. This was the most powerful being among the Snow Maidens, the Tao integration stage super mighty figure, the Great Empress. Dongfang Zhuangshir's eyelids twitched. Why do you have to jinx everything? We could have left here without any trouble if you hadn't uttered your last sentence. And Lin? The Great Empress recognized in Lin, and her beautiful eyes lit up slightly. However, she was a little confused with regard to what was going on, and she turned to the woman beside her. Meng Ji, tell me what happened. Everyone turned to Meng Ji with nervous expressions. The lives of Enlin and everyone else were pretty much in Meng Ji's hands. Thank God the Great Empress wasn't the type of person to kill then ask questions, otherwise Enlin and the others would be well and truly in a dire situation. From the Great Empress' perspective, Enlin was definitely an enemy to the Snow Maidens, the kind which she would want to immediately get rid of upon encountering. However, they had appeared before her right now, but Meng Ji wasn't displaying any animosity toward them. This was quite a confusing scenario for the Great Empress. It was exactly because of this that the Great Empress calmed herself down to try and figure out what had happened first. And Lin and the others could only pray that Meng Ji would tell the truth and nothing but the truth, which was that they had combined their forces to fight against a common enemy. Only then would they have any hope of escaping. If a battle really did erupt, they were most likely screwed. Dongfang Zhuangshi was a Tao integration stage mythological beast, but he was only a half-dead Tao integration stage mythological beast. From a combat prowess perspective, he was only a little bit more powerful than a mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage. If the Great Empress really was to attack them, they would be in a dire situation. Unless he suddenly made a miraculous breakthrough or something like that, it would be difficult for them to escape, let alone defeat the Great Empress. Meng Ji paused for a moment before speaking in a faint voice. I had been forced to the brink of death by the dark sorcery ghost when they stood up and saved me from a dire situation, and Lin's eyes widened in shock. A slight blush appeared on Dongfang Zhuangshir's face. Su Xiaolan and the others were all dumbstruck. Had they heard her right? Had Meng Ji just said that they had stood up and saved her from a dire situation? Did they really take that much initiative? Dongfang Zhuangshi accidentally entered the battle, upon which they had no choice but to fight. They were hoping that Meng Ji would tell the truth, but they didn't think she would weave such a moving story. However, the Great Empress was not so easily fooled. She turned to Enlin and the others. She exuded a cold regal might as she said, I don't understand. Why would you save our High Priestess? Enlin and Su Xiaolan all had vendettas against the Snow Maidens. Even then, they were still willing to help them. This was far too bizarre no matter how you thought about it. And Lin replied in an indifferent voice, That's right, we are not fond of you Snow Maidens. However, the dark sorcery ghost killed our great friend, the divine poison frog. This is a heinous crime that it had committed against us, so we were determined to make it pay with its life. Grief-stricken expressions appeared on the faces of Dongfang Zhuangshi, Su Xiaolan, Xiao Zhe, Gluttony, and the peerless saber demon. Aonyo even had tears flowing down its face in an extremely realistic display of sorrow. Who said a simple-minded cow couldn't act? Genuine grief instantly welled up in its heart when it thought about how the divine poison frog had left them without even giving everyone a farewell. It could be said that these were Academy Award-level acting skills, but it could also be said that this was not acting at all. The divine poison frog? The Great Empress' brows furrowed in thought. Meng Ji took over from here. I don't know about that, but Enlin and that middle-aged man were all quite angry when they were battling the dark sorcery ghost. So that was the reason why. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Dongfang Zhuangshi chimed in. The Great Empress. The Great Empress scanned her eyes across Enlin's group with a smile before lingering on Enlin's face. The dark sorcery ghost is already dead. Are you not afraid that I'm going to attack you now? And Lin chuckled lightly. We're not here for a fight, but if you want to fight, then a fight is what we shall have. Big sister, how about we just let things end like this? Meng Ji suggested. The great empress turned to Meng Ji with a hint of surprise on her face before turning to look at Lin and the others, only to discover that their expressions had not shifted in the slightest. She took another long look at Lin before heaving a light sigh. So be it. Seeing as you saved Meng Ji, we'll end things here for now. But the next time we meet, we'll still be enemies. I feel much more at ease hearing you say that. And Lin replied with a smile. Are you relieved because I'm letting you go? The great empress asked with a hint of a smile on her face. No, and Lin shook his head. What I mean is, I'm glad we're all on the same page here. Next time we meet, we will indeed still be enemies. The great empress' expression faltered. Meng Ji, Dongfang Zhuangshi. Su Xiaolan turned to the calm and collected man beside her, and she felt that he was super cool at this moment. The great empress came to her senses before speaking in an indifferent voice. All right then, my enemy. You better be careful next time. Sure. Farewell. And Lin joined his hands in a smiling salute before gesturing to Xiao Zhe and the others. Let's go. In the past, Lin was a no-name noob, and the great empress couldn't even be bothered to remember his name. However, the fact that she was referring to him as an enemy indicated that she was holding Lin in much higher regard. And Lin was not pleased by this in the slightest. Instead, he felt like his heart was extremely exhausted from all these mind games, but he still had to act like he had everything under control in order to not blow their covers. Roar! The massive black dragon over 10,000 feet in length flew away into the distance. The great empress did not stop them, and they made a graceful departure. Only Lin and the others knew just how perilous the situation was. Now that they had a chance to leave, they were obviously going to take it with both hands. The great empress looked on as Lin and the others faded into the distance before turning to Meng Ji with a curious expression. High Priestess, can you tell me now why you decided to let Lin and his party go? Upon hearing this, Meng Ji faltered slightly before a bitter smile appeared on her face. This was the great empress of the Snow Maidens here. She was not that easy to fool. And Lin is a dragon tribe mighty figure in disguise. Meng Ji finally confessed. Is he very powerful? The great empress did not burst into laughter or refuse to believe this. Instead, she took Meng Ji's claim quite seriously. After all, it would be unthinkable that a normal soul formation stage cultivator could stand before her calmly and exchange what were essentially declarations of war with her. Meng Ji recalled the projection that had stood proudly above the stars, and her heart trembled as she nodded. He is indeed extremely powerful. In fact, he is most likely an existence above the Tao integration stage. The great empress expression shifted minutely. Even if a being like this has had his power restricted, it is still best not to mess with them. There are simply too many mishaps that can occur. You did well in taking care of this matter. Meng Ji nodded. We've made far too many enemies already. A mighty figure like Lin really isn't someone we can afford to mess with now. The great empress fell silent. Meng Ji, oh, right, this battle, the great empress said. Ghost Emperor Pajun agreed to hand over 10 big cities and 100 small cities as a temporary sanctuary for us Snow Maidens. Isn't that too little? Such a small area is not going to be big enough to house so many people. Meng Ji was a little distressed upon hearing this. Let's settle everyone down first. We'll think about what to do next from here. It's all right as long as our brethren can all survive. The great empress turned her eyes toward the east, where a boundless realm of snow and ice lay, from within which something extremely terrifying seemed to be taking shape. For the sake of our brethren, we have to constantly prepare ourselves to become the antagonists of this world. We don't have any other choice. Tears welled up in Meng Ji's eyes upon hearing this, and she nodded with a solemn expression. I'm already mentally prepared to sacrifice myself. And Lin and the others sat on Xiao Zhe's back as they quickly flew toward the south. Why did Meng Ji help us like that? And Lin was puzzled. The great empress was also present, and we have the death of the snow maidens on our hands. Theoretically speaking, there is no reason for her to help us. Su Xiaolan's brows knitted together in befuddlement. Xiao Zhe immediately provided an explanation. What's so strange about that? Meng Ji must have shit herself after seeing the projection of Master's true form, so of course she was eager to send us on our way. And Lin's chest constricted. With a serious expression, he corrected, "How many times have I told you? That is the power from within the ring." Xiao Zhe nodded with an unconvinced expression. Yes, 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 Master, whatever you say is right. However, it makes sense that Meng Ji was scared off you, even if it was by the power in your ring. And Lin, he had no response to this. Xiao Zhe's logic didn't appear to have any flaws. Speaking of which, just what was that black dragon in the ring? Its projection was already so monstrously terrifying. Wouldn't its true form defy the natural order? He recalled back to the Vermilion Bird trial grounds again, the place that had once been the Vermilion Bird's cage, and he felt as if the plot had thickened. The Vermilion Bird was a holy beast, which transcended beyond even mythological beasts. Who would be powerful enough to trap it? Also, those 4 rings Yang Yuan recovered were definitely extraordinary objects. Could it be that they had something to do with the holy beast Vermilion Bird? And Lin didn't really care about things like this in the past, but he could no longer just disregard it. The black dragon was ridiculously powerful, and it could even swallow divine tools as well as deplete the strength in his entire body in the blink of an eye. This was not something to be ignored. I have to find a chance to ask Yang Yuan. And Lin murmured to himself. A thought suddenly occurred to him. The black dragon had emerged from his consciousness. So didn't that mean that the divine tool it had engulfed counted as a divine tool obtained by him? Wouldn't that mean that he had completed one of the conditions for progressing to the return to void stage? And Lin immediately brought up the system interface. Progression to the return to void stage. Divine tool obtained, 0/1. Was that not the case? And Lin heaved a resigned sigh. So the black dragon's belongings didn't equate to his belongings. What a disappointing notion. If only there was a way to pull that divine tool from the black dragon's mouth. Wait. And Lin suddenly turned his eyes toward the technique mission column to find that there had been a change. Intermediate rank God of War Cannon Technique. God of War Heaven Blasting Cannon. Condition. Have 10 supreme beings of return to void stage or above like you, and have 10 supreme beings of return to void stage or above abhor you. There was a change in those who abhorred him. According to brainwaves and divine sense waves, as well as the system's deductions, current progress stands at May 10th. Lin Junjun, Yan Hua, Emperor Ziwei, Lu Mingxian, and Zhu Shan. And Lin's expression faltered upon seeing this. What the fuck? Why was there one less? He checked the list to discover that Meng Ji's name had been removed, and Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. This fucking mission progress could regress? And why the hell did Meng Ji not abhor him anymore? Please keep abhorring, for God's sake. Speaking of which, what was the reason behind Meng Ji's change in attitude toward him? And Lin was perplexed. He didn't know just how much trauma Meng Ji had suffered after seeing the black dragon. Her abhorrence of him had been completely overridden by fear and awe. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone out of her way to pave the way for their escape. This was the first time Lin had seen a mission regress. This was a really shitty feeling, as if he was a little further from his dreams. It was a pity that the return to void stage or above supreme being who abhorred him could only be living ones. Otherwise, a mighty figure like the dark sorcery ghost, that had been driven to the point of insanity by him, would most definitely have contributed to the completion of the mission. God damn it. He had to find a way to piss off some more supreme beings. And Lin was still getting carried away by his imagination when some trouble began to brew elsewhere in the opposite shore realm. A massive blue bat silently ended a voice transmission before spreading its wings, which obscured the entire sky while whipping up ferocious gale force winds. Demonic blood, Kirin. I've finally found you. It had just been contacted by the 3 immortal beasts at the return to void pinnacle stage and received the following message. The demonic blood Kirin's whereabouts have been discovered. Now commencing ensnaring operation. In the southeastern region of the opposite shore realm, Xiao Zhe was riding over the clouds at high speed toward the kingdom of the Nine States. They also knew that the Divine Bet Emperor had most likely already been notified of their whereabouts, and they could not afford to delay any longer. They had to enter the kingdom of the Nine States as soon as possible. Are you still unable to contact people from the kingdom of the Nine States? Dongfang Zhuangshi asked, and Lin shook his head. The voice transmission talisman signal seems to have cut off by some sort of power at the border of the opposite shore realm, so there's no way for me to contact them. Such a large-scale isolation formation can't be kept up for long, and it will be quite brittle as well. We still have a very good chance of breaking through to the other side, Dongfang Zhuangshi consoled. At this moment, Su Xiaolan suddenly said, going south would take us to the kingdom of the Nine States the quickest, but I feel like the Divine Bat Emperor would be expecting us to travel in that direction if our location has already been detected by them. How about we go east instead? And Lin's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. We can enter the holy glacial lands by going east and take them by surprise. Once we travel out of the holy glacial lands, we can use spatial travel to return to the kingdom of the Nine States. Everyone immediately came to a consensus and changed their directions. Meanwhile, 3 immortal beasts with extremely fearsome auras were communicating with one another. We have surrounded them in a spell technique net of 15,000 kilometers in radius, which we are slowly drawing in. At their speed, there is no way they can travel 15,000 kilometers in such a short time. They're as good as dead. The Emperor will be able to enter our net in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes? That's enough for us to reduce the net to a radius of 10,000 kilometers. The Emperor will be able to wrap things up soon enough. Hydra, you have to pay attention on your end. They are most likely going to cross through to the kingdom of the Nine States through the south. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. If they really do dare to come here, I'll make sure they stay here forever. Hiss hiss hiss. Countless snake voices sounded in unison in a bewilderingly synchronized display. My side is the safest. After what happened to the holy glacial lands, only an idiot would try to break through here. A calm and collected voice said, where you are? Boom boom boom. The reply had only just sounded when it was abruptly cut off by the sound of explosive spell techniques. Hiss hiss. Crimson Sun, Immortal Spirit, Wild Saber Immortal, what's going on? Are they here? Where are they? The Hydra asked in a panicked voice. Boom boom boom. Fuck. The Wild Saber Immortal's voice sounded. Terrifying energy explosions shook the entire spell technique net. The Crimson Sun, Immortal Spirit, and the Hydra's expressions both shifted at once. The direction the demonic Blood Kirin had chosen to flee toward was the direction of the holy glacial lands. The easternmost region of the opposite shore realm was a world of snow and ice. If one was to continue further east, they would enter the realm of the Snow Maidens, the Holy Glacial Lands. The Holy Glacial Lands was a region covered entirely in snow and ice. However, it was even colder than usual there now, as if something was brewing there, or as if something was being eroded. That place was too cold for even the Snow Maidens to inhabit. The Snow Maidens' holy flame and the fragment of the realm core operations had failed in succession. They were at the end of the road, and they finally initiated a battle against the opposite shore realm. That earth-shattering battle had only just ended not long ago when another terrifying battle erupted. Boom boom boom. Heaven and earth tremored violently. Crimson light flashed through the air like dragons while blasting a white figure into the air. Boom! The white figure crashed into a blue, rippling barrier, which was fortified by a series of crimson chains, upon which divine patterns were inscribed on. The barrier did not move in the slightest despite the fearsome collision, and it continued to converge inward. Ha ha ha! Give up, demonic Blood Kirin. This infernal realm seal is something that cannot be broken by anyone below the Tao integration stage. You don't have what it takes to break through this seal. The white figure was a white ape by the name of the Wild Saber Immortal, and it was holding dual sabers. It was being completely overwhelmed by Dongfang Zhuangshi, but it was still chortling with glee. The infernal realm seal was still converging toward the center, and the other 2 immortal beasts were about to get here soon, as was the Divine Bat Emperor. Time was very much of the essence here. It was as if a sword were hanging over everyone's head. And Lin and the others really didn't have much time left. Dongfang Zhuangshi's powerful hands transformed into Kirin claws, which were able to tear through space with just the lightest swipe. Behind him was a sea of surging blood, and he made his way toward the wild saber Immortal as if he were a god-fiend who had just emerged from hell. I can't break this seal? Wouldn't this seal naturally be broken if I slay you? One of the three creatures maintaining this seal. Dongfang Zhuangshi said with a cold expression. The wild saber Immortal was not enraged upon hearing this. Instead, it chortled even more loudly, as expected of a mighty mythological beast. Come on then. Kill me if you can. It swiped its sabers quickly through the air, and each and every saber strike it unleashed possessed the power to shatter mountains and part oceans. Dongfang Zhuangshi's claws were like indestructible divine weapons as he crushed the wild saber Immortal's saber projections with his bare hands. Bam! His body pierced through space and instantly reappeared before the wild saber Immortal before launching an almighty palm. So fast. The wild saber Immortal used its twin sabers as a shield, following which another earth-shattering collision ensued. It was sent flying through the air again before crashing heavily into the infernal realm seal, upon which it threw up a mouthful of blood. In the distance, Lin stood atop Xiao Zhe's head. Can you break this formation? Su Xiaolan turned to Lin. She knew that Lin had an extremely powerful eye technique that could identify weak points in spell formations. Lin was using the divine inspection technique, but this spell formation was simply too massive. This was a spell formation that spanned a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, and it was well beyond the field of vision of his divine inspection technique. To put it in simpler terms, his eyesight had restricted the ability of his spell technique. No, I can only see a section of it, but not the whole thing, so it's very hard to find a weak point. And Lin was developing a headache. Master, let's combine our strength and kill that ape. Xiao Zhe's battle intent was surging, and Lin pursed his lips. Think about how long it took for us to kill the dark sorcery ghost. And that was with the assistance of Meng Ji, and she's also at the return to Void Pinnacle stage. No mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage will die easily. The other immortal beasts are coming, and the Divine Bat Emperor is not far behind. We can't afford to waste more time. And Lin's expression was filled with anxiety. What to do? What could he do? And Lin, isn't your consciousness really powerful? Can you combine that with your eye technique? Su Xiaolan was grasping at straws now. And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. I can do that, but that would only expand the range of the divine inspection technique to a few hundred kilometers, and it's extremely taxing to use. Wait! A thought suddenly occurred to Lin, and his storage ring flashed as an immortal pill appeared in his hand. Su Xiaolan immediately understood Lin's intentions. A worrisome expression appeared on her face as she asked, Will that work? I have no choice. This is the only possible way. A firm expression appeared on Lin's face. The pill in his hand was none other than the 6th grade immortal pill that he had obtained from the Pill Tower, the Heavenly Soul Pill. The Heavenly Soul Pill could elevate the power of one's consciousness to the limit, or even beyond the limit for a short period of time. And Lin swallowed the Heavenly Soul Pill without hesitation. The power of the pill was instantly activated within his body. Boom! And Lin suddenly felt as if the entire world were different. Every single minute detail and every microscopic organism was revealed to him in extreme clarity. However, he had no time to marvel at this world. He had to expand the detection area of his divine sense to the very maximum. His divine sense instantly enveloped a distance of 500 kilometers, and it was still extending. 750 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, and Lin's head felt as if it were about to split open, and his consciousness had swelled up like a balloon that was about to burst. Indescribable pain assaulted his entire body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Ah! He couldn't repress the urge to roar with pain. This wasn't enough. He had to keep expanding the range. A warm, enticing body suddenly embraced him. Su Xiaolan enveloped Lin in a tight hug. Persevere, Lin. You can do it. She didn't persuade Enlin to give up. All she did was give Enlin a tight hug. Su Xiaolan only wanted Enlin to understand that there were still people standing by his side. Enlin gritted his teeth as his eyes became increasingly more bloodshot. The severe pain crippling his body made him tremble uncontrollably. 1,500 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers. The heavenly soul pill could completely activate the power of the consumer's consciousness, but as for how much power it could activate and how far it could take the consumer over their limits, this was up to the person. And Lin had already expanded his range to 5 times its original limit. This was absolutely unprecedented. And Lin was risking it all with his life on the line. 2,500 kilometers. At that moment, his eyes turned snowy white, and he activated his divine inspection technique. The other 2 immortal beasts were still closing in, and as was the entire infernal realm seal. And Lin was taking a gamble that they were within a distance of 2,500 kilometers from here. Boom! An extremely complex and mystical formation took shape in his divine sense. There are 38 weak points which can be targeted. The closest one is located 16 kilometers from here. And Lin pointed to a certain spot in the air. Boom! And Lin did not need to say anything else before a bolt of black lightning burst forth from Xiao Zhe's dragon horn. Streaking directly toward the location, and Lin was pointing to while leaving a trail of annihilation in its wake. And Lin immediately used his lightning amplification technique to elevate the power of Xiao Zhe's lightning to return to void final stage before using the lightning manipulation technique to make minor adjustments on its angle. This was a distance of 16 kilometers. Just a slight discrepancy in the angle could result in a huge discrepancy upon where the lightning would strike in the end. Black lightning exploded in a certain spot in the air as terrifying bursts of electricity swept through heaven and earth. Crack! The infernal realm seal began to tremor violently. Even the crimson chains began to dim. How could this be? The wild saber Immortal's expression shifted drastically. How could anyone be capable of breaking this formation? It couldn't help but turn toward the man standing atop the dragon's head, and an absurd thought entered its mind. In the next instant, an earth-shattering sea of blood crashed toward the compromised infernal realm seal, upon which a series of cracks began to appear. In the end, the chains snapped, and the seal shattered like a pane of glass. Go! Dongfang Zhuangshi roared. Darkness flashed across Enlin's eyes, and he was just about to faint. Su Xiaolan immediately hugged him to herself as she laid one hand on his back and one hand behind his knees before picking him up in a textbook princess carry before leaping onto Xiao Zhe's back. Go! Xiao Zhe let loose an elated roar, and his massive body instantly broke through the sound barrier before piercing through the shattered seal at an alarming speed. Dongfang Zhuangshi retreated as he battled the wild saber Immortal, and he too managed to escape from the infernal realm seal. Ha ha ha! What a pleasant surprise, right? You didn't know that we had another secret weapon, did you? Farewell, stupid ape. Dongfang Zhuangshi chortled with glee as he fled into the distance. You're not going anywhere. The wild saber Immortal chased after him in an enraged frenzy. Prior to the destruction of the infernal realm seal, the Hydra and the Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit were quickly closing in on the wild saber Immortal's location. From their communication network, the wild saber Immortal's agonized cries erupted over and over again. Ah! Splat! Demonic blood, Kirin. I'll fucking kill you. Ah! No! Splat! Aside from its anguished wails, there were also the sounds of it throwing up blood while being pummeled. Ha ha ha! Wild saber Immortal, you sound like you're enjoying yourself over there. The Hydra chortled with mirth as the laughter of 100 snakes erupted at once. Hydra! I swear to God you won't last 3 minutes here before all your 100 heads get decapitated. The wild saber Immortal roared with rage. Hee hee, what a joke. When your daddy gets there, I'll show you what true power is, the Hydra retorted. The Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit said, Hold on for a while longer, Wild Saber Immortal. We'll get them back for you once we get there. Wild Saber Immortal. Even in battle, all 3 immortal beasts at the return to Void Pinnacle stage were still having a casual conversation. It was quite obvious that in their eyes, This demonic blood Kirin and his entourage were no threat whatsoever. They were already in a dire situation, and all they could do was to wait for the three immortal beasts to close in on them. All right, there are 2,500 kilometers left. The Divine Bat Emperor is not far from us either. The Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit informed with a smile. Hee, I hope the Emperor gets here a little later. At least wait until we've had some fun. To be able to fight a mythological beast and abuse him, just thinking about it gets me excited. The Hydra murmured in a fervent tone. Right at this moment, a resounding boom suddenly erupted from the infernal realm seal. All three immortal beasts faltered at the same time. The seal immediately began to crack open. Holy fuck! What happened? The Hydra roared. Tell us what happened, Wild Saber Immortal. What happened to our spell formation? The panicked voice of the Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit also sounded. How could this be? How could anyone be capable of breaking this formation? The Wild Saber Immortal's voice sounded within the communication network, and it was no less shocked than the other two immortal beasts. Boom! Another explosion erupted. The three immortal beasts could all sense at once that a section of the spell formation had been shattered. The Hydra and the Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit were completely dumbstruck. How could this be? How could such a perfect formation be broken? Furthermore, they could feel that the spell formation hadn't been broken through brute force. Instead, an extremely accurate strike had been delivered to a weak point in the spell formation, thereby pushing it to the brink of collapse, upon which a brute force attack was then delivered to shatter it. This is impossible. How could someone be able to identify the weak points in the formation? The Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit roared with incredulity. This was even more difficult for it to accept than if someone had broken the spell formation through brute force. Wild Saber Immortal, answer us, what happened? The Hydra was in a panic mode now. The spell formation has been broken. A soul formation stage human male discovered a weak point and instructed a black dragon to attack it, thereby forcing the spell formation to be on the brink of collapse. The Wild Saber Immortal muttered a reply that was scarcely believable, even to itself. The Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit had quite a short fuse, and it immediately roared with rage. Fuck off! Have you had the brains bashed out of you? A soul formation stage cultivator saw through our spell formation? Do you think we're fucking retarded? I'm not lying to you. The Wild Saber Immortal's frantic voice could be heard shouting, Ah! Get back here! Both of them lost contact with the Wild Saber Immortal. It was quite clear that the Wild Saber Immortal had left the Infernal Realm Seal. It was also quite clear that the demonic Blood Kirin had escaped the Infernal Realm Seal. Both of the remaining immortal beasts fell into silence. The casual conversation they were having made their silence now appear even more awkward in contrast. They had envisioned a tough battle against the demonic Blood Kirin, and they had also envisioned a scenario where the Divine Bat Emperor would get there later than they did, so that they wouldn't miss out on the chance to battle the demonic Blood Kirin. However, never would they have thought that the demonic Blood Kirin would be able to break the Infernal Realm Seal. Fake. This is all fake, right? Has it really been broken? The Hydra was still unable to accept reality. Hee, was it really a soul formation stage cultivator who identified the weak point? The Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit suddenly began to chuckle, but its heart was filled with a bleak sadness. Did they just get fucking played? Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly descended. The two immortal beasts' hearts jolted in unison. The Divine Bat Emperor had arrived within the Infernal Realm Seal. Where is the demonic Blood Kirin? The Divine Bat Emperor's vast divine intent sounded in the Hydra and the Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit's minds. Hydra. Crimson Sun Immortal Spirit. Both of them fell silent. At the same time, they were both screaming in their hearts. Bro, the Divine Bat Emperor is asking you a question. Give an answer. I'm asking you a question, hurry up. The Divine Bat Emperor urged impatiently. It then seemed to have discovered something. This spell formation. The Hydra finally took the initiative to answer. Emperor, our spell formation was broken by a mysterious, powerful being. The communication network instantly fell silent, and the two immortal beasts were left to tremble in their figurative boots. Hee. The spell formation was broken. Which mysterious, powerful being is this? The divine Bat Emperor's voice was terrifyingly cold. The wild saber immortal said that a soul formation stage human male discovered a weak point in the spell formation. The Crimson Sun immortal spirit had completely repressed its temper as it spoke in a careful voice. Another tense silence ensued. Boom! Suffocating might suddenly erupted forth. Useless trash. You're all fucking useless trash. You can't even make up a proper fucking excuse. You could have just told me if you wanted to fucking die. I'll kill you all. Ah! The divine Bat Emperor's terrifying wrath and its monstrous aura completely tore apart the remnants of the infernal realm seal, which was on the brink of collapse anyway. The Hydra and the Crimson Sun immortal spirit both trembled uncontrollably. They were telling the truth. That was what the wild saber immortal had told them. Why were they the ones bearing the Emperor's wrath? Trash! The divine Bat Emperor was clearly at the height of its rage. After all, anyone would be infuriated if they had the Kirin blood jade so close at hand, only for it to escape. It abruptly flapped its wings, and its body transformed into a blue streak of light, which flew at a terrifying speed toward the location at which the spell formation had first cracked. At the border of the holy glacial lands and the opposite shore realm, 3 streaks of light flashed through the sky one after another. The one at the forefront was the Black Dragon, Xianxia. In the middle was Dongfang Zhuangshi, who was unleashing one spell technique after another to keep the wild saber immortal at bay. Everyone entered this world of snow and ice, and the restrictions placed on them by the laws of heaven and earth finally disappeared. Ha ha ha! Farewell, stupid ape! Dongfang Zhuangshi unleashed a blood cage to momentarily trap the wild saber immortal. Come on, Mr. and Lin. Let's go to the kingdom of the 9 states. Dongfang Zhuangshi was clearly in a good mood now that they had escaped from the restrictions, and he immediately began to tear open a spatial rift to facilitate their escape. However, he found that he was unable to do so, no matter how hard he tried. How could this be? We're clearly no longer within the opposite shore realm, so why are we still unable to tear open spatial passageways? Dongfang Zhuangshi was dumbstruck. Xianxia also tried to tear open a spatial rift of his own, but he was unable to do so even though he was trying so hard that his claws were about to snap off. Dongfang Zhuangshi, Xianxia, and Lin. Frosty winds screamed past and snowflakes fluttered. In the northernmost location, there appeared to be a blue light that had engulfed heaven and earth. Ha ha ha! You're the stupid cunts here. The wild saber immortal tore through the blood cage before pouncing toward Dongfang Zhuangshi with a triumphant smile. Ever since the holy capital of the holy glacial lands exploded, heaven and earth had undergone a drastic change. Spatial travel can no longer be facilitated here. Did you not know that? Dongfang Zhuangshi and Xianxia immediately fled toward the south. The wild saber immortal's battle intent surged as it carried its huge sabers and gave chase from behind. Thus, their life on the run resumed, and Lin and the others were finally beginning to panic. They had only just managed to escape from the opposite shore realm with great difficulty to arrive at the holy glacial lands, where they thought they would be able to make a graceful farewell to their enemies. However, what they didn't expect was that they were still unable to engage in spatial travel even in the holy glacial lands. Why was this happening? Their most effective escape tool had deserted them. How were they supposed to get away now? The wild saber immortal behind them wasn't much of a threat. However, the divine Bat Emperor was a massive threat. They were thinking that they could hide in spatial passageways to escape detection, but that was not the case. How were they supposed to outrun the Dao integration stage divine Bat Emperor? Hurry, little Xiao. Go faster. Fly as fast as you can. And Lin panted heavily as he spoke with difficulty. Master, I'm already flying as fast as I can. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He had already unleashed a mystical technique that had elevated his speed to be comparable to that of a return to void final stage mighty figure. Su Xiaolan shot a glance at An Lin. Can a patient like you stop talking and just rest? You don't need to worry about things here. And Lin chuckled lightly. Xiaolan, why aren't you carrying me anymore? Su Xiaolan's expression darkened. Do you like being carried like a princess that much? No. I only like being carried like a princess by you. And Lin replied with a serious expression. Su Xiaolin, can you please stop flirting at a time like this? The groundhog was unable to bear this any longer. Moo? They're flirting. Aonyo stared with a dumbstruck expression at Lin, who was lying on his black brick. The groundhog heaved a faint forlorn sigh, and it suddenly wished the frog was back in its life. At least it would have someone with a high EQ to talk to then. And Lin wasn't just lying around doing nothing. He was currently in the process of sending out frantic voice transmissions. The signal wasn't great in the Holy Glacial Lands, but it was better than at the opposite shore realm, where there was no signal at all. Doo-doo. Finally, a voice transmission had gone through, and Lin was extremely excited. Hello. And Lin, what do you need me for? A woman's soft voice sounded from the other end, and it sounded like the most heavenly music to Lin. That's right. In a situation like this voice was the heavenly music of retribution. Hey, human piggy bank, you finally picked up. Wah, I'm so happy. Tears almost flowed down Lin's face from excitement. Do. The voice transmission was snuffed out, and Lin, Su Xiaolin, all the beasts. And Lin immediately knew what he had done wrong. He was too excited and had accidentally referred to Lin Junjun by his nickname for her. Dear God, did he want everyone to die? He immediately sent through another voice transmission. Thankfully, Lin Junjun didn't throw a tantrum and refused to answer. The voice transmission talisman was instantly picked up. What do you want? Lin Junjun's voice had cooled significantly. I'm sorry, Celestial Maiden Tian Yu. I was wrong. And Lin immediately offered an apology before cutting straight to the chase. I'm requesting reinforcements from the Heavenly Court. I'm being chased down by an enemy. Haha. Even the small war god of the Heavenly Court has been reduced to such a pitiful state. Lin Junjun's mood seemed to have improved significantly. An enemy even you can't take care of? Is it a return to Void Stage Mighty Figure? No. It's the Dao Integration Stage Divine Bat Emperor. And Lin replied with a solemn expression. The chuckling from the other end instantly faltered. Lin Junjun, you're not lying to me, are you? Lin Junjun exclaimed in shock. Hee. The small war god of the Heavenly Court is about to become a deceased legend if I talk with you for a few more minutes. And Lin chuckled coldly. How do you get into so much trouble wherever you go? Lin Junjun took a deep breath and said, I'll inform my father immediately. Don't hang up. My father will trace your presence to find you. And Lin was suddenly struck by a sense of déjà vu upon hearing this. Back when the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue reconstructed Xiaolan's Tao Foundation, didn't he trace their presence over a voice transmission talisman as well? He had always felt like this was quite an awesome skill. When would he become as outstanding as all these supreme beings? Lin Junjun was not going to delay on something like this, and she immediately set off at full speed toward where the Celestial the Arch was in seclusion. The voice transmission talisman fell silent, and Lin gripped it tightly in his hands while maintaining the connection as instructed. Behind him, Dongfang Zhuangshi continued to defend against the violent torrent of attacks that were thrown at them by the wild saber Immortal. Ha. You're all screwed. The Divine Bat Emperor is getting here as we speak. None of you will be able to escape. The wild saber Immortal slashed one saber projection after another, each of which possessed the power to part heaven and earth. The groundhog stared with wide eyes at the wild saber Immortal's saber techniques. What powerful saber techniques! The saber intent is extremely pure, and its saber strikes are not only violently powerful, but also seemingly endless, giving the enemy no chance to catch their breath. How stunning! And Lin suggested expressionlessly, Hey, how about we kick the groundhog out as bait to distract the enemy? Su Xiaolan nodded without hesitation. I second that idea. Cheering on an ally was acceptable, but what the fuck was this groundhog doing cheering on the enemy? What was the point of keeping such a traitorous groundhog? The groundhog's body trembled as it came to its senses. Don't do it. I was wrong. What unsightly saber techniques. I only said what I just did because I was blind. Senior and Lin, please spare me. The groundhog knelt to the ground and begged for its life. And Lin rolled his eyes. This was supposed to be the leader of the Divine Bat Emperor's Divine Guardian Squad. The Divine Bat Emperor would probably be driven crazy by rage if it saw how the groundhog was acting now. Thus, everyone advanced for several thousand kilometers under this tense atmosphere. They finally caught sight of the border in the extremely far distance. That was the border between the Holy Glacial Lands and the Kingdom of the Nine States. Make a last-ditch effort, little Xiao. We'll be able to use spatial manipulation once we get to the Kingdom of the Nine States. And Lin encouraged. Don't worry, Master. I'll carry you to the Kingdom of the Nine States even if I die. Xiao Zhe had been using his mystic technique this entire time and was on the brink of collapse. A self-preservation instinct was the only thing that was still spurring him on. And Lin's expression darkened. I'm telling you to make an extra effort. Why are you replying like you're reading out your will? Rumble. In the distance, an extremely fearsome aura suddenly swept forth. And Lin mentally kicked himself again for jinxing everything. Ha ha ha. The Divine Bat Emperor is here. You're all dead. The wild saber Immortal chortled with glee as it pounced toward Lin and the others, only to be swatted aside by Dongfang Zhuangshi. And Lin looked back to discover a blue figure beginning to appear in the distance. This was an indescribably massive bat. The flames of hell seemed to be burning in its crimson eyes. That's right, even though it was a bat, it did have eyes. Each flap of its blue wings sent ripples through space. And it was moving faster than Xiao Zhe even though Xiao Zhe was using a mystic technique. Crap! They were about to be chased down. A chill ran down Lin's spine. Demonic blood, Kirin. I finally found you. Forget about escaping. Extremely powerful blue sound waves pierced through space before crashing into everyone's body. In that instant, everyone felt as if both their physical bodies and souls were being torn apart. PFFF? Xiao Zhe was on the brink of collapse already, and he involuntarily threw up a mouthful of blood upon being struck by the sudden attack. And Lin's condition was also quite feeble, and he too threw up a mouthful of blood. Su Xiaolan, Aonyo, and the groundhog all also sustained internal injuries from the sound waves. The Divine Bat Emperor only had to utter a single sentence to wound everyone. The Divine Bat Emperor's arrival was like a nightmare to Lin and the others. There was no one here that could stand up against the might of a Dao integration stage mythological beast. Not even Dongfang Zhuangshi. Demonic blood, Kirin. Let's see where you're going to run to now. The Divine Bat Emperor flew at an extreme speed, and it was gaining on them with each and every flap of its wings. A seal appeared in a radius of several hundred kilometers, completely sealing off any avenue for escape. That's right, it was not leaving anything to chance. Even if these were all trash standing before it, it was going to crush them with all its might. Humph! Everyone aside from the demonic blood, Kirin, can go die. The Divine Bat Emperor opened its mouth, and a blue sound wave erupted forth, twisting the space before it and pulverizing everything in its wake. The attack was imbued with an extremely potent power of the Divine Dao, and Lin and the others were completely immobilized by its power, reducing them to sitting ducks that would undoubtedly die should they be struck by the attack. A white figure suddenly appeared before everyone. Dongfang Zhuangshi roared as the projection of the Crimson Kirin appeared before him while exuding vast ferocious might and materializing layers of blood Divine Dao barriers in the air. Boom boom boom. The Divine Bat Emperor's sound wave attacks pulverized each of the barriers in succession before tearing apart even the projection of the Crimson Kirin. In the end, the sound waves crashed into Dongfang Zhuangshi's body. PFFF. In that instant, all of his internal organs were crushed, and a mouthful of blood intermingled with fragments of internal organs erupted from his mouth. Uncle Dongfang, and Lin and Su Xiaolan yelled in unison. Dongfang Zhuangshi had used his own body to block that attack for them, but he had been severely wounded in the process. The Divine Bat Emperor narrowed its eyes. You want to die too? Hand over the Kirin blood jade, and I'll make you die quicker and painless. Dongfang Zhuangshi faltered upon hearing this before erupting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! The Kirin blood jade no longer exists. It no longer exists? The Divine Bat Emperor took a deep breath before chuckling coldly. Hee hee. You want to fool me? Let me see just how much longer you can hold on. I'll tear open your body and see if the Kirin blood jade is in there. It extended its claws, and a divine halo exuding extremely fearsome energy fluctuations appeared on the tips of each of its claws. At the same time, blue energy poured forth like liquid from the Divine Bat Emperor's body before instantly enveloping the space around it. And Lin and the others were suddenly struck by an extremely pleasant feeling. Their consciousness was extremely carefree and happy at this moment, and they felt like they were about to float into the sky. A malicious smile suddenly appeared on the Divine Bat Emperor's face. I've changed my mind. I'll extract all your souls and search them for the truth. Be careful. Dongfang Zhuangshi roared as crimson energy erupted from his body before enveloping Enlin and the others. Only now did Enlin and the others realize what this pleasant feeling entailed. They were being enticed by a demon that was looking for an opportunity to extract their souls. Everyone was instantly struck by crushing despair, and Lin discovered that he couldn't even think of a way to resist this power. They were completely at the mercy of the Divine Bat Emperor. I'll be taking your souls then. The Divine Bat Emperor's voice sounded as if it had originated from the depths of hell, and the divine halos on its fingertips suddenly expanded before sending unfathomable might through the air, which shattered Dongfang Zhuangshi's barrier of blood energy before sweeping toward Enlin and the others. In this impossibly dire situation, an ethereal voice, which was imbued with a paramount imperial might, suddenly snarled, "Release them at once, filthy beast!" A massive hole was shattered into the Divine Bat Emperor's seal as this voice erupted. What? The Divine Bat Emperor's expression shifted. At this moment, an infinitely vast white light swept through the air with the might of the heavens. It was extremely fast and instantly shattered the blue ripples as well as the power of the divine halos before crashing into the Divine Bat Emperor's body. Boom! Another earth-shattering boom erupted. Energy swept forth for tens of thousands of meters, and the residual shockwaves were enough to sweep Dongfang Zhuangshi as well as Enlin and the others into the air. The Divine Bat Emperor let loose a wail of anguish, and its body caved in before hurtling through the air for over 10 kilometers like a massive rubber ball. Everyone looked up at the figure standing in the sky above. The figure was enshrouded in a divine light. He wore a set of flowing imperial robes, and he stood, tall and proud, with his palm extended before him. A majestic battle intent straight from the heavens erupted, striking all living beings before him with the urge to kneel down, as if they were in the face of the Emperor of the Heavens. Tears almost flowed from Enlin's eyes upon seeing that familiar figure. Celestial the Arch, you're finally here. That's right. The Celestial the Arch he had been praying for had finally taken the stage. Both Enlin and Su Xiaolan's hearts completely settled upon seeing this figure. What followed was an overwhelming sense of security. Who would dare to hurt them with the Celestial the Arch present? Roar! You're the Celestial the Arch? Blue blood trickled from the Divine Bat Emperor's mouth. It had sustained internal injuries from the palm launched by the man enshrouded in a divine light. That's correct. The Celestial the Arch withdrew his palm and clasped his hands behind his back. He had his head held high and looked down upon the Divine Bat Emperor with a hint of arrogance and absolute confidence in his eyes. Gasp! And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. The Celestial the Arch was so badass. Why are you interfering in my pursuit of the demonic blood Kirin? The Divine Bat Emperor roared with rage. Heh! You tried to kill the students from my heavenly court. Why can't I interfere? A faint smile appeared on the Celestial Thearch's face. The Divine Bat Emperor took a deep breath before turning to look at the two soul formation stage cultivators. That man and woman are students of your heavenly court? All right then, I can agree to let them go. This was the biggest compromise it was willing to make. It had no choice. The Celestial the Arch was not one to be messed with. The Divine Bat Emperor would be satisfied as long as the demonic blood Kirin remained behind. After all, there was no reason why the demonic blood Kirin wouldn't have a prized treasure like the Kirin blood jade with him at all times. Those two are indeed students from my heavenly court. But he is also a student of the heavenly court. The celestial the arch suddenly pointed a finger at Dongfang Zhuangshi. He then pointed to Xiao Zhe and the beasts before continuing. These are the disciple and beast pets of my student. Hence, you can't take any of them. They're all mine. The celestial thearch's voice reverberated through the air, followed by a deathly silence. And Lin, Dongfang Zhuangshi, the spectating wild saber immortal. The divine bat emperor's flesh crawled with rage. Celestial the arch, this is daylight robbery. You've gone too far. It roared as boundless power of the divine Tao erupted in a radius of several hundred kilometers before sweeping toward the celestial the arch. A faint smile appeared on the celestial thearch's face as he disappeared from the spot. In the next instant, he had already appeared right before the divine bat emperor before launching an almighty fist. Boom! The space before his fist was completely flattened as heaven and earth twisted and warped. A blood-curdling cry erupted straight into the clouds. The divine bat emperor was knocked flying again as it threw up another large mouthful of blood. If you want a fight, then a fight is what you shall get. But you're not taking a single one of the humans or beasts here. Boundless white divine light enshrouded the man in imperial robes, and each and every one of his steps triggered resonance with the great Tao of heaven and earth, creating an unstoppable force. The divine bat emperor had been completely enraged. Celestial the arch, you're forcing the sinister spirit beast cesspool to declare war on the human race. The celestial thearch's eyes narrowed. The sinister spirit beast cesspool is nothing. You've only got 4 mythological beasts that are in eternal conflict. Just my heavenly court alone is enough to raise the sinister spirit beast cesspool to the ground many times over. The divine bat emperor trembled with rage, but it had no argument against this. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, all the beasts, and even Dongfang Zhuangshi were looking up at the peerlessly domineering man with reverence in their eyes. He was clearly being extremely unreasonable, but it was so good to watch. The divine bat emperor was extremely indignant. It was so very close to its prey, only to have this unreasonable, yet ridiculously powerful man jump in and take everything. How was this fair? At this moment, a hydra immortal beast with 100 snakes flew toward them from the distance atop a cloud of poison mist. At the same time, a flaming immortal spirit shining as bright as the sun descended from another direction with crimson flames raging around its body. The hydra's 100 heads said in unison, "Who dares to oppose the divine bat emperor? Lay down your life. Burn, burn, burn. Incinerate all those who stand against the divine bat emperor. Divine bat emperor, I'm here to help." The crimson sun immortal spirit also swept toward them with a fierce aura. "Go fuck yourselves." The divine bat emperor roared with rage. Extremely terrifying sound waves erupted forth before sweeping toward the hydra and the crimson sun immortal spirit. Boom! The poison mist dissipated, and the flames were snuffed out. The two returned to void stage mighty figures stopped cold in their tracks as blood trickled from their mouths. They had sustained internal injuries from the divine bat emperor's roar. The divine bat emperor was already at the height of its rage, so how was it supposed to remain calm at the sight of the raucous entrance stages by these two useless pieces of trash that couldn't trap the demonic blood Kirin? Even after using the infernal realm seal, the wild saber immortal sneered internally at his two colleagues. It was of vital importance to try and blend into the scenery after doing something wrong. Jumping out at a moment like this would be the equivalent of jumping into an early grave. They should all take a leaf out of its book. Ever since the divine bat emperor had arrived, it had stood off to the sidelines and tried its very best to become one with the empty space around it. Even the celestial the arch couldn't be bothered to look at it. This was the true path to survival. The crimson sun immortal spirit and the hydra focused their gazes before shuddering in fear. Holy Mother of God! Isn't that the celestial the arch from the heavenly court? And to think they were just yelling about killing the celestial the arch? Were they fucking sick of living? The celestial the arch was far too renowned as a legendary character throughout the entire continent. Even with the divine bat emperor here with them, the The two returned to void stage immortal beasts were still trembling uncontrollably from fear. They had come here with all guns blazing, but they were now completely silent. The divine Bat Emperor aimed a vicious glare at the Celestial the Arch. Celestial the Arch, I will remember this day as the day you impeded me from capturing the demonic blood Kirin and obtaining the Kirin blood jade. The Celestial the Arch faltered slightly upon hearing this and blinked in confusion before turning to Dongfang Zhuangshi. You're the demonic blood Kirin? Dongfang Zhuangshi nodded with a speechless expression. The divine Bat Emperor. The Celestial Thearch's eyes lit up with excitement. Divine Bat Emperor, I'm nearsighted, so I couldn't identify the demonic blood Kirin, but you'll have to step over my dead body if you want to take him away. And Lin? PFFF? The divine Bat Emperor threw up another mouthful of blood. What the fuck? The Celestial the Arch didn't even know that that man was the demonic blood Kirin? Nearsighted. My ass. Did he have no shame? The divine Bat Emperor's body trembled from rage. It was so angry, but it couldn't do anything. After all, the Celestial the Arch was the most powerful being even among all the Tao integration stage super mighty figures. Even if everyone here were to combine forces, they would still be no match for him. This is not the end. I'll make you all rue the day you crossed me. The divine Bat Emperor. The divine Bat Emperor scanned his eyes across everyone present before flying away. The divine Bat Emperor could only leave behind some threatening words to recover some of its dignity as a mythological beast. The three immortal beasts at the return to Void Pinnacle stage immediately followed along behind the divine Bat Emperor in fear of being targeted by the Celestial the Arch. Thus, the overbearing divine Bat Emperor and its entourage were forced to scurry away with their tails between their legs due to the arrival of the Celestial the Arch. And Lin and the others were extremely excited to see the divine Bat Emperor's departure, and they all immediately flew toward the Celestial the Arch. Thank you for saving us, Celestial the Arch. You were so cool just then. And Lin praised. The Celestial the Arch glared at Lin as he heaved an exhausted sigh. You're such a troublesome child. I don't even know what to say to you anymore. You managed to incur the wrath of a blood tribe mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage during your end-of-term examinations, and Emperor Tianhuang had to go and save you. This time, you've gone a step further and managed to piss off a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. If I didn't arrive in time, you would all be dead. The Celestial the Arch couldn't help but massage his brows as he continued. I don't even want to assign any more missions to you. What if you incur the wrath of a god of creation like Nuwa next time? Who is going to save you then? Eonyo was shocked. I didn't think Senior was this awesome. Only at stirring up trouble though. The groundhog corrected. You don't know shit. Stirring up trouble is a skill too. Xiao Zhe immediately stood up for his master. And Lin offered an apologetic smile. Sigh. I don't want all this to happen either. But this is all fate. The Celestial the Arch stared speechlessly at the man standing before him. Why did these words sound so familiar? He then turned to another man. This man was quite peculiar in his appearance. He had a pair of Kirin horns, crimson eyes, and appeared to be an elegant and refined middle-aged man. Who would have thought that the demonic blood Kirin would still be alive and well? The Celestial the Arch clicked his tongue in wonder as he sized up the middle-aged man before him with relish. A faint smile appeared on Dongfang Zhuangshi's face. Long time no see, Celestial the Arch. I'm no longer the demonic blood Kirin I once was. I'm just an ordinary human. The Celestial Thearch's face convulsed slightly. Can you put away those dazzling Kirin horns before you say that? Dongfang Zhuangshi caressed his horns before shaking his head with a solemn expression. I can't do that. She told me she really liked the look of my horns, so only now am I in my complete form. She also gave me a human name called Dongfang Zhuangshi. Puffed. The Celestial the Arch almost burst into laughter before catching himself. Cough, cough, cough. The holy glacial lands is so cold. I think I've caught the flu. But that's quite a good name though. The Celestial the Arch praised with a genuine expression. Thank you. Dongfang Zhuangshi's expression softened a little upon seeing the Celestial Thearch's acknowledgement of his new name. And Lin was shocked once again. The celestial Thearch's resourcefulness was almost as badass as his combat prowess. By the way, I heard you had been sealed away by Pangu. How did you escape? The celestial Thearch asked. Dongfang Zhuangshi, that's a long story. The two of them began conversing with one another, and Lin and Su Xiaolan looked on in amazement as the two of them chatted like old friends. So these two knew each other? Fate sure worked in some miraculous ways sometimes. Everyone flew back toward the kingdom of the 9 states as they chatted among themselves. The celestial Thearch was extremely disgruntled upon learning from Dongfang Zhuangshi about how Enlin had swallowed the Kirin blood jade. He immediately turned to Enlin with an expression that was green with envy. Celestial Thearch, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should say it. Enlin looked at the celestial Thearch with an obedient expression. The celestial Thearch nodded gracefully while putting on a benevolent smile of a senior. You can say anything you want to me, Enlin. There's no need for any inhibitions. All right. Enlin nodded with anticipation in his eyes. We've already completed the mission assigned to us by the Heavenly Court. So when are we going to receive the 5 million spirit stones for gathering information and the minimum of 10 million spirit stones from entering the vast land of blood? The celestial Thearch's flesh crawled upon hearing this. You've taken all the fucking benefits and now you're asking for money? He forced a smile onto his face. No problem. You'll get your reward when we get back to the Heavenly Court. He had no choice but to fulfill his promise, even if it meant doing so with tears in his eyes. The celestial Thearch felt exhausted. The reason for the unrest within the sinister spirit beast cesspool had been identified, but it had also been rectified at the same time. The culprit behind all this was right here, after all. The Heavenly Court didn't receive anything useful, but it had to give the 4-9 Immortal sect a huge pile of spirit stones. What a travesty! Why did he have to say what he did about a minimum of 10 million spirit stones? The celestial Thearch really wanted to go back in time and give himself a few slaps to the face. Soon, everyone began to discuss the battle between the Snow Maidens and the opposite shore realm. The celestial Thearch heaved a forlorn sigh. I didn't want to tell you about all this, but seeing as you've already encountered it, I don't really have much choice. Let me tell you about the changes going on in this world. And Lin suddenly had a feeling that he didn't want to hear this. He had a nagging feeling that learning about something like this would cause him to be swept up into something. Sometimes knowing too much really was not a good thing. Everything traces back to the Purple Star civilization. The celestial Thearch began in a slow voice. Stop! And Lin extended a hand to stop him. I don't want to hear it. The celestial Thearch choked on his words. He had only just started his story, but Enlin didn't want to hear it. This was the first time he had encountered a situation like this, and it was not a good feeling. He was a little angry, and he insisted. Many of the return to void stage celestial immortals don't even know about such high-level information. Are you sure you're not interested? Su Xiaolan also showed her cowardly side upon hearing this. We don't want to hear it. Listening to something like this could get them swept up into an inevitable sequence of events. Some important things were like a vortex that would suck you deeper and deeper into danger. The only way to escape this vortex was to not know about its existence in the first place. The celestial Thearch. Are you two really so cowardly? The celestial Thearch glared at the two of them as he pointed to the world of snow and ice behind them. Look at the holy glacial lands. All the snow maidens are homeless now with no way of turning back. Aren't you worried that the kingdom of the 9 states will end up like this? And Lin shook his head relentlessly. We're not looking. The celestial Thearch's lips twitched. He was so angry. The high and mighty celestial Thearch was going to tell them a confidential secret, but they didn't want to hear it? Suddenly, a ripple fluttered through the air. A thin layer of power of the divine Tao suddenly enshrouded Enlin and the others. Enlin faltered slightly with confusion. He then heard a voice pierce through space before directly sounding in his consciousness. Hee, you have no choice in this matter. You're going to listen to this whether you like it or not. Enlin and Su Xiaolan. Even Xiao Zhe was unable to keep that voice out as it erupted like claps of thunder in his consciousness, as if it were trying to engrave itself into his memory. and Lin and Su Xiaolin glowered at the celestial the Arch. The celestial thearch's expression remained indifferent, but a peculiar sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. Humph! You little shits want to go against my wishes? Everything traces back to the Purple Star civilization. The celestial the Arch began again in a slow voice, and Lin and Su Xiaolan immediately blocked their ears with their hands, only for the voice to sound directly in their minds. They were in despair. Do you know why the Purple Star civilization fell? The celestial the Arch continued. And Lin rolled his eyes, and Su Xiaolan turned to look elsewhere. Everyone ignored him. I just want to know how the ancient Taichu realm fell, Xiaoze said with a dejected expression. The celestial the Arch. What a crappy audience. He forced himself to calm down before continuing. The Purple Star civilization was once the pride of the human race. They stood at the pinnacle of the Taichu continent with no worthy competitors. But do you know the reason for their abrupt fall? Unfortunately, his attempt to build suspense completely failed, and Lin had even begun to pick at his ears in an extremely uncooperatively manner. The celestial the Arch remained undeterred. Very few people know the truth about how the Purple Star civilization fell, and the super mighty figures who do treat it as a taboo subject. Then why do you insist on telling us? And Lin flared up. You have the right to know. The celestial the Arch turned to Enlin with a serious expression. What about me that has given me this right? I'll change. Enlin felt like he was on the verge of tears. The celestial the Arch completely ignored him. He was not going to be satisfied until he got this off his chest. The reason for the fall of the Purple Star was celestial retribution. The celestial the Arch answered his own question. This time Enlin, Su Xiaolan, and all the beasts were all dumbstruck. Celestial retribution? Was this a joke? Celestial retribution laid waste to an entire civilization? The celestial the Arch was quite pleased to see that he now had everyone's attention. That's right, you didn't hear that wrong. They suffered celestial retribution. The Purple Star civilization was extremely powerful, and using their technology, they could ensure that their entire population was at the Tao body stage at the very least. They could bring out the extent of one's latent potential so that all humans could live for 1,000 years without any problems. They could artificially create seas of vital energy, spirit roots for spirit nurturing stage cultivators, and they could even replicate soul formation stage domains, as well as the spatial powers and power of the divine Tao of return to void stage mighty figures through the use of extremely advanced technology. At that time, the Purple Star civilization was a dazzling star and was undoubtedly the place everyone yearned to go to in the Taichu continent. However, they made the grave mistake of challenging the heavens. The celestial thearch's voice finally turned grave here. As their technology advanced, they tried to replicate the power of Tao. There are countless Tao in heaven and earth, but Tao integration is something that can only be done by a cultivator through countless observations of the world around them. How could something like this be replicated through the use of technology? They failed. Many times. Enlin recalled the god fiend of 6 paths from Shun Yin's memories, as well as the demonic baby and the Holy Trinity fiend celestial he had encountered in the Phoenix small world upon hearing this. I don't know the specific details, but I do know that the Purple Star finally gave up on artificially replicating Tao integration after many failures. The celestial the Arch continued. It's good that they knew their limits. Enlin nodded with approval. The celestial the Arch glanced at Enlin before continuing. They then decided to replicate the heavenly Tao instead. Enlin, everyone. Tao integration required the perfection of one's intent realm and enlightenment. It is not something that can be artificially replicated or created. However, the heavenly Tao is different. It is a type of authority that lies somewhere between existence and non-existence. It could even be said that the heavenly Tao represented the entire world, or even transcended beyond the entire world. I don't know what the Purple Star discovered that led them to think that such a thing could be replicated. They wanted to create the most perfect human beings who could control the heavenly Tao and rain blessings upon the human race, thereby bringing prosperity and ascension to the entire human race. The celestial the Arch continued in a slow voice, and each of his sentences was loaded with an overabundance of shocking information. What happened next? And Lin asked. Hee. Finally being honest with ourselves now, are we? The Celestial the Arch seemed to have secured some sort of victory, and a faint, triumphant smile appeared on his face. And Lin? After that, the purple star somehow managed to stab a hole in the sky. In the end, the hole disappeared. The entire purple star civilization, along with the Earth, had been cursed. Regardless of whether you were a mundane mortal or a powerful Tao integration stage mighty figure, everything perished within 3 days of the hole's emergence. What else can this be referred to as aside from divine retribution? The Celestial the Arch looked at Enlin and the others with a serious expression. Enlin fell silent. This made sense. The sky had a hole stabbed into it, so it naturally had to retaliate. But why did it sound like the heavens were so humanized? But what does that have to do with the Snow Maidens? Su Xiaolan was perplexed. The Celestial the Arch heaved a forlorn sigh. There is a connection because the divine retribution is not over. The fall of the purple star is only just the beginning. Just the beginning? And Lin and Su Xiaolan's hearts jolted in shock upon hearing this. If the fall of the purple star civilization was just the beginning, then they didn't dare to think about what was to follow. They didn't dare to think, but the Celestial the Arch thought in their steads and forced these thoughts upon them. The purple star civilization was once a branch of the human race. Do you understand what I'm getting at? The Celestial the Arch asked in a slow voice, and Lin's pupils contracted as he drew a sharp intake of breath. The divine retribution will affect all of us? The Celestial the Arch didn't answer Enlin's question directly. Instead, he pointed up into the sky. The hole in the sky has disappeared, but that doesn't mean it has been fixed. When divine retribution fell for the first time, the mighty purple star fell without being able to offer up any resistance. At that time, the most panicked parties involved were the humans of the Kingdom of the 9 States and the Western Paradise. What if the divine retribution wasn't just targeting the purple star, but instead the entire human race? What would we do then? Or what if the divine retribution was targeting the entire world? This is not an unreasonable assumption. The hole in the sky appeared and disappeared at irregular intervals, and during those times it did appear, terrifying natural disasters relentlessly befell the Kingdom of the 9 States and the Western Paradise, taking countless lives in the process. These disasters were even affecting the other races, although to a lesser extent. We immediately implored Her Majesty Nuwa, as well as the other 3 members of the Heavenly Venerate, to come here and block up the hole in the sky using divine chaotic stones. That is the flaw within the Heavenly Tao. However, this was only a temporary repair job. Blocking up a hole and fixing the hole was an entirely different thing. The more the hole was blocked, the more pent up would the heavens be. Hence, during the next divine retribution, there is a very strong likelihood that the entire human race will go extinct, or there will be a massive disaster across the entire continent. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were beyond stunned now. So there was such a terrifying hidden flaw with this world? Did they have to save the fucking world now? So the explosion of the Snow Maiden's holy capital has something to do with the divine retribution? And Lin asked. The Celestial the Arch nodded. A crack has appeared in the divine chaotic stones, and the disasters brought about by the flaw in the heavenly Tao is slowly beginning to eventuate. The power of frost within the holy capital of the Snow Maidens has spiraled out of control, and we suspect that this is a disaster brought about by the flawed heavenly Tao. Su Xiaolan heaved a light sigh. The purple star civilization has gone way too far. Not only did they bring about their own destruction, but they're also going to be responsible for the entire continent's demise too. And Lin was a little displeased. Celestial the Arch, I'm just a normal soul formation stage cultivator. I can't save the world. What's the point of telling me about all this aside from to make me unhappy? Your unhappiness is enough reason. The Celestial the Arch nodded with a justified expression. And Lin? Haha. Just kidding. The Celestial the Arch waved a hand before continuing. Among us first-rate mighty figures, we have tried countless methods to repair the heavenly Tao. The vast majority of these methods have been deemed to be ineffective, and there are still 3 main factions left. The first faction comprises of stupid cunts who think that if they destroy the human race, the wrath of the heavens will be calmed and the hole in the heavenly Tao would repair itself. In response to the subscribers of this belief, we kill them on sight. As for the other two factions, I think you should be aware of them. Enlin. The Celestial the Arch turned to Enlin with a hint of anticipation and curiosity in his eyes. One of them is the heaven-crushing sect who believes in destroying the heavenly Tao and creating one of their own. They think that if a hole can be stabbed into the heavenly Tao, then it would be possible to kill the heavenly Tao before reconstructing it, or that something might even be able to take the place of the heavenly Tao. That is their path, and I would think that Chun Chun told you all this when he went to meet you. The meeting between Chun Chun and Enlin in the dark marshlands was clearly not something unbeknown to the Celestial the Arch. Enlin nodded to concede this. A hint of a smile appeared on the Celestial Thearch's face. If the heaven-crushing sect has acknowledged you, then that means you have a certain type of connection with the heaven-crushing sect. If you're able to join the heaven-crushing sect, then I'm sure you'll have what it takes to join another sect. Enlin faltered upon hearing this. What sect is this? The Celestial the Arch looked at Enlin with a serious expression. The heaven-mending sect. Would you like to hear about it? No. Enlin's expression immediately darkened. The heaven-crushing sect had already approached him, and it was the heaven-mending sect's turn now? What would be next? A heaven-fucking sect. The Celestial the Arch completely ignored Enlin's objections and continued to force information on him. The heaven-mending sect is even more simple and exactly as its name suggests. We want to mend the heavens. Then go mend it. Why are you telling me all this? Enlin flared up. He seriously didn't want to learn any more about this. What was the point? Did they really expect a soul formation stage cultivator like him to save the world? What were all the Tao integration stage super mighty figures and gods of creation doing? The Celestial the Arch was not enraged by Enlin's attitude. Instead, he explained in a patient voice. In order to mend the heavens, we need to find a living being with an affinity with the heavens. We need to find what is missing from the heavenly Tao, then get the mender of the heavens to cultivate in that missing part before using their own body to mend the heavens. This is a very plausible plan. Enlin's flesh crawled. Why are you telling me this? I feel like you have a lot of potentials. The Celestial the Arch did not mince his words. Enlin's lips twitched. Hee. Su Xiaolan was even more direct. Fuck off. Xiao Zhe went a step further as he whipped his tail at the Celestial the Arch. You want to send my master to his death? I'll send you to your death first. Boom. The massive tail stopped 100 feet away from the Celestial the Arch. It was unable to advance any further. Calm down. I'm not asking you to give up your life. Using one's body to mend the heavens is not necessarily a self-sacrificial process. We have ways to avoid loss of life. The Celestial the Arch continued. There's no need to go on. I'm not interested. Enlin shook his head with an extremely firm expression. The Celestial the Arch wanted to say something more, but in the end, he gave up on it. All right, I was just taking this opportunity to disclose some of these details to you in the aftermath of what happened to the Snow Maidens. There are other potential candidates for the Heaven-Mending Sect. If you want to join the Heaven-Mending Sect, then get in contact with me. The Celestial the Arch heaved a disappointed sigh. Enlin nodded, but his heart was screaming. Contact you, my ass. Even if he was to join a faction, it would be the heaven-crushing sect. Thus, everything drew to a conclusion. The Celestial the Arch didn't force any more words upon them. He had said everything he set out to say. Never would Enlin have thought that the conversation would take such a startling turn. It looked like this world wasn't as peaceful as it appeared, and Lin was struck by a complex mix of emotions. He had never thought that he was an ordinary person since he was quite outstanding, even from an objective point of view. Perhaps it was exactly because of this that he was plagued with all these worries. If the devastating disaster erupting in the Holy Glacial Lands was due to the flaw in the heavenly Tao, then where would the next disaster strike? And Lin and the others flew out of the Holy Glacial Lands and entered the Kingdom of the Nine States. And Lin's system suddenly flashed again. He opened it to discover that there was an update on the mission progress for the God of War heaven-blasting cannon. There were now 6 supreme beings of return to void stage or above that abhorred him, with the wild saber immortal being the newest addition to this list. Tisk. That's weird. Why has this idiot only decided to hate me now? Shouldn't it have hated me back when I broke through that spell formation? And Lin was a little puzzled. What he didn't know was that the wild saber immortal was currently getting the crap bashed out of it by the Divine Bat Emperor. The Divine Bat Emperor didn't believe a single word of the explanation offered by the wild saber immortal with regard to how the formation had been broken. The Kirin blood jade was almost within reach, but it had slipped away just like that. How could the Divine Bat Emperor accept this? There was no way for it to vent its rage, so it could only use the wild saber immortal as a sandbag. The wild saber immortal's hatred toward Enlin initially was insufficient to place it on the list of supreme beings that abhorred Enlin. However, it had finally completely snapped after suffering the beating of its life. On a massive floating continent, amid a vast expanse of buildings and divine abodes glinting with divine glow, a massive spatial rift appeared. A graceful man in an imperial robe and with a hint of insurmountable might exuding from his body stepped out from the rift, with several humans and beasts following along behind him. This is my treasure pavilion. Wait here for a moment. The person who had just spoken was none other than the monarch of the heavenly court, the Celestial the Arch. And Lin and the others waited obediently. A celestial maiden in a simple Taoist robe approached them from nearby. And Lin Xiaolin, Xiao Zhe, I'm so glad you're all safe. The celestial maiden made her way toward them with an elated smile on her face. It's all thanks to your timely report. Also, your dad is awesome. And Lin did not keep his admiration of the Celestial the Arch a secret. That's right. The Celestial the Arch is the most badass mighty figure I've ever seen. Su Xiaolan nodded in agreement. The Celestial Maiden was none other than the daughter of the Celestial the Arch, Lin Junjun, and the smile on her face became even more pronounced upon hearing praise directed at her father. Of course, my father is undisputedly the best. Lin Junjun then turned a pair of curious eyes toward the middle-aged man. Are you the demonic blood Kirin? The middle-aged man shook his head with a solemn expression. I am no longer the demonic blood Kirin. I am now a man of culture. I have a name, it's Dongfang Zhuangshi. Pfft. Lin Junjun almost burst into laughter before catching herself. Cough, cough, cough. The heavenly court is so cold. I think I've caught the flu. But that's quite a good name though, Lin Junjun praised with a genuine expression. Thank you. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile, and Lin and Su Xiaolan felt as if 10,000 mythological beasts were stampeding over their hearts. They really were father and daughter. Their reactions were exactly the same. Could they be a bit less shameless and a bit more honest? The Celestial the Arch soon made his way out from the treasure pavilion before tossing a storage ring to Enlin. There are 15 million spirit stones in there. You can count it if you like. Enlin accepted the storage ring, but he didn't tally the spirit stones inside. Instead, he blinked in confusion. Didn't you say there would be a minimum of 10 million spirit stones for the second mission? Was there nothing added to that minimum reward? The Celestial the Arch cursed in his heart, but he maintained a smile on his face. That's right. The information is only worth that much as there wasn't really anything useful anyway. Besides, he had reaped all the fucking benefits while the heavenly court got nothing. If it wasn't for the fact that Enlin and the others went through many life-threatening situations and encountered many perils to obtain the information, he didn't even want to give the 10 million spirit stones. Enlin handed the storage ring over to Xiao Zhe. I'm going back to the university. Take these spirit stones with you to the 4-9 Immortal sect. This was a mission that the entire 4-9 Immortal sect had accepted, so all the proceeds naturally had to go to the sect as well. Xiao Zhe accepted the storage ring with great enthusiasm. He had already vowed in his heart that he would do all he could to make the sect a better place. Only then would it be a place he deemed worthy of showing to Fanny. In some circumstances, love could act as motivation for one's efforts, and Lin was quite happy to see this. After all, he was the one who had brought this couple together, and he derived a strong sense of accomplishment from it. And Lin bade farewell to the Celestial the Arch and Lin Junjun before returning to the university. Xiao Zhe and Ao Nyo headed for the 4-9 Immortal sect to build their beautiful sect together. Dongfang Zhuangshi couldn't leave in Lin's side, so he took Gluttony and the Groundhog to the university too. In reality, he was more than powerful enough to be able to separate himself from Enlin for a while without suffering repercussions. However, staying by Enlin's side would be helpful to him in reconstructing his mythological beast body. On a bright and sunny afternoon, within the fourth-year dorm buildings of the United University of Cultivation, Xiao Hong sat on the windowsill with her petals spread wide open while singing in a pleasant voice. The sun shone down upon her before being converted into pure energy, which helped her cultivation base progress slowly but surely. Within the Beast Pet team, she was the second one to reach the soul formation stage after Xiaoqiu. Dabai had progressed to the half-step soul formation stage, but he was still at the very bottom of the back. Their fourth brother had been eaten before birth, so he couldn't compete against him. Their fifth sister was already at the return to void stage, and their sixth brother was also about to progress to the return to void stage soon. The seventh sister or seventh brother within the phoenix egg was already more powerful than him before it had even been born. Dabai was in despair. He lay on the windowsill while staring at Xiao Hong with his big, round eyes. Xiao Hong only had to sing and sunbathe for her cultivation base to progress. He was jealous beyond belief. Dabai, don't you need to cultivate today? Specks of golden light fluttered from Tina's wings as she flew beside Dabai with a dainty smile. I'm not cultivating anymore. I feel like no matter how hard I try, I still can't catch up to Xiao Hong, who does nothing all day. This is too much of a blow to my heart. Woof. Dabai was quite depressed. I'm still the weakest member of the entire Beast Pet team. I heard Big Brother N is coming back. Hopefully, he would bring back a few underlings from the sinister spirit beast cesspool that are weaker than me so that I can recover some confidence. Tina tilted her head to the side as her emerald eyes shimmered in the sunlight. She opened her mouth, but she stopped herself before she could say anything. Silly Dabai, would Giant and Lin accept underlings of lower cultivation bases than you? A short while later, the door to the dorm room opened. I'm back, and Lin yelled. Expressions of elation appeared on Tina and Dabai's faces, and they charged toward the door to greet their owner. Welcome home, Giant and Lin. Tina spoke with a joyful expression. Big Brother N, did you reap any rewards from your trip to the sinister spirit beast cesspool? Woof. Dabai's expression was filled with excitement. I have indeed. There is a new member of the Beast Pet team now. And Lin replied with a mysterious expression. Dabai's body trembled as his mouth gaped open. Dear God, happiness had struck way too abruptly. Was his dream about to come true? Was there finally going to be an underling that would elevate him from the bottom of the Beast Pet team? Who is it? Big Brother N? Dabai asked with glowing eyes. And Lin waved a hand. Little Goo, come on out. Immediately afterward, a glittering and translucent little white bug that was as beautiful as an artistic masterpiece appeared before Dabai. A bug? A smile appeared on Dabai's face. You're Little Goo, right? I'm Dabai, you can call me Big Brother Bai. Don't worry, Big Brother Bai has got your back from now on. The little white bug nodded before replying in an extremely pleasant voice. Hello? Big Brother Bai. Dabai nodded with satisfaction. Little Goo, what cultivation base are you at? Big Brother Bai is already a half-step soul formation stage spirit beast, so I'm only one step away from becoming a soul beast. Woof! The little white bug replied in an adorable voice. Wow! Big Brother Bai is so cool. I'm a return to void initial stage immortal beast. Boom! The jade bone immortal bug's voice was like a clap of thunder that exploded into Bai's head. Dabai's body swayed from the shock. Little Goo, what did you say? Your cultivation base. To be more precise, I'm at the pinnacle of the return to void initial stage. The jade bone immortal bug reiterated with a slightly sheepish expression. Boom! Another clap of thunder. Dabai's body swayed even more unsteadily as a miserable smile appeared on his face. Immortal beast? Did he just flex to an immortal beast? Thump. Dabai fell to the ground with a suicidal expression. Big brother Bai, are you alright? The little white bug asked with concern. Hee. I'm such a useless dog. Woof. Dabai closed his eyes with a lingering wry smile. Tina? And Lin? What's wrong, Dabai? And Lin asked with concern. Get away from me. I'm just a weak dog that is inferior to everyone, even a bug. Woof. Dabai sprawled onto the ground with a suicidal expression. And Lin finally figured out why Dabai was behaving like this. It was because the other members of the Beast Pet team had unwittingly crushed his confidence. He knelt down beside Dabai and stroked his furry head. Dabai, you've restricted yourself to too small of a circle. You need to set your sights further than just our Beast Pet team. What do you mean? Dabai blinked his big, round eyes with a thoughtful expression. Put it this way. And Lin asked in a meaningful and heartfelt tone. What cultivation base is Lu Debao's beach sea turtle? I think it was 5th stage Dao body? Woof, Dabai replied. Then bash it. And Lin encouraged. He continued. Let me ask you again. What cultivation base is Tang Shiman's Earth Explosion Tiger? I think it was 8th stage Dao body? Dao body replied a little hesitantly. It can't beat you in a fight either. If you're not feeling well, go pick on it. And Lin encouraged with a justified expression. Then wouldn't Tang Shiman bash me? Woof. Dabai was a little scared. He's just a mere spirit-nurturing stage cultivator. How is he going to beat you? And Lin chuckled. Dabai immediately attained enlightenment. Let's continue. Chang'us you too. Forget about that one. And Lin waved his hand. Anyway, cast your sights across the entire United University of Cultivation. Don't restrict yourself to just our small Beast Pet team. You'll find that aside from our Beast Pet team, you'll be able to easily bully all the other Beast Pets. If you cast your sights across the entire world, you'll find that you're invincible. Dabai's eyes widened, and he seemed to have suddenly understood something. Tears began to well up in its eyes. So that's why. It's because I've always been too short-sighted and missed the bigger picture. Tina was shocked. Was this what it meant to broaden one's horizons? The jade bone immortal bug was also quite shocked. This was the first time she had witnessed how good Enlin was with words. Dabai had truly been touched, and he leaped onto Enlin excitedly. Big brother, and you're so good to me. Listening to you has completely changed my perspective on life for the better. Woof. And Lin patted Dabai's head with a smile. What he had just said was not a lie. This was like the Hua Nation's table tennis. After making it into the national table tennis team, athletes would often find that they were unable to beat anyone and would sink into despair. This was when they needed to cast their eyes across the entire world. They could go to some other countries and easily destroy everyone there to recover their confidence. Go, Dabai. Recover the glory that belongs to you. And Lin encouraged. All right, big brother, and I'm going now. Woof. Dabai waved a paw at Enlin before strutting out of the dorm room with his chest puffed out and his head held high. Right after walking out the door, Dabai caught sight of some construction work taking place on a patch of lawn several dozen meters away. It looked like someone was building a house. There were one man and two beasts laboring away. Are they our new neighbors? A wicked smile appeared on Dabai's face. Big brother Bai was the top dog around these parts. It was time to instill that value firmly into their minds. Dabai made his way over to them before clearing his throat. Ahem, are you new here? The man turned before nodding politely. That's right. And you are. Dabai was a little taken aback upon seeing this man. He appeared a little too old to be a student. He wasn't some sort of backdoor entrant, was he? Dabai ignored this for now before patting his chest with his paw. I, Dabai, am the top dog here. If you want my protection around these parts, you have to call me Big Brother Bai, understood? When you encounter me, you have to greet me with enthusiasm and respect. Understood? Pfft. Ha ha ha. The groundhog chortled with amusement. Where did this stupid dog come from? For the dog to be so stupid, the owner must be a stupid cunt too. Ha ha ha. Debai's eyes widened with rage, and he stamped his paw down, upon which the earth cracked underfoot. His half-step soul formation stage aura instantly exploded forth. Little mouse, I'll give you just one chance to apologize to me. Debai was enraged. A mere groundhog dared to insult him? How could he take this sitting down? He had to establish dominance over it, otherwise it wouldn't know who the boss was around these parts. Hee, stupid dog. Get the fuck out of here before I teach you a lesson. The groundhog did not back down in the slightest. The middle-aged man didn't say anything. Instead, he stood off to the side and surveyed the situation with relish. Debai, woof, groundhog, ah! Both of them let loose war cries before charging toward the other. Thump, thump, thump. Bang, bang, bang. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Puff, puff, puff. After an earth-shattering battle, Debai lay on the ground, bruised and battered. A groundhog sat on top of him with a malicious smile. Why? Wasn't I supposed to be invincible across the entire university? How? How could I lose to a groundhog in my first ever fight? Debai's newly restored confidence completely collapsed as he howled sadly. The groundhog was taken aback upon seeing this. Why was this dog crying just because it lost a battle? As a native powerful being from the sinister spirit beast cesspool, it was completely unable to comprehend why anyone would cry after losing a battle. Ew. Disgusting. The groundhog walked away with a disdainful expression. Who did you call disgusting? Woof. Debai's sobs faltered as he glowered at the groundhog. Heh. I'm referring to a certain dog that cries after losing battles. Disgusting. The groundhog replied disdainfully. Debai was enraged. He pounced toward the groundhog. I'll kill you. Woof. Boom. His domain was unleashed. Silver blades of wind enshrouded the entire space around him. The groundhog chuckled fearlessly, following which another intense battle erupted. Thump, thump, thump. Bang, bang, bang. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Puff, puff, puff. After another intense battle, Debai fell to the ground while frothing at the mouth. Hee. Do you concede? The groundhog stood on Debai's back as it looked down on him with disdain. Debai's body trembled with rage. Never, woof. Thump, thump, thump. Bang, bang, bang. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Puff, puff, puff. Within Lin's dorm room, after enduring such an ordeal, it was finally time for him to relax and rest. He poured himself a cup of tea. This brand of tea leaves was a renowned local spirit tea from the sinister spirit beast cesspool. It was called the White Fox Immortal Tea. It had an extremely pure and fragrant aroma, which was quite a contrast from the place where it had originated from. Tina sat with her tiny, pristine legs folded in front of her as she carefully held a teacup in her tiny hands before taking a small sip. Delicious. Her eyes narrowed with elation as she praised. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face, and he too took a sip of his tea. Giant Lin, if Debai goes around bullying everyone's beast pets, wouldn't it be bad? Tina asked in a low voice. He won't do that. And Lin shook his head with confidence. Debai knows what he's doing. He's only going to intimidate some little animals. He won't actually fight seriously. Just as his voice faded. Boom! Debai stumbled through the door. He's back so soon? Tina was surprised. And Lin was also surprised, but he maintained a smile on his face. It's probably because there weren't any worthy adversaries, so he came back because he was bored. Debai then appeared before them. He was bruised and battered all over. One of his teeth was broken, and there were still tears streaming down his face. Wah! Big brother Debai lunged for Lin as he cried, I'm never going outside again. I'm so useless. I can't beat anyone. The world outside is so scary. Woof! And Lin was a little dumbstruck upon seeing the miserable state Debai was in. Holy fuck! Debai, how did this happen? Who did this? A groundhog. Woof! Debai felt like he had been completely humiliated today. And Lin? He knew why Debai had lost now. Was this a golden groundhog that's about half as tall as a grown man? And Lin asked. Debai's expression shifted. That's right. Big brother, and how did you know? Woof. And Lin's lips twitched as he heaved a faint sigh. That groundhog is a soul beast at the soul formation pinnacle stage from the sinister spirit beast cesspool. It would be a miracle if you could defeat it. Debai's mouth gaped open in shock. That groundhog is not one of the beast pets within the university. You have to broaden your horizons further. Go, Debai. Continue your journey of conquest. And Lin handed a regenerative spirit pill to Debai before offering words of encouragement. Debai's body trembled, and he held tightly onto Lin as he shook his head vigorously. I'm not going anywhere, big brother, and I'm happy to stay by your side. After all, we should all strive for world peace. Woof. Thus, Debai became a cowardly dog. He really was scared. He had only just walked out the door when he was almost put onto a disability pension by a groundhog. Who knew what would happen if he continued on his journey? And Lin had no choice but to allow Debai to stay. However, only a short while had passed before someone knocked on the door. He opened the door to discover that Dongfang Zhuangshi, the peerless saber demon, and Gluttony had decided to pay them a visit. Debai's legs almost gave out from under him upon seeing who their visitors were. He thought that his opponent was visiting him just so that it could bash him again. He then saw Lin make his way over before engaging in a cheerful conversation with the middle-aged man. Upon learning the truth, the groundhog even went out of its way to deliver an apology to Debai, and Debai felt extremely flattered. So you guys know each other? Why didn't you say so? Woof. Debai came to his senses before asking with an indignant expression. He felt like he had suffered a beating for nothing. Well, it's entirely a bad thing that we met through battle. A smile appeared on the groundhog's face. My Dao title is the Peerless Saber Demon. We're brothers from now on, so you can call me Big Brother Saber, and I'll call you Little Brother Bai. How about that? Debai's body trembled upon hearing this. He was planning to be the big brother, and Lin and Dongfang Zhuangshi sipped tea as they chatted. As their conversation flowed, they gradually began discussing more important topics. I've returned to this world and discarded my previous identity as the demonic blood Kirin. I'm going to live on as the human, Dongfang Zhuangshi, and my body reconstruction project is about to begin, the middle-aged man announced. Oh, is there something I can help you with? And Lin was still feeling a little guilty about the Kirin blood jade. After all, the Kirin blood jade was the middle-aged man's most perfect body, but it had been swallowed by an Kirin. This resulted in the middle-aged man having to follow him around every day, which was surely uncomfortable for both of them. Alright, so maybe this wasn't just a matter of guilt. Maybe it was just because he didn't want this middle-aged man following him around every day. But he and Su Xiaolin had risked their lives to save Dongfang Zhuangshi. Any debt they owed to him had been repaid. They had helped him escape right before Pangu's eyes. Hold on. A thought suddenly occurred to Lin, and his eyes widened as he drew a sharp intake of breath. He had rescued Pangu's prisoner. Didn't that mean that Pangu now had a vendetta against him? And Lin's body shuddered with this in mind. Mr. Lin, are you all right? Dongfang Zhuangshi suddenly felt like Lin was a little pale. I am fine. And Lin forced a smile onto his face as a frosty wind whistled through his heart. He felt like he was screwed. Please continued, and Lin urged with a smile. Dongfang Zhuangshi nodded. A body that is too weak won't be able to act as a proper vessel for my powerful and flawless consciousness. As such, I have to create a perfect mythological beast body for myself. And Lin's lips twitched as he took a sip of his tea. Did he have to exaggerate everything? Dongfang Zhuangshi continued. Firstly, I need to obtain the heart of the Divine God and the Divine God's elixir. Gasp! And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. What's wrong? Dongfang Zhuangshi asked. Nothing, please continue. And Lin took another sip of tea to calm himself down. The heart of the Divine God was the manifestation of a divine rank consciousness, while the Divine God's elixir was the manifestation of a divine rank energy. He recalled that one of the mission requirements for him to progress to the soul formation stage was to absorb a heart of the Divine God and the Divine God's elixir. Dongfang Zhuangshi continued. The second condition is quite difficult as well. I need to consume a divine paragon fruit in order to use the body of the divine fruit to create the body of the mythological beast. PFFF. And Lin spat out a mouthful of tea. The middle-aged man was dumbstruck. What are you doing? Can't you listen quietly? And Lin's lips twitched. Uncle Dongfang, are you sure those are the materials needed to create the body of a mythological beast? Of course. Why would I lie to you? Dongfang Zhuangshi was a little angry. Why is it that the materials you just stated are exactly the same as the materials I needed to break through to the soul formation stage? And Lin couldn't help but ask. Dongfang Zhuangshi, be reasonable. You shouldn't have to use things like that to progress to the soul formation stage. Dongfang Zhuangshi was unconvinced. But I really did use them. Be reasonable, I have no reason to lie to you. And Lin replied with a serious expression. I can verify that, woof. Dabai chimed in as he raised a paw. Dongfang Zhuangshi fell silent. Was there something wrong? Why did it feel like his grand plan to create the body of a mythological beast suddenly didn't feel as grand as it once was? That's not all. I still need several segments of a mythological beast's bones. Dongfang Zhuangshi was a little excited as he seemed to have found something to recover his dignity. I told you that the divine paragon fruit can construct the body of the mythological beast, but I need the bones of a mythological beast to create the skeletal structure of my body. That is the most difficult thing to find. In this current world, it's extremely difficult to obtain the organic bones of a mythological beast that haven't been tampered with. It will require a huge opportunity to... Boom! Dongfang Zhuangshi didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence before a white bone appeared before him. The white bone exuded extremely fearsome energy fluctuations. This is the bone you're looking for. If that's not enough, I still have more in my storage ring. Dongfang Zhuangshi. This was a little bit too much of a shock, and he had to take a moment to recover. Thank you. Dongfang Zhuangshi put the bone away without hesitation. I feel like the aura from this bone is a little familiar, he suddenly said. This is the bone of the mutant blood phoenix. Have you encountered it? And Lin asked. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Zhuangshi faltered before a complex expression appeared on his face. Hee. Fate sure works in funny ways sometimes. He didn't say any more on this topic. Instead, they began discussing the heart of the divine god and the divine god's elixir. I might need to search through all the tombs of mighty figures in this entire world for a chance to find a heart of the divine god and the divine god's elixir. I made a rough calculation of the energy within my body. If I were to leave, I would be able to survive for a year on my own if I don't battle. But it would be difficult to say what would happen if battles do erupt. If the battle is fierce enough, I might even deplete all my energy at once. And Lin nodded. Don't you have something like a portable power bank? Huh. Dongfang Zhuangshi faltered upon hearing this. Oh, it's a supply of energy that you can take with you and use it to replenish yourself on the go. And Lin explained. Dongfang Zhuangshi shook his head. No, I can only obtain energy by staying by your side. You are like the sun and I am like a blade of grass. If I don't see you for too long, then my only possible fate would be death. Xiao Hong suddenly interjected in her sweet voice. That is the most moving confession I've ever heard. And Lin, Dongfang Zhuangshi, can't you be quiet and photosynthesize? Don't interject. And Lin snapped. I think Xiao Hong is right. Dabai raised his paw in agreement. Splat. Dabai was knocked to the ground by a palm from Enlin. Enlin massaged his brows as he said, That's all right. You can come back and recharge at any time. I'm here at school the majority of the time. Dongfang Zhuangshi nodded with a smile. One last thing. I want to find a place to establish my vast land of blood. This floating continent requires the power of the stars to continue operating. I've already received permission from the Celestial the Arch to set my vast land of blood up near the United University of Cultivation. So do you have any places you can suggest? And Lin thought for a moment before his eyes abruptly lit up. Over 500 kilometers to the west of the United University of Cultivation. And Lin flew toward a particular cloud via dog kinesis flight before turning with a smile. This is the place. Dongfang Zhuangshi stepped through the sky and looked around at his surroundings to discover nothing that was really all that special about this place. Why here? Didn't you say your vast land of blood needs to absorb the power of the stars? Xiaolan and I often stroll above the clouds at night, and this is the place that we discovered where the power of the stars is most abundant at night. And Lin explained with a smile. Dongfang Zhuangshi nodded as a crimson bead suddenly appeared in his mouth, which he spat toward the air. The bead flew over the clouds, and the space around it began to twist and warp, upon which countless objects shot forth from the bead in a spiral. That was the land and the buildings of the vast land of blood. Soon, a crimson floating continent appeared before everyone. The bead flew toward the huge mushroom house at the center of the continent, where it continued to exude a red light. By the way, Uncle Dongfang, why did you build so many mushroom houses on here? Who are they for? And Lin was confused. He had thought that this place was a set of ruins, upon which all types of living beings used to live. However, that was not the case. This was, in fact, Dongfang Zhuangshi's personal floating continent, which meant he would have built all the houses on it. Well, Dongfang Zhuangshi looked at Lin as if he was hesitant about something. And Lin said with a stern expression, Uncle Dongfang, don't keep these things from me. Perhaps it was because of Lin's stern expression, or perhaps it was because the power the Kirin blood jade had over him. Dongfang Zhuangshi finally heaved a resigned sigh and extended a palm toward the continent. So be it, let me show you what this continent really looks like. Dongfang Zhuangshi's hand began to turn, and at the same time the vast land of blood also began to turn. In the end, the entire vast land of blood turned upside down with the houses facing toward the ground and the rock layer on the bottom facing up into the sky. And Lin blinked in confusion. What? You're making the vast land of blood do a handstand? This is its true form? Just the same thing flipped upside down. He felt like he had been played for a fool. Dongfang Zhuangshi, stop talking and follow me. He descended lightly onto the rock layer, which was now facing the sky, before arriving at a certain place. And Lin followed him on Debai's back, and they both descended upon the rock layer as well. Only then did they discover that there was a twisted gate of light in the distance. When you enter inside, your cultivation base will be restricted. Remember not to use your power in there, or you'll affect the stability of the interior. Dongfang Zhuangshi cautioned with an extremely solemn expression, and Lin and Debai both nodded with excitement. This was the excitement and joy that one derived from uncovering a secret. Dongfang Zhuangshi walked into the faint gate of light and disappeared, and Lin and Debai followed along behind him. After a burst of dizziness, they arrived at an extremely strange, yet familiar place. This is... And Lin stood rooted to the spot with undisguised shock on his face. The bright and vibrant sun shone its light onto the earth. A clear moat flowed around the city before them. Willow trees stood beside the moat, upon which a few beautiful little birds perched on the branches. The entire scene looked like it had been taken straight out of a beautiful painting. A city wall that wasn't all that large stood behind the moat, along with a city gate, beside which soldiers were stationed. There were also pedestrians, horses, and carriages milling in and out of the city gate. The only thing was, the moat was stagnant, the wind was stagnant, the wicker and birds in the trees were stationary, and the pedestrians, horses, and carriages were stationary as well. Everything stood completely still. This was the reason for Lin's shock. It was as if he were looking at a three-dimensional still image. Dongfang Zhuangshi stood in front of them while speaking in a faint voice. What you're seeing now is a world where time has been paused. They couldn't see his expression, but they could see from the view of his back that he appeared to be filled with melancholy. Come with me. Dongfang Zhuangshi made his way forward. This was the first time Lin had seen something like this, and he began to survey his surroundings with relish. There was a plaque on top of the city gate, upon which were written the words, Lingu City. They walked in through the city gate and discovered that the interior of the city was filled with buildings identical to those found on the vast land of blood. Mushroom-shaped buildings stood pointing into the sky. All of them were in a series of different color combinations and shapes. There were intricate plaques hanging on top of many of the mushroom buildings, and there were even people standing in front of them, frozen in the gesture of waving their arms with their mouths open, as if they were advertising their wares. This place is a direct reflection of the vast land of blood, except one is a scene of prosperity and beauty, while the other is one of annihilation. And Lin muttered to himself. Dabai wagged his bushy white tail as he looked around with wide, curious eyes. He looked at a rock on the ground and casually kicked it aside, only for his foot to pass through the stone as if it were a mirage, causing him to almost fall over from the unexpected lack of contact. And Lin casually grabbed toward a fluttering leaf in the air, only for his hand to pass through the leaf, and his eyes widened in shock. This is clearly real, so why can't I touch it? That's right, everything here was extremely realistic, but he couldn't come into contact with anything. Dongfang Zhuangshi provided an explanation upon hearing this. This is a world without time, so it's naturally different from the real world. And Lin tried to use the vital energy within this world, only to find that there seemed to be no vital energy that he could draw on. This was a very peculiar feeling, as if he had arrived at a world in which he didn't belong. One that he could only be a spectator in. All types of flora and fauna lay around him, as did people frozen in all types of motions. This was an artwork that would never fade and could forever be enjoyed and appreciated. Dongfang Zhuangshi was still walking ahead of them, and Enlin was quite curious about where he was going to take them. After walking for a short while, he stopped in front of a certain mushroom house. This was one of the smaller and shorter mushroom houses, and the plaque on top of it read Miracle Healing Clinic. And Lin blinked in confusion. Were they looking for a doctor? Dongfang Zhuangshi walked up the wooden steps and gently pushed open the door. He stopped in front of a woman, and an entranced and reminiscent expression appeared on his face as he stared at the woman before him. And Lin also turned toward the woman. She appeared to be a doctor, and she wore a simple, cream-colored dress. Her elegant and nimble hands were in the process of sorting through medicinal ingredients, and there was a faint smile on her face. The sunlight from outside shone on her face, making her smile appear even more radiant and enchanting. It had to be said, this was a very beautiful woman, and Lin was looking at her from a purely appreciative perspective. He then thought back to the woman whom Uncle Dongfang had mentioned. Was this the woman who had given him his name? Was she the one who had died in that sudden disaster? There was quite a good chance that it was her, especially after seeing the other side of the vast land of blood. This thought became all the more potent in his mind. Suddenly, violently fluctuations erupted in his sea of vital energy. No, to put it more precisely, it wasn't his sea of vital energy, it was Kirin, who was situated at the center of the sea of vital energy. He had his hands clasped over his heart, and there were tears flowing from his eyes. And Lin? And Lin was dumbstruck. Wasn't this the woman Dongfang Zhuangshi loved? Why was Kirin crying? And Kirin was still crying, and for some reason, a sense of grief also welled up in Lin's heart. What was going on? And Lin felt like something wasn't quite right. Boom! At this moment, a huge rush of information flowed into his head. He experienced a rush of intense dizziness, and he almost blacked out as a result. After that, a piercing light shone into his eyes. He opened his eyes with difficulty to discover that he was situated in the sky. This was a clear, blue sky, as well as a boundless sea of crimson flames. Boom! A crimson phoenix spread its wings, which obscured the entire sky, and boundless divine might emanated from its body. And Lin experienced a powerful sense of asphyxiation in the face of the phoenix's might. This was a Tao integration stage mythological beast. And Lin sprang into action. Or more so, he was forced into action by a certain force. Kirin claws imbued with the destructive power of the divine, Tao tore open the sea of crimson flames before clashing with the crimson flaming phoenix. Rumble, this was a battle that rocked heaven and earth. Just the flames alone incinerated everything within a radius of over 1,000 kilometers. And Lin was a little dumbstruck. He felt like he had become a Kirin. That's right, he was the demonic blood Kirin. The most frightening thing was, he could feel everything, but not control any of his actions. And Lin was astonished, and he didn't know what was going on. However, this kind of super realistic experience was sending his heart surging with excitement. How cool was it to be able to roleplay as a DAO integration stage super mighty figure? And then, he had his hands cut off, he had his head incinerated, and he had his heart punctured. Ah! All types of extremely terrifying pain almost tore apart his entire body as he let loose one blood-curdling cry after another. This was a hellish experience. Cool, my ass. Save me. What the hell is going on? And Lin roared in his heart, but no one provided an answer. The super-realistic torture experience continued. He was being forced to battle the Crimson Phoenix. He was quite familiar with the power of this Crimson Phoenix. This was the mutant blood phoenix he had encountered within the mystic realm of the sinister spirit beast cesspool. The only hint of consolation he could derive from this unimaginably painful experience was that he was accruing valuable battle experience and attaining enlightenment in the power of the Tao realm. Both the demonic blood Kirin and the mutant blood phoenix had extremely powerful Tao realm domains. The clash between the two of them gave Lin extremely valuable observation material, especially because he had inherited the power of the mutant blood phoenix, and Kirin had the Kirin blood jade. This battle was pretty much a first-hand demonstration by their masters in showing them how to use their newly obtained power. In the end, Lin, who was the demonic blood Kirin, tore apart the Crimson Phoenix's body. The demonic blood Kirin had also sustained grievous injuries. He had terrifying burns all over his body, along with many ghastly wounds. This is not the end, demonic blood Kirin. I'll make you pay for this. The Crimson Phoenix roared, and its body merged as one again as it turned and fled into the distance. Hee, fire chicken, you're going to leave your divine bead of time behind? The Kirin held a dreamy, rainbow bead as he gave chase with the sneer of a victor on his face. The Crimson Phoenix completely ignored him and focused entirely on its frantic escape. This was no time to be worrying about treasures. It would lose its life if it wasn't careful. The demonic blood Kirin chased the Phoenix for several thousand kilometers before completely running out of energy. His monstrously powerful aura had been completely diminished, and his life force blinked in and out of existence as if he was going to die at any moment. I may have bitten off more than I can chew, the demonic blood Kirin muttered to himself. I almost died for this divine bead of time. Thankfully, the result was a good one. His spatial storage device had exploded, and all his pills were gone, so he had to find a place to recover from his injuries. He began to fly into the distance, but his speed gradually began to decrease. Crap. His life force was draining away much faster than expected. He was going to die at this rate. The demonic blood Kirin was struck by a sense of panic, and he frantically looked for a place in which he could recover. He needed replenishment. He needed medicine with extremely potent life force energy to facilitate recovery. His stamina gradually dwindled away, and blood continued to flow from his body as his breathing became quick and shallow. In order to conserve energy, he shrank himself to the size of a small dog and relied on his instinct of a mythological beast to discover a spirit farm somewhere outside the city. What a timely discovery. This was like a person who discovered an oasis when he was about to die from thirst. The demonic blood Kirin was about to go crazy. He used up the last of his power to destroy the spell formation around the spirit farm before frantically engulfing all the spirit medicines growing inside. This spirit fruit was delicious. It was so sweet and could replenish blood and energy. This ginseng was an extremely effective regenerative medicine. It didn't taste that good, but he still had to eat it in order to survive. This medicine was quite good too. It contained extremely powerful life force energy. Eat it. Eat all of it. The Kirin finally found a straw to clutch at as he ate everything in his path in a wild frenzy, leaving nothing but the soil in his wake. At the same time, he could feel his life force dwindling as severe exhaustion assaulted his body. And Lin could feel that type of despair. The despair of dying a slow death. Why? He was replenishing his energy so frantically. Was it still not enough? Finally, the Kirin came to the very center of the farm. There, he discovered a glittering and translucent fruit glowing with a red light. Gulp! Immortal fruit. He took a deep breath before charging toward the immortal fruit with his last remaining shreds of strength. He would be able to live if he could eat that immortal fruit. Boom! The Kirin's head crashed into an invisible barrier. No! The Kirin extended his claws toward the unreachable immortal fruit as he screamed in despair. He didn't have enough power left to break this barrier. It was all over. Right at this moment, a faint aromatic scent drifted past with the breeze. A cream-colored figure appeared before the Kirin, and Lin looked up to find an intricately beautiful woman with an elegant, swan-like neck and luscious black hair tied in a long ponytail looking down at him. A person had appeared right when he was at the depths of his despair. A survival instinct moved him to the point of tears. Sunlight shone down upon the woman, making her appear as beautiful as an angel of redemption. Please, help me. Let me eat that fruit. And Lin laid his paws on the woman's white, jacquard shoes before pleading. A palm then dominated and Lin's entire field of vision. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, accompanied by searing pain. Save you, my fucking ass. Go die. The woman's enraged cry sounded, and Lin was struck by another burst of dizziness, and he seemed to be able to see a woman trembling with rage. However, he was soon consumed by darkness and blacked out. The end. And Lin felt like he had died. At that moment, he recalled his days running under the sun and his life of cultivation. Within a murky grayness, a faint medicinal aroma wafted by. He opened his eyes with great difficulty to find that he was lying on a bed, beside which a pot of medicine was sitting over a fire. I didn't die. He was just about to move his body when a searing pain erupted. Ah! And Lin let loose a pained cry as he let loose a torrent of abuse in his heart. Stupid cunt Kirin, don't you know you're injured? Why are you trying to move? His movements were out of his control, but he could feel all of the resulting pain. What a bizarre experience. At this moment, a crisp, pleasant voice sounded. You're awake. A woman in a cream-colored dress walked gracefully into the room and cocked her head to the side as she examined Lin with curious eyes. You're a Kirin? The demonic blood Kirin was in quite a small form, even smaller than the average human. However, he raised his arrogant head. That's right, I am the legendary Kirin. Did you save my life, woman? Then I'll forgive you for slapping me. Hee hee. The woman chuckled coldly before making her way over to the Kirin and raising her hand again. Slap. An extremely loud and crisp slap landed again. The Kirin felt a searing pain shooting through his cheek. Even the wound on his chest throbbed with pain. The Kirin's eyes widened. I'll give you a chance to rearrange your words. The woman smiled. Woman, you're playing with fire. The Kirin was a high and mighty mythological beast who had killed countless beings in his lifetime. Who would dare to humiliate him like this? Another powerful slap landed. This time, it even left a sonic boom in its wake. Slap. The Kirin was struck by a powerful sense of dizziness. And not just his face, but his entire body throbbed with pain as well. And Lin? The Kirin? Hee, you have one last chance. The woman wore a gentle smile, but her hand had been raised high into the air. I'm sorry. I was wrong. The Kirin bowed his head. And Lin? So humiliating. The woman's expression softened a little. This is not something that can be resolved through an apology. Do you know how many valuable spirit medicines you destroyed? The Kirin shook his head. I do not. You ate 31 of my medicines. You have to pay for those, the woman said. The Kirin's expression shifted. I ate those medicines through my own ability. What gives you the right to make me pay? Slap. Another searing slap landed. The Kirin? And Lin? Why are you so unreasonable? The Kirin's eyes widened. Slap. Another heavy slap landed. You're the unreasonable one. I have to slap the reason into you, the woman replied in a cold voice. And Lin was in despair. There was a woman addicted to giving slaps and a Kirin who refused to learn his lesson. Had they considered his feelings? He was just a bystander. Why did he deserve to get slapped? The woman glared at the Kirin. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a Kirin. If it weren't for my kindness and benevolence, you would have been chopped up and sold. Who would use all those medicines to save someone as ungrateful as you? Which reminds me, in order to save your life, I used 2 7th-grade immortal fruits and 18 spirit herbs, which you'll have to pay for as well. The woman continued to talk, but the Kirin remained silent to avoid another slap. The next few days were quite mundane. In order to recover from his injuries, the Kirin repressed his vicious tendencies and drank the medicine the woman made for him while putting on a cheerful expression to get on her good side. He was clearly an extremely ferocious beast, but he had to act adorable to save his own life. The woman was a soul creation stage pill refinement master as well as a soul formation stage cultivator, so she was obviously quite skilled in the art of healing and medicine, and she helped the Kirin to quickly surmount his crisis. Days passed one after the other. In the next few days, you'll only need to drink 1 bowl of my medicine per day. You're underestimating me, woman. I don't need to drink any more medicine. Slap. The 10,086th slap sounded. Be a good boy. The woman's eyes crinkled with a benevolent smile. The Kirin obediently opened his mouth. And Lin was simply unable to understand why a woman, who looked so gentle, would be fond of handing out slaps. After that, the Kirin recovered much more quickly. He finally began to replant the spirit farm in order to repay his debt. He had made a promise which he had to keep. The slaps he had received taught him a valuable lesson. The Kirin worked very hard on the spirit farm. He plucked out weeds, regulated vital energy, carved out formations, and even used his own blood as fertilizer for the medicines being planted. The woman had a clinic at Lingu City, and she worked during the day before returning at night to make medicine for the Kirin. Mundane days continued to pass by, and the Kirin's injuries recovered quickly. One night after dinner, "Huh? Where is my medicine?" The Kirin scratched his head in confusion. The woman looked at the Kirin with a joyful smile. "Congratulations. I hereby announce, as your doctor, that you have made a full recovery. You don't have to drink any more medicine." Upon hearing this, the Kirin faltered before a smile appeared on his face. "I don't have to drink medicine anymore? You've also taken extremely good care of the spirit farm, and it's now thriving better than ever before. As such, the debt you owe me has been cleared, and you're free to go." The woman continued with a smile. "Oh, this is great." The Kirin smiled. He had finally made it to the end. But his heart felt hollow for some reason. The Kirin couldn't help but ask, "I've always wanted to ask you this. You have a pretty good aptitude, so why are you satisfied living in a small city like this? You should go out into the big, wide world." The woman shook her head while smiling. "I'm very happy living here. I have all the freedom in the world, and I'm far away from battles. I like the lifestyle here." The Kirin faltered slightly upon hearing this. He didn't know what to say. He looked at the woman under the candlelight and thought that she was so beautiful and refined. She was like a benevolent big sister who had seen through this world and finally decided to settle and live a peaceful life here. However, he knew that her slaps hurt like hell. The Kirin was also perplexed about one more thing, and he mustered up his courage before asking, "When you slapped me, weren't you afraid that such a flawless and powerful mythological beast that I am would turn around and kill you?" Slap. Another crisp slap sounded. The Kirin's face was searing with pain. The woman smiled coldly. "Let's see if you dare." "I'm sorry." The Kirin lowered his head. "And Lin," the woman cautioned, "when you go out into the world, don't go around bullying people just because you're a mythological beast. You have to learn to be a reasonable person. Understood?" The Kirin nodded instinctively. "All right. I'll definitely be a reasonable person in the future." If any other member of the beast tribe saw how obedient the renowned, ferocious demonic blood Kirin was right now, their jaws would probably drop to the floor. That night, they talked about many things. Never would the mighty mythological beast Kirin think that he would talk so much with a mere soul formation stage cultivator. He felt like there was still a lot of things that he wanted to talk to her about and that he would never get sick of talking to her. The next day, they still bade farewell to each other. "Woman, if someone messes with you in the future, Send me a voice transmission. The Kirin tossed a voice transmission talisman toward the woman. All right, don't fight in the future. You were in such a sorry state when you got here. What if you actually die someday? The woman cautioned with a dainty smile. The Kirin nodded before flying into the sky. He flew further and further into the distance, until he could no longer see the woman and the spirit farm. He had finally left. There was such a vast gulf between them that this might as well be the last farewell. 10,000 years comprised the entire lifespan of a soul formation stage cultivator. But to a mythological beast, it would pass by in the blink of an eye. The Kirin looked down at the vast land below and heaved a forlorn sigh. After flying for a while longer, he couldn't help but lay a hand on his cheek. Sigh. I won't be able to receive slaps from her again. I'm really missing her slaps now. The Kirin's heart throbbed with pain as a disconsolate expression appeared on his face. And Lin? Uncle Dongfang, have you just revealed some sort of strange fetish? She told me to become a reasonable person. I am now reasonable, so I should work hard on becoming a person now. The Kirin nodded before transforming into a handsome middle-aged man. And Lin was shocked upon seeing this. What kind of stupid logic was this? That was never the point of what she was trying to tell him. But is there really no chance for me to ever see her again? What if she gets bullied? What if she wants someone to talk to, but she can't find anyone to listen to her? And Lin's heart throbbed slightly upon hearing this. The Kirin was still muttering to himself. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he raked a claw abruptly across his own arm. Splat! Blood gushed forth. Gasp! That hurt! A very real sense of pain erupted. A massive, bleeding gash appeared on the middle-aged man's arm. And Lin? I've been injured. I better go to the miracle healing clinic for her to patch this up for me. I have to make haste, otherwise, the wound will heal by itself. The middle-aged man immediately turned and flew toward Lingu City again. And Lin felt like the middle-aged man's character had been completely turned on its head. He had made the transformation from the almighty Kirin to an adorably stupid middle-aged man. It would be fine if his stupidity only affected himself, but Lin was being taken along on the journey as well. He felt everything the middle-aged man was feeling, so his arm was burning with pain as well. And those 10,000 slaps as well. What inhumane torture. That woman's slaps would probably remain in Lin's mind for the rest of his life. Within the Miracle Healing Clinic. This was the best clinic in Lingu City. The doctor there, Dongfang Mengjie, was not only beautiful, but she was also exceptionally skilled in the art of healing, so she always had a steady stream of customers. Thankfully, this was quite a small city. Otherwise, she would really struggle to cope with the workload. She was preparing some medicine to take home with her for a certain someone. However, she soon came to the realization that the person she was preparing the medicine for had already left. Dongfang Mengjie silently placed the medicine in a separate cabinet as a strange feeling welled up in her heart. At this moment, a middle-aged man stepped through the door while clutching onto his injured arm with a panicked expression. "Save me, doctor. My arm has been injured." Dongfang Mengjie sprang to action, but her hands suddenly faltered just as she was about to organize her tools. She turned to look at the man. This was quite a handsome man, but he was also quite an unfamiliar one. But that wasn't the point. She wrinkled her intricate nose as she turned toward the middle-aged man again. Peculiar silence ensued. The man averted his gaze, as if he was trying to hide something. "Doctor, what's wrong? Kirin?" Dongfang Mengjie suddenly asked. The man's eyes widened. "Huh? What did you say? Be reasonable, you haven't seen me before." "Heh! Be reasonable. What a pet phrase." Dongfang Mengjie's eyes rippled like water as a smile appeared on her face like a flower blossoming under the sunlight. The man stared blankly at the woman. Slap. One searing yet familiar slap landed. The man's body trembled. What a nostalgic feeling. Dongfang Mengjie placed her hands on her hips as she scolded in a crisp voice. "You've only been gone for such a short time and you're already picking fights and getting injured? And you're trying to fool me? I'm just slapping you so that you learn to be more honest in the future." The Kirin was dumbstruck, and he clasped a hand over his cheek in astonishment. How did you know? He. I saved your life. So of course I know what your blood smells like. Dongfang Mengjie seemed to be quite pleased with herself. I detected the familiar scent of your blood. Even if you change your appearance and conceal your aura, I can still see right through you. The man was shocked, and so was Enlin. Identifying people through the scent of their blood? What a badass ability. Then, what about my arm? The man stood awkwardly on the spot. Sit down. Dongfang Mengjie glowered at the man. I'll patch your arm up for you. The man sat down and extended his arm elatedly. The woman's gentle and nimble hands set about patching up his arm, and he stared at her focused expression, feeling like he was back at the little house near the spirit farm. She was still just as diligent and gentle as ever, and her slaps were still so enticing. Who did you fight with this time? Dongfang Mengjie asked with furrowed brows. A phoenix, the man replied. A phoenix? Was it beautiful? I'm not interested in it. Besides, it was a male phoenix. Huh? What are you saying? I'm asking you if phoenixes are beautiful. I've never seen a phoenix, so I'm quite curious. Why are you telling me all that instead? I must have misunderstood. Dongfang Mengjie looked at the man before her with a faint smile on her face. I've already seen through your disguise. So why are you still maintaining your human form? Because I'm afraid that my true form would be scary to others. So I think it's best if I blend in by adopting this form. The man was quite pleased with himself for finding this excuse. I don't think you look scary. Plus, your horns are beautiful. I like them a lot, and it would be a pity to see them hidden away like this. You think they're beautiful? Then I can make them come back. The man was quite excited upon hearing the woman's admission that she liked his horns. Thus, the odd middle-aged man with Kirin horns was born. Happy times always passed by quickly, and the middle-aged man's arm was bandaged after a short time. Dongfang Mengjie caressed the translucent red Kirin horns on the man's head as she said with a faint smile, All right, all done. Be more careful next time. The man nodded. He felt like there was no longer any reason for him to be here. Then, goodbye. The man bade farewell. Goodbye. Dongfang Mengjie waved with a smile before tending to her other patients. The middle-aged man left. He laid a hand on the bandages on his arm with an expression of contentment. There were many things he had to attend to in the sinister spirit beast cesspool, so he really did have to leave this time. Thus, the middle-aged man resumed his life as an almighty mythological beast. 1 month later, the middle-aged man missed her. He wanted to see her, but he couldn't find any good excuse. The middle-aged man pulled out the white bandages from his storage ring, and a thought suddenly occurred to him as he slashed a claw toward his own leg, creating a wound from which blood shot forth. And Lin, motherfucker! Thus, he was able to meet the woman of his dreams again. The atmosphere between them was quite harmonious, and they began chatting again. The middle-aged man left again after receiving treatment. After that, the middle-aged man engaged in acts of self-mutilation every time he wanted to see Dongfang Mengjie. The injuries couldn't be the same every single time, otherwise it would be too obvious. Thus, Enlin was treated to all sorts of painful experiences like amputated limbs, being poisoned, having his sea of vital energy ruptured, having his meridians damaged. If Enlin could control this body, he would definitely kill Dongfang Zhuangshi. Kirin, your injuries are really severe this time. Can't you take better care of yourself? Dongfang Mengjie asked with furrowed brows. All right, I'll be more careful next time. The middle-aged man nodded. And don't call me Kirin anymore. It's a little strange. Why don't you give me a human name? A human name? Dongfang Mengjie blinked in surprise. What kind of name do you want? Anything will do. I'll just go with your surname, the man replied. My surname? A light blush appeared on Dongfang Mengjie's face as her beautiful hands shuddered slightly. Then, let's call you Dongfang Zhuangshi. Dongfang Zhuangshi? The middle-aged man drew a sharp intake of breath. A sly smile appeared on Dongfang Mengjie's face as she provided an explanation. You're always having problems with your body and coming to me for help. As such, I've decided to give you a name that will hopefully keep you away from illness and injury. Think about it, Xianxia means sturdy and strong. The name contains the purest, most simple emotions. It's also perfect for your Tao of life and extremely easy to remember and understand. The woman finished speaking, but the vehement protest she expected did not eventuate. Instead, a joyful smile appeared on his face. So that's what that means. This is a great name. I'll be known as Dongfang Xianxia from now on. Dongfang Mengjia's mouth gaped open slightly, and she didn't really know what to say, and Lin was in shock. So this was where the middle-aged man's comical name had come from? Kiran, Dongfang Mengjia said in a low voice. Please call me Xianxia, the middle-aged man corrected. All right, Xianxia. Dongfang Mengjia hesitated momentarily before saying, I set up a tea garden in the east where I go to drink tea during my free time. If you're interested in tea, you can go there every month to drink some tea with me. Just be more careful and don't get injured anymore. Dongfang Xianxia faltered upon hearing this. A warm smile then appeared on his face as he replied, All right, I'll be more careful and do my best not to get injured anymore. And Lin was almost moved to the point of tears upon hearing this. My God, this idiot is finally going to stop his self-mutilation. The middle-aged man no longer dabbled in self-mutilation. Instead, he would visit Dongfang Mengjia's tea garden every month. The relationship between the two of them was a delicate one. At the very least, they were close interspecies friends. In the sinister spirit beast cesspool, he was the almighty demonic blood Kiran who struck fear into the hearts of all of the ferocious beasts. In the small city at the southeastern border of the Kingdom of the Nine States, he was a warm, gentle middle-aged man with Kiran horns who liked to drink tea and discuss Tao. In the beginning, Dongfang Xianxia would still assume his Kiran form in the sinister spirit beast cesspool and his human form in Lingu City. However, he now preferred to be in his human form regardless of where he was. He seemed to prefer being a human, a reasonable human. This was something that had all the beast tribes dumbstruck for a long time. Emperor Kiran, we have conquered the 7 cities in the west and eradicated all of the resistance forces there. A return to Void Stage Immortal Beast half knelt before him as it delivered a battle report. Be reasonable, why would you attack the 7 cities in the west? The middle-aged man's brows furrowed. The Immortal Beast was taken aback by this question. To expand our territory. That's not a good enough reason. You're attacking the territory of others in order to expand our own territory? That sort of unreasonable logic should not be promoted, and you should be ashamed of yourself. The middle-aged man was quite enraged. The Immortal Beast was dumbstruck. What did it have to be ashamed of? This was how they had always done things. It was extremely commonplace for the beast tribes to expand their territory through conquest. What was this crap about being reasonable? Was this a fake Emperor Kiran? The Immortal Beast left with a perplexed frown, and the middle-aged man's thoughts had already drifted onto more important things. It was almost the day of the month again, during which he could see that woman. He had to make some preparations. Their relationship was like a steady stream that slowly flowed into their hearts. Many years had passed, and there seemed to be no major breakthroughs, but they were actually growing closer and closer to one another the entire time. This was quite an understandable situation. After all, it was very common for cultivators to be in relationships for hundreds of years. This might seem a little excessive, but one had to realize that a Tao partner would be someone that one had to spend tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years with. How could one just become Tao partners after being in a relationship for 1 or 2 years? That would simply be irresponsible. It was exactly because of this that he didn't really have any objections to the 100-year agreement proposed by Xiaolan. Setting all that aside, the middle-aged man seriously needed to do a lot of work on his tactics for pursuing women. And Lin often found himself cringing at the middle-aged man's lackluster efforts. For example, bringing over some local produce was fine, but why the fuck would he bring some delicacy made from the snot bugs from the sinister spirit beast cesspool? He was instantly rewarded with a few slaps for that. However, The middle-aged man had now conditioned himself to enjoy these slaps while Dongfang Mengjie was left to seethe with rage. Or, for example, Dongfang Mengjie once mentioned on a certain day that there was going to be a beautiful aurora borealis that would appear over a city 5 nights from now. It would be quite an enchanting spectacle to witness the lights dance across the sky. "Do you want to go and see it?" the middle-aged man asked. "Not really. There's no one to accompany me, so I can't be bothered going." The woman heaved a light sigh. That's all right. The aurora borealis isn't all that good to look at anyway," the middle-aged man consoled in a gentle voice. Female. And Lin. Sigh. There were many more examples of the middle-aged man's cringe-worthy relationship tactics, and Lin had already seen more of Dongfang Zhuangshir's unsightly past than he would have ever cared to see. One morning, the middle-aged man arrived at the tea garden as usual to survey the scenery and drink tea. It was a slightly rainy day. Dongfang Mengjie wore her usual cream-colored dress as she tinkered with the teacups with her nimble hands. An aromatic fragrance wafted forth as she poured the contents of the teapot into the teacups. "The city lord's son, Lu Wenguang, brought me some flowers today," the woman suddenly said with a faint smile. The middle-aged man faltered upon hearing this, and his hand trembled as a thought flashed through his mind. "I'll kill him." "Oh? Who is that? I'm not too familiar with him." The middle-aged man forced an elegant smile onto his face. He had to constantly show his reasonable and cultured side to this woman, so he couldn't succumb to his impulses. "Him?" A dreamy light flashed through her eyes. "He's a handsome man, and he has great aptitude as well. He's already at the soul formation stage." The middle-aged man chuckled nonchalantly. "That's nothing special. Most importantly, he is a core disciple of the Pill Tower, and his pill refinement skills are extremely impressive." An expression of approval appeared on the woman's face. She was a pill refinement master herself, so she admired anyone that was able to join the Pill Tower, a place that all pill refinement masters yearned to join. The middle-aged man was a little disgruntled to hear this, and he suddenly felt as if the tea wasn't as delicious as it usually was. In reality, a beast like him wouldn't know how to savor tea anyway. The only factor that determined whether the tea was delicious to him was his mood. Is he impressive just because he managed to join the Pill Tower? "I can do the same too," the middle-aged man said with a serious expression. "You?" The woman burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Let's not mention your pill refinement aptitude. There's no chance of that happening." "Then what if I make it into the Pill Tower?" the middle-aged man asked. Dongfang Mengjie pursed her lips in an amused smile. "Then I'll agree to do one thing for you." "All right." The middle-aged man's fighting spirit had been ignited, and Lin was a little skeptical too. The middle-aged man was probably a spirit-gathering stage pill refinement master at the very most. Young Master Lu is apparently not a fan of tea, which is quite a pity. I would have invited him to the tea garden for some tea otherwise. Dongfang Mengjie shot a surreptitious glance at the man beside her. As she spoke, a hint of anticipation and anxiety built in her heart. Pitter-patter. Outside the pavilion, the rain began to fall with greater intensity. The middle-aged man, "I don't actually like to drink tea either." The woman faltered slightly upon hearing this. "That's a good joke. You seem very happy whenever you come here to drink tea." The middle-aged man was a little worked up. "I'm not making a joke. I always look happy here is not because I like tea, but because I like—" The woman stared with bright, unblinking eyes at the man beside her. Her eyes rippled with anticipation and a hint of excitement for the middle-aged man's imminent admission. The middle-aged man's heart jolted upon seeing her expression. "It's because I like the wind and rain here. I like the serene environment and the feeling of being here." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Mengjie faltered before bursting into laughter again. After that, their relationship went back to normal. The middle-aged man would still make time to visit the tea garden and drink tea every month. And Dongfang Mengjie never mentioned that young Master Lu ever again. After a while, they gathered again at the same small pavilion. The middle-aged man turned to Dongfang Mengjie with an earnest expression. "I'm going to be competing in the Pill Tower's rookie tournament. Do Do you still remember your promise? Dongfang Mengjie replied with a faint smile. Of course I do. All right. Wait for my triumphant return. Sure. But make sure you don't use any unfair tricks. Don't worry. The only unfair advantage I will have will be my age. The woman burst into laughter upon hearing this. She couldn't help but laugh at the thought of a mythological beast battling it out with a bunch of competitors vastly younger than him. All right, goodbye then. Goodbye. Dongfang Mengjie looked up as Dongfang Zhuangshi disappeared into the clouds above. She remained standing at the same spot for a long time with anticipation in her eyes. As a Dao integration stage mythological beast, it wasn't difficult for Dongfang Zhuangshi to disguise himself as a human below 30 years of age. No one would be able to detect his true identity and age. After training diligently in the art of pill refinement for so long, it was finally time for him to show off his skills, so he was quite excited. Most importantly, he was fighting for that promise she had made to him. At the pill refinement competition, the middle-aged man's skills were quite exceptional, even among all the pill refinement prodigies. There were over 10,000 competitors present, and yet he was able to secure the 26th position, thereby earning him an invitation to become a disciple of the Pill Tower. No one would have ever thought that the almighty Emperor Kirin, who was renowned across the entire continent, would enter a pill refinement competition of this level. And never would anyone have thought that he would be smiling to himself like a fully grown infant just because he had become a disciple of the Pill Tower. Haha! I'm a disciple of the Pill Tower now. I can go to Linggu City? Dongfang Zhuangshi's heart rate was beating a little quicker than usual as he grasped tightly onto a yellow talisman, which indicated his status as a disciple of the Pill Tower. At Linggu City, it was still raining. For this small city, which was located on the southeastern border of the Kingdom of the Nine States, rain in the summer was quite commonplace. Linggu City was very quiet, with only the sound of the rain breaking the deathly silence. Even before he had even entered the city, Dongfang Zhuangshi was already panicking. His extremely powerful divine sense told him that the entire city was already devoid of life. No, this can't be. You must have already left. You're no longer in this city. Dongfang Zhuangshi muttered to himself in a low voice as his body trembled in fear. He was soon greeted by the sight of a city in ruins. The city wall had been shattered, and the entire city itself had been reduced to rubble. Corpses littered the ground, some of which were human, others were creatures from the Black Hand clan, which had inky black bodies, no facial features, 4 arms and 2 legs. The rain had washed away all the blood, but there was still a faint metallic smell in the air. He wandered aimlessly through the city and encountered many familiar faces. All of them lay silently on the ground, some of which wore ferocious expressions, while others wore expressions of despair and horror. Dongfang Zhuangshi didn't dare to use his divine sense. He was like an idiot who was trying to blind himself. The sky was extremely gloomy, and white shadows slowly fluttered through the city, as if they were wandering spirits. After a long time, his footsteps finally faltered. He knelt to the ground and slowly cradled her cold body in his arms. He held on extremely tightly, as if he was trying to repress something, but it was also as if he was trying to recover something. You told me you would wait for me. Why didn't you run? The man's voice choked up with sobs. No one answered him. The woman's eyes were tightly shut, and her body was completely devoid of vitality. A series of ghastly wounds were visible through her cream-colored dress. Her body had curled up into a ball. It was as if her death had been very painful and that she had been quite fearful of the cold. Slap! 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 A series of loud slaps erupted amid the sound of falling rain. I'm sorry. It's all my fault that I couldn't protect you. Hit me. Slap me. Dongfang Zhuangshi roared as he gripped onto the woman's cold wrist and slapped himself repeatedly with her hand. Tears streaked down his face, which was twisted with grief and pain. An object clattered to the ground from the woman's other hand. From it, Dongfang Zhuangshi detected a familiar energy fluctuation. He picked up the object with trembling hands, only to discover that it was an intricately crafted red jade pendant that had clearly been nurtured for quite a while, as evidenced by the strong energy fluctuations emanating from within. There were characters inscribed onto the jade pendant, which read Xianxia on one side and Xianxia on the other. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. I'm so stupid. I really am an idiot. Why didn't I confess earlier? I really don't like drinking tea. It's so bitter and bland. How could I enjoy something like that? But I like you. I love you. I love being together with you. When I'm with you, anything I drink tastes delicious. The man smiled like an idiot as his clear eyes slowly glazed over with bloodlust. A violent aura erupted from his body, and the very heavens trembled as if it were about to collapse under the weight of his ferocious killing intent. The Black Hand tribe, right? Be reasonable. They killed the woman I love. So I'll hunt them into extinction. Boom! A pillar of red light soared into the sky as heaven and earth began to tremor and split open. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, only to be replaced by a boundless sea of surging blood. A red shooting star crashed into the Black Hand tribe continent, which was situated outside of the Kingdom of the Nine States in the southeastern direction. The demonic blood Kirin descended with an earth-shattering killing intent, and what ensued was a ghastly act of mass genocide. Blood stained the entire continent, and the blood-curdling cries of billions of Black Hand tribe inhabitants erupted into the clouds above. Countless living beings were slaughtered, and even the heavens were lamenting their loss as a rain of blood fell for over 100 days. Many Dao integration stage super mighty figures who witnessed the scenes that took place in the Black Hand tribe continent were in complete and utter shock. They had only one explanation for this, and that was that the demonic blood Kirin had gone insane. The demonic blood Kirin had indeed gone insane. Dongfang Mengjie was his medicine, and she transformed him into a cultured human who liked to be reasonable. But now, the medicine was gone, and he could only revert back to become the ferocious, bloodthirsty monster he once was. Thus, a large force in the Taichu continent, which consisted of a population that numbered in billions, was completely erased off the face of the continent in the most brutal manner. Even the Dao integration stage Black Hand Emperor had been torn into pieces by the demonic blood Kirin. No one knew why this had happened. These were two forces that had never even encountered one another, so how had they become sworn enemies? This bizarre and bone-chilling event instantly created a massive stir across the entire Taichu continent. Dongfang Zhuangshir's entire body was drenched in blood as he returned to that small city. As he half knelt before the woman, he said softly, "Mengjie, I have avenged you." He pulled out a crimson bead, within which boundless life energy surged. He then pulled out another dreamy, rainbow bead. This was the divine tool, the divine bead of time, within which the river of time surged, seemingly containing infinite possibilities. I have sacrificed the entire Black Hand tribe and am now sacrificing the divine bead of time. Is this enough to turn back time? Dongfang Zhuangshi muttered to himself as he crushed the divine bead of time without any hesitation. Boom! The crimson bead flew into the sky and arrived at above the center of the city before glowing with a radiant light. A paramount power enshrouded the entire city. After sacrificing the divine bead of time, time really did begin to reverse. Black and white lights erupted across the entire city as a vast power descended. All the rainwater on the ground materialized into droplets of rain before returning to the sky. As time reversed, Dongfang Zhuangshi witnessed many things. He saw the Black Hand tribe setting up a formation around the city. He saw the Black Hand tribe slaughtering all the soldiers and cultivators within the city. He saw Dongfang Mengjie trying to protect the citizens of the city with all her power, only to be surrounded and killed by several Black Hand tribe powerful beings. Time continued to reverse. Dongfang Zhuangshi saw the small, peaceful city under the warm light of the sun. He saw the woman in the miracle healing clinic, nurturing a jade pendant in her hands, as she looked up into the sky with anticipation in her eyes. The image finally settled on the woman sorting through medicine with a gentle smile on her face and an expression that suggested that she was thinking about something. The power within the divine bead of time had been exhausted. Mengjie. Dongfang Zhuangshi extended a hand toward the woman's beautiful features as his heart thumped with excitement and anxiety. His hand passed through the woman's face, but he could not touch it. A bitter expression appeared on his face. Time has been reversed and life has also returned, but it appears that this cannot fuse into the flow of time. But that's all right. I'll definitely find a way to save you from this world. Dongfang Zhuangshi stowed this frozen city into his crimson bead. He flew into the air toward the sinister spirit beast cesspool. On the way back, a pair of massive eyes suddenly appeared in the sky. Demonic blood Kirin, why did you massacre the entire Black Hand tribe? Each and every one of the spoken words contained the wrath of the heavenly Tao, and Dongfang Zhuangshi trembled involuntarily in the face of its insurmountable might. They killed the woman I love, so why can't I massacre their entire race? Even as his body and soul trembled, Dongfang Zhuangshi looked directly into the pair of massive eyes with an unyielding expression. A conflict between two tribes should never result in genocide. Why are you so unreasonable? Heh! I've always been an unreasonable wild beast. What you have done has severely impacted the balance of the entire continent. For that, you will suffer the cruelest torture. The voice in the sky was extremely cold and unforgiving. It was as if it were delivering God's decree. Boundless heavenly might rendered Dongfang Zhuangshi completely immobilized. Then come fight me. If I was scared of you, then I wouldn't have... Boom! A violent boom erupted. A power that was like the strike of a meteorite instantly tore Dongfang Zhuangshi's body apart. Everything descended into darkness, and Lin felt as if his body had been torn apart, and the crushing pain even caused his soul to tremble uncontrollably. Everything descended into darkness. But soon, a light began to appear. After a rush of dizziness, he opened his eyes to find a big head and a pair of big, round eyes looking down at him. A huge tongue shot forth before licking his face. Big brother, you're finally awake, woof! Dabai yelled with excitement, and Lin massaged his brows before standing up. How long was I out for? And Lin asked. Dongfang Zhuangshi replied with a smile. Not long, only about 2 days. 2 days? And Lin was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He felt like many years had already passed by. He then turned to the woman beside the medicine cabinets. The woman's smile was as gentle as ever under the sunlight, and there were no signs of the passage of time on her face. And Lin no longer experienced that heart-wrenching pain when he saw Dongfang Mingjie. And Kirin had also settled down in his sea of vital energy, as if he had released all of his pent-up emotions, with the exception of a few traces of melancholy. Is this why you brought me here? And Lin asked. Dongfang Zhuangshi nodded. The Kirin blood jade is a manifestation of my past body and Tao realm. The reason why I have brought you here is so that it can let go of its obsession toward her and transfer it all to me. And Lin nodded with genuine gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Dongfang. He had revealed his innermost secrets to him just to clear away the obsessions and hidden flaws within the Kirin blood jade, which was now in his body. This was a gesture of kindness that he would remember forever. It was also through this that he developed a much better understanding of Dongfang Zhuangshi. Also, don't you dare reveal what you saw to anyone. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Dongfang Zhuangshi suddenly cautioned in a stern voice, and Lin immediately nodded with an obedient expression. Dongfang Zhuangshi turned to look at the woman with an entranced expression. Dabai told Lin on the sly that ever since he had fainted, the middle-aged man had been staring at the woman the entire time. And Lin didn't really think much of this. If Dongfang Zhuangshi was left to his own devices, he would probably stand here and stare at her for a few years without fail. After a short while, they left the vast land of blood. The middle-aged man set up a protective spell formation around the vast land of blood. He then absorbed some energy before setting off on his journey to reconstruct his body with the groundhog and gluttony in tow. And Lin returned to the university to continue his mundane cultivation life. His return created a massive stir across the entire United University of Cultivation. In particular, all the new freshman students were full of reverence and curiosity for him, and all of them pretended to pass by the fourth-year dorm buildings after their classes. They all wanted to see what the #1 legend of the school looked like. There were simply too many legends about Enlin. Just his status as the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect was enough to attract countless fans. This was like a university student becoming the CEO of one of the top 500 companies in the mortal world. How could this not cause a sensation? It was not accurate to say that there were no idolaters in the cultivating world. If one was outstanding enough, they would have idolaters everywhere they went. And Lin looked out through his window at the junior students who were just passing by, but were staring at him with scorching light in their eyes, and he felt no sense of satisfaction or pride. Instead, he let loose a faint, forlorn sigh. Sigh, I have a long road ahead of me. I had once thought that Dao integration stage true gods were invincible. Who would have thought that there would be a being that could crush Uncle Dongfang with one palm? There truly is no end to the path of Dao. Speaking of which, if that mighty figure is so badass, why can't they fix the hole in the sky? And Lin was a little perplexed as he thought back to what the Celestial the Arch had told him. On top of a platform, Celestial Immortal Ming Yuan was delivering an enthusiastic speech on karma. What is karma? To put it in simpler terms, it is the connection between all things in this world. There is karma between all of us. I do something and that results in something. That is the most basic manifestation of karma. And that effect from my actions would also result in the occurrence of another event, which would, in turn, trigger something else and so on and so forth. Hence, karma is infinite. Some say that one can achieve ascension by severing all of their karma with this world, but I don't think that is possible. Because no matter what you do, karma will continue to exist. You wave a hand and a flower might blossom because of you in a certain corner of this world. Even after you die, your existence would have impacted the world somehow. Karma will continue into infinity and beyond with no end. Thus, never underestimate your connection with this world, as the world is constantly changing because of us. This chance is endless and eternal. And Lin nodded as he listened to this speech with relish. It suddenly made him feel like death wasn't something to be scared of. Even after his death, karma would continue to exist, and the meaning of his life would not disappear following his death. Teacher Ming Yuan's speech is so awesome. Tina sat on Lin's shoulder with her chin in her hands as she stared up at the man on the platform with reverence. And Lin nodded in agreement. Ever since Celestial Immortal Ming Yuan progressed to the Return to Void stage, his understanding of the world seemed to have grown more profound. He no longer taught any sword technique classes. Instead, he was now teaching classes on Tao theory. It had to be said, his speeches were indeed quite rousing. Giant and Lin, I do disagree with Teacher Ming Yuan's opinion that it is impossible for someone to achieve ascension by severing all of their karma with this world. Tina suddenly said, Oh? What is your opinion on this matter then? And Lin was a little surprised to hear this. Think about it, if a mighty figure were to attain the power to reverse time, they could reverse time to a point before they were even born. Wouldn't they be able to sever all karma with this world then? Tina proposed in a low voice, and Lin felt like this made sense. Was it possible to reverse time? Having witnessed Dongfang Zhuangshi sacrifice a divine tool to reverse time in a small area, he was no longer of the opinion that reversal of time was impossible. However, after thinking about it for a while longer, he suddenly felt like there was a flaw in this logic. Wait! And Lin suddenly said, if this mighty figure wants to essentially unborn themselves, they would have to take some sort of action to do so, right? How could they unborn themselves without changing the original course the world was destined to travel in? Even though they are erasing their existence from this world, their actions would still result in consequences, and they would still be unable to escape karma. Tina had no response to this. It looked like really was no way to sever one's karma with this world after all. Thus, their philosophical discussion drew to a conclusion. The next day, stuffed buns ignored by Dubai was on sale again. There were only 100 steamers of stuffed buns, but thousands of students arrived at the scene, thereby shattering his previous attendance record. This also served to exemplify just how popular he had become within the school. And Lin was surrounded by everyone like an endangered. He suddenly felt like he wasn't the legend of the school anymore, but instead, he was the school's mascot. In any case, everything was back to normal. This was his 4th year cultivating life. It was mundane, leisure, and carefree. After selling all of the stuffed buns, and Lin applied for some leave before setting off for Do Shui Palace. There, he met the fat ball of a man, Yishi, who seemed to have grown even rounder during the time he had been away. Brother Yishi, I'll cut straight to the point. How much is your cheapest immortal pill? And Lin got straight down to business. Yishi's eyes widened in shock as he drew a sharp intake of breath. Brother and Lin, has your pill consumption rank already progressed to such an advanced stage? You're already consuming divine pills now? And Lin's expression darkened slightly. What the hell is a pill consumption rank? This is a cultivation-based system I devised for us pill consumption cultivators. Perhaps we can develop into a faction in the future. Yishi replied excitedly, and Lin waved his hands as his head began to throb. Let's get back on topic. I just want to inquire about the price of a divine pill. There was no time to waste. He had to progress to the return to void stage as soon as possible. There wasn't really much he could do about the cultivation method and the divine tool at the moment, so he could only turn his focus to the divine pill for now. Divine pills. It's quite hard to determine a price for them, as it's really difficult to find the materials. However, divine pills require divine rank medicines and fruits as refinement materials, so they definitely won't be cheap. Yishi thought to himself for a moment before continuing. Among the divine pills I've seen, even the cheapest cost several tens of millions of spirit stones. Most pill refinement masters won't take on jobs like this without a deposit of at least 100 million spirit stones. And Lin grabbed onto Yishi's hand upon hearing this. Brother, do you believe in me? Yishi nodded with a serious expression. I do. And Lin was ecstatic to hear this. But I'm not capable of refining divine pills, Yishi admitted. And Lin's chest constricted as he said incredulously, but you're the top pill refinement master in Do Shui Palace. Yishi rolled his eyes. So what? I'm only a mere supreme final stage pill refinement master. And Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. A mere supreme final stage pill refinement master? The people over at the pill tower would probably rise up in outrage if they were to hear something like this. Yishi continued, a divine pill is so difficult to refine that it is arguably more difficult than breaking through to the Dao integration stage. In any case, I've never heard of a pill refinement master below the Dao integration stage that is capable of refining divine pills. Not even Xianxia? And Lin asked. Yishi choked on his words. Xianxia is the exception. She's a freak. Her pill refinement rank is already at the half-step Dao endowment stage, so she should be able to refine lower-rank divine pills. I cannot hope to compete with her. And Lin's interest was piqued upon hearing this. What is this Dao endowment stage? That's a bit complicated to explain. To put it more simply, it's when a pill refinement master has reached the pinnacle in the art of pill refinement before attempting to make a further breakthrough, thereby endowing their pills with their higher level of understanding of the Dao. Only a pill refined by a Dao endowment stage grandmaster using divine rank ingredients can be truly referred to as a divine pill. It could be said that the same divine pill refined by different pill refinement masters would all be different, as the Dao of their pill refinement masters are also all different. And Lin felt like his horizons had been greatly broadened after hearing Yishi's introduction. So that means I'll have to look for Xianxia? And Lin muttered to himself. You can look for my master as well. Yishi patted his stomach with a smug expression. No, wait, that was his chest. Well, it wasn't entirely incorrect to call it his stomach. With his current figure, there really was no clear boundary between his chest and his stomach. Your master? He's a very busy man. I'm not sure if I should trouble him. And Lin was a little hesitant. It'll be fine as long as you prepare enough money. Just gather a few 100 million spirit stones, and my master will definitely come. Yishi replied with a confident expression. And Lin, this was a super tycoon of the cultivating world, the likes of which a peasant like Lin could not afford. After thinking to himself for a moment, he decided to visit Xianxia. After all, he was quite familiar with her, so it should make things easier. Thus, and Lin bade farewell to Yi and headed to the Moon Palace via the Heavenly Court's teleportation spell formation. Underneath a starry night sky, a flash of light appeared, and Lin arrived at this silvery white continent. The faint aroma of osmanthus flowers wafted toward him with the breeze, and he couldn't help but inhale deeply. The fragrance of the flowers spread throughout his entire body like a pair of warm, gentle hands caressing his meridians, making his body feel extremely carefree and relaxed. This really is a good place, Lin praised in a genuine voice. He came to the gate of the Moon Palace and stopped beside the sign that stated that all men and dogs alike were barred from entry. And Lin was feeling slightly uneasy as he pulled out his voice transmission talisman. A few seconds later, a cold, yet slightly lazy voice sounded from the other end. "Hey there, Great Sect Leader Lin, what's up?" And Lin was a little embarrassed. "Great Sect Leader is a bit too much. You can call me Mighty Sect Leader instead." Xianxia. Do. The voice transmission had been cut off. Gasp. Only then did Lin realize who he was just talking to. This was the leader of the Moon Palace, Xianxia, who was also known as the #1 pill refinement master in the Heavenly Court. He was used to joking around with others, and he almost instinctively flexed to Xianxia, and Lin immediately cursed himself for his carelessness. He mustered up the courage to contact Xianxia again. Thankfully, he had not been blacklisted as the voice transmission connected shortly. "What do you want?" Xianxia asked in a cold voice. I'm outside the Moon Palace right now, and I have something I need your help with," Lin replied in a sincere voice. "Is it urgent?" Not really that urgent," Lin replied after a momentary hesitation. "Your abrupt appearance here is so out of place, like a fish on a patch of grassland," a soft voice sounded, and Lin was dumbstruck. "Ha! Sigh." The woman let loose a faint sigh and said, "Life is so fleeting and short, like a guest who comes and goes at will. If there is no urgency, then why not enjoy life rather than look on too far ahead into the future?" And Lin's mouth gaped open as his brain was reduced to a pile of mush. He suddenly recalled Xianxia's traumatizing hipster disease. He couldn't fucking understand a word she was saying. Tears began to well up in Lin's eyes. How was he going to communicate with her if he couldn't even understand what she was saying? Reinforcements. He needed some really strong reinforcements. He immediately unleashed his water clone technique, which ran into the distance with a voice transmission talisman to get into contact with Su Qianyun. Only Su Qianyun could save him in a situation like this. Su Qianyun had extremely advanced language comprehension abilities and could converse freely with Xianxia, even when she had been struck by her hipster disease. This was a scene that remained clear in Lin's mind to this very day, and Lin was moved by his own intelligence. Thankfully, he had a spare voice transmission talisman. Thankfully, he had mastered the water clone technique. And thankfully, he had Su Qianyun as his reinforcement. Otherwise, there really was no way out of this sticky situation. The voice transmission quickly connected through, and Lin #2 relayed Xianxia's words to Su Qianyun. Su Qianyun knew that time was the essence here, so she didn't pose any questions and immediately offered an explanation. For example, the meaning behind the first sentence was, "Why the fuck are you here if it's nothing urgent?" Cold sweat dripped down from Lin's forehead upon hearing this. The meaning behind the second sentence was, "Life is precious and short, so it's important to focus on what's happening in the present. There's no need to pursue things that are not of any urgency, so you go and live your life." So she was basically telling him to leave, and Lin hadn't even had a chance to come to his senses yet before Xianxia spoke again after growing impatient from the prolonged silence that ensued. The general meaning behind this sentence was, "Why aren't you saying anything? If it's nothing urgent, then I'm going to end the voice transmission." Su Qianyun had just finished translating when the voice transmission was disconnected on Lin's end. Do. And Lin stared blankly at the voice transmission talisman in his hand. God damn it. She hung up again. There was simply no way to communicate with Xianxia when she was suffering from one of her bouts of hipster disease. "Su Qianyun, do you have any cures for Xianxia's hipster disease?" And Lin #2 asked. A mellow voice sounded, Big Sister Xianxia would only become like this when she is troubled by something, or she has encountered an obstacle in her cultivation. Either that, or she's simply feeling depressed and sensitive. The only ways to cure her would be to help her or divert her attention. And Lin nodded upon hearing this. Helping her to resolve her problems would be too difficult, but distracting her would be a piece of cake. With his charisma and his velvet-smooth way with words, this would be a piece of cake. He would just have to trigger an emotional response within her that overwhelmed her current emotional state. Thus, he contacted her via voice transmission talisman again. However, she did not pick up this time. And Lin, I've just thought of a cure. But you're not picking up now? And Lin refused to give up as he continued to call Xianxia. Finally, after much effort, the voice transmission talisman was finally picked up from the other end. Are you an eternal wind? Can you not cease? A disgruntled female voice said. And Lin's lips twitched, and he ignored Xianxia's words before continuing. Celestial Maiden, I've brought back something very interesting for you from the sinister spirit beast cesspool. Sigh. My interest wanes like the warmth of spring. The woman let loose a faint sigh, and Lin finally began to understand what she was saying. Was this not enough? Wasn't curiosity supposed to be the strongest desire among humans? Why was this not true in Xianxia's case? He gritted his teeth before continuing. I heard there was someone calling you a stupid cunt. A moment of silence ensued. Xianxia, who is it? And Lin took a deep breath. Stupid cunt. Xianxia. And Lin. Gulp. And Lin swallowed involuntarily. He was risking it all. Seeing as curiosity was unable to divert Xianxia's attention, he would just have to count on anger to do the job. Regardless of how sad someone was, they would always want to bash anyone that insulted them. For example, if someone posted on social media that they had incurred debt from the stock market or suffered a breakup, all you had to do was post a ha 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 comment. They would instantly recover from their grief before flaring up. Meanwhile, you would have to silently suffer from the flames of their wrath. But your intentions were good, and that was the most important thing. Besides, hospitals had clean, soft beds, cool air conditioning, and great Wi-Fi, so there really wasn't much to be worried about. Sure enough, an exquisitely beautiful woman in a white dress soon appeared before him with a frosty expression as she raised a delicate palm into the air. And Lin's pupils contracted. Wait, I was just... Slap. Boom. A violent tremor ran through the ground and the power of the moon surged, creating a shockwave that uprooted all the osmanthus trees within a radius of 5 kilometers from them. And Lin was slapped to the group, leaving a massive crater below him. Are you sick of living? Why can't you speak like a proper human being? Xianxia's dress fluttered in the breeze, and her voice was like a bucket of ice-cold water to the head. And Lin's chest constricted upon hearing this. It was her that couldn't talk like a proper human being. He clasped a hand over his searing face as a nostalgic feeling welled up in his heart. Dongfang Mengjia's slaps were just as direct and brutal, and Lin stood up with difficulty before extending a respectful bow. I apologize, and I hope Celestial Maiden Xianxia can forgive me for my rudeness. I have come here today as I would like your help in refining a divine pill. Xianxia's rage immediately faltered upon hearing the mention of a divine pill. You want me to refine a divine pill for you? What type of pill do you want? And who is it for? And Lin's heart danced with excitement. He could finally understand what Xianxia was saying. It's for myself, and I don't really mind what type of divine pill it is, as long as it's cheap and easy to refine. He knew that just the ingredients for divine pills were extremely difficult to come by, and their prices fluctuated quite severely. He might even have to find the ingredients on his own. There were even cultivators who took several decades or several centuries to gather the ingredients for a divine pill. And Lin did not have that long to wait, so of course he was going to aim for the simplest way possible. Xianxia's brows perked up slightly with a speechless expression. Are young people nowadays eating divine pills for fun? And Lin replied with a smile. It makes it easier for both of us. Xianxia hesitated momentarily before continuing. There are 3 types of divine pills, the ingredients for which I have pretty much already gathered. However, there is only one type among them that fits your requirements. All right, I'll take that one. And Lin snapped his fingers. Let me finish, Xianxia interjected. This divine pill is a little special. Special in what way? And Lin asked. Xianxia waved a sleeve through the air, and a pill glowing with rainbow divine light appeared, striking all onlookers with a strong urge to consume it. Immediately afterward, the divine light released by the pill materialized into a rainbow dress that danced in the wind in a beautiful, dreamy display. This, and Lin's mouth gaped open as he stared blankly at the rainbow dress in the sky. Xianxia continued in her explanation. This pill is called the Rainbow Divine Tao Pill. It can enhance the powers of the 5 elements as well as yin and yang within the consumer's body. However, the residual power of the pill would result in a manifestation of this projection on your body for the next 10 years. A manifestation of this projection? You mean, that dress? And Lin's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the rainbow dress dancing in the air. A faint smile appeared on Xianxia's face. This pill contains vast power, but it's not explosive or invasive, and it suits your divine body quite well. This is already a fantastic choice aside from this one minor complication. And Lin clasped a hand over his heart as he repressed the urge to vomit blood. You call forced cross-dressing a minor complication? And it's for 10 years as well. What kind of shameless man would wear such an extravagant dress? Do you think I'm a perverted freak? Xianxia pursed her lips. You said you love cultivating, but you won't even cross-dress for the sake of cultivation? And Lin's lips twitched. All right. A hint of satisfaction finally appeared on Xianxia's face upon seeing Lin's conflicted and indignant expression. There is actually a way around this. I can refine another immortal pill that will absorb the rainbow dress. But that's going to cost you an extra 1,000,000 spirit stones. That's fine. Anything is fine as long as I don't have to cross-dress. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It's settled then. I'll go with the Rainbow Divine Tao Pill. Xianxia nodded. All right, I've already gathered most of the ingredients, but there are still a few that would require some searching. I'll take a deposit of 100 million spirit stones. And Lin,